party continues here at Pro Tour Las Vegas, brought to you by TCG Player, your trusted marketplace partner for all things Flesh and Blood. HowlingMines joining you in the booth once again with Pankaj Bhojwani. I feel like people maybe liked us together at the end of last night, and now we actually get to work together again. It's kind of great.
A little bit. It's awesome, especially after all the world premieres that we've done together.
I miss them so very dearly. I didn't get much of a chance to talk to you about expectations going into the event yesterday, just being on the other side of the casting duo. But how are you feeling at the end of day one of competition?
So on the CC side of things, I think Arakni Marionette is definitely shaping up to be the deck to beat for this tournament. We always see this happen at a Tier 4 event. The meta coalesces. The weeks leading up to it, it's wide open. People don't really know what's up. But at the Tier 4 itself, you see some coalescing happening, and I think Arakni Marionette is shaping up to be the best deck in format for this weekend. In Limited, though, which is what we're going to start day 2 off with, it's all over the place. I feel like there was previously an anti-Aurora bias. Now maybe there's a shift towards Zyggy bias or something like that. But it seems to be like maybe people are sleeping on Oscilio a little bit. I'm really curious to see how the feature draft shakes out today. I
think we learned a lot in our draft pod yesterday, and we have quite the cast of characters to go through in draft today. If you're joining us for the first time, fear not, I'll walk you through exactly how we're going to work things out. Take a look at the schedule for the rest of Pro Tour Las Vegas weekend. Yesterday was 5 rounds of Classic Constructed and 3 rounds of draft. We're knocking one off the top to make a little space today. It's 3 more rounds of draft to start things off with, and then 4 rounds of Classic Constructed.
Day 2 of Pro Tours are incredibly exciting. Players with their backs against the wall, players fighting for their last chance to make it into the top 8, which of course will be our Day 3 this weekend. We will be streaming every single game of the top 8, and make sure you stick around every day for the Drinking Buddy promos.
Incredible stuff. Hoping we can line up now the winner on one of those. We know we had a fan favorite chatter take one home yesterday, which is always lovely to see. These are incredible. I am lucky enough to have a couple of the rainbow foil copies. I don't have my hands on a cold foil just yet, but there's something about that Legend Story Studios hot stamp that really just does it for me.
And some of us are lucky enough to also have, you know, some IRL drinking buddies, which is always a great time.
Can't complain. These are hard to get, but there's something on the line this weekend that's maybe a little bit harder to get than a drinking buddy. Prizes available for our players who are still alive in the room. $200,000 US, and well, a handful of other goodies as well.
I have got my eyes on the World Tour points in particular. The race is heating up. We have Jacob Clements, of course, in the lead. Brody Spurlock right behind him, sort of in a reverse situation of last year. There are a lot of World Tour points on the line for this weekend. I'm very interested to see how the leaderboard changes after this weekend.
I've kind of got my eyes on the APAC region, even the Americas somewhat, where the points totals are much, much closer. It's much tighter. I think a breakout performance in any of those regions for this Pro Tour could very much flip that leaderboard on its head, and that's very, very exciting. Gold foil legendary cards, Pro Tour invitations to the next big dance, all incredible prizes that are well worth taking away. But if we're talking about something special, this is kind of the apex for me. Between Pro Tours and World Championships, just this exclusive Pro Tour champion stamp version of a hero card. If you're winning on something that hasn't won before, you've got a 1 of 1, which is something very, very special.
And these look absolutely gorgeous in person for sure. Do need to correct you a little bit. The Enigma, there is 2 off of that one.
I did say if you won with something you hadn't won with before. There is a chance we get a repeat winner this weekend. Gravy Bones obviously in the line of fire there. Syndra, Dash.io, all very possible to have a duplicate coming out. But these are just the perfect trophy for me. Like, ultimately, playing a game of Flesh and Blood, your hero is front and center. It's everything the game is about. So having that personalized piece is just very, very sweet. Big fan
of this.
It's
a lot of aura, I think, as the new kids would say these days.
Is that what they say? Okay.
Yeah, I think I did actually hear Michael Yasker and Evan Herndon use that term regarding the heroes that they want.
That's fair.
They are the streamers of the game, yeah.
I did have a lot of respect for Michael playing with the Syndra. It just sends a huge flex as far as I'm concerned. We have had a number of characters in our feature match area so far this weekend. Some established names, some stories that are building in the background towards our next big Pro Tour champion. Who stood out to you in terms of competition?
Stood out to me. It's interesting. I want to say Yuki and Michael Hamilton, but it's hard to say they stand out because at this point it feels like it's just expected for them at this point, right? Yeah, it's just a casual Pro Tour. Of course, they're going to make day 2 at XO or X1 records. 2 of them stick out to me immediately. Margin Bay is at X and 1 as well. The only loss was that kind of devastating blowout that we saw on stream in CC. But otherwise, I think what's impressed me about Margin is the consistent track record with his limited performance.
Yes.
Many people know that he started off not having limited as one of his strong suits. He committed to improving at limited, and now, yet again, he 3-0'd his first draft pod yesterday. His performance throughout the years in limited has been amazing.
I think we're learning time and again that players who are willing to take their time to dedicate to the limited format, curate it. There is skill to be found. There are edges to be found, especially in a format like Omens of the Third Age, where there is so much niche and nuance as you see the format evolve around you. Let's check in with our players to watch leaderboard to see some of your favorites and see how they're getting along at home. We have some new names joining us here to make in the spaces for people who unfortunately are no longer with us, but Yuki Bender at the top of the leaderboard here at 8-0, joined by Filipe, Lima Cardoso, Jacob Clements, and Michael Hamilton at 7-1.
Closely following them, we have Brody Spallock and Michael Fung, both from Min-Max Games at 6-2. Michael Yasker and Shoma Yamamura, of course, very established players in their own right, also at 6-2. And want to shout out Matthew Folks, who has come back after his performance at Pro Tour Lille, where, of course, he took it down on Billital Briar, showing up this weekend on Valda. And right behind him, we have a newer content creator in Paul Van Heysel. I've been enjoying his videos so much. He puts a lot of fun on the limited parts of his videos and even the CC side of things as well. Very excited to see where this weekend takes him.
Yeah, big sucker for PVG. Good friend of mine. I was hoping to find some success this weekend. It was a really rough start. I think it was 1-2 for PVG to start the weekend. Has managed to rally it back somewhat over the course of the day. It's not just players that are the talk of the town, though. Team sport is flesh and blood these days. So we're going to check in with some of the biggest teams in the game and see how they're going. Seems like an awful lot of 6-2 for the Snapdragons.
Very consistent is the term that immediately comes to mind. Bunch of 6-2s, bunch of 5-3s as well. Shout out to the one Singaporean, Xiumeng Yip. Got my eyes on you for sure.
Dennis Zhang there, I believe, on Jarl this weekend. Duke Cornet on Kassai. So a variety across this team finding success one way or the other. Table 1, smaller cast and a smaller cast making it through to the second day of competition, but still alive for Rob Catton, Andrew Rothermel and Bartosz Dabrowski. I know many fans of Andrew Rothermel have emerged over the weekend, courtesy of the fact he's playing Betsy this weekend.
And Bartosz is coming off of his win in Poland Nationals, so lots of eyes on that, lots of fans there, I'm sure.
Never bet against Rob either, two-time world top 8 competitor. Hard to argue with those results. Invasion having a good weekend, it's safe to say. Yuki Bender and Margin Bay leading the charge over here.
And a whole bunch of X3s to follow behind them as well. They, of course, got in quite early in the week when the testing house got a bunch of drafts in, got a bunch of CC games in, and it's looking like it's paying off for them.
Moving ourselves swiftly on, PCG, Matthew Dilks, kind of the rocking the show here as well. I love to see Dilks pick Kassai back up. I know it's a deck he was known for in the past, but very easy to assume it will be gravy again, given the success he's found on that hero. Gold seemed to be the way this weekend.
PCG, of course, the winners of the past 2 Tier 4 events in Flesh and Blood. Michael Yasker, of course, taking down Worlds in Philadelphia last November, and Evan Herndon taking down Proto Yokohama in April. This team definitely one of the strongest teams in the game right now and looking to take it down this weekend as well.
Onto the AGE Pro team, who are very much still in contention. Only 2 drops here, but a very average record across the board. Going to be fighting for their lives for most of today.
A couple of caster picks here. Alexander Vore is Samuel Burns' caster pick to take down this whole event, and Colin Erickson is, of course, Hayden's caster pick to take down his entire weekend.
Some work to be done if they want to stay in contention. Team Sigil, much larger cast, but a pretty lackluster result all around. It's really only Filipe Lima Cardoso sitting there at 7-1, with numerous members of this team fighting for their lives at 5-3.
Also consistent is the term that comes to mind. Of course, a lot more X3s here compared to the X2s of the Snapdragons, but still very much live. But this is day 2 of the Pro Tour. Players have their backs against the wall. These players are still very potentially live, but they do need to win out if they want to see the top 8.
Last but not least, the Value Vampires have Max Diekman and Noah Clark at 7-1, showing us that Gravy may very well have been a little underappreciated this weekend.
And Noah Clark is in the feature draft pod of today. We won't be following his draft, we'll be following Yuki's, but he is sitting at the table with everyone else as well. Fantastic performance from him this weekend.
Let's check in on the full standings to see who else is around our players. For me, this is pretty incredible. Take a look at these top 2 draft pods, these top 16 seats. It's just an endless row of true juggernauts of the game. Yuki Bender, Matthew Dilks, Michael Hamilton, Dan Rukowski, Nova Chan, Margin, but this entire first pod is like my waking nightmare to walk into this morning.
It's just all known players, and I am still in awe at Canada's consistent performance in Flesh and Blood over the past few Tier 4 events. They've constantly shown up, putting sometimes multiple copies in the top 8 as well, and they're looking to repeat it this weekend.
Pod 2, not much easier here. Max Diekman, Jacob Clements, Filipe Lima Cardoso, Christian Hauck, even Dylan Dietz here, all known quantities, Pro Tour top 8 splattered amongst them. It's going to be a real hard fight this weekend.
Someone needs to collate how many calling winners we have across this first screen, because I feel like it might be more than 20, and there's only 20 people here.
It's not far from it. I am very excited to see which of these players come out on top when we dive back into the Omens of the Third A limited format, ultimately Classic constructed as well. Plenty still to play for. Excited to see what's going on. Let's check out the rest of our X2s before we carry things on here. Somehow, more names. Brody Spurlock, Rob Catton, Alexander Vore, Thomas Galbraith here. Jonathan Magnuson, 6-2 on Betsy overnight. Very much still in the conversation.
He's definitely shaping up to be the sort of player that wants to innovate. He wants to pioneer new strategies. He was the one who brought Refractor Zyggy to US Nationals, made top 8 with it. Here he is on Betsy, swinging the log at people, showing us that he just wants to play the spicy pick, play the thing that will catch people off guard, if you will.
Certainly caught me off guard at the top of the event. Padashki, Naib Mobasir, Damian Riggins, Ivan Taranto, wrapping out the cast here amongst our 6-2 players. Still plenty of names to be found in the conversation, and plenty of names that maybe we aren't so familiar with that might surprise us over the course of the day.
For sure. So we're going to be going to the draft round soon. Do you have any prediction for how it's going to shake out, given that we know what the first draft pod looks like?
I feel like I agree with your earlier sentiment that Oscilio has probably gone from being the most slightly overrated hero in the format to arguably the most underrated. I think a lot of players are concerned about train wrecking a draft by walking into a pile of prevention effects and so on and so forth, and have a bias of kind of staying away from the hero. I kind of think we're going to see a lot of what we saw from Yuki yesterday. Someone in this pod is going to end up with a 1 or a 2 of Oscilio. They're going to be some very strong decks. The question is if we're on a 3 Zyggy pod. I think if we're in 2 or 3 Zyggy territory too, that's great for the Zyggies. Those prevention effects, the ward aura is fantastic against those Oscilios. If it's spread more thin, I kind of expect the Oscilios to do their damage.
That's a great point, because we saw Michael Hamilton almost beat Yuki, even though he was one of the 4 Zyggies. You saw how powerful those Thunderous Retorts, all those ward pieces came in that matchup. So to your point, if there's, say, 3 Zyggies instead of 4, maybe the 1 or 2 of Oscilio is actually beatable by that deck.
I know you obviously have some close relationships with a few of the members of the top pod. Do you happen to have any insider information on biases in the draft format, hero preferences, anything like that?
So you would think that Majin Bey would have a strong preference towards Oscilio, but when I've seen him draft, he's actually very willing to just be open. He's the sort of player that will just read signals and pick the lane that he is supposed to be in. One of the biases that I have seen, actually Michael Hamilton confessed this to me too yesterday. He said that he's known to enjoy Zyggy perhaps a little bit more. And a fun story from yesterday's draft, Yuki was to his right, and Yuki passed him a Zyggy signal, kind of expecting him to go into Zyggy, which he did take, and then he ended up being the 1 of the 4 Zyggies. So let's see whether he's going to keep up with that. Maybe he still sticks to his Zyggy, or maybe he pivots away from that.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about Omens of the Third Age in general. Lots to love about this set, of course, available for you in stores now. Pankaj, how have you felt about Omens in general?
I am a big fan of the set. I think it's being a little bit underrated right now. People are saying, oh, you know, it's not too much of an impact, but I think seeing Oscilio Constella Intelligence use a whole bunch of upgrades from this set, stuff like Echo Flash, stuff like Comet Collision, stuff like Meteoric Impact even, I think has really revitalized that deck. Aurora now is also part of the metagame since the unban of Skyward Serenade, and of course Zyggy immediately the week after release made top 8 at US Nationals.
Yeah, if you haven't had the chance to go and check out our Aurora Legacy of Tempest feature match from yesterday, I would. It was a bit of a clinic, bit of a showcase into what this hero can do at the highest level. Scorpio, Comet Tail, that new shiny weapon. Dashing Flashfoot looking very impressive. Multiple ways to generate additional embodiment of lightnings. Tempestuous Kiss, just a haymaker through and through. Oscilio Fort Continuum, struggling a little more to find the success right now in the wake of the big shadow of the smaller lamp. But a hero that I think is honestly quite exciting. I've really enjoyed playing this deck so far.
It feels very wizard-like, whereas Oscilio Constella Intelligence has, multiple ways of building him currently, including a Gone and Flash version. Oscilio for Continuum is definitely more on the arcane side of things and appeals to me quite a little bit.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed the Cosmic Sutra shenanigans. I think Astral Bridge, hitting even just Sigil of Solace is just value in all the ways that I look for in a game of Flesh and Blood. Big fan of this one. Of course, Ziggy Starlight, I think proving to be the new fan favorite. Aurora diehards might have something to say about that, but the deck just finding success at the tournament level and doing some very cool things. I know we saw recently in the most recent ban list update that the Aphrodite build has some more goodies on the way. That's very exciting to me as a Waning Moon enjoyer.
And currently, though, it's definitely the Refractor and Iris builds that are putting up results. And I think Ziggy has a very interesting place in the metagame. It's one of the few decks that can say they have a positive Arakni Marionette matchup, which isn't easy to find these days.
Inclined to agree. Had a great feature match for Ziggy on camera yesterday as well. So if you're interested in checking out this deck, would highly recommend going back and watching that one. Legendary suite of equipment from this set has proved to be somewhat impactful, with the big standout for me here, Boots of Omni's Ward.
That card was responsible for Arakni Marionettes, disappearing a little bit across the first couple of weeks of national seasons. They have since adapted, but this card is definitely very, very relevant right now already, even before we get more Runeblades coming in use of the Shadow Throne, where I expect the stocks of this card to go even higher, because it is more text than just prevent their Flick Knives. It actually can prevent up to 4 against a deck that's sending split damage at you.
Absolutely. Third Eye of the Sphinx and Plutonic Starplate, big parts of that Forged Continuum deck. I've had a lot of fun with Fortitude of Anvilheim so far. If you've never had the pleasure of putting a Evo and the equipment under the Evo back into your opponent's hand with this, I would highly recommend it. Had it in my Jarl list for a while to beat Teklavos, and I did in fact do that, courtesy of Fortitude of Anvilheim. Really, really sweet one. Voltaris, we know it, we love it. Lightning Flow Generation, very important to all three of these heroes. Happy to see a gem in the with the means to do that. But I think the talk of this set, especially after the keynote this weekend, has definitely been these omens. The gates to Iarathiel, I have no doubt on TCG Player are going through the roof. Everyone wants them after the reveal this weekend. I'm keeping my eyes on the rune chants now that I know we can tutor them out of our deck.
The set is called Omens, of course, and so it is foreshadowing what is coming and usurp the Shadow Throne with these rune chants that are absolutely gorgeous. I'm curious to see what Balgor does in Silver Age as well. Currently, if you're really, really lucky, you can pull him from an Omens of the Third Age box, and of course, to your point, those amazing Gate to Irathael tokens, which it seems like all three of the Shadow Heroes in Usurp the Shadow Throne are potentially interested in making.
Absolutely. I know I'm hoping to find Balgor inside my pre-release kit, because you can play it in sealed if you find it there. If you're at the world premiere with us in Korea, I know you'll be hoping to find one in your kit there. Will certainly make for an interesting weekend. Omens of the Third Age in stores for you now. Very exciting for numerous reasons. Now, Pankaj, I've been given the option to right a horrific wrong this morning. So I need to make sure that happens for you, for me, and for the good of the community at home.
You're shaving the beard and just doing a mustache.
What?
As you said you would yesterday.
What is it with you? Never mind. But let's not worry about the facial hair. Look, I understand that there are numerous people at home that want to see you and Hayden Dale cast some Flesh and Blood together. It always gets asked for. You guys make it very clear on the podcast that you want to make that happen. And so I feel it's just my moral duty to step out, grab some breakfast, enjoy the draft, and give you guys the time to shine together. How does that sound? That
sounds amazing. All the comments have finally been heard. We have gotten through to Sam, and Hayden and I will finally get to do some coverage together. It'll be awesome.
Sounds like fun to me. If you want to see a draft with Arsenal Pass, don't go anywhere.
Whether it's a breakout deck from Minneapolis, a surprise hero making a deep run, or must-have cards spiking between rounds, TCG Player makes it easier than ever for you to track what's moving, what's trending, and which cards Flesh and Blood players actually want right now. If you're building your deck, making upgrades for an armory, or hunting for the cards everyone's talking about, TCG Player helps you take your Flesh and Blood game to the next level. Get all the cards, decks, and packs you need at TCG Player, the trusted marketplace for Flesh and Blood.
Day number 2 here, Pro Tour Las Vegas, as we head down the home stretch to find our top 8 for this Pro Tour. I'm Hayden Dale, that is Pankaj Bhojwani, and they have led us in the booth together, Pankaj.
We finally got through the Sam. All it took was for us, we went out to dinner together last night, got a few drinks in him, and we're like, hey, we should make a last-minute change to the schedule, and he finally let it happen. So we're here together, calling this draft together. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, it is day number 2, draft number 2 here at Pro Tour Las Vegas, and Omens of the Third Age draft did not disappoint on day 1, Pankaj. Takeaways for you from that first draft?
First thing is that people seem to be maybe moving away from the tendency towards Oscilio that we saw earlier in the draft format. Question is, will that be corrected in this draft format? What takeaways did you have?
I think for me, the biggest thing was seeing how players have evolved from 8 weeks ago when we were sat in Prague for the world premiere, seeing how players Oscilio, right? I think that Oscilio bias was a big conversation coming into this weekend. We had one Oscilio in our feature pod on day 1. That was our 8-0 player, or one of our 8-0 players, Yuki Libenda. So there's definitely been a bit of a movement, a bit of a shift. And I think we're really seeing those 3 heroes now pretty well balanced, and players approaching it that way with balance.
And I think we maybe see why, because Michael Hamilton, with his 1 of 4 Zyggy deck, made the matchup into Oscilio still look really, really good for him. So you imagine if the deck was just a little bit higher on card quality, maybe that's why people are moving a little bit away from Oscilio. And I also think they've become more comfortable drafting and playing Aurora.
Yeah, players have just adapted, right? Like, you saw it there. So I think at the start, for me, it's about those chain extenders and those hand extenders, where I think early on, Oscilio was just absolutely punishing players for not understanding how to draft, how to build their decks, how to set it all up. And now you're seeing players adapt. I mean, watching Michael put on that masterclass, he made that game look so close into what was, frankly, a bit of a broken deck that Yuki put together as a 1 of 1 Oscilio in that pod.
Exactly. And coming back to the draft portion that you're talking about, we are seeing players prioritize things like Thunderous Retort in the first part of the picks, and then wheeling something else is actually good for the deck, and prioritizing these prevention effects early on in the draft, which I think is a fantastic evolution of how people are approaching this format.
Have you seen any changes to the way that players are drafting, specifically even just yesterday? And do you think we'll see any changes as players come into day 2? Has day 1 changed anything for our players?
I think the main thing that comes to my mind is the equipment priority. This isn't something that I think has maybe changed, but I think different players value the equipment very, very differently across from each other. And something that we've talked about a lot about is card evaluation. I do still feel like that hasn't fully solidified, even coming into this weekend. Some players evaluate certain cards, especially equipment, way higher than others, and neither of them are necessarily wrong. Everyone just has a different approach to what they prioritize in this draft format.
Well, if you want to learn from the best, we have the best for you here on day 2 in our draft pod, because Pankaj, it is absolutely stacked. Take a look at this pod number 1 here for day 2. Look around the names. We, of course, have our 2 undefeated players, Yuki Libenda, Matthew Dilks. It is a Canadian takeover, but there is a number of other massive names. Who catches your eye, Pankaj, for this pod?
Well, firstly, this is the strongest draft format we have had in coverage history. And this is this is day 2 of the Pro Tour. We have these stacked players over here. I think what sticks out to me the most, Hayden, is that 3 of these players have drafted together a bunch before practicing together. Michael Hamilton, Yuki Libenda, and Majin Bay all test together, all have drafted so many times together. Actually, Michael Hamilton was actually running some draft masterclasses in the Discord for everyone. He was going through every single hero, all the generics as well. There were like 3 separate Discord calls where he was going through card evaluations. All of them together were discussing which cards maybe take higher priority over the others. So lots of familiarity already within this top 8 players in this draft.
That's fascinating because at this level that we're at tier 4, you know, you've got players from all around the world, but when these players come together either as a team or they operate as a testing group, what does that mean when we get to the Pro Tour stage and they end up in a pod together? Does that change the way that they approach it?
So Michael Hamilton actually told me yesterday that he was again to the left of Yuki Libenda, which means Yuki was passing to him, and he knew that Yuki knew that he has a little bit of a Zyggy bias, and so when he saw that Yuki passed him a Zyggy piece, I think it was a Corrosive Space Dust, he said, okay, cool, I'll take this as a signal, and I'm just gonna come into Zyggy over here. And I think there's maybe a little bit of that these players can lean on. But I also want to focus a little bit on the other heroes that we have here, the other players. Nova-chan, one of the few remaining members of Blue Pitch that's allowed to compete at a high level, showing up here at day 2 of Pro Tour Las Vegas. I've got my eyes on him for sure as well.
I want to quickly point out as well, aside from those 3 players, we have another Canadian in the form of Noah Clark, Nova-chan there as well, who's been on a bit of a tear recently. Majin Bay, you spoke about Ken Kurohara, one of our Japanese players there. And then we cannot forget the one-armed KO impersonator, Daniel Rakowski, this weekend. He's been drafting with one hand almost tied behind his back. He's got a bit of an injury, but he is at 7-1. We're going to be seeing him at this feature table as well.
Have to also shout out Noah Clark, of course, piloting Gravy Bones in the CC side of things, but showing us that he has the draft chops to make it and stand toe-to-toe with these other titans of the game as well.
Well, Pankaj, I think we should wait no longer. We should get in and focus in on our featured drafter for this pod. It is going to be one Yuki Libenda, one of our 8-0 players here at Pro Tour day number 2.
So Visionary of Orbits already sticking out as a very strong piece to just have in your deck, leaves you open as well. We've said time and time again, the value proposition in this format is a little bit different compared to previous draft formats. It's a low power format. If you can do a 2-card 7, that is still a very strong play to be able to do in this format.
How does that line up against something like Electrolyze in the pack here as well? It can keep you open.
That also keeps you open, something that all 3 heroes will like to do. We've spoken time and time again. You want to make sure you can convert your hands in this format, either on defense or on offense. Electrolyze definitely more on the offensive side of things on that front.
I mean, Cosmic Suture as well. Do you take this sort of strong wizard card and try and cut the signal early? Could be a lane here for Yuki Libenda.
Do you think Cosmic Suture is strong enough for that? If there's a red core reaction, I'll be like, oh yeah, okay, that's a very strong Oscilio piece, but compared to Visionary of Orbits, which keeps you open and is maybe at a similar power level, makes a little bit more sense to me.
I think that's where I'd be. I really like Yuki's pick there, going in the Visionary of Orbits pick one there and just staying open. There wasn't a real clear, powerful card to take, so stay open and see what comes to you.
Ooh, red Path of Same Ends. That is a power card for Aurora. Red Electron Jolt Step as well.
Yeah, this pack you see a red Flittering Spike. I guess the lightning cards in this pack look a little bit weaker, and it looks like the equipment's still in the pack, so pick one from the right may have been a generic or a lightning card taken.
Mm-hmm. And the previous equipment as well was the Oscilio arms piece. This time we see the Zyggy arms piece. Again, doesn't want to lock herself into a hero too early. Red Flittering Spike looking very, very attractive to go with the Visionary of Orbits. Just 2 cards that still keep you very, very open and 2 very, very strong picks.
I think one of the challenges here for Yuki is you've got Path the Same Ends and that Jolt Step pulled to the front, but they're the 2 strongest class cards in the pack.
Exactly.
So if you take one of them, does that cut enough of a signal? Or could the person to your left potentially jump into Runeblade as well and contest you?
So one thing I know about Yuki is that she doesn't mind sending a strong class card of something that she's in later on, because she's still in the better seat of it. She's spoken to me about this before. She says, it's fine if the person to my left is also in the same class as me.
Just not to the right.
Yeah, I'm in the better seat for it. It's totally okay.
Path the Same Ends, I think the pick there and the strongest card in the pack, which makes sense for Yuki. Been a great pickup, and we'll see what pack 3 has for her. Looks like there was a red
Rush of Power.
Yeah, a quick step card there could be the pickup here for Yuki. As you see her sorting the cards here, just working out, okay, what has been taken from the pack so far? What signals can I potentially read here?
At this point, do you think it's too early to start thinking about the wheel here? Because I'm looking at this blue Quick Succession as well, but these are the only 2 Runeblade cards in the pack. Is it, I don't know, how likely is it that maybe you can wheel one of these cards?
So I think if you don't take one of them, you've got to worry about the signals you send. And if you do take one of them, I don't think you're wheeling the other one. So, because there is 2 blue lightning cards that are quite strong in Sigil of Lightning, and I believe there was
There's a Sigil of Astral Flow and a Flow Through.
But I think Rush of Power is just like such a clean pick here for Yuki. Keep cutting this Runeblade lane, and it feels like she's found her seat already as we get into pick 3, and she takes that Rush of Power. Yeah, like that pick up there for Yuki, and we'll see what comes in for pick 4. Would ideally just like to see the Runeblade cards continue to flow here.
And coming back to Yuki's draft yesterday, she was of course the one of Oscilio, found a seat there yesterday. But despite being the one of Oscilio, she only had 2 pieces of equipment, which she didn't need because the main deck was that strong. But I wonder whether she's maybe going to prioritize equipment a little bit higher this time around, make sure she gets at least 3 pieces, hopefully even 4.
Yeah, Seeker's Head, though, not the equipment you want to see.
Yeah.
So this yellow path of Same Ends has been pulled to the front. That makes a lot of sense to me. I think also just continuing to cut the Runeblade lane here.
And there's still 2 Runeblade commons in this pack, so that's still a fairly decent sign. Also seems to be considering the Seeker's Hood.
Yeah, maybe because she's up against the yellow here, path of Same Ends. If it's red, I think you obviously slam that. But up against the yellow, do you just start to get some equipment in the bank for Yuki? And that's the way she decides to go.
Expression there, definitely. I think she's not the happiest with this equipment piece. Maybe she's hoping to wheel one of those 2 cards. There was a blue Destructive Fleetfoot and a yellow Path of Same Ends. Hopefully one of them comes back around in the second go-round in this pack.
Okay, a couple of Runeblade cards in this pack, including a rare and a majestic. What do you think of Arcanic Crackle here?
Arcanic Crackle. Is Arcanic Reproach too much of a meme, you think, in this draft format? I mean, it's
Arcanic Cunning, sorry, is the card. I'm thinking
Arcanic
Crackle.
Okay. Arcanic Reproach.
It's a blue 3 block. You can win. I've won a draft game with this card
exactly.
before.
It's one of the things. Let's see. And
I like the Cunning because it's just a 0 for 4 here that does actually have relevant text. I found this card to be quite relevant into late games against Oscilio.
Also, looking at the texture of this pack, once again, still 2 Runeblade commons in here.
Runeblade like feels very open.
Yeah, Yuki seems to have found his seat very, very effectively.
Arcane Cunning, the pick here, I think, just a nice 0 4. Yuki has a number of reds here, though, so already got a lot of power cards to work with. Oh, and that's kind of perfect.
Wow.
That's a blue Quick Succession coming around this late, and I think that's kind of the perfect card for Yuki here.
Blue Quick Succession and the yellow Path of Same Ends. We saw this a few picks ago as well when she picked the Seeker's Hood, I believe. So I think she totally has found her lane here.
Yeah, and actually this pick is reasonably close because I think you do want some blues that are really strong for extending your hands, like blue Quick Succession, but yellow Path of Same Ends is still very, very good.
And look at that, she's even thumbing the Spellbane Sigil, already is thinking about the prevention effects she might need if she faces off against Oscilio. That's another fantastic aspect of this draft format as well. Every hero that you're in, you need to think about how you're going to deal with the arcane damage wizard in the format.
Yeah, but does decide to take that Quick Succession. We'll be looking for some of that prevention later on. And there is a blue Vault-bound Duality. That is, again, kind of just a great pick at this point in the draft for Yuki. But she is pulling to the forward that
Astral Assault.
Yeah, what do you think of that card?
I'm leaning towards the blue Vault-bound Duality for sure. I feel like it's one of the strongest blue 3 blocks that you can have in Aurora. The extra reach damage at the end alongside the guaranteed generation of lightning flow is something that Aurora definitely needs. You don't want to end up with an Aurora deck that cannot generate lightning flow. That's one of the fail states of the hero because of how essential that the pieces are to create embodiments of lightning to go wide.
Yeah, Yuki goes ahead and picks that up here. We'll look at this next pack. And there's a Calm Veil of Volthaven. So if you want to talk about cards that are strong against Oscilio, but there's also a Mind Meld.
In terms of prevention effects for Oscilio, which one do you lean towards? Calm Veil of Volthaven or the Brush Off that she's considering here?
So I like Calm Veil of Volthaven early because it can be played into any matchup. And again, talking about lightning flow helps create that lightning flow. So I think that's a really nice pickup here for Yuki. If you end up as a 1 of 3 Aurora, she may need to play that main deck. If she ends up 1 of 2, she probably won't have to.
So back in the wheel here, this was her first pack, and the Res Cosmic Suture is still here. Is Oscilio perhaps very open once again in this draft format, in this draft pod?
But the arms are gone. The wizard arms are gone here. So at least one, at least one Oscilio, and we're going to take that second Calm Veil of Volthaven. So where do you put Yuki right now in terms of the amount of Oscilio sort of prevention effects that she has already got in pack 1?
She's got prevention for it, but I think she's a little light on blues and a little light on equipment as well. It's not just main deck cards that you need to potentially go to have enough defenses against an Oscilio. You also want to make sure you have enough prevention pieces in the equipment slots. Currently just the Seeker's Hood, currently a little bit low on blues as well.
Yeah, and the wheeler's not helping her out here. We saw a couple of those blues early on in the pack, but they have not been wheeled here. So it looks like Yuki may be possibly 1 of 3 Aurora because we saw double blue Aurora card in that second pick, and they have not wheeled around.
And it looks like, once again, lots of Oscilio pieces here towards the end of the pack. That was 3 wizard cards. Are we seeing a repeat of just 1 wizard in this pot of 8 once again?
Yeah, a Red Conflicting Thoughts, though, is not a bad late pickup.
Decent, yeah. Not a lightning card to activate Scorpio, and here she has a glide through Starlight.
But
That's
Blue
the only
Meteoric
pickable.
Impact, though. Blue
Yeah.
Meteoric Impact still in this pack. Clearly, Oscilio is quite open. Are we dealing with another feature pop with just one Oscilio? Have we gone full circle on Oscilio in this draft format and finding that it is now being underdrafted potentially?
I think that seems to be the evolution of the format that we've spoken about before. There was a strong Oscilio bias at the beginning. A lot of people saying, okay, now he's being overdrafted. I'm going to lean away from this. And once again, one max two Oscilios, it seems like, in this pod.
Yeah, how do you think that pack one, summing it up for Yuki, went?
I think she has some good threats. Path of Same Ends has a blue quick succession as well, I believe. I think that's one of the blues that she picked. A little light on blues, a little light on equipment, but plenty of time to get those shored up as well. And the reds are very, very good here. The Path of Same Ends, Russia Power, Visionary of Orbits in particular stick out to me.
Yeah, I think Yuki's done a great job of navigating this first pack in terms of getting a number of strong power cards, ways to deal damage, but also has sewn up probably her Oscilio matchup at least some of the way with those two Calm Veil of Vault Havens and a Seeker's Hood. But you said maybe missing a bit of equipment. You want to, ideally, sometimes I would say 2 equipment from pack 1 or a really strong piece of equipment, and just the Seeker's Hood is maybe a little underwhelming.
Yeah, and Calm Veil of Vault Haven, yeah, it's good into the Oscilio, but you do need the resource cards to back it up as well, because typically Aurora in this format also needs a resource card for her own turn, and you can't just into Oscilio just prevent the damage and not send anything back as well. When you're on the Aurora side, Zyggy, you can do that, you can get away with that, just like, you know, playing for a fatigue, but Aurora needs to put pressure on the opponent as well.
So pack 2, what is Yuki looking for, do you think?
Resource cards, equipment.
Okay. Well, let's find out and see what Yuki can find. I do wonder if a piece of equipment comes early in this pack, do you just snap that off? For instance, if you see the Aurora arms, if you see an Astral chest, is that just, that's your kind of first priority? Or do you think Yuki actually needs to start thinking about the resource cards early here?
I think if the equipment is a prevention piece, so anything other than snap fingers, I think I would prioritize, but we know that Yuki actually does seem to prefer having stronger main deck cards, and, you know, it served her well so far, so...
Yeah, sounds like players are ready for pack 2. Let's go and find out what Yuki can open up and draft. Oh, okay. Pankaj Bhojwani! If you want to talk about what to open, oh my goodness, that is maybe the perfect card. An absolute bomb in the form of Tempestuous Kiss there.
And there are not many bombs in this format. Tempestuous Kiss is one of the few that people can even say qualifies as a bomb in this format. There's still a few other strong cards as well. The Constella Tiara, well, she has a Seeker's Hood already, so not so interested in the headpiece either.
But
Blue Electron Jolt Step, Yellow Quick Succession regarded as the best color of that card.
So remember this pack, because the wheel is going to be very important for Yuki here. There is a blue Electron Jolt Step, that Quick Step Yellow, a Quick Succession Yellow, that Volt Band Duality. She should easily wheel one of these.
Blue Heaven's Claws as well. Even if you pick up Blue Heaven's Claws in your Aurora deck, you're very happy to get that on the wheel.
Is Tempestuous Kiss one of the most powerful cards in this set?
I think so. I think this ends up being game plan defining. You have this in your deck, you know you're playing for the 1-turn cycle where you get to play this and steal all tempo from your opponent.
Yeah, that Quick Strike effect. So powerful. We're going to go ahead and pick that up and look at pack 2. Pick number 2 here for Yuki. And
Blazed Lightning. I think that tells us Michael Hamilton is to her left. So Michael Hamilton is one who passed this pack to her. I think that tells us he either already picked up his own copy of Blazed Lightning or already had a strong boots piece in his pack 1 pick 1.
Or maybe something even stronger, a rare potentially in the pack for him.
Yuki
also seeing a Path of Same Ends here as well.
Mm-hmm. I feel like there are very few cards you would pick over a Blazed Lightning pack 1 pick 1. Yeah. So want to say maybe pick that up already earlier, or maybe another Bomb Majestic or something.
I mean, you're right. I think Blazed Lightning is just so powerful.
It's prevention. We spoke on how she needs a little bit more of that. She needs to fill out the equipment slot. It also generates Embodiment of Lightning. I think this is probably the best piece of equipment in the set.
So which would your pick be here, the Path or the Blazed Lightning?
The Blazed Lightning. But I'm also biased towards equipment quite a fair bit.
Yeah, I mean, Yuki is weighing it up here. It is going to be that Blazed Lightning, and we'll see what Yuki can wheel back around. I don't think we're going to be wheeling back around that Path of Same Ends.
Certainly not. There's definitely more than one Aurora at this table.
See what you can find in this next pack. Resource cards, as you said, is definitely on the mind for Yuki. A lot of Path of Same Ends being opened up through these first 2 packs.
How are you feeling about Yuki's Lightning Flow generation so far?
It's okay. We have the prevention effects that are doing that. I would like to pick up a couple of more, or at least natural go again cards. Like if we can wheel something like that Yellow Thunderous Retort, that would be fantastic. Looks like there was a rare Quick Strike in this pack as well. The pair alongside that yellow Path of Same Ends, Yellow Duality, but there's a lot of Runeblade cards coming around here as well. There's another red Quick Strike card here.
Yes, it seems to be the Runeblades are maybe to Yuki's right over here. So in pack 2, able to get a little bit more selection of these Runeblade cards. And there's also a fair number of these in the pack, so I think at this point she's also thinking what is likely for her to wheel. Dashing Fleetfoot, definitely the strongest of the Quick Strike cards in this pack, perhaps even in the set, aside from Tempestuous Kiss, of course.
Yeah, Fleshfoot is the one that you want, I think, and no surprise that Yuki goes ahead and takes that. I think that is a massive, massive pickup. I think these first 3 picks for Yuki Liebender in Pack 2 are honestly kind of phenomenal.
Incredible. Currently still only 2 blues, though. Has a few yellows, but definitely needs to start looking at some resource cards soon. Blue Thunderous Retort. What do you think of that in Aurora?
A big fan. Big fan. I think, resource card that gives you the natural go again, but there's another card that really catches my eye in here, Pankaj. That's a red Electron Jolt Step. You want to talk about lightning flow creation. Here's probably the best one in Runeblade for you. Extends your hand, creates that lightning flow for you.
And Blue Thunderous Retort, something that maybe is a card that you can expect to wheel, sometimes quite highly prioritized by other players as well, but you're more likely to wheel that than the red Electron Jolt Step, to your point.
Yeah, and it looks like Yuki is going to go ahead maybe and pick that up. I can't see any other pick other than this Jolt Step. It's going to do everything that she needs to at this point. I think the one thing, if I'm checking in on the Pankaj Bhojwani, what do we need to sort of counter resources? We're still light on. So we did see, though, in that first and second picks, Yuki's going to wheel some decent blues.
Got this pack over here. Oh, man. I'm just looking at these cards. There's so many Oscilio cards in this pack.
Yeah, Inion Surge Red still in the pack.
Blue Nebula Duality here in pick 5.
Constella Waves, yeah, a lot of Oscilios. Do you think we're dealing with 1, 2 Oscilios in this pod?
I think it's at most 2, and it's very likely 1. Constella Waves here as well. We know it was missing in the previous pack, but this one is still here all the way until pick 5 for Yuki Liebender.
And Contemplation there. Looks like Movrin Skies, not Movrin
Mercurial.
Skies, Mercurial.
Very Viscerai pilled you are.
I've just been so excited by seeing Viscerai and all the hype this weekend. It is going to be those Mercurial Skies blue that Yuki goes and picks up. That is a great resource card and generates go again as well.
Exactly. And she picked it up over the blue Quick Strike piece, which tells you the blue Quick Strike card also blocks 3, but she's picking the 2 block because she wants the additional go again.
Yeah, I really like that. Wow, red Cosmic Suture, red Arc Crab. Oscilio is so open.
It's a 1 Oscilio pod. I think this has to be a 1 Oscilio pod. The question is whether Yuki is one of the 3 of us Auroras or one of the 4. Hopefully, for her sake, it's one of 3 Auroras.
I mean, based on card quality so far through Pack 1 and even Pack 2 so far, to me, it looks like a 1 of 3 Aurora draft.
And you see her flick the red Cosmic Suture as well. I think she's experiencing a little bit of regret for maybe not going to the hero.
Yellow Electron Jolt Step is not a terrible pickup here, though.
It's decent for sure. We're soon going to be coming around the wheel where we know she can hopefully expect to pick up some of the stronger pieces. 2 more picks before she hits that wheel. Once you fill out those blues that she saw, man, again, so many strong blue Oscilio cards here.
Yeah, but there is a blue Voltbound and a blue Sigil in this pack, so more ways for Yuki to get Lightning Flow and go again, potentially. So this blue resource base for Yuki is starting to shape up quite nicely, albeit still a little slim.
I like the blue Voltbound Duality pick over here. Duality just feels like one of the strongest cards to have in your resource base. You naturally pitch it towards the end game, and then you can scam your opponent by dealing damage on their turn, or create an essential lightning flow to perhaps prevent some damage, or to create an embodiment of lightning if you're an Aurora. Just so incredibly flexible towards the end game.
Yeah, and Yuki agrees with you picking up that blue Voltbound Duality there. I really like having 4 to 5, even 6 dualities in my Aurora decks where I can. Wow. Okay.
Another one.
Yuki also seems really open. There's also a red stunning swipe in this pack as well.
Yeah, and there's been 3 picks so far where we've seen a blue Quick Strike card in the pack as well, next to 1 or 2 other strong Aurora pieces.
Yeah, Yuki going to go ahead and pick up that stunning swipe to add to the swath of very strong red damage cards.
I really like this pick because I think she's expecting some resource cards to come through now on the wheel. We are now at the wheel. This is the first wheel for Yuki Liebender, and she knows that she's been passing some of the blue Aurora pieces, the blue lightning cards, and she's hoping to find those here. That's why she picks up the red Quick Strike card in her pick 8.
And wheel she does Electron Jolt Set blue and Voltbound Duality red. Which one do you like here, Pankaj?
This is a very, very tough call. I think because you're expecting more blues, picking up the red here makes a lot of sense.
Yep, I like that one there for Yuki. Just adding to that duality count, I believe we're up to now 3 dualities for Yuki. And there you see it, that blue stunning swipe has come back around. So it looks like we're dealing with 3 Auroras based on that, I would say, Pankaj.
Blue Starlight Road, not exactly a bad pick either. I know Yuki in particular actually does kind of like the Starlight Road just for its sheer flexibility.
Do you think Yuki's got enough other blue go again effects? It's time to balance them off against some blocks and some attacks?
I think I want to see more Oscilio prevention at this point. Yeah, the Yellow Thunderous Retort potentially being thrown by here. But, I mean, Do you pick that over yellow duality? Duality is one of the strongest cards.
I mean, I think I do because I think you are still missing 1 or 2 pieces of Oscilio
Prevention,
hate or prevention. And this is one that just naturally makes your deck because it just gives you that go again. It's a yellow. I think it's just the best pickup here.
Still having a playable piece over here in the blue Conflicting Thoughts. Blue 3 block. You can't really complain about that to just shore up your resource base. So in terms of Oscilio hate cards, she currently has 2 Calm Veil of Voltames. Look at this pack,
Oh my
Hayden.
goodness, Pankaj.
Oh my god.
Hate draft that Constella Waves. Might be one of Oscilio in this draft.
At this point, it
potentially.
seems like it's a one of Oscilio, yeah.
Last pick here for Yuki. Indian Search Blue, not helpful, but again, another Oscilio card. We see there Oscilio looking pretty open in this draft board, but however, Yuki's seat looking decent. So even if she's one of Aurora, it seems like she's in a good spot, maybe across the table from the 2 other Auroras. How do you rate pack 2 for her?
I think pack 2 for her is very, very good. I have a little bit of concern for the Zyggies at the table. It seems like that is once again the hero that has been overdrafted in our feature pod.
Standouts so far in this deck that we're constructing here for Yuki?
Well, Tempestuous Kiss, obviously. The bomb of the format. She has access to that. Now has picked up those resource cards. Picked up Laced Lightning as well. That is one of the strongest pieces of equipment over here. Yuki has some bombs here, both in the equipment slot and in the main deck as well.
Yeah, Tempestuous Kiss, I'm sure, going to do a number in this draft, but you look ahead there, some other really powerful reds path the same ends. We've got a number of quick strike cards starting to come together, including Rush of Power, Stunning Swipe. I feel like you do want a few of those 0-cost cards, so probably something Yuki wants to pick up a few more of in pack 3.
Totally agree. Let's talk about the Oscilio hate cards a little bit. I see 2 Calm Veil Volthavens in the red. There's a Glide Through Starlight as well, which in a pinch can be used as a prevention effect. There's a Thunderous Retort. Do you think she maybe wants maybe 1 or 2 more pieces of that in pack 3?
I think it's a great question. I think like 1 or 2 more would be fantastic. One that you can maybe main deck, maybe a second yellow Thunderous Retort or a blue Thunderous Retort like we spoke about, maybe a red for the sideboard. And I think you're looking in a really good spot here for Yuki.
It's interesting because into Oscilio, when you're Aurora, you need some prevention effects, but you also want to put a bunch of pressure, and that it seems like Yuki has already, and maybe because of that, she can maybe let up a little bit on the prevention, on the Oscilio hate, so to speak.
You spoke about resource cards after pack 1. How are you feeling after pack 2 for Yuki?
I think she needs a few more. I think she's with 6 blues and a couple of yellows. It felt like it was around that range. I think she needs a little bit more, especially to cash in the Calm Veil Volthavens, the Lace Lightning, for example, Tempestuous Kiss as well. You don't want to draw that on an all-red hand.
Right, well, let's find out if Yuki can find those down in our feature draft pod as we're ready for pack 3 here. See what Yuki Leapender can find, and look at that absolutely stacked draft pod. Names and faces. Another 8-0 draft there in Matthew Dilks, reviewing his picks, getting ready for pack 3. Players have picked up the cards, and let's see what Yuki finds.
Starflower Robes. She's missing a chess piece, and that is sort of the chess piece equivalent of Lace Lightning.
Yeah, we're at 2 equipment, right, for Yuki. We've got a Seeker's Head and the Lace
Lightning.
Yep.
Starflower Robes. I know you are a big fan of this chess piece. I think for you, this is comparable to Lace Lightning, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Lace Lightning I think is just so powerful, but I think Starflow Robes as well. We were speaking about Yuki's Lightning Flow generation, especially her natural Lightning Flow generation, and I think this is kind of the perfect pickup for me here.
And I think she's considering what she could possibly wheel in this pack. I think she's almost certainly just picking the Starflower Robes and looking at the rest of the pack to see what she can wheel. Anything sticking out to you in terms of the wheel here?
Yellow Rush of Power. I think just shoring up those quick strike cards, you do need to make sure you've got a number of attacks, those quick strike attacks, and even if some of them are yellow. Weighing up the rest of the pack. There's Red Corrosive Space Dust in this pack as well, so that's going to be a nice pickup for one of our Zyggy players, but it is the Starflow Robe for Yuki in pack 3, pick 1, and we'll see what comes through next in the cards. See if we can find some more resource cards like you spoke about, maybe a couple of other powerful reds.
And at this point, I think her Go Again and Lightning Flow generation is is pretty good already. It's quite sorted out. This needs maybe more of those main deck cards. And looking at her unplayables so far, across the first 2 packs, she has a total of 4 unplayables, so still has plenty of space, it seems like. What do you think of these Seeker's Mitts? She's missing a glove slot. Is this strong enough, you think, to shore it up?
I think because you have the Seeker's Hood and you have the Starflow Robes and the Lace Lightning, you can pick up the other 1-cost piece here, and then you've got the nice sort of 2 blues for your 2 pieces of equipment each. But I also think that Yuki really needs something like a Stunning Swipe here. Just add to that red pool of quick strike cards. So I think it's really close, honestly.
Seeker's Mitts, yeah, it really shores up the resource curve alongside the Lace Lightning or the Starflower Robes, and it's also another piece of Oscilio hate that's on board as well. Many many potential viable picks over here. Looking like she's going to go with the Seekers mids. Seekers with two cost equipment prevention pieces in Lace Lightning and Starflow Robes. She's got the equipment sorted out now.
What I like about that pick as well is it just opens Yuki to just take whatever she needs from now on. Equipment is done and dusted. We are sorted there, so we can just start taking anything else. And there's a Red Rush of Power immediately paid off.
And at this point, I feel like she maybe is even fine if she doesn't find any more of those Oscilio prevention pieces. She has 3 prevention across her equipment currently. Any lightning flow generators as well are more prevention against the Oscilio. Has 3 strong prevention pieces in the deck already. I feel like she can just focus on exactly what the main deck needs in terms of executing her game plan.
Which could be an Electrolyze, just natural go again. You don't want to brick on these hands, and this might just sort of ensure that Yuki's deck and her draws remain as smooth as possible, as opposed to maybe picking up one of these 0 costs that she may be able to wheel, because there's also a yellow destructive Fleetfoot. So if she ends up with 1 or 2 yellow quick strikes, but has something like an Electrolyze for smooth, natural go again draws, that might be okay.
That's a fantastic point. She's way more likely to wheel one of these Runeblade cards rather than the generic that goes in all 3 decks that all 3 decks likes to play. It's a great call out there. She does go ahead and pick up the Electrolyze.
Yeah, and I just want to note as well, looking at that pack, aside from the Runeblade cards and the Wizard cards, the Zyggy cards were looking very slim. And we think that 2 Yuki Lee Benders left, Michael Hamilton might be in Zyggy, right? And maybe really struggling to get the card quality he needs. And wow, is that a Leech Vitality in the pack and a red Quick Succession? This pack is absolutely stacked for Runeblade, Pankaj.
Again, at this point, when you have so many choices in your picks already just in pick 4, at this point, Yuki's just straight up thinking about the wheel already.
Wow, there's double Leech.
Mm-hmm. And a red Quick Succession, blue as well. Yeah, again, you have one of these picks, either the Leech or the Quick Succession, and then you're thinking, what are you going to wheel?
I like the Leech Vitality because Yuki has the Dashing Flash Foot as well to pair with that already. So I think this is quite a nice pickup, just a nice hand extender. It's a powerful card by itself. And we have only got the 1 Jolt Step, I think, so far in red.
I think she has a yellow one as well. But yeah, to your point, extenders that don't require an embodiment of lightning are quite premium in Aurora for sure.
That's a really nice pickup here for Yuki. As we check in, pick 5 about to come up. We're still looking for a couple more resource cards.
I think so. And she did thumb the blue Thunderous Retort that was there in the previous pack. And I think she's hoping to wheel that around.
Oh, Snap Fingers in the pack, though. She flicks it because she took those mitts earlier. She may be a little bit punished for doing so.
I think she made the correct read that there are definitely at least 2 other Auroras at the table, and so just shore up the arms piece. I don't think she was expecting to see a Snap Fingers at this point, but still, I don't think she's too upset with the fact that the equipment setup gives her the clean pay via blue to activate 2 pieces of equipment.
Bringing that Tempt over to the front, is that a card I've not played in draft? I don't have much experience with that card.
It's interesting. It can like blow people out. You steal the flow suddenly or steal Embodiment of Lightning. Even if the Aurora ends the turn with Embodiment of Lightning, you threaten to like steal that for the turn. You do need to find a way to give it go again though to really maximize it. Or you could even steal a flow and then convert that into an Embodiment of Lightning yourself by pitching.
Yeah, and that's the way Yuki
goes. Blow people out.
Yeah, that's the way Yuki goes, taking that Tempt over.
Yeah, I have to point out that it's generic, not lightning cards, so not going to be given go again by her Quick Successions, as she's picked up a couple of copies of. So it does require an embodiment of lightning to get the full value from it, but still, 3 block in the yellow, you can't complain too much about it.
As we look in at this pack, there is a red Quick Succession. Looks like a couple of blues as options for Yuki as well. And there's a yellow Stinging Sprite in there as well. Looks like the Quick Succession is going to be the pull forward. I feel like at this point, Yuki may need to start prioritizing some of these blues, though.
I also wonder whether... I don't know what her attack count is. That's something we definitely need to look over when we do the deck review, because at this point I wonder whether she has too many, well, not attacks, because you do need payoffs for your Embodiments of Lightning, payoff for your Quick Successions, and one of Aurora's fail states in this format is drawing the Runeblade hand of just 4 non-attacks.
Yeah, but there is that Flow Stride. That is going to add to the pick order for Yuki and work with that Leech Vitality as well.
Yeah, not a resource card though at this point as well.
Yeah, Yuki's now actually starting to come up against tough picks here in terms of would like this in the deck, but also still needs some resources. Also a Yellow Thunderous Retort in the pack, so really tough picks here for Yuki.
She wants powerful attacks to be able to send at the opponent, but she also needs resource cards to fund those. Picks up the red attack. At this point, I do feel like the rest of the picks maybe need to be a little bit more resource heavy.
I like the Singeing Flow Stride though. It works really well with that Leech Vitality and just adding power to the deck. Yuki, I think, can pick up maybe 1 or 2 other blues, even if they're kind of middling, like something like this through Starlight is also fine. But there is a red Thunderous Retort, which would kind of be the final piece Yuki maybe needs against these, we think, 1 of 1 or 1 of 2 Oscilios.
definitely something that's on her mind at this point, recognizing she's been seeing the signals. We all have. Oscilio is really, really open. She knows that if she does well in this draft pod, she will need to face off against that strong Oscilio. Needs to make sure that she has the tools to overcome that matchup.
Yeah, but needs the blues as well, so ends up going with that glide through starlight, which kind of does a little bit of both. As we pull forward to the pack here, a rush of power yellow. So Yuki's still getting nice service late in this pack 3 here.
What I really like about the blue pieces of Oscilio hate is that you naturally pitch them early, and later on when they are trying to kill you, you find those pieces, your Thunderous Retort to glide through starlights, for example, and you can just out of nowhere prevent some damage that they weren't expecting you to be able to deal with.
Like that yellow rush of power pickup as well. We were speaking about the attack count, and that's just a nice one there for Yuki to have.
Blue Singeing Flow Stride, looking like the pick here for Yuki Libender.
I think it's a great pickup late in the pack. Again, works with Leech Vitality as well.
And again, this is the wheel. She planned this. In her early picks, she was looking at what the wheel could potentially be, knew that she would find some blues later on, and so prioritized reds early. And now, 2 yellow Runeblade cards.
Yeah, but getting
Can't
paid
complain
off,
too
right?
much.
Because I think we still need one of these attacks, and we said we can deal with yellows late in the pack. That's okay. And Singeing Flowstride yellow is kind of the perfect one here.
Yeah, one thing we have to note about Aurora in this format is that all attack hands is something you can deal with, because you can always pitch one of them into your Aurora hero ability and still convert the hand. All non-attack hands is something that is a fail state for this hero. That's something you need to avoid with the ratios that you put together when you build the Aurora deck.
Blue Thunderous Retort into a blue Stunning Swipe. So the
This is
end of this
beautiful.
pack 3 has worked out so well for Yuki. She read the wheel nicely and is getting absolutely paid off here.
I really like Yuki's seat of it. This is one of those cases. Wow, blue Electron Jolt
Oh
Step
my
as a last
goodness.
pick as well. So no unplayables for her in this pack. Whereas the first 2 packs, she had 2 unplayables towards the ends of both of them. So total, out of all the picks that she's had, the 42 picks, she's found her 4 equipment pieces and only has 4 other unplayables. She has lots of choices here.
Wow, that ended up being a very, very nice pack 3 for Yuki Libender, our featured drafter here in draft number 2 on day number 2. Pankaj, you think Yuki's going to be happy with that?
I think so. I think she's very happy with reading her seat, and she's ended up in a very, very strong Aurora seat. I think the person that's maybe a little bit upset is one of the Zyggys. The 4th Zyggy is the one who is potentially feeling like they maybe should have pivoted to Oscilio. That's, of course, if our read is correct, that is only one Oscilio, which we aren't sure yet.
Well, let's predict it no longer. Let's have a look at how this pod has shaken out here in our featured draft as we look at the deck for Yuki Libender and what she's pulled together here. I just want to ask you, first of all, you spoke about the attack action count. Now, looking at this deck, how do you feel Yuki has how the draft has panned out?
So let's do a real quick attack count over here. It's looking like there is quite a strong number, looking like at least more than half, I want to say, just as a quick glance. Which is good. It's very unlikely for you to draw a hand with 0 attacks, and especially with some smart Arsenal play, making sure you Arsenal attack so you don't fall into his fail case. Resource cards here, also plenty for Yuki.
Yeah, and it looks like about 8 red, or 9, including that Conflicting Thoughts, red attack actions here. So feels like we're really stacked up on red attack actions. Nice 0 for 4s. We've also got that Visionary of Orbits that was picked up really early.
Pack 1, pick 1.
Pack 1, pick 1. A really nice pack 1, pick 1 as we go ahead here and take a look at these cards. And the double Calm Veil of Volhaven. What about those damage prevention effects? How are we feeling at the end there? Because as we headed towards pack 3, you said, do we have enough?
I think we have enough. I think between those and the Yellow Thunderous Retort and also the equipment loadout, which is just the starts in play, stays in play pieces to deal with Oscilio, I think she is doing very, very well into that matchup. Now, of course, this is contingent on how strong the other Oscilio deck is, because we can expect that it's going to be a reasonably stacked Oscilio deck, but I think she's fine on that front because she has the aggression to back it up as well. I'm speaking, of course, about this Red Tempestuous Kiss, her pack 2, pick 1, amazing pickup for Yuki Libender.
Yeah, maybe we can go ahead here and just take a look at the yellows, because I think the yellows are quite interesting for Yuki, the way that things have ended up, because we said these red attacks were strong. We've got a number of them, but we're a little bit short on some of those quick strike attacks. And Yuki's ended up picking up a couple late in pack 3 to really round out the deck. There's that dashing Flash Foot, obviously very powerful, rare there. But we ended up with a yellow Rush of Power to pair with that yellow Singeing Flow Stride just to round things out.
I'm so interested to see how the yellow Tempt over plays in person. I want to see her blow some people out with that card. I want to see it steal Embodiment of Lightning.
Yeah, and of course that does still work. It doesn't work with the quick successions, but with all the other ways that we create go again, the embodiments of lightning, Lightning, the Thunderous Retort, it works so well, right? So I think Yuki is set up for this temp over really nicely as we take a look in at the resources. And we've ended up with 11 blues here for Yuki, so it's worked out all right.
What are your thoughts on the resource count that a good Aurora deck should have, especially one like this that's running Visionary of Orbits and Tempestuous Kiss?
So I really like to have 7 to 9, depending on, like you say, the loadout of 1 cost that you have versus yellows. So if you've got more 1 cost, then I like more blues than yellows. The other thing as well is when you pair into something like an Oscilio and you've got your Calm Veil of Vault Havens, you've got your Thunderous Retorts, things like that, I think you do need those extra blues. The other piece as well is how many of your blues are go again cards, because they're like pseudo resource cards, because sometimes you're having to use them for that go again, right? The Quick Successions, the Mercurial Skies, the Thunderous Retorts there as we take a look at those ways of getting go again.
This is plenty. This is, of course, alongside any Lightning Flow creation effects as well that you can convert into an embodiment of Lightning. I think she has the go-again pieces that she needs to have a very successful Aurora draft.
Yeah, and of course, picking up those 4 pieces of equipment as well. Yuki's got the full loadout. Are we really missing anything here for Yuki?
I don't think so. This feels like an Aurora deck that can actually 3-0 the pod. I think a lot of it rests on just the deck quality of the Oscilio in this format, in this pod.
We spoke about it as well. We've got the Lace Lightning and the Starflow ropes to pair nicely with those Seekers. So we used blues very cleanly. You spoke about how many blues to play. Well, when you can pitch your blues into double damage prevention on your equipment side of things, I think you can also play some extra blues. So for Yuki, it's wound up quite nicely taking that Seeker's Mitts.
I wouldn't be surprised if she is running maybe 10 blues most of the time, and into Oscilio specifically, maybe it goes up to the 11. I don't think there's many reasons for her to go above 11 blues into any matchup, but I also feel like she has enough blues to fund her turns here.
So as we take a look at the full breakdown for Yuki Liebender's deck here, Pankaj, I've got to ask you, how are you grading Yuki's, maybe first of all, draft deck and then her draft out of 10?
Out of 10, I was going to start.
I'll give you any ranking you want. You can go letters if you want.
It's in the. I feel like this is a 9. I mean, we spoke about it. What is she really missing? She's got all the equipment pieces. She's got the bomb in the Tempestuous Kiss. Strong cards like Visionary of Orbits as well. Has the Lightning Flow generation. Has prevention effects as well. Has Jolt Steps. I mean, what more do you want? Is this not just a 10? Like, I feel like I'm wary to give that number, but it's at least a 9. It feels like
this looks like a 3-0 deck to me from Yuki Liebender. Can she go ahead and convert that? Well, we'll have to find out. Of course, Yuki is currently sitting at 8-0, and she will be facing off against our other undefeated player, Matthew Dilks. Let's go ahead and take a look in at that pod and how things shook out. How many Oscilios did we end up with, Pankaj? It was 2. It was Daniel Rakowski and Marjin Bay, but they were sat next to each other. And as you take a look there, Yuki Liebender was actually in pretty clean air when it came to Aurora. So I think she found her seat really nicely there.
And it is 3 Auroras, which was the read that we had throughout the draft pod as well. And then 3 Zyggys, but the Zyggy cards did look a little bit weaker. It feels like we're going to need to see how well those Zyggys do after the Oscilio, though. I think eyes on them for having potentially very, very strong wizard decks.
Yeah, I'm really interested in how the players sort of saw their drafts go. And actually, Pankaj, we've got some words from the floor. Sam O'Byrne has been out there finding out how this draft broke down for our players. Let's hear from him.
Thank you, Hayden. Got some words from our players here as we take a look on screen at, I just have to believe, the single strongest pod in Pro Tour coverage history. This is just a redonkulously stacked group of players doing battle in the Omens Limited format. Yuki Liebender, of course, our featured drafter, had to hear from her first. She said her deck was pretty good. She said full equipment. I mean, I talked to her yesterday, too, and when I talked to her about her Oscilio deck yesterday, she went eyes wide, this deck is busted. She was honestly just like, I think it's pretty good. She was like, I got full equipment, I have the Tempestuous Kiss, I feel like the deck is solid. She actually said, I think it's like an 8. So here from Yuki, she's thinking like an 8. She said, I like Aurora. I have Oscilio hate. I was worried about being light on playables, but like you were mentioning, Hayden, pack 3, I wheeled those Aurora cards, and that felt really good. I feel like I'm in my seat. Also, was able to speak to Nova Chan, and Nova said, I feel like my deck's okay. I'm probably 1 of 3, maybe 1 of 4, but he said again, I think it's okay. I hope it's a 2-1. Went up to Matt Dilks as well, talked to Matt. I walked up to Matt. I said, can I ask you some questions about your deck? And he looked at me, he pointed at his pile of cards, and he says, that's my deck. I was like, yes, I know. Please step away from the table and talk to me. Gosh darn it. But I was like, how you feeling, man? He said, I don't know. Feeling good. I said, okay. How do you feel about the draft? He said, yeah, I think I'm maybe 1 of 3 Auroras. I was always going to be Aurora. And then he just stared at me. And I was like, cool, man. What do you think? Like, what's your final record? What do you predict? He goes, hoping for a 2-1. So, Mr. Matt Dilks there for you. And then finally, had to hear from Majin Bay. I heard from Majin, asked him, he said, listen, I feel good. I feel really good. I feel like I drafted the right spot. I feel like my deck is powerful. I have a lot of powerful cards. I have all the right tools. It's just whether or not it works in all the right order, and I draw my cards in the sequence I need to draw them. I asked him what his prediction would be. He said, well, if I don't 2-1, find a media-friendly way to say this. But there is no media-friendly way to say what he said, so I'll leave that to your imagination. Gentlemen?
We'll have to make that up in our own minds then, Pankaj, as to what Margin Bay have said. As you see, that absolutely stacked pod, Sam even said it, just an insane Day 2, Draft 2, pod number 1. Names across the board, and that draft actually broke out kind of what you'd expect. It was a 3-3-2 breakdown. The heroes were fairly spread around the table. The two Oscilios did end up next to each other. You were saying you think the Ziggies may be the disappointed drafters of the pod, though?
Seems to be. Some of the Ziggy cards that we were seeing move through the packs didn't really stick out as particularly very strong Ziggy picks. Maybe they just found them very, very early on in the packs.
Yeah, and our two undefeated players at this point in time, both on Aurora. And I want to ask you, Pankaj, the Aurora mirror match, have you had much experience in that in this draft format?
Well, I know that one side has Tempestuous Kiss and also Tempt Over. We don't know what Matthew Dilks has. Because he's on the other side of the table, we have the least information about what his deck looks like. Maybe he also found an early Tempestuous Kiss, an early Tempt Over somewhere. But based on what we've seen of Yuki's decks, it seems like she has the bombs and the disruption.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard to see Yuki's deck not being one of the best of the table. You heard it from her, though, through Sam O'Byrne, an 8 out of 10. You were saying, feels like a 10 out of 10 to me. Yuki a little bit harsher on herself, maybe?
A lot of humility across all our players as well. Nova Chan and Matthew Dilks also based on Sam's report, both saying, oh, they're hoping to 2-1, but these are all potentially 3-0 players. The draft breakdown was fairly balanced. I wouldn't be surprised if, any of these players 3-0 to be honest, but I think to your point, Yuki's deck does look like the 3-0 of the pod.
Yeah, Matt Dilks, a man of very few words anyway. And I think it's time we go ahead and take a look at Matthew Dilks versus Yuki Lee Bender. Only one player can remain undefeated at the end of this. It is our two 8-0s going up against each other. It's going to be an Aurora mirror match, as you see there, for this round 9. Look at Matthew Dilks. They're looking very poised. And Yuki, I don't think we're going to see a smile from Yuki until that trophy is in her hands.
And until maybe the game ends. After her last game yesterday, when she beat Michael Hamilton and was one of the 2 undefeated players, there was a smile on her face. There's a screenshot of it. We have the receipts.
We got the receipts.
It was going around the Discord. They were like, oh, look, Yuki's actually looks excited. But yeah, she definitely wants to get the trophy here today and maybe make into top 8.
Job not done yet for Yuki Lee Bender as we take a look at our hero cards. It will be an Aurora Emissary of Lightning up against an Aurora Emissary of Lightning, and it looks like we're going to be going second for
Yuki.
Yuki?
Yep, won the die roll, which is where she wants to be. Aurora pretty much in all the matchups wants to go second, even against Oscilio. That's part of the game plan. Sometimes you can even create Embodiment of Lightning on the opponent's turn, especially when you have a Lace Lightning as well, and then start off the game hitting the ground running. Yeah,
I'll be watching out to see how Matthew Dilks can maybe take advantage of going first. We know that some of these decks sometimes can do that. They've got cards that you sideboard in going first versus sideboard out going second. Well, let's speculate no longer. Let's go down to the feature match area. Our players are ready. Let's find out who is going to be our 9-0 player at the end of all things. It is Matthew Dilks against Yuki Lee Bender. It is an all-Canadian showdown here.
If I had a nickel for every time we saw an all-Canadian showdown in high-stakes Flesh and Blood, I would have several nickels.
I want to take a look here at Matthew Dilks' equipment suite. He does also have that Lace Lightning. He's got Starfleet Robes and Constella Tiara to pair with that Snap Fingers there.
So his loadout, though, not as conducive to pitching a full blue and cashing in 2 pieces of equipment to sort of double down on just 1 card, getting 2 pieces of value over there. But still a very, very strong loadout for him. He's got a Snap Fingers over here. If he has some of those very strong Quick Strike on damage effects, say a Tempestuous Kiss of his own or Destructive Fleetfoot as well, Snap Fingers can go ahead and pressure Yuki's side of the board.
So it looks like we've started off with Matthew Dilks here. Sigil of Lightning in his past priority, and Yuki Lee Bender is going to respond by activating that Aurora, throwing away that Lightning Flow and creating an embodiment of Lightning.
And I believe that's because she has found an all-attack hand here as she faces down Matthew Dilks' turn 0. Has also found that Tempestuous Kiss is going to go very, very well with this embodiment of Lightning that she's created.
Yuki's going to pass back priority after that, and Matt Dilks is going to say, yep, no worries, back to you, Yuki.
Now the question is whether the top card of the deck is something that she can convert. Was that the Tempt Over? Already it seems like it's the 2 bombs that she has in her deck. Tempestuous Kiss and Tempt Over both being found very, very early on for Yuki Lee Bender.
So both players have ended up with their full equipment suite at the end of turn 0. Not something that always happens. Sometimes we see some damage thrown so that we can start popping equipment. But because both players have Lace Lightning, I think both players, or at least Matt Dilks on this one, saying, I'm just going to hold back and try and set something up. Did find a Sigil of Lightning, so a decent first turn for Matt Dilks.
Take a look at what Yuki is working with. It is the 4 all-attack hand, and of course the Aurora hero is already tapped here, and of course doesn't even have any lightning flows. Doesn't have any lightning flows over here, so couldn't, activate it even if she wanted to. So not going to be able to convert the whole hand very, very efficiently, it seems like, but not going to be complaining about sending a Tempestuous Kiss to start off this game.
Yep, go again as well, thanks to that embodiment of lightning. First of all, we've got to deal with that arcane damage. How will Matt try and draw this one up? As he takes a look in here at his hand. Not the sort of card you want to see on the very first chain link of the game here when you are facing down the Aurora Mirror.
When you're playing for your undefeated title amongst the Canadians. Yep, Yuki starts with the bomb.
Matt Dilks going to go ahead and crack that Constella Tiara to prevent that one piece of Arcane going to get a Ponder for his troubles as well.
Does he have the clean 6 block for this? Looks like he does. 2 blue quick strike cards hitting the combat chain on defense.
Going to keep that kiss out. So problem 1 dealt with for Matthew Dilks here, but Yuki Liebender, of course, still has go again.
So she has a tempt over in hand, and I missed what the remaining attack was in her hand. Because here she has the option. Do you send the attack, which does not have go again, so you wouldn't benefit from the quick strike effect of it, but it still has the on damage effect. I believe that's a, is that the singeing flow stride, I want to say?
It is,
so
and we have a resource left.
Exactly, so you can still create a lightning flow on hit if that deals damage. Could also just cash in the Scorpio here. You've already seen your opponent block a little bit. They have set up a Ponder. These are all considerations for Yuki here.
Yeah, a couple of nice targets for the tempt over, right? We've got the Ponder, we've got the lightning flow, so it would be demanding a card really from Matthew Dilks and would take his whole hand, and then, yeah, he pops the Sigil of Lightning and probably just has to pass back after that. Didn't see what he got to Arsenal, maybe as a 0 cost to pair with the embodiment of Lightning. Yuki weighing things up here.
I should have a judge question if I can ask it away from the table.
Okay, it looks like Yuki has a question. I think, Pankaj, it is about that
The tempt
tempt
over.
over.
With a Ponder token. She has the opportunity to either steal the Ponder token or the lightning flow on the other side of the table.
Yes, and so with tempt over, of course, it returns at the end of turn.
Exactly.
I wonder if that's a sequencing question about whether if you take the Ponder token, does it pop before it goes back?
And it seems like she will not get the card draw. It just gets returned back to the opponent, is I believe the ruling.
Okay. Right. Sounds like players have resolved the judge call, so we'll head down and find out if that indeed was Yuki, what Yuki was asking. We'll see how she weighs things up. Does that change, potentially, how she lines this up?
Play tempt over, take the ponder.
So Yuki is going to go ahead and target that Ponder by the looks of things with this tempt over. So I think you...
Sorry, clarification, you do get the Ponder draw. Okay.
Yeah, so I think Pankaj, as the active player, you get to decide the order of the triggers. So you can layer it so that the Ponder does pop first, and you will actually be the beneficiary of that draw. But more importantly, Matthew Dilks will not be the beneficiary of that draw as the tempt over comes in here and does get that Ponder token.
You know, I was looking to see tempt over steal an embodiment of lightning, but turns out Ponder token is an even better token that Yuki Liebender has managed to get her hands on with the tempt over. She already had a card to Arsenal, of course, but taking it away from Matthew Dilks, to your point.
Yeah, that's massive, because was Matt maybe thinking about locking the last card, maybe keeping it depending on what he was going to do on his turn, but now even if he uses this 2-card hand, he's not going to have the Ponder token to redraw afterwards. So that Sigil of Lightning does pop at the start of Matthew Dilks' turn, creates that embodiment of Lightning. He's going to go ahead here and pitch this red quick succession, and we're going to lead things off with a singeing flow stride of his own. Looks like a yellow one here. That is going to go again thanks to that embodiment of Lightning. 1 arcane damage coming the way of Yuki Liebender.
And Yuki Liebender has no lightning flows on her side to prevent this 1 arcane damage, cashing the Spell Void effect that those tokens have, thanks to the macro in the format. But I wonder whether we're going to see some equipment being popped here to prevent that arcane damage effect.
Yeah, it looks like a stack of pretty decent cards in Yuki's hand. I mean, that's kind of her deck, to be honest. A lot of really powerful cards. Leech Vitality in the hand, though, I can see. As Yuki weighs up, you can see a card already in the pitch there, maybe just sequencing what her turn may look like on her side.
The blue Mercurial Skies. I think we're going to see exactly what we spoke about during the draft, Hayden. Use 2 floating to cash in one of the 2 resource cost equipment pieces, and then use the 1 floating for the Seekers as well.
So we're going to pitch that Mercurial to the Lace Lightning, going to prevent that 1 arcane damage, going to get an embodiment of Lightning, which will almost certainly be used to double attack on Yuki's turn. And I think for Matthew Dilks, after this block, probably going to see that Scorpio get involved in the combat zone.
And that 1 resource is going to be popped into a Seeker's equipment over here to prevent the Scorpio. Very, very efficient equipment usage for Yuki Liebender here.
Yeah, as you say, super efficient. Going to go ahead and opt the top card of the deck. That Leech Vitality used on defense here.
I believe she has a yellow in hand alongside another quick strike effect as well.
Yeah, so no blue, maybe the challenge here for Yuki. As we see that card opted to the top and then the pitch put to the bottom here. As we lead off for Yuki's turn, going to pitch that yellow, go ahead and play that Jolt Step out. Going to get a Lightning Flow back for her troubles.
Get +2 as well on a quick strike effect, buffing that up. More likely to get the on hit because of the Electron Jolt Step. And this is, again, we've seen a lot of Yuki's most powerful cards here in the first few turn cycles. Dashing Flatfoot now hits the combat chain. We saw Tempestuous Kiss and tapped over on the previous turn cycle. Now we're seeing Dashing Flatfoot. All these strong pieces coming Yuki's way early in this game.
Yeah, the flash right here coming in at 4/6 damage. And you can see that Yuki on Matt's turn was really prioritizing preventing the damage. She's kept her life total at 20 so far.
I think it was preventing the lightning flow effect as well. Aurora can often find herself lightning flow starved, and Yuki Bender recognizing that, saying, I'm not going to let you create more lightning flow tokens.
So Matt does have that lightning flow on his side. Does he want to prioritize trying to stop the embodiment of lightning creation from this dashing flash foot? Now, does he actually care about this embodiment of lightning? Because presumably Yuki's going to come in with Scorpio afterwards.
Yeah, but the embodiment of lightning will stick around for the following turn.
Of course,
exactly.
It's attack action only,
This is a very threatening on-hit from Yuki Libanda. It's effectively a lightning flow that already gets popped to Aurora's hero ability, but doesn't require you to tap your hero, doesn't require you to spend 2 resources on it as well. This is a more juiced up on-hit compared to the Singeing Flow Stride that Matthew Dilks sent Yuki's way in the previous turn.
Yeah, and thanks to that Jolt Step, as you say, like it is. I mean, it's at a breakpoint of 6, so maybe Matt can draw up blocking with 2 cards and using that lightning flow. But does that then throw his turn out the window?
We saw him deal with this exact stat line in the previous turn cycle. The Tempestuous Kiss also came in with 1 arcane damage and 6 physical damage. So I'm being able to deal with that, but it did cost him his Tiara.
Yeah, and as you look in here at Matt Dilks' hand, a pretty strong amount of cards there. He's got a red Path of Same Ends of his own as well. A couple of blues to pair with it, and a red Electron Jolt Step.
Yeah, but in contrast to when he had to block out the Tempestuous Kiss, he doesn't have 2/3 blocks in his hand. Tempestuous Kiss
great
very
call,
easily
Pankaj, yeah.
blocked out with a Tiara, and in 2/3 blocks. The 6 power with this hand a little bit more difficult for Matthew Dilks to deal with.
Yeah, and he doesn't have, unlike Yuki, doesn't have access to a Seeker's equipment, so he doesn't actually have a nice sort of picture blue, prevent one with the robes on the arcane damage, and then prevent one on the Seekers to the Scorpio. So a little bit more awkward here for Matt Dilks, right?
And you have to expend a lot if you're on this side to deny this embodiment of lightning. It feels like either Yuki's going to get the embodiment of lightning or get the Scorpio, potentially even both.
Yeah, and you see there Matt saying, okay, I'll take the arcane damage. That's going to create an embodiment of lightning off of the flash foot for Yuki. And now we're dealing with 6 physical. Matt Dilks going to go ahead block with that red Electron Jolt Step, take 3 down to 13. And all of a sudden, Yuki has a 7-point life lead with the Scorpio coming in now that Matt has to deal with.
7-point life lead and also embodiment of lightning set for the following turn cycle. Also a lightning flow as well. She set up very, very strong in these opening turns of the game.
Yeah, it looks like Matt's actually considering pitching a card here as well. So it looks like Yuki's going to get yet another card out of Matt Dilks' hand.
Pitching to Starflow Robes, it looks like. Was wondering if it was perhaps going to be the Lace Lightning. So you start the turn already with an embodiment of lightning.
Yeah, blue pitch to Starflow Robes. Kind of inefficient, though. We end up with that 1 resource left over we spoke about because we don't have access to a Seeker's equipment.
Exactly. From a tempo perspective, he basically still used a full card to stop to block the Scorpio.
Yeah, going to go back to Matt Dilks' side of things here. We're going to lead off with this red Path of Same Ends. And it's going to be 1 arcane damage. Asking Yuki, can I have go again? And do you want to take this 1 damage?
Red Path of Same Ends, an incredible small hand play for Aurora in Omens of the Third Age Limited.
Yeah, what I really like about it as well is that you sort of ask the question of your opponent, okay, do you want to prevent this? And if so, you can just go ahead and Arsenal pass rather than pitching that card to give go again. Or if they take the damage, then you get the free Scorpio hits. So always a nice kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't situation.
Preventing 1 here is almost like preventing 3 because you're also preventing the Scorpio rider that's going to come up after this. So Yuki Bender going to go ahead and do that. Looks like she's going to cash in an equipment.
Yeah, looks like the Starflow Robes here is going to be cashed in. But this is going to be the last lot of equipment from Yuki because presumably that Seeker's Head will go ahead afterwards and prevent the Scorpio.
Well, I don't think Matthew Dilks at this point pays to give this go again, right?
Because of that, right?
Exactly. You see opponent has 1 floating. Oh, it looks like he's going to do it anyway. Oh, right. So this makes a lot of sense because he has 2 floating to activate Aurora at the end of this turn to be set up for the following turn cycle. So still very efficient from Matthew Dilks' side, but combated by the efficiency on Yuki Bender's side as well, who can just use the 1 floating now into the Seeker's Hood and just effectively cash it in for 2 prevention because you're stopping the Scorpio.
Yeah, so maybe Yuki was reading that as we see the Scorpio come in on Matt's side and Yuki using that last resource to the Seekers. So it's working out really nicely here for Yuki, albeit though she is now without equipment. So we see that opt go to the bottom off of that Seekers. And as you said, you called it, Pankaj. Matt Dilks is going to create that embodiment of lightning to end the turn and try and set up for a future turn. Speaking of setup, as we go back to Yuki's side, she has that embodiment of lightning ready to go on her turn and 3 cards in the hand.
And a Visionary of Orbits here. Again, one of the very scary strong attacks in Yuki Bender's deck. Again, we spoke about how strong this Aurora deck is. We've seen Tempestuous Kiss, Tempt Over, Dashing Flash Foot, now Visionary of Orbits in Yuki Bender's deck. This deck is singing right now.
Yeah, Visionary of Orbits in for 7 into the combat zone. And really importantly here, this is a lightning card, right? So will also enable Yuki off the go again to attack with the Scorpio.
How much do you value the on-hit of Visionary of Orbits in the Aurora mirror in particular?
The way this game is going so far, I would say low. However, as we know in this format, things can change on a dime, and all of a sudden that fatigue can actually be relevant as you get to second cycle. And also putting a power card to the bottom for second cycle to be in amongst your blues means that when you draw that 4-card hand, you can kind of craft it to have a better, more powerful 4 cards than your opponent.
Does she, actually at this point I'm wondering, does she even have any instants in the yard? I'm not sure if there is.
Perhaps not actually. I don't know
I don't
if
think
she's
she's
seen
played
one.
an instant, yeah.
Matt Dilks going to go ahead here and defend with 2 3-blocks. He's going to take 1 over the top, and we will find out if Yuki has an instant. Looks like she does not.
Yeah. Something like a Storm Shard, though. Sometimes you see this card put Storm Shard to the bottom, and that is extremely terrifying.
That's painful. Yeah. Yuki going to follow this up thanks to the go again with this Scorpio Comet Tail. Perhaps.
Oh.
So Yuki thinking about it, I think she has another attack in the hand.
Perhaps one with some sort of on-hit.
Yeah, but you've already taken some cards from Matt, right? So it feels like Scorpio is a nice follow-up, and then you're going to have a 5-card hand next turn potentially if you want it. Matt Dilks says, send me the bill on that one. Falls down to 10 life from that Scorpio. Yuki's going to Arsenal up, and we're going to head back the way of Matthew Dilks.
I wonder if the Arsenal's a path of same ends over here. It feels like that's one of the few cards that Yuki might consider to extend the chain before sending the Scorpio, but path of same ends, of course, when you have no cards remaining, very easily stopped by the opponent.
Yeah, but asking, I guess, would have asked of Matt to give Yuki a card, right? And I wonder if that's what she was weighing up. Perhaps already having taken 2 cards saying, I've kind of done the job of taking apart Matt's hand here. As we see Matthew Dilks come in with a path of same ends of his own, 2 and the 1 arcane damage. That arcane damage is going to connect.
It already had go again because of the embodiment of lightning. So Matthew Dilks set up the embodiment of lightning in the previous turn cycle. Unfortunately, not very paid off. Did not find a quick strike card over here. Instead found a card that asks your opponent whether they want to give it go again, but your card already had go again. So we're looking at a few inefficient turn cycles from Matthew Dilks back to back, whereas Yuki Bender has been having extremely smooth turn cycles.
Yeah, that Scorpio going to follow things up, and Yuki's going to take the damage. She wants to keep this full 5-card hand and is going to end the turn by playing down this Thunderous Retort to enable go again on Yuki's turn as we Arsenal up for Matthew Dilks, pass over, and then that Thunderous Retort is going to break. We have go again.
Thunderous Retort.
Yuki's hand is looking pretty powerful here.
Thunderous Retort doing a sort of lightning cosplay over here. Just going to give go again, but very, very importantly, does not tax the Aurora hero ability. I wonder whether Yuki's potentially going to go 2, maybe even 3 wide on this turn because she still has access to the Aurora hero ability to create Embodiment of Lightning to further extend chain.
So Singeing Flow Stride is going to be the first attack here for Yuki. Of course, go again, as you say, thanks to that Thunderous Retort. 1 arcane damage. First of all, coming the way of Matthew Dilks.
And if we're correct that the Arsenal is a path of same ends, she has the 1 floating to guarantee to give it go again as well.
What was the last card in hand, sorry?
I don't know what the last card in hand is, but I believe the Arsenal is a path of same ends.
So we might be going 3 wide fairly easily on this chain then.
It could be.
First of all, Matt at 10 life has to deal with this arcane damage and chooses to use that last lightning flow to do so.
Yuki Bender tempo on her side, life total lead on her side, and lightning flow resource on her side as well.
Yeah, feels like Matt really needs to kind of break serve and try and take all these go-agains out of Yuki's hand. But 2 lightning flow, she's kind of got the ways to keep that going and keep the train rolling at this point. Going to be a defense with a Volatile Fluxer, and we're going to also add the Lace Lightning to the fray. That is going to get Matt an Embodiment of Lightning to enable him to sort of operate on his hand on his turn.
Okay, but at this point, he has no more arcane damage prevention. Doesn't that mean this path of same ends basically just has free reign unless he has Arcane Prevention in his hand, but he's already used 2 cards on defense. It feels like now all arcane damage sources from Yuki's side are just, they can just run
live.
free. They can just, yeah, they're all free.
Yeah, it's all going to be live here. And it looks like you're right. It is a Path of Same Ends in the arsenal for Yuki Bender. So, but can we use that additional resource? Oh, that's so nice. So in response to the Lace Lightning, Yuki is saying, okay, that resolves, and then I'm going to discard this Vault-bound Duality to ping off the damage so that that damage can come over the top on the Singeing Flow Stride.
I think she said after it resolves. So Lace Lightning will eat up the prevention of
eat
Vault-bound
the
Duality,
prevention.
which means the Singeing Flow Stride will also go through and create yet another lightning flow from her.
Wow, just keeping things going is going to go up to 4. Embarrassment of riches here for Yuki with those lightning flow, and is going to mean Matt Dilks falls down to 9. Really nice play there. Thanks to having that additional resource free, as you said, because Matt cannot stop this Path of Same Ends now.
Exactly. Yuki Bender saw that he got rid of his prevention, knew that she wouldn't need the resource floating for the Path of Same Ends, and says, cool, I'll just cash in this for effectively 2 lightning flows. The Vault-bound Duality discard, because it guaranteed that the Singeing Flow Stride that's on the combat chain also goes through.
So Path of Same Ends with Go Again comes through, and Matt Dilks commits a block to the combat chain. Scorpio's going to follow it up. Matt down to just 1 card in hand and says, yeah, I have to take it. Falls down to 6. 12 plays 6. Matthew Dilks just the 1 card remaining in hand.
It's 12 plays 6, but also Yuki Bender has 4 lightning flows to Matthew Dilks' 0. It feels almost like it's 16 to 6.
Yeah, and a yellow Path of Same Ends is not particularly exciting here. It feels like Matt really hasn't been able to find any nice quick strike cards to add to his sort of front here.
2 turns in a row now, the Embodiment of Lightning from Matthew Dilks' side has just been used for a Path of Same Ends rather than a quick strike effect.
Yeah, and Yuki's saying, well, in that case, I don't really care about the arcane damage. I'll take it. Falls down to 11. Matt can have Go Again here and just sends the Scorpio afterwards as the follow-up.
I'm very curious to know what is in Matthew Dilks' arsenal here. It's been sitting there for quite a few turns now. He has had the Embodiment of Lightning as well, but has opted not to send it.
So Yuki's going to take 1 from the physical on the Scorpio and then going to use one of those lightning flows to prevent the arcane damage. Down to 8 here, but stacked up with 4 cards in hand, including what looks like an Electrolyze. So going to be a fairly big turn, you would think, for Yuki on her side of things.
Electrolyze 2 floating as well to activate Aurora should she want to. We saw her even use a lightning flow on defense over here, recognizing that she has a surplus of this resource. She just go ahead and just cash in on the Scorpio arcane damage.
Yeah, starts the turn by creating that embodiment of lightning and then sending a quick strike attack for 3, of course, with that 1 physical damage as well.
Stunning swipe here. Quite threatening. You see the opponent has no lightning flows, so you can just tap the Scorpio, and because they have no lightning flows, the Aurora hero ability isn't activatable either, effectively just pausing the thing that Aurora wants to do turn after turn.
Yeah, that arcane damage almost worth 3 potentially in damage, and you see Matt Dilks just has to take the damage there, that arcane damage. That Scorpio is tapped by Yuki. Matt going to block it up, and then the Electrolyze is going to be the follow-up here for Yuki for Go Again. We are going very, very wide on this chain, Pankaj.
And last card in hand is that Conflicting Thoughts, which of course does not have Go Again. So the question is, does Yuki want to just send lethal right now and send the 4, or just make sure she gets the Scorpio value? Just going to go for the lethal.
Going to be the 4. So here comes Conflicting after that block up from Matthew Dilks. Conflicting Thoughts going to opt 1. Yuki having a bit of a think about this opt, looking through the graveyard. What have I played? What have I not played? What am I likely to see in the next hand? Maybe looking for the amount of resource cards. Looks like it is a blue quick succession that she is considering the opt.
Leaves it on top. Very, very flexible card. It can give Go Again, of course, can even be pitched to some of quick strike cards that cost alongside an Aurora activation as well.
Yeah, and Matt Dilks just forced to throw down yet another. There's those quick strike cards. He's finally found them, but he's having to use them on defense as he still takes 1 damage over the top, falls down to 3, and comes back again with just yet another 1-card hand, and is going to be a red Stinging Sprite. Kind of good for a 1-card hand, but he's got a lot of work to do if he wants to get back into this game.
One of the stronger 1-card hands available to Aurora. I have a question for you. At this point, I mean, this match has clearly gone in Yuki's favor. Is your read on this that her deck quality is just that much better than Matthew Dilks? Or do you think a lot of this is just on the back of getting to go second and opening up with a Tempestuous Kiss and just starting the game with so much tempo?
I think yes, like a lot of tempo going second, but the lightning flow sort of management and creation from Yuki has come in a lot nicer flow for her. Matt Dilks has struggled with that. He's maybe had some awkward hands. And then you see here, that Stingy Sprite down to 7 for Yuki, uses that blue Conflicting Thoughts to block out. Going to keep her life total nice and high, and she's going to have a 3-card hand to come back with here, and you'd assume able to take 2 or 3 cards from Matt Dilks on this one. How does Matthew Dilks get back into this, though?
I think he needs Yuki to have a little bit of a weaker turn. And you know, this currently sending a blue attack maybe is on the weaker side for Yuki Bender. He needs something like this to get back in the game. Normally, I would say, you know, off the back of a Layers Lightning play, but when he went for those turns where he created the Embodiment of Lightning to set up for the next turn cycle, unfortunately for him, did not find those quick strike cards in those moments to put pressure back on Yuki Bender. It was just path of same ends of Embodiments of Lightning, which is not where you want to be. Whereas on Yuki's side, we saw Visionary of Orbit, for example, come out of the Embodiment of Lightning.
So it is all hand of a lot of blues here, though. Stunning Swipe is the attack. 1 damage is going to put Matthew Dilks down to 2 and tap that Scorpio yet again. So still very, very efficient. We'll see how he has to defend this. Of course, this is now threatening lethal. We're getting down to, we're getting chipped away by these arcane damage, and Matt doesn't have good ways to prevent these.
We're getting to the point where he could just die on his own turn cycle. We know Yuki Bender has quite a few Wolfbound dualities in the deck. Haven't kept track of how many she has. Yes, haven't kept track of how many she's used so far, but at 2 life in this format, you are very vulnerable to just dying out of nowhere.
Yeah, that is going to be blocked up by a blue. Arcanic Cunning on the side for Matt Dilks. Yuki Bender considering the attack here, but wants to send the red attack because of the breakpoint that would put Matthew Dilks down to just 1 if he defends with a single card. And to your point then, could open up Yuki to kill Matt on his own turn.
Scorpio there, the arcane damage would also have been prevented by the Arcanic Cunning. That's on defense, should Yuki have sent that. So recognizing that, sending instead the 4 physical damage. Putting Matthew Dilks to 1, she might just be able to end the game on a following turn cycle if she finds the arcane damage on the opponent's side.
I want to shout out to our 2,000 viewers that are tuned in for this round 1 draft to find out who our solo remaining undefeated player will be.
That's the duality. She has a duality. As long as Matthew Dilks shows his hand, she can just go ahead and end the game. But there's no reason to pull the trigger early. Finally, we know what was in Matthew Dilks' arsenal. It was a yellow Electrolyze, putting on some pressure onto Yuki Bender.
Yeah, yellow.
But she can just be patient.
Yeah, she can wait, right? Yellow Electrolyze pitch to play a yellow Electrolyze here, and can she just take the damage and see what happens next? Take a look at the hand there. Looks like a trio of reds to go alongside that Volband. So she does have to give up a red and then would have no resources on her turn. So she should be a little bit careful, right, Pankaj?
But the moment Matthew shows his last card, she knows the way is open for her. We might just be seeing the ending salvo of this game.
No flow, no cards, right?
Yeah, Yuki checks. No flow, no cards. Going to pitch that red Voltbound Duality, and that is going to get it done here and taking Yuki Bender to 9-0 as she bests Matthew Dilks in that all-Canadian showdown, that all-Aurora showdown. She gets it done there, and Pankaj just off to a hot start there for Yuki, and she just didn't let up.
We have 1 remaining undefeated player here at Pro Tour Las Vegas, and her name is Yuki Bender, off the back of a fantastic Day 2 draft and fantastic play as well.
Yeah, you were breaking it down for us in the match in terms of how Matthew Dilks seemed to fall behind and what had happened there, and ultimately just wasn't really able to get a footing back into it, right? We saw a lot of his power cards finally come, and he was forced to ultimately just have to defend with those.
And they also weren't the same power level as Yuki's power cards. The Visionary of Orbits, the Tempestuous Kiss, the Tempt Over as well. Stealing the Ponder at the end of it, that was better than what anyone could have even hoped for. I was thinking, you know, usually you just see it steal a Lightning Flow or something, but stealing a Ponder from
huge,
the opponent
yeah.
is full cards worth of this Tempt Over.
Yeah, that Tempt Over very impressive. Well, we know 1 result from our feature draft pod. Let's go ahead and take a look in at that pod and see how things have shaken out so far after 1 round. And you see there not only Yuki, but Noah Clark, another Canadian there, picking up the win. Michael Hamilton also winning, and Majin Bay also picking up a win there.
And it's going to be Majin Bay versus Yuki Bender for our 2nd draft round in the feature match area, Day 2 of Pro Tour Las Vegas.
Yeah, so you see our 2 Oscilios, 1 of them and Daniel Rakowski being bested, but Majin Bay taking the win in round 1. And you see a couple of our Zyggy players there who we thought maybe the card quality might be difficult for them. Michael Hamilton going back-to-back on playing Zyggy in these draft pods and has started out 1-0 as well.
He certainly favors that hero quite a bit in Omens of the 3rd Age draft. We saw him be one of the 4 Ziggies yesterday, still end 2-1 very, very impressively. One of the 3 Ziggies here today. We know that he knows how to pilot this deck so well in this draft format, and clearly has, you know, spread his teachings over to his teammates as well. Majin Bay and Yuki Bender all getting very, very good draft results.
Yeah, and do you think Yuki is well set up for that matchup, given what we saw in the draft?
I think so. I think she has the balance of pressure and Oscilio hate that she needs to overcome that matchup. The thing is, Majin Bay's Oscilio deck is a big question mark. We saw so many powerful Oscilio cards come around the table. Blue Meteoric Impact at the end of that pack 1 over here. What does that tell us about the strength of Majin Bay's deck?
Yeah, well, we'll have to find out. First of all, though, I want to go ahead here, Pankaj, and take a look at our standings after 9 rounds of Swiss play here at Pro Tour Las Vegas. We are on day 2. This is where it is all played for as we head towards the top 8 and players try and stake their claim for a Sunday spot. And you see here, Yuki Libenda standing atop them all right now, 9-0. Pankaj, who else stands out to you there?
I'm looking at Jacob Clements, Hayden. A lot of eyes were on this player coming into this weekend, is fighting for the top 8. He said his goal was he wants to win this Pro Tour and win every event that he has played in July. He did take a loss in his first round today in his draft at XN2. Still very, very live for top 8, of course, but back maybe slightly against the wall at this point.
Yeah, and I want to talk about pod 2, which is where Jacob Clemens was sat. You also had the likes of Filipe Lima Cardoso in that pod. He has won his first round and gone through to 8-1. And Christian Hauck, a name that some players will know and others may not. Top 8 Pro Tour Lille, has been a little bit absent from the game recently, but has come back here and is showing why he is a player that people should remember.
Lots of memories of Pro Tour Lille actually arising today here. Matthew Folks also back in the room with us, has, been absent from a few of the Tier 4 events. We saw Promise of Plenty on stream yesterday, which was the last time we saw it was at Pro Tour Lille.
Yeah, exactly. And then you see a few other players at 7-2 there that you will also probably know. Rob Catton, world's top 8 competitor there at 7-2. So a host of names as we go in and look at our second page of standings here. Jonathan Magnuson, Shoma Yamamura, a host of the who's who at 7-2. Now all kind of with their back close to the wall, needing to put together good runs here on day 2, probably needing to 2-0 their draft pod and looking to put together wins from there.
I want to shout out Lucas Oswald over here. At the end of round 3 yesterday, he was 1-2. I went up to him, spoke to him. I was like, how are you feeling? He said, I'll bounce back. And look at him. He has 1 out all the way here and still holding on to the XN2 record. Also want to shout out Tatsuya Okanishi. We've seen him do some incredible things over in Japan, here in the room with us here at Pro Tour Las Vegas. Very excited to see what he brings to the table.
Yeah, and our reigning world champion there, Michael Yazga, still at 7-2, still fighting for things there, so not over for him. But there is so much left to play for here, and day 2 is where names are made, right? This is where things start to get very real. I know you've sat there before, I've sat there before. Day 2 it's just different to day 1. You start to feel the heat of competition, the heat of battle a little bit more, knowing that each and every win down the stretch just gets you that little bit closer to a potential top 8 berth on Sunday.
It's both where names are made and also where we see Titans clash against each other. I mean, we just saw Yuki Libenda against Matthew Dilks. We're about to see Yuki Libenda against Majin Bay. Just all these names, all these great players of the game fighting against each other for their top 8 lives, and also new names being created along the way.
Well, as you see, Titans clashing down in our feature match area 2 has become 1 as we have our lone undefeated player standing at 9-0 in our feature draft pod. It is Yuki Libenda with that Aurora putting things together. Majin Bay, Yuki Libenda up next. Don't go anywhere.
TCG Player makes it easy for Flesh and Blood players to track what's moving, what's trending, and which cards players actually want right now. From competitive cards to high-end marvels and cold foils, TCG Player helps you shop with confidence. Get all the cards, decks, and packs you need at TCG Player, the trusted marketplace for Flesh and Blood.
The Usurp the Shadow Throne World Premiere in Seoul is sure to be to die for. Get your hands on the stunning Korea exclusive K-pop Malice promo cards and be the first to experience the descent into darkness with Flesh and Blood's milestone 20th event. Tickets are live now, so head to lgdevents.com to secure yours before they sell out. Well, things are certainly heating up here on day 2 of Pro Tour Las Vegas. We have one 9-0 player down in our feature pod, Hayden Dale here with Pankaj Bhojwani, and we're going to head to our second round of this draft, and it is going to be Yuki Libenda up against Majin Bay.
Wait, Margin? We're doing Margin's game?
Yeah, we're doing the Yuki Majin
Oh,
game.
yeah, okay. No, I can't do Margin's game. He's cursed when I'm in the booth. I won't call
What?
Scott in. Yep, this is him. See you guys.
We can't just be tapping it. Okay, well, I guess it's just going to be me, and it looks like I'm going to be bringing in Scott HowlingMines to save the day, thanks to Pankaj Bhojwani.
I hear you need a save. That's incredibly unprofessional behavior, but
Well,
you know, whatever.
This is what I have to deal with on a day-to-day basis, Scott. But thank you so much for stepping into the booth and to help me out for this next feature round.
Rather you than me on dealing with that, but happy to be back. Had a nice, refreshing start to the day. Looks like you guys have been having some fun in the booth, though.
Well, it has been an absolute banger of a round 1 in this draft match, right? We have Yuki Libenda at 9-0, but as we were saying with Pankaj, this draft pod is absolutely
crazy.
stacked.
Absolutely crazy. I had the pleasure of being out there on the floor as it was kind of unfolding, getting to watch the draft, and just seeing Margin's reactions in real time as packs were coming in his direction that just contained like 3 to 4 premium Oscilio cards, and just looking to the sky. There's literal moments where he like looks at a pack and just goes, oh, and it's like, how good does a draft have to be going for you to be in that kind of bind? It's crazy.
Yeah, and I'm sure just trying to make sure he doesn't make any sort of audible noise or reaction.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, wow. Well, we are going to be watching Margin down in that feature match area, and you did get a bit of a glimpse at his deck. Of course, 1 of 2 Oscilio. You think it's pretty good?
I think it's really good. I think it's kind of weird in the sense that, if I'm not mistaken, Margins want the Oscilio being passed to, so you would assume that it's slightly worse on his end, but I think Pack 2 was really rewarding, like very rewarding for Margin, and I think there was just enough premium red playables coming both Pack 1 and Pack 3 that both Oscilios were just kind of feasting. There was never a drow at any point. It always felt like there was something that was a solid role player. And it led to Margin having to make some really awkward decisions. And in some spots being kind of rewarded for the fact that the other Oscilio was looking for the reds and he was still looking for equipment or blue dualities and so on and so forth. So it just kind of worked out, honestly.
Yeah, and the wheel working really well for him. Well, we saw Daniel Rakowski fall to 0-1, so Margin is flying the flag of our Oscilios in this draft pod, and it sounds like the players are ready down the feature match area. It is going to be Margin Bay against Yuki Libenda that we'll be watching this round. I'm excited to see exactly how this plays out because, as you say, 1 of 2 Oscilio against Yuki, who's just on a bit of a heater right now.
Yeah, I can't fault anyone for thinking that Yuki is insurmountable at this point. We talk about Yokohama beforehand and the finals appearance there, just the last undefeated player in the room here, just full of confidence during the winners interview yesterday. But Margin, I used to refer to Margin as Mr. Plot Armor because we just found ourselves in scenarios where stuff didn't make sense and yet somehow Margin found a way to win. So if there's ever an anomaly on the other side of the table that I expect to cause an issue for Yuki, it's someone like Margin. Choosing to go second here, like this a lot, we've kind of talked about it in the format, it's the de facto way to go, especially against Aurora, but a lot of room here to kind of leak real arcane damage because of the number of premium reds that are available in Margin's deck.
Yeah, Margin's plot armor might have fallen away a little bit yesterday as we saw him get absolutely decimated in the feature match area by Dan Rakowski, but he has pulled back to X and 1 here.
Just a bit, yeah. That one scared, I guess, fate out of the building, honestly. It was a pretty untimely end, but Margin, I think we kind of talked about it a little bit at the lead of the broadcast, has gone out of his way to make draft the thing he cares about over the last, I want to say, 6 to 12 months. Realized it was a big flaw in his game, has put in a ton of effort to get better, and it shows. And I guess more importantly here, he's on a wizard, and as a gambling man in the middle of Vegas, that seems like a pretty safe bet to me.
Comfort pick for Majin Bay, no doubt. On the other side of things, Aurora for Yuki, we've already seen, we saw her entire draft actually, but we saw what that deck can put together in that first round.
Okay, well, I'm ready if you are. Aurora versus Oscilio. Let's make our way down into the game and check out our competitors. Still a little off guard that I'm sitting here casting. Bear with me. little frazzled all over the place. Okay. So, stellar equipment suite for Margin. These two pieces of Astral Sanctuary equipment came very early. The Constella wave, as you can imagine, came quite late. The Seeker's leggings in the middle of pack 3 rounded out the set nice and smoothly as those cards were coming together. But a full equipment suite on both sides here. We know that it's equally potent for Yuki. Lace Lightning and Starfield Robes, definitely the standout pieces there.
Yeah, we'll see if... Actually, that's quite interesting. Double Astral equipment, so... That's kind of the ideal I find with Oscilio, is having double Astral equipment. I think the only way it can be better is maybe if one of those pieces was, for instance, a Lace Lightning or a Tiara to pair with a pair of Seeker's boots that Majin Bay has here.
So kicking us off, Margin, of course, choosing to go second means it will be on Yuki to put something together on the first turn of this game. Looking at this opening hand here, looks like Calm Veil of Volthaven in multiples. You want them in this matchup, but turn 0, they're not quite at their best. Love pitching one of them away here to consolidate an early pitch stack, keep the other one around for what will no doubt be the first barrage of damage from Majin Bay.
Yeah, a little bit awkward because now also not only does Yuki know about this, but Majin knows that one is being pitched away. So that's one less damage prevention that we have to worry about in the first cycle, but something for us to keep our eyes on potentially if we get back to that second cycle.
Happy to hold on to that Electrin Jolt step as well, it would seem. Debating running it out here alongside the Aurora activation on turn 0. It's tough with a red copy. The Lightning Flow really worth a lot in this matchup, but we know there's kind of like a damage cap required to break through the wall against Oscilio, and a card like Electrin Jolt Step going to do a huge amount of work in that regard. Star World Warning on the other side of the battlefield here for Margin does choose to pitch away Nebula Duality, so clearly a little worried about getting clocked. Has some cards in hand that are at least of interest for that Duality not to also be deployed on turn 0 there.
That's kind of the perfect start for Majin because Yuki also wasn't able to punish it with any damage. She went with the setup turn. Her hand was a little bit awkward, and Majin has ended that first turn, or that turn 0, with 3 Lightning Flow. He is well set up for this game.
Chromatic Refinement, Core Reaction, and Arsenal Pass is the name of the game here. Chromatic Refinement, a card I've definitely been more and more impressed with from these Oscilio decks as time has gone on, but Margin with a pair of core reactions. If I'm not mistaken, they're both yellow, so plenty of goodies in the instant speed department. Opened a red Flashbolt in pack 3 as well, so all kinds of instant speed damage coming up and across some point in this game.
Holy setup, right? If you were talking about setup, go with those 3 Lightning Flows. It's that Refinement and that core reaction.
So that Embodiment of Lightning will allow this Thoughts to come on through for 4. Always a bit of an interesting one in Aurora, this card. It's lovely to have an aggressive Fate Foreseen almost, but not being a lightning attack, a bit of a pain point for Scorpio in particular. Going to see Comet Collision playing defense here, so 1 point of damage currently leaking over.
Yeah, and Majin not actually throwing any damage Yuki's way. They're saying, okay, let's see if you can use this 5-card hand. You've already used your Lightning Flow. Can you actually convert a 5-card hand?
Rewarded for holding on to that Electrin Jolt step, which will now pair perfectly with an Electrolyze. 7 go again into a Scorpio swing here. Can you convert that 5-card hand was the question. The answer was yes. On Margin's side, looking a bit clunked up on Red Arcane here. We saw Comet Collision blocking already. Red Tap Lessons Past and Nebula Duality also forced to play defense. Going to see that first piece of Astral Sanctuary equipment cashed in to blunt the assault of Scorpio.
I think it's really important to call those 3 reds out, Scott, because it means that Majin is actually losing damage out of his deck, and that could be relevant if we end up in a late game stage where, you know, you need that damage to push over the top.
Red Refinement will break here alongside the core reaction. Going to have that yellow core reaction going on through for 3 arcanes. So that floating ability of Chromatic Refinement still there. Does care about red copies of cards and therefore will not amp up this core reaction.
Make sure we were right. You have one on Jolt Step.
Majin Bay, they're just confirming that there is 1 Lightning Flow on Yuki Liebinder's side. We're going to represent that with the 1 on the dice. Yuki thinking here about how to deal with this core reaction, knowing that there's definitely going to be a follow-up of a red damage spell. Since we blocked with a couple, it's pretty likely.
Yeah, this is fairly face up here, unless Majin knows something I don't, and so I assume Yuki feeling the same way. This will certainly not be the end. I guess the biggest tell of that is that the Volzar is still untapped, which means it's intended to go a little somewhere else.
Yeah, Yuki's hand looks like at least 1 blue, a quick succession. Does have that Calm Veil of Volthaven in the arsenal, so that could be deployed here at some point in this turn, but no need to deploy that now. You know more damage is coming. Let's find out as much information as you can from how Margin's going to sequence this, and then you can start making some decisions on the Aurora side.
Down to 17 we go, and the perfect partner for this chromatic refinement from the arsenal. Red Meteoric Impact has its cost reduced and is up and active thanks to Starfall. Means this is a total of 7 points of arcane damage, which is quite the wallop.
I like that. Quite the wallop. Very British of you, Scott.
You got me.
It's all right. We say it in Australia as well.
Good.
A walloping, as we like to say.
Feeling slightly less aggrieved.
I don't know if they'll let me.
Yuki says, send me the bill on that one. Down to 10, wants to utilize this full 4-card hand. And I guess maybe keep that Calm Veil of Volthaven for an on-hit effect, potentially?
Would make some sense. This hand also pretty premiums. Quick Succession will be the start. 0 for 4 as the follow-up will gain the extra little bonus courtesy of Quick Succession, which is just Arc Lightning if you squint.
A cunning attack here from Yuki, but down to 10 life, so really does need to return fire here with a big turn. And we'll see how Margin wants to defend this.
Arcanic definitely a cute one in this matchup, not quite as potent into the likes of Frodius, which is where it normally finds its best work, but does cause some headaches for Oscilio if you intended on doing meaningful damage while Aurora is hitting you. Going to see that hero ability activated for an embodiment of lightning to be made. Makes a lot of sense when it's dashing Flashfoot, I should say, as the follow-up. Going to be 5 go again, courtesy of Quick Succession. Point of Arcane tacked onto this. If any of that damage connects, another embodiment of lightning will come on through. Might just be able to get full value out of all of this Quick Succession if it were an attack in the arsenal. Perhaps most importantly, Margin doesn't know that it isn't.
That's very true, exactly. So maybe thinking about what he's going to face down afterward. I think the natural conclusion is this a path of same ends that I'm facing down afterwards? Because if that arcane damage connects, it'll get go again, it'll get the buff. So Margin is going to prevent this arcane damage, stop that embodiment of lightning. So then it would have to be a path of same ends in that case, right? So I like this here from Margin, and we'll see if he wants to block it out. It's going to cost him 2 cards, though, if he does want to defend this out, which is going to become quite a great cost for him.
2 cards to deny an embodiment of lightning and 5 damage is definitely one of the more meaningful transactions in this game. You can see why Yuki was so eager to accept the bill on that Meteoric Impact during Margin's turn, carefully holding on to that Calm Veil of Volthaven until an opportunity arises to get the most value from it. On Margin's side, looking at a hand that includes Nucleus Aetherbolt here alongside Nebula Duality. So some premium red arcane options again. Good to see the blue versions deployed on defense.
And I believe he's got a Flashbolt in the arsenal ready set up as well. So could fire that off to pair with the Nebulous on the next turn and activate that Volzar. Probably what he's going to try and draw up, but has to deal with the Scorpio first.
1 point of physical damage that will tickle you with an electric charge of Arcane if you choose to let it connect.
Is this still going to prevent damage?
Margin here confirming Arcanic Cunning here as that exactly how this works. Will this prevent arcane damage? Is this still deemed as attacking? Now, to my knowledge, it is. It still will, is how I believe that works. But this is what we have judges for, and we will double-check that scenario, as evidently Margin's not sure either.
Yeah, we'll find out about that. But this has been a really, really big turn here for Yuki, and it needed to be, because that chromatic refinement, the core reaction, that nice setup that Margin had on turn 0, especially making those lightning flows, it needed to be a strong sort of crackback from Yuki.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear from these first couple turns that the card quality for Margin is very high, and it's what's made some of these decisions so difficult, because the hands haven't really cooperated. It's not been like the red hasn't been equally dispersed throughout the deck. It's been a lot of unfortunate blocks, a lot of damage lost, and it's going to make handling turns like this one even more pressing, because you need to make the most of what you've managed to find.
Very true. Well, it sounds like the players are already down in the feature match area, and it has been resolved. And the answer is yes, it will still prevent it. So that's going to change the way that Margin decides to play this turn.
Will be Cosmic Flare for a resource, that resource being spent. to Seeker's Leggings. And now we know the two resources here have a Flash Bolt in mind, and Yuki kind of giggles about it here. I guess I have to close the chain. Yeah, unfortunately you do, which means this Volzar will activate and Flash Bolt will do its thing once the Cunning is out of the way. 4 points of arcane damage forced on through while the flow is at 0, brings Yuki Bender down to 6.
Yeah, big hit. And I wonder if Majin is going to play this, and he is. I was wondering if my Arsenal to try and say, Yuki, okay, again, use the 5-card hand. But I think because the embodiment of lightning is already there to start the turn, he wants to start taking cards or forcing the issue with Yuki here.
Real small detail here that I love as well. I think arsenaling this has some merit, but both of our remaining pieces of equipment, the Robe of Astral Sanctuary and the Constella Waves, require the hero to be tapped to get maximum value. Nucleus Aether Bolt also going to need you to tap your hero if you want to do that extra point of Arcane. And so doing this now when the hero is untapped and giving yourself the freedom to use your equipment later on seems very, very heads up.
Yeah, the Silver Age All-Star, that is Nucleus Aether Bolt coming in here for 3. But Yuki does have the answer to this ready-made in the arsenal. It's about the texture of the hand after that, though, because it looks like there may... It looks like she does have a blue and a couple of yellows in hand to pair with a Path the Same Ends, so she should be able to deploy this as she wishes.
It's like Glide Through Starlight in the hand there as well. Thunderous Retort also available for Yuki Bender, so numerous ways of denying Arcane. The question is, what's the best one?
Yeah, I think the challenge for Yuki here is that the damage output just isn't good in her hand. And Majin is all the way at 13 life here. She has to try and string together some ways to force cards out of Majin's hand, because at 6 life, even if she uses the Carnveil Vault Haven here, she's kind of going shields down a little bit potentially. She does have a yellow Thunderous Retort in the hand. I think she's also thinking about, how do I keep this? So she kind of needs to use the Carnveil, keep the Thunderous, but also present some damage, and that is quite a challenging puzzle.
Yeah, definitely. Even Yellow Thunderous Retort here with the abundance of equipment that is still remaining here for Yuki Bender offers multiple avenues to deny 3 Arcane, keep that Carnveil around if that's the route you want to take. But with an Embodiment of Lightning available, you don't really want to be sending anemic damage here. It feels like a waste of a power turn to kind of cobble something together. And so the route, not immediately obvious here for Yuki.
She may have no choice, though, and I think that's what she's weighing up. Does she deploy the Thunderous here? But that obviously is a bit of a nombo with this Embodiment of Lightning, so can we get the Carnveil of Vault Haven? But that's not exactly resource efficient when this is only coming in for 3, because we don't end up using one of the Seekers. So do we pitch the other yellow? But that's an attack action, so this is an absolute headache here for Yuki in terms of trying to draw this up. This is a really, really important turn of the game, and Yuki can't afford to get this wrong when she already has this deficit to deal with.
I want to commend the sportsmanship there for a moment from Majin. Yuki obviously deep in the tank, leans forward just a little bit too much, and the hand becomes slightly visible, and we don't mess with that in this house.
Teammates, of course, Majin Bay and Yuki Lee Bender, so I'm sure they have played many a game in the testing house and the lead up to this, getting prepped for Pro Tour Las Vegas.
Fly Through Starlight will be pitched away for this Carnveil of Vault Haven. One resource currently available, looking to deny the 3 Arcane that currently exists and create a lightning flow for the trouble.
Yeah, and I think the challenge for Yuki is that there's a Singeing Flow Stride yellow in the hand. So the challenge is about resources here. She's trying to find a way to utilize this hand as effectively as possible, but I think she wants to keep that Thunderous Retort, but she can't if she wants to play the extra attack. So she's just ended up with this awkward hand, and in the end she's going to have to pitch the Thunderous Retort to actually play out this yellow Flow Stride, because otherwise she's actually stuck with 2 cards in hand.
On the upside, at least, flow was made from that Carnveil of Vault Haven, provides at least a little bit of insulation from the next wave of Arcane. With a little bit of luck, this Flow Stride will be making another flow in an attempt to do the same, which puts Majin in an interesting spot, looking at an interesting hand. Tap Lessons Past.
Oh.
Comic Collision, Cosmic Sutra, and the Uplift here as well. Some staff shenanigans and numerous ways to deal arcane damage.
Majin's got it all here. He's just got to work out the way he wants to sequence this, but this is... He's got damage prevention, he's got damage dealing. I think what he's working out here, though, is how he will utilize his hero. You were talking about there's a lot of things that require tapping the hero over the next couple of turns, and we're actually going to see one of them being used here, and it's going to be for hero ability, interestingly.
So we saw that Arcane prevented with a Lightning Flow. Second one cashed in to discard Cosmic Sutra to Oscilio's hero ability. Makes the Ponder, as a result, will turn on Starfall by seeing itself, which means Volzar can be added onto this to deal 2 Arcane. Alternatively, we might find ourselves holding on to that Volzar for the Comic Collision that we know is in the hand. Of course, Cosmic Uplift, Constella Uplift, I should say, making this even more tricksy if you want to get funky with the Volzar. So decisions to be had for Majin. Decides it is better off to activate Comet Collision on his own turn. Needs an instant to do that, and therefore will rely on Cosmic Sutra to prevent damage and deal Arcane back. This is particularly painful here for Yuki Bender because this Flow Stride is just for 3, and Cosmic Sutra Red, it doesn't care about a single source. It's just going to prevent the next 4 damage, which means that Scorpio is looking kind of sad right now too.
Yep, you saw it visible. Yuki Bender actually leant back in the chair when Majin banished that Cosmic Sutra. Kind of the worst possible card for her to see here. And, you know, when you're 9-0 at the Pro Tour, yes, it feels great to be 9-0, but you haven't locked up top 8 yet.
No.
And it starts, you can actually start to feel that weight of pressure a little bit, I think. And you know, this is not free. Yuki could very well, if things don't go well for her, end up 1-2 in this pod. So needs to really put, I mean, this is a pod of absolute killers. Yuki has to put things together and play at her best. And a red Cosmic Sutra being thrown down is not what she wanted to see.
No, it's a lot of weight. I've done it. The 9-0 to 9-4 pathway is not a pleasant one, and you can't help but stare down the barrel a little bit in spots like this. Yuki will need to do better than that. Path of Same Ends will offer some options in that regard. Means the turn will be extended and can theoretically bust through this Sutra. Resource floating means that if we let the Arcane be soaked up by this, we can afford to give it go again anyway.
Yeah, and Yuki's actually played this so well. And I think this is what she was trying to work out on that last turn of how do I play around what Majin could have? Because this ended up being that she said, okay, I have to throw away this Thunderous Retort, but it means that I will definitely be able to go 3 wide on this chain.
Prevents the Arcane with the Sutra, says, yep, I'll take 3 physical. Does provide go again to Path of the Same Ends with that remaining resource, and tickles across with Scorpio to end this turn. Now 8 plays 5 in favor of our Wizard as we make our way back to Margin Bay. Looking at a 2-card hand, we know it's Constella Uplift and Comet Collision, so will be a healthy chunk of damage coming through as a retort.
Yeah, honestly, really well navigated there from Yuki, but the problem now is shield's down, right? It's just the equipment, so she really needs to find some blues to make the use of these equipment to prevent some damage on this turn potentially.
5 Arcane after the Uplift untaps the Staff. Will let us use Volzar for a second time in the turn cycle to juice up Comet Collision. We see that Tempestuous Kiss in the hand for Yuki, but no clean way of both playing it and gaining go again right now.
Yeah, and it's facing down lethal right now. This is lethal damage. Yuki has to deal with this, and Majin has that Ponder now as well to follow things up.
0 flow currently available. That can change in a pinch with those Starflow robes, but for now it's going to be Lace Lining, Seekers, equipment relied on to soak up some amount of this damage. Duality in hand provides some permutations there as well. So some options for Yuki. None of them looking stellar, though.
No, this is really difficult. Just the 1 blue in Yuki's hand. I was saying it as she dropped. She really needs to find some blues here. And not only has she only found 1 blue, but the attack that she would probably like to play after pitching some blues to prevent damage would be that Visionary. And that also requires an extra blue. Really difficult here for Yuki to piece this one together.
So multiple dualities alongside that Visionary of Orbits, in fact. All equipment still available here for the Canadian. She attempts to solve this puzzle and stay as our only remaining undefeated player right now. You see the cards twisted sideways as we reach for this equipment. Will be both the Starflow robes and the Lace Lightning here to prevent 2, make a flow, and generate an embodiment of lightning. Means it's currently 3 Arcane coming through. Brings Yuki Bender down to just 2 life remaining.
Yeah, it does get that lightning flow, of course, but now Majin has 5 cards, and Yuki presumably going to throw 2 attacks here. Majin kind of has a window to possibly end this game right now.
Vault-bound duality, 0 for 4 in the red variety is the first play of choice. Joins up with that embodiment of lightning to gain go again. Looking at Majin's hand, we see Enian Surge front and center. Debating a block already, nice and early on this one with a red copy of Lightning Overload. So an abundance of damage available again. Single point bleeds through. Down to 7 for Margin Bay. Scorpio, the only follow-up this time. Margin immediately reaching for that Robe of Astral Sanctuary, taking a moment to pause and deciding it is, in fact, the correct decision. Scorpio kept in check. Thunderous Retort played out at the end of the turn. Happy to provide both go again and an instant in the graveyard to activate that Volzar. Gonna see it pop. Arc ramp pitched will be red. Meteoric impact as the follow-up. 6 arcane is the question. Can Yuki Lee Bender find a way out? Tempestuous Kiss locked in the arsenal. 1 flow available. 2 Seekers equipment on board means 3 prevention. Not enough by itself. Got to stare on at this hand, try and find a way to survive what is another gigantic lump of damage from Majin Bay.
It's just come up all Margin in this game, and you spoke about plot armor earlier. Well, I think he's just drafted a really good deck in this pod and put himself in a really strong position and navigated it really nicely. And now Yuki is facing down lethal damage. I think she can find... She's got Thunderous Retort in the hand. She can find a way to prevent at least 4 of this, but she needs to prevent 5. Can she find a way to do that? I think that's what she's double checking. Can I find a 5th damage prevention here? And I'm not sure she has it available.
Trying to count the resources, can't quite see the colors on cards ourselves. It's not enough. Thunderous Retort will not save the Canadian as Yuki Lee Bender falls to the former US national champion. There are no more Masters and no more undefeated players here at the Pro Tour in Las Vegas.
Wow, what a game we have there. Yuki Lee Bender, as you said, last undefeated player, falling now to 9-1, and Margin putting himself in a really good spot to go ahead and 3-0 this draft. Of course, we know that he won't be playing against another Oscilio because Dan Rakowski fell in that first round, so he is the lone Oscilio at 2-0 with a very, very strong deck, nice equipment loadout, and you just saw it sort of come up there. I was worried at the start of that game when he had to block with a lot of reds, but it turned out that didn't matter because he just had so much more gas in the tank to go.
Yeah, I mean, the deck looked phenomenal. I think that was a difficult game to navigate for Yuki. The hands didn't come up. We saw double Calm Veil very early, which is both good and not good, depending on the quality of the Oscilio deck. So some difficult puzzle decisions, and I think good answers found, but not quite enough in this case to make it all come together.
Yeah, and I think going second, Margin just had kind of the perfect start with those 3 lightning flows generated as well, and that just set the tone. Because you saw at the end of the game that he actually had burnt through all those lightning flows.
Yeah.
But it didn't matter. He'd used them so wisely. And we spoke yesterday about just the importance of your management of lightning flows. But when you just get to start on turn 0 with 3 of them, that gets a lot easier.
Certainly does. Let's check in with the bracket and see how the remaining players in this draft pod are holding up. It's an unfortunate 0-2 start for Matthew Dilks so far. Nova-chan in a similar spot, but if you are fans of Haymaker games, the 3-0 in this bracket will be Majin Bay versus Michael Hamilton.
Scott, what a game we have for this final round in the second draft here at Pro Tour Las Vegas. Bit disappointing for Matthew Dilks, I'm sure, to start off 8-0 on day 1 and now be 8-2. But if anyone can get it done and rally and put together a run, it is someone of the caliber of Matthew Dilks. You see Daniel Rakowski there getting one back now at 1-1. Nova-chan also sad 0-2, unfortunately. But yeah, we're going to see Michael Hamilton versus Majin Bay. And we saw yesterday Michael falling to Oscilio in the hands of one of Yuki Lee Bender. But the way he played that game was honestly a masterclass in how you try and do that when you're 1 of 4 Zyggy.
I cannot think of a better cherry on top. Let's check in with the standings of our event so far, see how some of our other fan favorite players are doing outside of pod number 1. Filipe Lima Cardoso, 9-1. Christian Hauck, 9-1. That's multiple Pro Tour tops who are still live, still very much in contention. Jacob Clements is undeniable. 8-2, still alive to break that tier 4 curse and show everyone once and for all what he's really made of.
Yeah, he's got a point to prove there. Did drop the first round of this draft, picked up the second one, and there you see in the pod he is also in is Filipe Lima Cardoso and Christian Hauck. They will be playing against each other for that 3-0 in our second draft pod. And I mean, that top 5 is a who's who. I mean, you can go down even further, but I mean, those 9-1s, the strength of those 9-1s is outstanding.
Some other Haymaker names here. If you're a fan of the unexpected, Jonathan Magnuson rocking Betsy in Classic Constructed, still 8-2, very much in contention. Brody Spurlock there as well. Another name that we've all come to know and love. Tatsuya Okanishi, 8-2, still alive. Lucas Oswald, very happy with the draft. Got to catch him on the floor briefly. Still very much in contention as well. As you say, who's who here, really? We've felt like this since the start of the day, but all of these names are forging their legacy in Flesh and Blood, and I'm just happy to know so many cool people.
Yeah, and I think we're going to have some names in our top 8 that have been waiting to break through by the looks of it. You know, obviously so many rounds still to play in the stretch down here, but we know we're seeing some former tier 4 top 8ers amongst the big dogs in this one. But there's also some names in there, like you said, like a Jacob Clements, right, who actually hasn't broken through on that tier 4 stage. So, you know, we may be seeing some names in their first ever top 8, but they got a lot to do before they can get there.
Well, one of the things they're going to have to do is get through either Majin Bay or Michael Hamilton once we figure out which one of them is going to get there first. 3-0 game to come for you to wrap up Omens of the Third Age draft, and I cannot think of a better finale. It will be Michael Hamilton against your host of World Tour Weekly, Majin Bay, to bring us in for the 3-0 game. Don't you dare go anywhere.
TCG Player makes it easy for Flesh and Blood players to track what's moving, what's trending, and which cards players actually want right now. From competitive cards to high-end marvels and cold foils, TCG Player helps you shop with confidence. Get all the cards, decks, and packs you need at TCG Player, the trusted marketplace for Flesh and Blood.
Flesh and Blood is heading to the historic City of Light from November 5th to 8th. The World Championship weekend has something for everyone, from seasoned veterans chasing glory to new players joining the action for the first time. Early bird tickets go live from August 21st to 23rd, so mark your calendar, pick up a souvenir package to score this sensational Marvel Leviathan, and so much more. Come and join us in Paris this November. Folks, I want to tell you how excited I am for this finale of this draft pod, and I checked. I'm not allowed to cuss, so I won't be doing that. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't think I can pick a better finale for Omens of the Third Age draft, for our limited portion of a Pro Tour. Hayden, Michael Hamilton, Majin Bay, just two premium headliners.
Yeah, and you want to talk about the complexity and depth of this format. The best players in the world have been working at it. They've been evolving the way, leveling up over these last 8 weeks. Yeah, I love that. To work out the best way to approach this format. And it's ended with, honestly, some world-class play in our feature match area.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think we know more about Margin's deck than we do about Michael's. We know he's on Ziggy again. We spoke about it a little bit at the beginning of the pod, but Michael has admitted to Pankaj at least that he might be a little biased on Ziggy. Like, arguably likes to draft it a little too much. So I'm happy to see that it's not only proving successful, but clearly a hero at this point. Michael is very well versed in, really should give us the best of the best. I'm done waiting. Let's get down there and check things out, see how this one goes. It will be Majin Bay against Michael Hamilton. Oscilio versus Ziggy for all the marbles and a 10-1 record here at Pro Tour Vegas. Michael winning the die roll, choosing to go second as Ziggy. How are you feeling about this matchup at this point, Hayden? Do you think Ziggy's still slightly ahead against Oscilio? Is it the deck you'd rather not see?
I think it's really even, honestly. I just think that players have worked out how to play around the prevention effects, how to line it up. And on the flip side, we've also seen how the Ziggies then try and construct their turns to make the Oscilio's hands kind of awkward, right? Because actually, Oscilio can struggle to convert 5-card hands when the opponent isn't attacking with physical damage sometimes.
Will it be this myriad of reds that we have seen from Margin, or little more than a mirage from Michael Hamilton? Both of these players now 6 rounds of limited deep this weekend, rocking the show, have found nothing but wins so far this morning. And I cannot wait to see them just play against each other. There's just something incredibly enjoyable about watching the best players in Flesh and Blood navigate their games.
Yeah. At the end of this, a 3-0, I think both players are deserving with the level of play and the caliber of play we've seen. If it was, Majin Bay, I think that would mean that he ends up being 6-0 in draft. And you were talking before about it's something that he has really worked on. We flash back to prior Pro Tours. It was really that US Nationals win where he went away and he said, you know what, like, I am going to focus on being a better limited player. He would consistently crush those classic constructed rounds and then absolutely flop in the draft rounds. But it is Majin Bay, draft flopper no more. We'll see if he can take this to a 6-0 here, or whether Michael Hamilton has something to say about it.
Yeah, the Major was once responsible for the theory that Kano players couldn't draft. Let's see if that's finally true or otherwise. Down into the game we'll go as Majin Bay takes on Michael Hamilton. Full equipment suite, of course, for the Wizard aficionado. Just 2 pieces of clothing for Michael on the other side. We'll draw up. Take a look at these opening hands. It is a chunk of red arcane damage, including Any and Surge here for Margin, but no real way to make use of these outside of a Duality tucked away in there. Walks into Thunderous Retort on turn 0, though. Won't quite get the exciting start to the game that he was hoping for.
That's a red Thunderous Retort as well, so you're going to be able to soak up all this damage and then start off with a nice go again on the side of Michael Hamilton, and you see the arms actually deployed there by Margin to try and pump this up over the top.
I think this is very heads up. Incentivizes Michael to either have to burn the Seeker's Gilet or utilize that Lightning Flow nice and early if we want to deny the Enian Surge ability. Of course, that's not there anymore. We had to tap our hero to do this, so deny a point of meaningful damage. It's just about getting value from those Constella waves while the option is available. Brush off as the starting play here for Michael as well. Pretty clear that he came prepared. Going to respond to that with this duality. Single point of Arcane coming through. Going to be amped up by the Constella waves up to 2 because that amp effect has not yet been pushed forward onto Enian Surge. And so Brush Off will meet an end. We'll see that Surge coming in for 3, and Michael will pitch the rest of the hand away to nullify that damage. Very successful turn cycle for Michael Hamilton.
Wow, you see the complexity of this format with I do this, you do this, I do this, you do this. Interesting there, Michael Hamilton deciding to overpitch and pitch away that red duality. I thought he may have held on to that because of the Thunderous Retort this turn, but obviously knows the complexion of his deck very well and wants to make sure he doesn't get too bricked up on red cards, I assume.
I do not know.
Okay, players confirming a trigger about exactly how the go again on this Thunderous Retort works. And again, not sure in these scenarios, call the judge, that's exactly what they're there for. And if you ever feel embarrassed about not knowing how certain rulings work at home, nothing is more reassuring than hearing Michael Hamilton ask Margin how this works, and Margin going, I do not know. Yeah, I have no idea whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't know what the call would be. I wonder if it's about responding to the trigger on Thunderous Retort potentially.
Let's see if we can find out one way or the other. Sounds like our players have got that nice and easily tidied up, so we'll make our way back down into the game. Looks like Michael is pausing on that Thunderous Retort trigger, deciding if there's anything he'd like to do beforehand, and that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to utilize Zyggy to blink this out before it goes away. Now, this is the same trick you can do with Sigil of Lightning in Classic Constructed. This is a new game object. As it was trying to leave the battlefield, you get your trigger, you do your thing, it's still left play, but this time round, you gain access to it again next time. So Michael going to see itself gaining go again from this Thunderous Retort and keeping it around to do so again later down the pipeline.
So you get the trigger, right? So you get the go again trigger, but it doesn't destroy because you actually
It's a new copy of Thunderous Retort.
Yeah, wow, that's a great heads up play.
Ebbing Arc Stride is the follow-up here. Michael finding a way to convert this handful of blues. Going to utilize that resource at the end for the Aphrodisias, as we have successfully put a holo counter onto an Aura this turn. Going to have the Arc Strike go down to 1 as it's met by another Comic Collision. Will allow Michael's turn to continue if there was another option. We will just see Aphrodisias activated to utilize one of those resources. Push to Arcane. Helm of Astral Sanctuary going to dampen that just a smidge.
Yeah, but 2 blues, not particularly exciting here for Michael. And we saw him overpitch and pitch away that red attack, you know, because he wants it for late game. He wants it in the end game, but has been a little bit punished with 2 blues here.
Nebulous Cycle is the final card in hand. Chooses it. Decides it's better on board than in the arsenal. Makes a lot of sense why the resource is available. Will generate a Ponder. At some point when it leaves the arena, will be Core Reaction on the last 2 cards in hand here for Margin. Bit of a dangerous spot to be in when that Thunderous Retort is still around. It's a fair question to ask your opponent to convert, but much easier to do that when that first attack will have go again.
Yeah, but what I really like about Margin here is just waiting till his turn, play the core reaction. I'm not going to do any damage in my turn, potentially. And yeah, just passes back and says, okay, what can you do with your 4-card hand?
And so it will be that retort that will destroy at the start of the turn, provides go again as needed. We do see multiple attacks in the hand of Michael Hamilton once more. Pulsing Cardia, front and center. Going to go with the Flittering Spike, pitching that one away. This card quickly becoming a favorite of Michael, I would imagine, was a huge overperformer in his versions of Zyggy yesterday.
Yeah, but he's upgraded. They're no longer yellows, they're reds this time, Scott. So he's doing at least one better here in our feature match area in Draft 2.
No reactions for me.
Some options here for Michael in the follow-up hit as well. Cosmic Flare going to come out from Margin Bay in response to this. After no blocks have been declared, generating 3 resources, putting an instant into the graveyard for a Volzar activation if required. Going to see Cosmic Sutra played from the hand off those resources. Will offer 4 points of preventative effect. 1 Arcane attached to this. Not interested in Volzar double dipping.
I think there's a red... It looks like Margin Bay's hand, he has a red refinement as well. plus an arc ramp. So if there's a red damage spell in his arsenal, he could have an absolutely mammoth turn on this next turn cycle.
Love this. So Seeker's Gilet activated to blunt the Arcane. Margin decides that is enough to incentivize the Volzar activation. Try and kill the Nebula's cycle with that remaining point of Arcane. Will earn the boots of Astral Sanctuary in response to that. Deny it, keep the cycle around, will be Lightning Form to follow up. Remaining resource available for Margin, finally utilized on those Seeker's leggings in the process. Take a peek at that top card of the deck and see if this explosive hand will actually come together. Chromatic Refinement, very dangerous in a spot like this.
Yeah, very key though, getting that embodiment of Lightning. Margin, because of this hand, and it's going to be big, just has to say, yeah, you got it.
So no way to convert this Chromatic Refinement this turn. Looks like we will see Core Reaction triggering to kick things off for Michael. Currently, 20 plays 14 for Margin, who has done his best to blast through the wall so far, but has been met by a pretty staunch response from Hamilton. Nebulous Cycle going down, Ponder token generated. Single point finally bleeds through as Core Reaction does its work. Arc Ramp will amp 3, eating a Lightning Flow. Arsenal comes out. It is Comet Collision Red. Gonna find ourselves doing 7 points of Arcane here and still keeping hold of an Arsenal.
Yeah, and I think that was really tempting there to play that refinement on the previous turn. But because of that reduction in cost and this costing 0, hold on to it. Use it at a time where you can get that reduction. So Margin making sure he gets the full value out of his card, saying, no reason for me, as tempting as it is to send an attack, you know, for a massive 8 damage, we're going to hold on to, rather massive 8 damage, we're going to hold on to that refinement until we get the ability to, of course, reduce the cost by 1. And when it's not being used to trigger Volzar, you might as well just hold on to it.
Hamilton with no flow, no equipment, forced to take 7 Arcane. Down to 12 and suddenly looking much more favorable for Margin. However, the hand for Michael, equal parts impressive. We're going to see Heaven's Claws to start with the embodiment of Lightning. Looks like Electrolyze to follow this in the hand as well.
This is like generic Lightning deck from Michael here.
Nebula Duality forced to play blocks. For now, 2 damage coming through. 3 meets 5 will bring Margin down to 12 as well. Follow-up here will no doubt be that Electrolyze, but there is also a Corrosive Space Dust in the hand here for Michael. Has the option to run that one out. That Arsenal going to play an important role in how to navigate this turn, given the Ponder token that we'd love to get some value from.
Yeah, this is not straightforward here for Michael, and what he would really like is Lightning Flow, which he doesn't have.
Okay. Have to pitch both of these cards away to get value from that Ponder, but it is Clear Conscience of the yellow variety here. Will earn some respect from Margin, lest he have to put a card from the hand on bottom of his deck.
Yeah, but how awkward is that? We're having to pitch 2 Premier Reds just to swing this Clear Conscience because of the context of that hand and having no Lightning Flow as well.
Interesting decision here for Margin. Decides that the card on the bottom of the deck is, and the Ponder, I should say, is more valuable than preventing 2 more damage. Falls to 10 as that Clear Conscience connects. Will finally extend out that Chromatic Refinement. Makes you think that last card in hand, after double red duality blocked, has to be a red source of Arcane that costs 1. For my money, I'm betting it's a Meteoric Impact.
Oh my goodness, it is. This turn is massive again. We're going to see Volzar, and it is. Oh my gosh, Scott Mines. That is huge. 7 damage coming the way of Michael Hamilton. Margin Bay is just not letting up here.
7 more Arcane. Ponder token locked and loaded. Hamilton stuck with no equipment, no Lightning Flow, but does have access to some ward prevention in hand. We see Elliptical Conflux, Nebulous Cycle, and even Cosmic Duality there to provide multiple permutations as to how to navigate this turn. The one he chooses appears to be I'll take it. 7 Arcane comes through. Down to 5. Cosmic Duality after the damage is done.
Wow. And spending those 2 resources, how else can we use these 2 resources?
Lightning Flow made, 2 resources remaining. Going to deploy Elliptical Conflux and Nebulous Cycle after the 7 Arcane here to provide a wall of insulation from the next wave of damage.
I actually really like this because now you're asking Margin, how can you convert your 5-card hand? I've set up, as you say, all my prevention, my wall. I'm insulated, like you say. I've got my Lightning Flow finally that's been so hard to come by. Can you convert this 5-card hand, or are you going to have to throw maybe a spell or 2 while I can then come back with something on my side? And no red damage spell here for Margin.
Meteoric Impact, Nebula Duality, Comet Collision, and a Sigil of Lightning, the available options. Not aware of the Ponder at this time of writing. We'll have to wait and see if that one combines nicely with that sigil to convert this hand in a meaningful manner. Seems like no for now. Nebula Duality at the end of the turn here before Michael has access to additional cards. Trying to take away one of these Ward 2 auras at the cost of 1 Arcane, generate a flow in the process.
Yeah, really clear to be, really important to be clear where we are in the turn, because in this format there's so much playing on your opponent's turn, especially at the high level when you see players trying to strand cards in each other's hand, and here we are on Michael's end.
Will decide to burn the flow to try and keep these auras around. 2 resources remaining here for Margin. Will run out that Sigil of Lightning in an attempt to go wider while the opportunity is available. Will leave play, make an Embodiment of Lightning, also activates Volzar here, which we will see utilized with Comet Collision in the yellow for 4 points of Arcane, threatening both of these auras at the very least. Hamilton, with a few options to work with though, Fleeing Starbreeze, Sigil of Astral Flow, and Double Shattering Flow Tide, decides the in-play auras are the insulation he would prefer to use this time.
Yeah, Michael is really stabilized here, but is still short on those lightning flows.
Dangerous cards coming in the hand of Margin Bay. We see Constella Uplift and Flash Bolt available. If Michael Hamilton goes just a little too low here, things have the potential to get very, very scary. For now, Shattering Flow Tide in the red. 5 go again. Will make a Lightning Flow if Margin decides to fragment it.
There's a lot of damage in the hand for Margin after that. Kind of dud of a hand. He's drawn up a lot more gas this time.
Down to 5, plays 5. How can Hamilton follow to threaten additional damage? It's 3 from this Flow Tide, and now you have to start thinking. It's Fleeing Starbreeze might let this go wider. Auric Shards might suddenly make this gigantic. If there's some way to make a Lightning Flow in the hand too, Margin needs to pause, decide the permutations, and figure out which of these incredibly offensive options are the best to give up on defense.
Yeah, and I like that Margin just takes the pause there to work this out. He has been so, you can see him so calm and confident down here in the feature match area. I think he knows what he wants on his turn. He's got a Flash Bolt. He has got damage in his hand. He's got that Nucleus. He just needs to make sure that he protects enough of his life total here. And he knows there'll be a follow-up attack, as you say, so let's find out what it is.
Elliptical Conflux coming out of the arsenal here. Instead of deploying that Fleeing Starbreeze, Hamilton acknowledging that Margin wants to keep the hand, wants to go wide, and therefore decides it is better spent to create some ward, utilize that Ponder token, and try and stave off the assault.
Yeah, both players also down to having 0 equipment, so this is all about what Lightning Flow and Ward Michael Hamilton can generate on his side. Currently has access to 2 Prevention, so I think Margin actually lining up. Can I push some damage here at the end of turn, or can I get a cheap kill in on this Ward Aura here?
Trying to count the resources. Looks like a very red-heavy hand, otherwise this Constella Uplift might be able to make things work. We will see Oscilio reached for here off of a yellow Tap Lessons Past. Ponder token generated, card will be discarded to that ability. It is the red Flash Bolt. Volzar activation here to juice this up a little bit. Gonna see the Constella Uplift. We can do it all. Margin says my hand is better spent on your turn. It's a point of arcane damage from Constella Uplift. Gonna see the Ward 2 fall to the single point of damage. The staff will untap and be tapped again as the Flash Bolt crashes on through. 5 points of arcane damage. There's nothing there. There is no way to survive. And Michael Hamilton will fall to Margin Bay, who finds himself at 3-0 in the draft pod and in an incredible position to make top 8 here at Pro Tour Las Vegas.
Wow, 6-0 across those 2 drafts for Margin, and what a play. You could see how just confident and calm he was. He had the Flash Bolt, he had the Uplift, he knew what the end of the turn could look like. He just had to make sure that he didn't mislay, he didn't misblock, he had to wait, and you saw Michael kind of return serve a little bit with, okay, I'm not going to give this go again, I'm going to play out the Aura, I'm going to have that ward protection. Michael, I think, thought he was probably protected enough to get through that next turn, but Margin kind of had the perfect answer and had laid it out so well to make sure that he could push through that final damage there.
Yeah, that Sigil of Astral Flow, just kind of the green light for Margin to go. I think in Michael's spot, it's really easy to go, I think I'm only dead to Constella Uplift and Flash Bolt, and that needs to be exactly what's there, and for better or worse, that's exactly what we found.
Yeah, and Margin's Oscilio deck was so strong. You saw the amount of reds there. He did have an off turn there, and I was a bit worried for him for a second. I thought, Michael Hamilton's going to get back into this. Michael could see the way back, and I thought Michael played so well to just say, okay, here is my nice, as you said, call it, Scott, insulation. What can you do with your 5-card hand? It was a little bit middling from Margin, but the power in that end game with that flashbot was able to get it done anyway.
Still 9-2 there for Michael Hamilton, who is rocking Jarl in the classic constructed portion. So still very alive, still has a chance to kind of make another Tier 4 top 8. So I'm pretty sure that's not the last we've seen of Michael Hamilton. Limited coming to an end here, Hayden. I've had a blast watching this. I'm going to miss it pretty dearly. You got any final thoughts about the format, about the pods that we've seen in general?
Yeah, I'll declare it. I think this is the best draft format we've seen for a Tier 4 event. It is so complex in nature. The levels to which the evolution has happened has been pretty massive, to be honest, and you see the quality at the highest level of how players have adapted to playing this format. It may seem like at the base level of it pretty approachable, pretty straightforward, which it is, this format. I think, you can play the 4 and 5 card hands out. Those basics that we talked about yesterday, extending the chains, extending the hand, all of these things. But when you get to that sort of next level, players are responding to that. They're trying to strand cards in each other's hand. They're playing on each other's turn. I mean, half that game was played on the opponent's turn. How can you not want, what more do you want from a limited format? Like, it is so interesting to watch, I think, and it is so fun to play. So I'm a little bit sad to see Omens of the Third Age go away, but you know what? I'll be busting out a box or two, probably tonight, to be honest, to do some drafts if we can get one going.
I've picked up a few, and if anything else, it gives me incredible hope for what we'll see in Usurper Shadow Throne as well. Sets a pretty good precedent for where Limited is at going forward. From sealed booster pack play to something far more classic. Margin Bay now sitting at 10-1 after an incredible draft pod, but still has a story to tell. As Classic Constructed comes together, who will be our heroes on top? Stay tuned to find out.
Omens of the Third Age draft is done and dusted, and we are ready to make our final march down the stretch with some classic constructed games as we get ready to find out who our next Pro Tour champion will be. I am Bryan Gottlieb. That is Pankaj Bhojwani. Incredible rounds of Limited, showing off everything that we've heralded throughout the weekend about Omens of the Third Age Limited. High skill expression, interesting drafts the whole way. What was your take having now put this format not quite to bed? I'm sure there'll still be some action in your local game stores. If you're watching this and you want to go draft Omens of the Third Age, certainly push for that. But it's kind of the sunsetting of competitive play, high-level competitive play for Omens.
I think something that I already knew was the deep level of intricate play that is required to succeed in this draft format. But getting to see that absolutely stacked pod to start off our day two over here really pushed that to the next level. So many instant speed interactions. We saw lots of priority window shifting back and forth, recognizing when your opening is, recognizing when you can blow the opponent out. It was such a treat to watch.
Now, I want to walk everyone through the schedule again, what we're going to be doing for the rest of the weekend. As I mentioned, we just wrapped up our final rounds of draft, and that means from this point out, Pankaj, it is all classic constructed. And let me tell you something, some of these top decks, they're starting to distance themselves from the field, certainly at that high level, the top 20 or so players. It's kind of like a big four, a big five showing up over and over, and we're going to see some of those usual suspects in our feature match area this particular go-around.
Usual suspects not only in terms of heroes, but in terms of players as well. That pod was stacked all throughout our standings at the top of the field. We're seeing these players that we've seen again and again show up at these Tier 4 events.
Yeah, it's not going to surprise everyone to understand that there's going to be nothing but former Pro Tour top 8 competitors in our feature match area this round, as you would expect at this point. You're going to want to hang out with us for the rest of the day for sure. Of course, we're also going to be giving away this Drinking Buddy promo. You're going to want to pick that one up. Just be active in the chat, and we'll pick a winner at the end of the day. Make sure you stick around to the end for that. Let's remind everyone what our players here are playing for. Of course, you love to see that prize money, 50 big ones up top for the winner, but there's so much more that comes with being a Pro Tour champion. Gold foil legendaries, your PTI, going ahead and making sure you continue to battle at the highest level. But let's not sleep on those World Tour points, and for a lot of the players in the mix, including none other than the top two, Jacob Clements, Brody Spurlock, very much in the mix here. Those World Tour points mean everything.
And of course, the prize money not just limited to our top 8 competitors, but going all the way down to the top 64 as well. Still a lot to be played for all the players that are joining us for day 2 of the Pro Tour.
Yeah, so many players at this point really trying to scrape together that $1,000 in cash. But for the ultimate winner, there will, of course, be that Champions Prize. There you see some of the most storied heroes in the history of the game, Gravy Bones, Enigma, and of course, Azuri Switchblade, that scourge of the metagame for so long.
So just before these last 4 rounds of CC, Bryan, what's your prediction now for which Pro Tour champion card we're going to see?
Putting me on the spot, Pankaj. I just have to say things are lining up very well for Arakni Marionette right now. The players who are still in contention, the quality of players, to say nothing of the other heroes. There's Michael Hamilton on Jarl, Majin Bay on Oscilio, some big threats out there, but I have to call out folks like Yuki Lee Bender playing Arakni Marionette, Jacob Clements playing Arakni Marionette. In fact, let's look at some of our players we've been watching throughout the weekend and see how their records are shaping up. And there you see at the very top there, it is Yuki Lee Bender and Jacob Clements, both representing Marionette within striking distance. And how about Filipe Lima Cardoso making his way to the top of the standings, representing that passionate community down in Brazil, long been the champion since he picked up that top 8 back at Pro Tour LA on Kano, representing another wizard here this weekend in the form of Oscilio.
I think coming into this weekend, the story was very much more about the players than about the heroes that they are bringing, it feels like. Not only because of the draft format, really testing these players' skills, but also because in CC as well, with the metagame being this wide, you need to be practiced and diligent and disciplined across all your matchups. And we're seeing that exactly here amongst our players to watch. These top players, the ones with still the X2, X1 records, no surprise to anyone.
Yeah, I want to go a little broader with our look now now. We'll take a look at the standings as a whole. And there you see, as we mentioned, it's Yuki Lee Bender and Majin Bay once again leading the charge. This just feels like Groundhog Day. I feel like I've seen this one before, Pankaj.
It's definitely bringing a lot of deja vu to us. No longer any undefeated players after the draft rounds. We had our undefeated players all take a loss here or two there throughout the draft rounds, and now we just have X1s and X2s and X3s who are still fighting for their top 8 lives.
Yeah, in that 9-2 space, you see folks like perhaps the all-time greatest Michael Hamilton, former Pro Tour top 8 competitor Christian Hauck, Noah Clark in the mix, Jacob Clements right now leading player of the year race, Jonathan Magnuson looking to go ahead and follow up on that impressive performance at U.S. Nationals. And then we see some folks who haven't really been a fixture down in their feature match area, but they're starting to creep their way in. Matthew W., former world's top 8 competitor, Lucas Oswald, the kid known for so many top calling finishes. Unfortunately for fans of Team PCG and Canada in general, a rough draft for Matthew Dilks. Started day 1 8-0, 0-3 in draft.
Unfortunate for him, but went undefeated in CC yesterday. If he continues that record today, still they're very much live for top 8. Moving on, looking at Daniel Rutkowski as well. We saw him with a very strong finish yesterday. Of course, that incredible blowout on stream in the CC round. Also, XN3 still fighting for his life. Brody Spurlock on that Vince set, which he's going to be pivoting back towards now in CC rounds. Going to have to see where he ends up in all this. Remember, he's the second player in the running for the current World Tour race.
Yeah, a couple of new Japanese faces carrying the flag for the country this go around too. Of course, Ken Kuwahara doing very well thus far, and then Tatsuya Okanishi famously won a calling on Florian back in the day. Also famously looks spectacular every time he's down in our feature match area. Very much in striking distance still. So these players are going to be very much the focus as we come down the stretch here. Of course, there's still space for people below this top 20 to bust their way in, make their way into the top 8, but they have to be perfect. They really cannot falter for the rest of the day, and that is a big ask with 4 rounds of CC to play.
And we're currently approaching the stage of the tournament where people are playing for their win-ins or their losing outs. The competition's absolutely heating up.
Yeah, those 10-1 folks, I wouldn't quite call it a pure winning in at this stage, but it's very, very close to that. If an X4 makes it, they will be the one if they can go ahead and win this particular round. And we heard from one of our X1s after his last draft victory. I sat down with Majin Bay and got his thoughts about how the day has gone for him thus far. Welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Las Vegas, brought to you by our friends at TCG Player. I am joined by the one and only, the host of World Tour Weekly, former U.S. national champion, world's top 8 competitor, and perhaps Pro Tour Las Vegas.
I don't want to jinx it.
Okay, we're not getting there yet. We're not going to do that yet. It is, of course, Majin Bay. 6-0 performance across Omens Limited. Tell me about what are your keys to success in this format, and how have you found the format generally?
Yeah, the format I think is really interesting. I'm fortunate that it plays into a lot of my strengths. It's a really complicated format that interacts a lot on the stack. There's a lot of things to keep track of, and that since I play a lot of Wizard, that tends to be something that I have a lot of experience with. So when I get to play these like more complicated stack-based plans, like you see with Zyggy and Oscilio, where it's about like disrupting their permanence in ways they don't want you to and things like that, I feel very much at home. So when I get to be in spots like that, it's very good for me.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. Also in a spot like that, in CC, where of course you are playing a Wizard again, as we all expect.
Surprise.
X and gruesome murder is your record so far. Only that one loss on stream to Daniel Rutkowski. That was, on behalf of Assassin enjoyers, I apologize. That just shouldn't happen to people.
I appreciate that.
That was gross. But besides that one hiccup, how have the constructed rounds been? Are you happy to head back to CC now for 4 more rounds?
I am happy to head back to CC. I am playing a Wizard. I feel like a lot of the decks in the format aren't prepared to deal with the all-arcane version of Oscilio right now. There's a lot of matchups that they're just a little too sluggish. They're trying to make sure they can combat the aggro decks, you know, the normal version of Oscilio, things like Syndra, and just don't have the room to put a bunch of hate in for a deck that just presents strong, consistent arcane damage. So I feel quite good going back into CC.
Tell me a little bit about the decision to pivot back into that tall arcane version. How much did the fact that you were kind of the progenitor of that Gone in a Flash version play into your decision? Did you think you were picking up some equity from people assuming you would be in that track, and instead surprising them with the big arcane damage?
I did think about it, but I am the host of World Tour Weekly. I'm a known player, so by round 2,
sure,
it's out of the bag. So I tried to like really make my decision away from that. In testing games, I did not allow my testing partners to play games not knowing that I was Arcane, right? I wanted them to know what I was playing so that I was getting the best reps possible for the tournament. I didn't want to show up and be surprised that, oh, when my opponents are ready for it, I lose games all of a sudden. But I actually picked up the deck when I was playing Jarl last week at the Battlegrounds tournament and didn't know it was Arcane Oscilio, boarded super incorrectly, brought in Sync Belows and Fiddler's Greens, and lost. And I was like, oh my God, this sucks. If only I'd have boarded correctly. And then I'm driving home and I'm thinking to myself, you know what? If we're being fair, even if I boarded correctly, that felt pretty oppressive. I'm not sure if I would have won. And so I went home and immediately like tried to put the deck together and get some reps on it. And I felt like there was really something there.
Interesting. So there's 4 more rounds of CC to go. You're in a very good position thus far. We're not jinxing anything, but you're going to want to tune in and see 4 more rounds of action here from the Pro Tour and see if the host of World Tour Weekly can add another achievement to an already long list. Well, there you heard from the man himself. Majin is going to be down in our feature match area this round. Going to be taking on, as I mentioned, a Pro Tour top 8 competitor in the form of Christian Hauck. Oscilio versus Kassai. You have to think if you're in Majin's seat, typically very advantaged playing heavy arcane into Kassai.
And the thing is, we have seen this story in the past before, though. We have had calling finals. Majin actually was in one of those calling finals playing Kano back in the day against a Kassai who was actually Matthew Dilks, and Kassai actually came out on top. Chris Yali as well took down a calling on Kassai against a Kano in the finals. I'm a little bit nervous. In theory, it should be very good for the tall arcane wizard, but it seems like anything can happen when Kassai's in the picture.
Especially when Pankaj is in the booth. The human curse. We forced him. We would not let him escape this go-around. He will watch his friend Majin play his game this go around. I really want to call attention to Christian Hauck. It's been a little while since we've seen him in the mix, and maybe a name that Flesh and Blood fans out there might not be as familiar with if you haven't been with us from the beginning. But as I mentioned, a Pro Tour Lille top 8 competitor. Also, Christian Hauck brings a long resume of competition in card games, has multiple top finishes across several games.
He's a player's player very much. People who are very in tune with the game, people who compete at these events are no stranger to Christian Hauck. Has been avoiding the feature match area for the past few events though, but not today.
Yeah, I think a lot of that with Christian Hauck is it comes down to he's kind of always playing stock chalk. He's just playing better than everyone else with what is typically perceived as one of the best decks. And Kassai coming into this weekend did have that kind of perception around. Do you think that's actually played out, Pankaj? How has been your reception to Kassai here at Pro Tour Las Vegas?
Kassai feels like, in theory, she should have a little bit more of a polarized matchup spread where she's very strong into Jarl, but very weak into Arakni Marionette, very weak into Oscilio. But the results seem to say otherwise. The results just seem to say that she's just an incredible deck. Is coming off the weekend at Calling Shinjuku where she had a 70% win rate, including a positive win rate into Oscilio.
Yeah, I mean, the data stops lying at some point when the sample size gets large enough. Kassai is one of those decks. We mentioned several decks distancing themselves from the field. Marionette also doing a similar thing. Oscilio showing up as a top deck, really no surprise here. And Jarl being represented in numbers we've never really seen for Jarl before in the hands of some top players. In fact, over in the calling, it actually pushed its way all the way up to second most represented deck over there. Now, granted, this still remains one of the widest metagames ever. In fact, in the calling, no deck had more than 10% representation.
Wow, once again here we're having just incredibly wide fields, and even in the Pro Tour itself, our highest repped hero, which is Arakni Marionette, 12%, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it has been, and now we are ready to go ahead and get some action down in our feature match area. We're keeping the train rolling. He went ahead and dominated Omen's draft. Now we have to see if he can bring the same kind of intensity to the classic constructed rounds. It is going to be Majin taking on Christian Hauck.
Let's go ahead and take a look at these players' records so far on their way to the first round of classic constructed in day 2. Taking a look at Majin record, X1, unblemished here except for that one game on stream against Daniel Rutkowski.
Which we know was Pankaj's fault. So you cannot blame Majin for that whatsoever. As you mentioned, a sterling record, 6-0. And look at who he beat to get to that point. Had to take down calling champion Nova Chan, had to take down everything champion Yuki Lee Bender, and had to take down perhaps the GOAT Michael Hamilton.
Shifting over to Christian Hauck, record over here, similarly very close being unblemished. Took the one loss to Lucas Ng on the Zyggy to start his run at Pro Tour Las Vegas, and after that, just won out all the way, taking one loss again in his final draft round against, who's big surprise, Filipe Lima Cardoso.
I do want to point out for Christian Hauck, no Oscilio's played yet, has dodged this matchup thus far. I assume probably wants to dodge this matchup, but look, Christian didn't come to the table without a plan here. He knew Oscilio was going to be a focal point of this metagame. Surely he thinks he has a fighter's chance.
Definitely. I mean, he also took down an Arakni Marionette in round 2, which is not an easy feat for Kassai. And speaking of players that he's taken down as well, Naib Mobasir, Rob Catton, Jacob Clements, not been an easy run for Christian Hauck.
Yeah, there's no easy matches here at the Flesh and Blood Pro Tour. You always have to fight for your life, and Christian Hauck has done so thus far. I want to call out these living legend points. Of course, if Oscilio manages to take down this event, marching ever closer to that threshold. If Kassai manages to take down this deck, or this event, that's it. She's done. That is a living legend achieved for Kassai. She will pick up 150 points and go ahead and ascend. A storied run in CC for Kassai. Many, many wins. How fitting would it be to go out with a feather in your cap and a win at a Pro Tour?
It would be extremely memorable for whoever does that, but also quite sad for a lot of Kassai fans out there who are waiting for Mastery Pack Warrior, where we know she's going to get a whole bunch of upgrades.
Sounds like our players are all shuffled up and ready to go in the feature match area. Day 2, everything coming up. Pro Tour Las Vegas. Gonna kick things off for Christian Hauck with, big surprise, Sword Swing.
And immediately we're seeing some pieces in Christian Hauck's side, which perhaps not going to be very conducive for this matchup. He has had boarded in Shelter from the Storm over here, which you can use to discard from hand to prevent some arcane damage, but not very good to Arsenal when you know your opponent is running 0 attack actions. Taking a look at the Armor suite as well. Valent Dynamo's not going to be doing anything in this matchup.
Yeah, Christian Hauck just going to have to try and race here. Do you think Pankaj, he didn't know that Majin was tall arcane? At this point, you assume the story's out.
Round 12 of Day 2 of the Pro Tour against the World Tour Weekly host. We heard Majin say this in his interview as well. You cannot expect that people don't know what you're on at this point. I'd be very surprised if a player of Christian Hauck's caliber did not know this. He might even discard the Shelter right here because he knows that he can't Arsenal this card. It would be a waste and doesn't want to hold on to it either, just discarding it.
And does do so. Yeah, and I expect this makes perfect sense. Christian Hauck just doesn't have the high quality of cards to go ahead and replace some of these weaker options. But Shelter from the Storm does have a little bit of utility here, gets what he can out of it.
And the little bit of utility is that now that's 1 red and 1 yellow in the graveyard for him already on that turn 0. To Majin Bay's side, he got to set up a Chromatic Refinement. On the other side, Christian Hauck, though, is going to try and race. Wants to start getting yellows and reds in the graveyard as soon as possible, activate Kassai as often as possible, try and find Spoils of War, and just rush Majin Bay down before he dies to inevitable arcane damage.
Oscilio activation here with the best possible discard. It is Echo Flash going ahead and triggering some arcane damage. Christian Hauck ready to prevent. 6 more big ones coming in the form of Ether Sling. 2 floating for Hauck. We'll certainly see a little bit of AB, but the damage is flowing.
Incredibly strong start from Majin Bay already. Ether Sling being buffed up by both Volzar and the Chromatic Refinement, which also discounts it to boot.
And double Sigil of Ether is the follow-up here from Majin Bay. Could have a big turn coming up in the future.
No good use of the action point there from the go again of the Aether Sling there. So Christian Hauck happy to see that as we move over to his turn cycle. And he has 3 cards in hand and a go against source in Arsenal, I believe. Just a blue hit and run. So both players currently maybe, you know, not having the most offensive turn cycles, but that definitely favors Majin Bay here.
Yeah, time is not on Christian's side. As we said, he's presented more of a racing scenario here. Wants to find damage from those sabers as quickly as he possibly can. And Kassai can do that. She can go ahead and put her foot on the gas in the right scenario. She needs to draw the correct portion of her deck, though.
And look at that card in the pitch zone for Christian Hauck. High current currency, unlikely to be try and resolved in this matchup, as of course, you know, it's more for matchups where the Raise an Army plan is your go-to plan over here. Spending an action point for high current currency for a gold, maybe 2, not exactly the sort of tempo play you want to make when you need to rush your opponent down.
Yeah, that is why it will fulfill its pitch function this go-around for Majin. Thinking about defenses here, reaching for a couple cards to blunt the impact of the Centauri Saber.
I really like these blocks from Majin Bay over here. When you see your opponent on AB1, it can sometimes be very tempting to just say, oh, you basically have no shield, your deck that doesn't have too many resource cards, I can just race you. But recognizing that his fail case is the deck stumbling, him taking too much life loss and then drawing a handful of instants and just dying to damage from Kassai, saying, it's fine, we can play a disciplined game and that favors me because you can't block the damage I'm dealing and I also have Storm Striders.
Another advantage for Majin that we haven't yet discussed, those Centauri Sabers, they're not going to get buffed up. It just does not happen for Christian Hauck. And that means that damage output that we talked about is going to go down ever so slightly.
First copper generated for Christian Hauck here, thanks to Outland Skirmish. So currently, graveyard count for Christian Hauck is 2 reds and 1 yellow, I want to say. Wants to try and find 1 more yellow to go in there and start activating Kassai. Although we have seen Majin Bay's deck quite defensive yesterday. We already saw quite a number of defense reactions on his side. So will these Kassai activations even go through?
I'll respond by amping, says we too.
Back to Majin's side, we do have these Sigils of Aether ready to do damage on their own. Also offer some additional amp to the rest of the turn, potentially.
Christian Hauck has found a shelter in this hand. So we'll be able to prevent these pings from the Sigils of Aether. But only preventing one still lets the amp go through. Will he also pitch a card to prevent the additional amp that the Sigil will cascade down to the next Sigil, and which will then cascade down to the Arcane spell that Majin Bay is going to send?
Feels like he needs to take the defense when he finds it. It will be rare he'll be able to interact with the damage that Majin will be presenting.
He only has 1 resource card in that hand, though, for Christian Hauck. Just 1 blue. Might need to save it for offense on his own turn. You could pitch a red here to prevent this amp, which then cascades and, again, stops all the future amps as well from these Sigils.
Looks like the blue is going to get used, though. More pinging coming out from
Majin. Only be
Majin.
for 1. A little bit of a grimace from Majin Bay. Was he relying on the amp potentially, not really expecting the shelter to come out and stop any buffed Arcane on this turn?
Yeah, a successful defensive turn thus far for Christian.
I'll pass to you.
And gets the turn back. You know, there's a lot of setup from Majin on that turn. 2 cards were invested on the previous turn. I think Christian Hauck has to take that as a small win. We'll see what kind of offense he can get out of a double red hand here.
That's fine. Yeah.
Vigor will help.
Gets 1 floating. Has a Spoils of War and an Unsheathed in his hand. Spoils of War, though, on this turn cycle, going to be a little bit difficult.
Unsheath doing its thing. Going to offer a buff to the Centauri Saber. Just coming in for 5 here.
Currently, Majin Bay just walking the opponent's life totals down. The way I like to describe this Oscilio deck is that it's kind of like playing Verdance, but just the Arcane half side of it. You want to do exactly what Verdance used to do, walk the opponent down and then close the game out with Storm Striders. And this deck has a lot of reach between Strike Twice, Snapbacks, Echo Flashes, all these pings that you can do on the opponent's side of the turn cycle.
Glint from Arsenal here for Christian Hauck. Picks up another resource card in the form of Raise an Army. Okay, we talked about maybe this not being the plan here. But again, how many cards do you have that you can actually afford to take out of your deck if you're in Christian Hauck's seat?
Now, this sword has hit, but remember, his other sword is free because he drew a card off the Glint, the Quicksilver. So we're going to see this being pitched into Grains of Bloodspill. Going to make a Vigor, and looks like he's going to be floating 1 as well. Wants to threaten the second piece of Vigor generation instead of using the 1 floating onto Braveforge Braces.
Yeah, Majin going to take the opportunity to defend, deny that additional Vigor.
You can't let your opponent get 2 Vigor. It
Agreed.
is so scary. It's basically, yeah, both their swords are free. It's basically like they activated a gold on that turn.
On my turn, I'll activate Oscilio and discard.
Kicking things off with Oscilio activation here. Again, it's the perfect card in the form of Echo Flash.
No Volts are activated over here, telling us that he has plans for the Volts are following up. And we know, I mean, his deck's full of Arcane spells, so.
Take a look at what Christian Hauck is working with. Amulet of Echoes. That's a very strong piece of evidence, Pankaj, that he may not have known what is up here. Or the deck is just that diluted.
I think that maybe just as an extra blue
Yeah,
that he wanted for this matchup.
That's a scary place to be in, though. You really do need impactful cards here. And I think just the deck composition is built in such a fashion it's just not possible to present kind of a coherent list into what Majin is doing.
Between the armor and between having Amulet of Echoes for the Gun and Flash version, obviously it looks like Christian Hauck's priorities during deck building were definitely geared towards the other version of Oscilio, the one that's more manageable for Kassai anyway. Even if you put tech pieces against tall Arcane Oscilio,
Are you even going to turn this matchup
probably
around?
losing.
Yeah, and you know what that tells me, Pankaj? That tells me a story of great deck selection. There's so many parts that come to finding success at a Pro Tour. Of course, you have to play beautifully, but you have to build your deck well, and you just have to choose the right deck. And for Majin to abandon a build that he had success with to go ahead and come to this tall Arcane version, right now we're seeing it pay the biggest possible dividends.
And speaking of those, one disadvantage yet again for Christian Hauck in this matchup is that because the opponent isn't allowing you to block with your cards, it's very difficult for him to fill up the graveyard with those red and yellow pieces. His only recourse is to actually resolve those cards to get them in the yard so that he can start activating Kassai.
It is feeling very sticky and anemic thus far is Christian Hauck's game plan. Nothing wrong with what he has done, how he has approached the game. But the cards just are not there thus far.
No Vigor token generated on that hit over here. And this one's coming in for 5. I like this play from Christian Hauck. He has a Blood Follows Blade follow-up over here. And because the Saber's coming in for 5 of the Blade Run and buff, it's very difficult for Majin Bay to cover that up, forcing 2 defense reactions on just an attack for 5 because of how valuable the on-hit of creating a Centauri Sellsword is.
I still think it's a win there for Majin, though, to have those 2 defense reactions available. Did not want to see that Centauri Sellsword go ahead and join the fray.
That is now the second yellow for Christian Hauck, though, in the yard.
Fresh card picked up by Majin here on the back of that Kindle. We're going to do some amping as well.
It's 7 tall Arcane coming out from Majin Bay here against just AB1 on Christian Hauck's side. Very difficult for him to deal with. And I do believe he drew an instant off the top as well from the Kindle. I have to wonder if that was set up from the fate foreseen on the previous turn cycle as well. So we'll be able to convert the card that he draws and make use of the Ponder from turn to Mindfire as well.
Again, we'll take a check-in with Christian Hauck's hand, see what he is working with. Single yellow for resources on this go-around. Has a Blade Flurry, a really nice way for him to go ahead and present some damage, which he has to start doing, Pankaj. Has to.
Question is whether he has a Go Against Source in his arsenal, because in that hand, the Go Against Source is also the resource card in the form of the Sharpened Senses.
2 ponders for Majin this go-around. Gets to pick his favorite arsenal card. Goes ahead and draws back up, and now the burden on Christian Hauck to find some offense. We're going to have a Kassai activation for the first time this game. Finally has the double yellow necessary to get it done.
And on Majin Bay's side, opponent at 19, very, very close to getting to the Striders reach that this deck is able to put out between Strike Twice, Snapback, and Metacarpus Node to go with the Storm Striders. This deck's reach can be much, much higher than what people are used to back in the Verdance days.
Spoils of War, the kickoff here. Does have that source of go again. Follow-up Slice and Dice. Centauri Saber gets in the mix here.
Slice and Dice, Spoils of War. So this is 5 into 5 with 2 copper tokens being threatened on both swords, and also the first one to hit threatens a gold token as well. Overall damage, though, that's being presented here is just 10.
You are very wealthy.
Yeah, all the currency headed the way of Christian Hauck right now.
And
Gold
Majin Bay does
and
not
copper.
care. He sees the kill in his sights, letting the opponent just get the currency that they need. And especially seeing your opponent pitch a yellow for the Spoils of War, you know they have to pitch another card for the other sword as well.
Yep.
So Majin Bay recognizing the stumble on the other side, saying, all right, we can play this game.
Looks like Hauck going to go ahead and arsenal up that Blade Flurry for a future turn, if I read his hand correctly.
Now, 5 copper and 1 gold is a scary setup for the Kassai side. Very set up for Blood on a Hands play. You pitch a card into the gold, your swords are free. Blood on a Hands lets you swing the swords multiple times. He's found a Gorganian Tome to go with it as well. Question is, will he even survive by then?
I think he's at the point where he needs a massive turn, but this is kind of the last window to get it, and it may not even be a window. It is very possible that Majin is just able to offer lethal over the combination of his turn and Christian's turn.
Majin Bay representing the Metacarpus, no triggers over here. He hasn't paid for them yet, but just acknowledging that they exist. So there's 2 Metacarpus triggers Metaverse Trigger knows here that he's passing on both of them. So now Snapback coming in for 4, Comet Storm coming in for 5 beneath that, so 4 plus 5. Again, cards like Snapback, Strike Twice, give this deck so much reach.
Still 2 cards to work with for Majin. Scary spot for Christian Hauck, and he's going to have to put some cards to the defense here that doesn't line up well with putting out that massive offensive turn that we said he really needs at this stage.
Goes down to 11 is Christian Hauck. That is within range of this Oscilio deck.
And I will strike twice for 3 more.
Yeah, and add Strike Twice to the mix as well. So certainly Strider's going to be a ever-present threat on this next turn cycle.
Going down to 9. And the thing is, Christian Hauck is also unlikely to be able to present 21 total. Might be possible on a Blood on a Hands turn, but Majin is able to block. He's able to extend this game out until he finds a perfect hand to guarantee lethal.
Picked up a second copy of Blood on Her Hands, I believe, did Christian Hauck. Not exactly what we were looking for here.
Unless he finds another Spoils of War soon. That card isn't going to be doing very much. Speaking of things that aren't doing very much, just have to call out once again this Armor Suite from Christian Hauck. One of Kassai's strengths is being able to refresh Villain Dynamos turn and turn again. We've seen Braveforge Braces and Grains of Blood Spill do some work in the matchup, but still looking very, very lackluster against the all-arcane wizard list.
Yeah, these legendaries coming in at limited quality thus far, not really offering the value that is so core to Kassai's entire identity.
Take a look at what Majin's working with. Has a blue, has a Burn Bear as well. Comet Storm, also available to be discarded to Oscilio's hero ability, should he want to be able to turn on the Volzar. All arcane.
Feels like another spot where he's in a great position to just walk Christian down, defend with a couple cards, fire off that Burn Bear, and have an even easier Storm Strider's turn coming up in the future.
And oftentimes in a matchup like this, sometimes you find yourself winning without even needing to use Storm Striders because of how effectively you can block your opponent's damage, but they can't deal with yours. Currently, though, Christian Hauck has drawn a card off of Gorgtope, so the Sabers will be free on this turn. I believe we have a Slice and Dice in hand as well with the Blade Flurry and Arsenal that you called out, Bryan. And Blood on the Hands in hand. So still will be able to mount a strong offense on this turn. I think he's potentially thinking, can he just die to Striders? Does he need to hold cards up? Or maybe even potentially saying, let's cash in his Blood on the Hands for a gold. Just find something a little bit more.
Yeah, see if there's some
just
upgrade for this hand.
More damage. Red Blade Runner off the top. That one costs 1. You need to pitch a whole card for that. It's going to be a little bit of a tough ask. Looks like that one might be destined for the Arsenal instead.
Continues to be a little resource starved here, does Christian Hauck. It is time for Blood on Her Hands. Power card for Kassai.
Let's listen.
Attack twice, go again and +1.
So like go again, attack twice.
Basically one gets +1, and both get
And both can attack twice.
And
Okay.
go again.
So both swords have go again. Both swords can attack twice. Remember, they can also all attack for free thanks to Kassai's hero ability.
So this one comes in.
So at least face up, looks like the damage is going to be 4 here, buffed by the Slice and Dice as well.
Go again.
Next sword gets another +3 from the Slice and Dice. We know there's a Blade Flurry in Arsenal.
It's okay. I mean, it's a good turn in most circumstances, but the problem is he's just been walked down so effectively by Majin. And Majin does have defensive options on this particular turn.
Is holding on to a defense reaction. Of course, all these arcane damage spells block for 3 as well. He's not caught on a handful of instants on Christian Hauck's strong turn here. 6 go again coming in from the Centauri Saber, buffed by the Slice and Dice, and the 1 buff from the Blood on the Hands as well. 2 more sword swings for 2 each of the back of this is what's face up, so Majin can even do the math. Plays out the Fate for a scene here, gonna save some of his life, considering on this opt, well, he wants us on top. He knows he's very close to the final few turns of this game.
Finds the card he wants via that Fate for Scene. Life total ticking down. Still very comfortable is Majin.
We know Christian Hauck's going to present what looks like 8 more damage on this turn cycle. Majin doesn't even need to sweat about this. It's going to be 4 into 4. He'll go down to 7 if he wants to keep that whole hand and be totally fine about it. And note that he kept the card on top, and he has an instant in hand to discard to Oscilio's hero ability. So on his turn, he can discard to Oscilio. That will turn on Volzar, and then he can set up the arsenal, the exact card that he wants. He's going to do that now on the opponent's turn instead. And the draw was a mental block.
I'll discard mental block to prevent the next 2.
Just takes the defensive shield again.
And sets up a ponder.
Okay, I'll take
That ponder will be a blind one.
9/9. Another pause turn. Got it.
And that is it from Christian Hauck. Majin still at a healthy 9 life, not feeling much pressure as of yet.
Looks like the turn's just going to be a burn bear for 6. No Volzar activation on that turn cycle. But 6 arcane into your opponent's AB1.
Yeah. And Storm Strider's still up. We've all faced this so many times, Pankaj. It feels almost inevitable that Majin can find a way to go ahead and cross the line from this point. Would really have to be betrayed by the deck.
Can see the smile from Christian Hauck as well. Sees the writing on the wall here as he faces down tall 6 arcane. At this point, I'm wondering whether this Kassai deck has any sigils of solace. It feels like that's potentially
Send the bill.
the best out Christian Hauck could have in this spot, short of just hoping Majin Bay breaks somehow completely.
Yeah, and I think that is what Christian is leaning towards here, because you see, not interested in any AB. He just says you have to basically have no damage in this next turn for me to make it through, and that's not the case.
That's quite a bit of damage.
There
Also
is
has Crown of
damage
Providence.
in the hand. Yeah, I feel like the writing is on the wall, and as you said, a wry smile creeping in for Christian Hauck. He also knows his time in the arena may not be long.
A World Tour weekly host currently with an X-1 record here at Pro Tour Las Vegas as we start off the CC rounds. This would be just, again, an impressive performance from him. Draw swords now on the stack. Majin Bay, disciplined wizard player. Sees an opening, says, never mind, just show me more. Doesn't want to get blown out by some random oasis, which has happened to him in the past, by the way.
Absolutely.
Or Sigils of Solace just saying, nope, take my time, maybe make me use my Striders, is what he's saying.
Yeah, the onus is on Christian right now. He needs to go ahead and present a problem for Majin. Until then, there is no need to act. Just wait for resources to be used more and more.
7 still not lethal over here, but Blade Flurry could potentially change that. Majin Bay saying, let me put this armor here so no attack react kills me. Let's see what he's going to filter by the Crown Providence as well. Looks like that will be the case.
Picks up a turn to Mind Fire, yet more damage entering the grip.
We know Christian Hauck's arsenal is that red Blade Runner from the previous turn cycle.
5, yeah?
Could cash it in here just to make the second sword actually threaten lethal, but then that would be full shields down. Majin Bay will have all the information he needs.
Yeah, and once the information is given, it's over. That's the only thing that's holding Majin back at this point. The possibility of disaster. You give up that threat, fireworks will come fast.
But if you don't give up that threat and you just don't send enough damage, Majin says, okay, cool,
Yeah,
I'll
we'll
just
go to the
block.
next turn.
I'll just block.
Yeah.
My turn to mine 5 for 5. What are you going to do?
It's the no-win situation that these tall arcane dealers put you in time and time again.
Fine, I'll just take 4. Yeah.
Go
4,
down to
nothing.
5, create 2 more copper. But we know the other Blood in the Hands was pitched in the previous turn cycle. The gold token. And this sword is going to be coming in for 2 here. No other buff. Draw swords and Spoils of War buff the first swing.
Take for 2.
Time for an Oscilio activation here.
Storm shot.
Drops that Comet Storm, picks up an Ether Sling.
It's quite resource light. I think Majin Bay has been digging for a blue off the Crown of Providence and the Oscilio activation over there. But again, he's just not under threat here.
Can just block and go back to his turn and play very happily with that Ether Sling.
There's no single react here that kills him, and if Christian Hauck plays 2 reacts, Majin Bay says, cool, I'll kill you with Striders.
Yeah, just willing to go ahead and pass the turn here, but that's going to prove disastrous for Christian Hauck. Majin with all the time in the world, all the options in the world, a full 4 cards to work with, has go again in the form of Ether Sling.
Just being very careful once again as our World Tour weekly host. Still deliberating on this 4. This is already lethal.
It's already
Might not even need to go again.
Yep, that's all it takes. Just a simple burn spell, almost academic for the head of the Wizard Council, as finally Majin Bey breaks Pankaj's curse, takes the W, and seemingly is on his way to a Pro Tour top 8.
Excellent.
Maybe has to pick up one more win, but might just be there as it stands, Pankaj.
XN1 with just 3 more CC rounds left. Wouldn't be surprised if he now has just the best record now in the tournament. Incredible showing for Majin Bey, showing up on this kind of a surprise, at least yesterday, tall arcane version of Oscilio.
There are a couple people who can still challenge for that best record in tournament. It's going to be the people we see in our next feature match here this round. It is going to be Yuki Lee Bender taking on Filipe Lima Cardoso, and another absolute barn burner. Whoever goes ahead and advances in that match will also be in a similar position to Majin, where they look very, very good for yet another Tier 4 top 8 for both of those players. And I got to call out, you know, this is going to be when we move to that matchup. It's Arakni Marionette in the hands of Yuki Lee Bender versus yet another Oscilio. This one, Gone in a Flash version, very different. But it's interesting. You go through these standings, and it's really only these two Oscilios sitting in the top. It gets a little thinner as you go down. So these two Wizard Masters going ahead and showing what Oscilio can do. For everyone else, not quite a smooth sailing.
And it's not just the other Oscilios, Brian. It's also the other aggro decks. We were expecting Syndras and Dash IOs to show up at the top of a metagame here as well as the aggro decks alongside Oscilio, but they seem to have fallen both across the CC rounds and the draft rounds as well.
Yeah, look, still many more rounds to play. Anything could happen. I know that when I come and I get to watch Flesh and Blood played at the absolute highest level, it leaves me itching to go ahead and get my own games in and get into the action. And I want to go ahead and tell you what we have upcoming here on the World Tour. Of course, we're always battling for that 2 million USD that we go ahead and seed our World Tour with. There you see our next stop, because it's going to be a calling over in Edinburgh. Can't wait to go ahead and see that one play out. Of course, we'll be bringing you all the action here on YouTube with our very talented group of casters, I have to say, as we go ahead and see one of them, Majin Bey, host of World Tour Weekly, go ahead and potentially punch his ticket to the top 8. How about next round? We have Filipe Lima Cardoso, of course, covers our events down in Brazil in the feature match area. Both storied casters on the World Tour scene. And in fact, Filipe is going to get involved in an event coming up just around the corner, that calling in Mexico City. He'll be bringing you that action. I'm sure he'd be winning it otherwise. But for our talented group of casters, we're so excited to bring you these events. And I got to shout out that 100th calling. What a milestone for Flesh and Blood to have reached.
Speaking of milestones, we have yet another World Championship this year. This time it will be in Paris. All eyes on that one for sure. We have such an exciting lineup of events for the rest of these months coming up for the rest of 2026. The 100th calling Mexico City, World Championships in Paris. What a great time to be a Flesh and Blood player.
Yeah, of course, a big part of heading out to these events, it's the promos, it's the swag you're able to pick up when you attend these events. How about I reveal a brand new one for you, Pankaj?
Bring it to us.
Coming IAR season.
Ooh.
It is Silver Age staple Lay Low. Love the work here on this version of Lay Low. Of course, rainbow foil, that big, huge, full art. You're going to want this to go ahead and juice up your Silver Age decks.
This will go along very well with the full art outfits that are going to be available at the World Championships as well. Both cards in a very similar flavor, sort of the reverse of each other. What beautiful art pieces that we have here.
IAR season, of course, is going to get its kickoff with that world premiere out in Seoul for Usurp the Shadow Throne. Still so many more secrets to be revealed here about this set. What is going to be the identity of these heroes going forward? How are they going to play? There's no secret hero. I'm just going to say, I said the word secret. As soon as I say the word secret, everyone loses their mind. There's 6 more heroes in the set. That's not that kind of secret.
Like knowing
yeah, that's usually how it works.
Shadow Arakni coming up.
No, just more to learn about how these heroes play, exactly how present they're going to be in the CC metagame going forward, and also one of my favorite parts of Flesh and Blood, how this limited format is going to play. Usurp the Shadow Throne, another great limited set in my experience. All of y'all will have to weigh in and see if you love it just as much as I do. And we will continue to play Usurp the Shadow Throne as we head to the World Championship in Paris, Cannot wait to head over there with you, Pankaj. We'll have a lovely European vacation. I'm going to eat lots of great food. I'm going to smoke a few cigarettes. Don't smoke at home, kids. You only do that when you're in Paris. You have to really get in the vibe, feel it out a little bit. But there's so much to enjoy on the World Tour, including our next Pro Tour stop, Pankaj. We are headed back to one of the favorite homes of Flesh and Blood. It is, of course, Pro Tour London once again. And every single time we have gone to London, it's been an all-timer of an event, both in attendance and quality.
And of course, that was where Pablo Pintor became the first time ever two-time Pro Tour champion. It was in London last year. And I really like that we are increasing the number of Pro Tours that we have moving forward in Flesh and Blood. The prize pool keeps increasing every year. Now the number of events keep increasing too. Just incredible stuff.
Great call out, Pankaj. We are, of course, shifting to 4 Tier 4s when it comes to next year. 3 Pro Tours, and of course that World Championship as well. So many of these events going to be brought to you on stream. There you see our casters for our next calling. It is, of course, Scott HowlingMines sharing the booth with us this weekend, joined by our friend Gabe Scheer. Then we head to our next event. DM Armada hopping back in the booth for the first time in a while, working with our friend Bryce Platts.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Calling Bangkok is a Silver Age calling, and DM Armada, one of the most steadfast voices regarding that format.
Love to see Steven back in the booth, bringing you some action. Then we have Calling Hamburg, and look at this all-star cast we've put together. Scott Mines again, anchoring things. Love to see Swedish superstar Erika Forslov back in the booth. And then making a debut here, we have Kyle Mullins doing his thing at Calling Hamburg.
And right after that, we have the world premiere in Seoul. Once again, Scott Mines and Hayden Dale, who are here in the booth with us today, will be gracing the screens for us alongside Sam O'Byrne as well. 3 incredible casters. I can't wait for this event for sure.
Yeah, so many great things to come in the future of Flesh and Blood, but there's so much more to be done this weekend, Pankaj, as we go ahead and try and crown our next Pro Tour champion. Will it be somebody we've seen with success before? Will it be a new superstar rising to the top? Maybe shaking off a Tier 4 curse that they've experienced thus far. Jacob Clements in striking distance in this tournament. Folks like Lucas Oswald also in striking distance. There's so many names that can add to already impressive resumes. And then there's so many folks who can just cement their history as some of the best in the business, including folks like Filipe Lima Cardoso and Yuki Lee Bender, who are going head-to-head. And what a run of just incredible matches from some of the best players of all time we've had thus far today.
I love that we're going to be able to see another CC round here in round 12 as well, between 2 Titans, Filipe and Yuki Lee Bender, both in the X1 record right now. It kind of feels like with Yuki Lee Bender at this point, this is just the average Tier 4 run for her. She's undefeated day 1 or X1 at most, and is just killing on day 2 as well.
Then we cover her draft. She dominates it. It's just time and time again. She's shown her proficiency at all forms of Flesh and Blood. Always impresses me the most when it comes to limited rounds. I think just unquestionably one of the best drafters we have in our game, but has found tons of success in CC as well. Continues to build on an already Hall of Fame caliber resume. Talk to me a little bit about this matchup, Pankaj. We are taking a look at Arakni Marionette versus Gone in a Flash Oscilio. How are you feeling on either side?
I think the matchup is very close. What I've seen it from internal testing is that it's quite... People have been chopping games, it feels like. It really depends on whether Marionette can find the disruption on the correct turns on the Oscilio side. And also this matchup is going to be, we can expect it to be very, very short. Filipe wants the game to end as soon as possible to not get into the Tarantula Toxin range, because that's when things get a little bit dicey against the Marionette. On Yuki Lee Bender's side, similarly, also can't get too low, because despite this Oscilio deck not having Storm Striders, still has a surprising amount of reach for a deck that sends quite a bit of physical damage towards your way. It's still running Echo Flashes, it's still running some Shocks, and Volzar as well in the mix of it. From 3-4 life, Yuki Lee Bender could suddenly see a life total evaporate. So both players need to be very, very careful about getting down to the single-digit life totals.
Talk to me about high roll potential for either of these two decks. We saw it from Arakni Marionette previously.
Triple Saver will do it, yes.
Gone in a Flash Oscilio, very capable of doing similar things.
Certainly, you can find Gone in a Flash very, very quickly on in the game. Turn 0 Arsenal and draw a hand of, for instance. Arakni Marionette on their first turn, typically not going to send a lot of disruption your way. They want to set up a little bit, get the Graphene Kalishra going on, and if you already find your combo by them and blast them down into the teens life total, suddenly the ball is totally in your court.
It sounds like our players are ready down in our feature match area. Two of the all-time greats of Flesh and Blood get ready to do battle. There you see on the left, it is Filipe Lima Cardoso representing the proud nation of Brazil, going to be taking on Yuki Lee Bender, trying to put another feather in Canada's cap.
And Yuki wins the die roll over here and gets to choose to go first. It's going to be a strong advantage for her. But first, let's go ahead and take a look at both our players' runs through the Pro Tour, starting with Filipe Lima Cardoso. Of course, both these players, X1, only took one loss. Looks like to Filipe, it was in the Oscilio mirror. He actually told me about this one. The opponent Oscilio was on a build popularized by Yuki Lee Bender, actually.
That hybrid build.
Exactly, the one that runs both Aether Bindings of the Third Age, Future Sign Aether Flare, and also runs Gone in a Flash combo. And he said he got both halves of the combo within the first 2 turns of the game. So that's how he lost that one. Other than that, unblemished record for our player here.
Yeah, perfect through Omens Limited. Filipe finding a lot of success there as well. Over on Yuki's side, she has been unblemished thus far in the CC rounds and picked up only a singular loss over in the draft rounds to Majin Bay, who just might be two-time Tier 4 top 8 competitor.
And look at the run that Yuki has had in the draft rounds. Dan Rutkowski, Michael Hamilton, Matthew Dilks, Ken Kawahara, all incredible names of the scene that Yuki has taken down on her way here to X1 at Pro Tour Las Vegas.
It just seems to be the story over and over as we review these matchups. There's no easy games left at these top tables, just incredible players top to bottom.
And looking at the matchups in particular, she has already taken down 2 Oscilios on her way here. She started off her day at the Pro Tour taking down 2 Oscilios.
That's got to bode well, but we play the matches for a reason, Pankaj. It's never that easy. There you see our 2 heroes. It is Oscilio, Constella Intelligence, taking on Arakni Marionette. Both heroes rapidly marching towards that living legend threshold, both capable of being pushed very, very close with the win here at this Pro Tour. It sounds like our players are ready to go ahead and figure out who will be moving on to an X1 record.
And Yuki getting to go first here, starting off with a Command and Conquer already. Typically, Arakni Marionettes wants to make sure that the opponent is marked at the end of your first turn so they can go ahead and cash in the Mask of Deceit to turn into Orb Weaver Spinneret and start the game off with a Calistera already. But when you send physical damage at your opponent, you're not guaranteed that they will stay marked. You can flick knives, but if even 1 point of damage from this Command and Conquer goes through, the opponent will lose the mark.
A great start from Filipe, getting rid of that Echo Flash yet again, picking up that free damage on turn 0. Going to go ahead and just look to make some blocks here on this Command and Conquer. Yuki going to go ahead and take the mark, take the damage from this Hunter's Clave potentially.
And because it's a perfect block here from Filipe, Yuki knows that this mark, should the Hunter's Clave land, will make sure that Filipe is marked at the end of her turn.
And there's going to be prevention
gloves
immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Filipe really wants to make Yuki work for that mark, try and keep disruption away for as long as possible.
But very fortunate for Yuki over here. Didn't actually even need the mark. She arsenaled an Orb Weaver Spinneret just naturally drawn for her on turn 0. So perhaps almost baiting out the Gloves of Astral Sanctuary there from Filipe's side. Now no more prevention on board for Filipe to combat, say, a Saber Bloodshed that might come down later down the game.
On Filipe's side, things look very different for this Oscilio deck. It is all about attacking and attacking often. Plenty of go again in the deck. Scar for Scar kicking things off, coming in for 4.
Just want to shout out a card in Yuki's hand over here. She's got a Relentless Pursuit in that hand currently, which is one of those cards that Arakni Marionettes have started teching in to combat the on-damage prevention effects that we saw Filipe just use to great effect. The Gloves of Astral Sanctuary, also Boots of Ominous Ward, Relentless Pursuits, Reaper's Calls coming back in these Chaos Assassin decks.
Yeah, Arakni Marionette went back to the drawing board after a couple hard weeks over the national season, and I think found all the right answers, honestly. The deck has adapted very well, perhaps coming back stronger than it was before.
So Filipe showing a Consigned to Cosmos Shock over here. Not the greatest follow-up to this Entwined Lightning. Wouldn't be surprised to see it discarded to the Oscilio hero ability. Note that hero is currently tapped because of the Gloves of Astral Sanctuary, not because that hero ability has been used on this turn cycle.
Yeah, only used on the previous turn cycle to get rid of the Echo Flash.
It does go ahead and activate the Oscilio, discarding that card. See if you find something offensive off the top. Finds a Gone in a Flash. No instant currently to deploy it and return it back to hand, though. And he's holding on to a Shelter from the Storm. Has two options here. You could discard the Shelter here to hope to find more instants to fuel the Gun in a Flash on the following turn cycle. But of course, Shelter from the Storm, a very strong defensive piece into a deck like Arakni Marionette.
Yeah, could protect from some disruption that might otherwise threaten a Gun in a Flash that Filipe chooses to go ahead and stash in the arsenal here. Let's see what he wants to do.
Crown of Providence, of course, also in the picture here, gives him a little bit of flexibility for where he wants to put the Gun in a Flash. Sometimes into Assassin, you don't put the Gun in Flash in Arsenal if you can save it, because they attack your Arsenal, and you can just Providence whatever other card you had, then hold on to your Gun in a Flash.
He's just going to pass the
Grab a
turn.
peek, and he puts a Shelter in Arsenal as well, so it gives him the option to either deploy it on defense or just cash it into Crown of Providence for an extra card for his combo turn, should he choose to go for it. Of course, doesn't have the option to discard the Shelter then to prevent any flick effects.
Yeah, I think given the sizing of this Hunter's Clave, though, we'll find very ready targets to go ahead and deploy this defensive tool to.
So currently, no threat of card draw from Yuki Libende, and of course already used the Hunter's Clave in the previous turn cycle. So no reaction speed mark here unless she discards something like a Reaper's Call, which we know she doesn't have currently. Last card in hand is a Stains of the Red back. So Filipe needs to try and discern how relevant is this mark over here. Needs to think about the potential for an Orb Weaver Spinneret, which would give the Graphene Callistra the on-hit draw effect from the Stain, from the Saber Bloodshed.
No blocks, though. Filipe just going to go ahead and take this one.
On Felipe's side, this is no disruption, and he has a Gun in a Flash. So he's saying, make me care, Yuki, otherwise you might just be getting comboed. It's a sort of situation where your opponent's making a high-value play, but their high-value play is just more numbers, and you take the gamble saying, I might have better numbers than you because I have this Gun in a Flash thing.
That typically pans out when it comes to Oscilio. Orb Weaver Spinneret going to go ahead and refresh that dagger slot. Graphene Callistra joining the fray.
5 go again with the on-hit draw. Getting +3 from the Spinneret, +1 because the opponent is marked. Stains of the Red back here very likely to come out as well while the opponent is marked, so that you can play it for free and make sure that whatever you draw, you are free to Arsenal in case it doesn't convert.
No blocks from Filipe once again. Stains of the Red back keeps the turn rolling.
There's that Shelter in Arsenal. At this point, Filipe needs to decide whether he wants to deploy it here or see whether there is a follow-up off the top that you can maybe use a Providence on to convert the Shelter to potentially something that's a little bit more offensive. But Yuki might also just go ahead and Arsenal, so Filipe, important call, important decision point here for him regarding the Shelter in Arsenal.
Yeah, if that Shelter sticks around, it does mean it could be challenging to go ahead and pass that Gun in a Flash forward to a future turn. Typically want that space cleared out. Or maybe he has plans for that Gun in a Flash just be used to its absolute fullest on this next offensive turn, which he is clearly gearing up for, has taken quite a bit of damage here.
A lot on the line for both our players here as Filipe considers this hand. I believe I saw an Astral Bridge there as well.
It's a massive Gun in a Flash turn, potentially.
The Astral Bridge hits. No Fate Foreseen here to come out to set up the top of the deck. Now let's see whether there's a follow-up from Yuki. The thing is, Filipe had to potentially consider a follow-up disruptive effect as well. Something like a Codex, something like a Leave No Witnesses that Yuki finds off the top. So you can't be too trigger-happy with the defense reaction either. Yuki Libende doesn't give him the option to cash in the Crown of Providence. If he goes for the Gun and Flash combo now, it's just going to be 4 cards on offense.
A lot of patience shown by Filipe here, and it looks like we are kicking things off here with this Gun in a Flash. We assume we are going for it. We'll take a look at the defensive options over on Yuki's side. A couple of 2 blocks.
Three 2 blocks, so not many defensive options it seems like. And the opponent is not marked either, so no play line to cash in Mask of Deceit to flip into Arakni Trapdoor to increase your defenses on this turn for Yuki Libende. What we're seeing is kind of typical of how this matchup plays out. It's very much a race from either sides. Until the Marionette presents disruption, Oscilio will just be happy to take all the vanilla damage and send his own vanilla damage back. The way that dynamic breaks is when Arakni Marionette starts sending disruption at the opponent. Leave No Witnesses, Mark the Black Widow, meet Madnesses.
Thus far, none of those disruptive elements showing up in this game. Of course, we're only on turn 2. Felipe's life total disappearing rapidly.
Save a bloodshed will certainly do that. Bender perhaps going for the random roll of the Mask of Deceit.
Okay. Knowing this game not apt to be particularly long, going to see if something can be found. Just going to hit a 2 here. That means we are not getting the trapdoor option she probably would have preferred.
Funnel Web, almost certainly the worst one to roll into here when your opponent has a defense reaction set up in Arsenal as well. Also Crown of Providence in the field. Of course, still allows you to convert one of your assassin cards into just a +3 as a floor of that effect.
It is time for some Oscilio action. Of course, the classic combo, Lightning Greaves, powered up by that old knocker. Going to go ahead and grant action points. Instant deployed. Sigil of Solace getting some life back and ensuring the hits keep coming on the back of this gun in a flash. Get the Volzar activation in now because it's time for Astral Bridge. What do we find on the top? Just a flittering charge.
So not an extra bounce of the gun in a flash here. Astral Bridge Starfall effect going to be coming in for 2 thanks to the Volzar activation. But all things said and done, Brian, at the end of that, not the greatest gun in a flash combo turn. That was just 2 instants on the gun in a flash.
I would agree, Pankaj. I actually think this was coming up a little bit flat when it comes to the ceiling that Oscilio is potentially able to present.
And again, Yuki happy to just take this vanilla damage. Also need to point out, in terms of lost value, Filipe did not block with his Lightning Greaves before he popped them. If this matchup comes down to those 1 to 2 point life totals, he might be regretting that call to not put it in front of the Calistera that was faced up from Yuki's side the previous turn cycle.
Some further lost value on this turn. It's looking like an IP penalty as that gun in a flash will potentially just stick in hand here, unless he just wants to burn. Okay, just burns.
Yeah. I think once you have used your Greaves and you have no embodiment of Lightning set up either, the only way this gun and flash converts typically is if you find a blink in your hand, and much better just get the guaranteed fall value right now.
Fair enough. Filipe agrees, takes the damage here. Yuki going to fall down to just 21 here, so life total swinging back in the favor of Filipe.
But she gets to keep the full 5-card hand over here, and she is transformed into an agent as well, so we'll be able to at least convert any excess assassin card in that hand to a minimum a +3. But we know it's just going to be a +3 because of the defense reaction that's parked on Filipe's side. But currently, this 9 life gap that Yuki Bender is behind, we can expect that to disappear very, very quickly as she starts this turn off with a cut from the same cloth, getting full information about Filipe Lima Cardoso's hand. Also need to point out on the equipment side for Yuki, tunic counter on 3. These turns from Arakni Marionette, especially when they get to start the turn with a dagger buff, can become incredibly scary out of nowhere.
Love the information value of cut from the same cloth. Long, one of my favorite cards. Loved it in the Hunted Limited.
It's an interesting prospect about the information into Oscilio in particular, because they can just fix their hand, or they can discard a card to Oscilio, and especially when you see a Sigil of Brilliance as well, if they just deploy that, now that's 2 unknown cards in their hand in the following turn cycle. If they Oscilio again on their own turn, suddenly all your information is lost anyway. So this card, normally in many other matchups, you can expect it to give you a lot more information than in this one specifically.
Kiss of Death here, excellent option if you're trying to prioritize damage. Filipe going to refresh the hand here. New card picked up.
Picked up the second strike, looked like, so that's an unknown card for Yuki Bender. Yuki knows about the Sigil of Brilliance, the Comet Storm Shock, and the Ravenous Rabble. And if you don't know about a card like Second Strike, that's typically when it gets the value. You don't know that you're supposed to block out the breakpoints. So death for 7. Currently no go again. No go again in hand either for Yuki Bender. Gonna have to see what the Stalker Steps perhaps gonna be in the picture here.
We might see an activation from that Arakni here. Gonna discard the Meat Madness, pick up a buff for this Kiss of Death, and the Stalker Steps getting involved to make sure the turn continues.
And that's quite scary for Yuki Bender. That's her point of Arcane Barrier. She now is shields down when it comes to arcane damage.
Now that Shelter gets involved from the Arsenal.
Total of 7, but giving the Kiss of Death go again, typically a high value proposition because she has a follow-up go again attack in the form of pick up the point, which allows her to then flick the Kiss of Death on the previous chain link to get a little bit more damage. So the AB boots cashed in, but does get a little bit more damage because of it.
Yeah, feels like the output is coming for Yuki.
Flicks
As
the
you
kiss.
mentioned, has the flick here. Also has Codex left in hand.
Codex, but no Leave No Witnesses in the graveyard, I believe. I think the most disruptive card that Yuki Bender has currently in the yard is the Meat Madness that she just discarded to the Arakni Funnel Web ability. And of course, the opponent also have Crown of Providence to perhaps mitigate the effect of a Codex a little bit.
Could also just take damage in the form of Kiss of Death, but you do see her pull that Meat Madness to the front, wants to take the gamble on that disruptive element here.
What's your take on whose seat you'd rather be in at this point in the game?
I actually think it's very close, Pankaj. I would have a hard time saying one player is advantaged over the other. Maybe a slight lean towards Yuki's side with so much already expended on Filipe's side.
Interesting. I was going to go the other way. I feel like
Interesting.
there's a slight lean towards Filipe, particularly because Yuki just used Arcane Barrier. Does not have that. And of course, does have a Ponder on this turn cycle, is forcing Filipe to either block or cash in the Crown of Providence and go for a gamble on the Meat Madness. But again, Filipe will at least be able to go to his turn with a 3-card hand into Yuki's 5, but with just a 3 life deficit in a deck that can send Arcane at you and you have no way to prevent it. But you're right, it is still very, very close. The margins are incredibly tight here.
Question is how Filipe wants to go ahead and refresh that arsenal.
Does have a 3-block in hand to deal with the Meat Madness. The Comet Storm Shock, which of course Yuki Bender also knows about. And no tricks here, no flick of the Clave to give it +1. Because the flick, of course, had already been used and Yuki isn't even base form.
Filipe really having to think over what option appeals to him. It is just going to be the Gone in a Flash taken back here.
The discard for Filipe here.
Bit scary to go ahead and give back access to that Gone in a Flash. Of course, Meat Madness could potentially clear it. Filipe does have the option to defend. Unlikely to do so.
He has a 3-block that's not really doing much else for him in the form of the Comet Storm Shock.
That is
So could just go ahead and do
fair.
that, not play for the gamble.
And he does reach for it.
Yeah, and he's got a very efficient turn cycle here thanks to the Gone in a Flash that was returned back to him. You've got Ravenous Rabble into Gone in a Flash, play out Sigil of Brilliance, put the Gone in a Flash right back in Arsenal.
Sounds
Very
fantastic
strong turn
setup
cycle.
for the next turn. And actually, with that turn cycle, I want to revise my opinion.
Hey,
I think
no. You stick
the
with
game
that.
has progressed. I can make a new decision. I am now ready to shift sides to Filipe.
And that is not a good ponder for Yuki Bender. That is an under the trapdoor. Arsenal is not where you want to see that card.
No, kind of disaster here for Yuki giving up a card. Now I'm really shifting.
You're
my
committed.
opinion.
You're the Arakni guy,
Oh
Bryan.
boy. All right. I guess we're going down with the ship. I will continue rooting for Yuki until the end, as I so often do. Hard to root against either of these players. Both really great ambassadors for our game.
Pondering on this ponder here. Does she Arsenal? I think sometimes when you are an agent, you may be okay arsenaling a stealth card. You know, say if it's like if you're a Black Widow or something, that you can still give that stealth card text, but goes ahead and doesn't arsenal there. Filipe now feels like firmly in the lead.
I think drew an additional copy of Under the Trapdoor. Perhaps not. I may be misreading that one, but
I think so.
So unfortunate where you feel like you've done your big play, your setup with Codex, and you just didn't really recoup any value from it. And you gave Filipe a Gone in a Flashback, which he's going to use to great effect on this turn.
It is the story of this Arakni Marionette deck. It feels like this dagger-heavy variant. Sometimes in early turns, you don't find the disruption. We saw the Command and Conquer, but that was on turn 0. We saw Meat Madness, but you're not seeing flips into Black Widow off of Mask, for example. You're not seeing Leave No Witnesses yet. There are very few copies of these cards available in this Arakni Marionette deck.
There is that Gone in a Flash mercifully reduced down 2-3 on the back of that Frailty, but Gone in a Flash set up an arsenal, Sigil of Brilliance, ready to do its thing on the next turn cycle. Really good time for Yuki to go ahead and get some disruption done, but has already defended with 2 cards in the form of those very weak-looking Under the Trap doors.
It's going to be more vanilla damage coming out from Yuki on this turn cycle. She's holding on to another 0-for-4 Dagger Pump and has Tunic.
Filipe, extremely instant rich here. Unfortunately, those boots already used. No way to get those extra action points. Does have a fine hand, though, in the form of that Entwined Lightning to start things off. more cards coming on the back of that Sigil of Brilliance as well. And of course, Oscilio ability, always willing to go ahead and get in the fray and refresh the hand.
Exactly. After the cut from the same cloth resolves, Filipe has 2 chances to activate Oscilio before he needs to put anything on offense. And by the time that happens, including the Sigil of Brilliance draw, Bender won't have much information to work with.
Yeah, up sticks and run, follow up here, and this is just damage. And if you're in Filipe's seat, you have to love seeing that. That puts all the decision-making back in your court. You get to decide where your cards go.
Discarding the Astral Bridge, not a surprise here. Since
Picks up a Flittering Charge.
Post-combo Astral Bridge, not really going to be doing much. Flittering Charge, a fantastic pickup.
Yeah, this turn just got quite a bit wider for Filipe and still has yet another card waiting to go ahead and join the grip.
Problem is not too many cards he wants to block with in this hand. Takes the full 9,
yeah,
potentially more thanks to the flick, which will threaten an extra 2 damage. 1 from the flick, 1 from the +1 from the mark, which does put Filipe firmly in Tarantula Toxin range. It's in the range where attack reacts can easily kill you. How much damage is he able to send?
I think he's also in the range, though, where he could just take Yuki's entire hand.
Exactly. She's at 16. That is very, very within reach for a 6-card hand from this Oscilio deck.
Yeah, it's going to depend what the draw is here for Filipe. Can we find a way to get even wider than 3 chain links? Here's the pop on the Sigil. A new card joins the fray. It's an Echo Flash, so that's more damage, and it's going to become another card.
Just free extra damage. It seems to be the name of the game of this Oscilio deck.
Also a spot to use that Volzar as well.
And also hiding it from Yuki Bender. Remember, that's a card she does not know about. She does not know about the Flittering Charge, and she does not know about the Echo Flash either. But even if she knew about the Echo Flash, not much that she can do, given that she used her AB already. And that's the strength of these wizards in these low health scenarios. They get to do perfect math on how much you are able to defend against the damage.
Yet another under the trapdoor here, just defending as a 3-block for Yuki. A disruptionless game played so far.
Just the Meat Madness, which was just met by a 3-block because of no further threats. You could say the Funnel Web was kind of disruption, but Filipe just faded that with a defense reaction in Arsenal.
Filipe has gotten to do what he wants to do over the course of this matchup. It bodes well for his chances of success and for his chances of potentially joining this top 8 here at Pro Tour Las Vegas.
And Yuki needs to be careful here, being very disciplined, giving up the Tunic as well, recognizing, you won't see this Tunic again. It won't come up by the time the game ends. And she doesn't know about the Flittering Charge. So in her mind, this could very well be the last physical damage source that she's able to put the Tunic in front of.
Yeah.
And one card that she does know about in Felipe's hand is that Lightning Press. So knows that her life total is very much under threat here.
Here is the Oscilio activation once again.
Discarding that Echo Flash. Volts are going to be activated as well. It's 2 arcane that Yuki has no recourse about. What is the draw going to be, though? It's another 3 damage.
Yeah, more added to the output here of Filipe, able to convert this entire hand this go-around. Gotta feel good if you're sitting in his seat. There's the Flittering Charge.
Yuki knows about a Lightning Press here. But Filipe here with all the agency, if Yuki overblocks this, think you have Lightning Press, he could just say, okay, play the Discharge, now my Godmother Flash and Arsenal comes in for 7.
Yep.
And if Yuki doesn't block, or doesn't block enough, Lightning Press makes this go all the way up to 7.
He is in the driver's seat. He is assigning damage where he so chooses. Go again, picked up for this Flittering Charge. Lightning Press pushes it up to 7. Yuki Lee falls to just 7. More damage offered, and guess what? It is in fact 7 damage. Pushed the way of Yuki Lee Bender, with still more to come from Filipe in hand.
She knows about the Constella Contemplation as well. So knows there's at least 1 more damage. Looking at a hand here, there's 2 3-blocks and 1 2-block in form of the to the point. You can't go too low against this Oscilio deck.
No AB left. So many cards off the top of the deck just doom you at that point. Is she thinking about just giving up the whole hand here, Pankaj?
Potentially. I think maybe playing for just hoping the opponent breaks.
Filipe will get to play yet another 5-card hand. If that is the case, we'll rebuy that Gonda Flash, dash it in the arsenal.
It's face up for Yuki here. She knows she's at 6. based on the 1 Starfall ping from the card in Filipe's hand. So that's a life total that she has in a whole mental model of where she's at in this game. So 6. Can you afford to just block 6 on a Gone and Flash to keep an arsenal and effectively go down to 5 against that deck? This is the calculus that she's doing currently.
Has just a single card pulled forward at this point. Switches the single card. Bit of indecision here from Yuki. We've seen every option considered thus far. 1 card block from the Orb Weaver Spinneret. Yuki falls down to a dangerous life total.
And it'll be down to 2 after the contemplation. Question for Filipe here is, do you recur the Gone in a Flash? There's a very real argument to just not recur it, because you want to ponder, you want to give yourself as many chances to find arcane damage effects. That 1 card in hand is 1 card fewer that you will see. So he says, does not recur the Gone in a Flash, just wants to find shocks, wants to find Starfall effects.
Makes a lot of sense. Let's take a look at the hand that Filipe is going to draw up here.
Ponder is a Snatch. So not an arcane spell, but Crown of Providence there still can convert the Snatch into something more effective.
Sigil of Ether, just some good go again options.
No arcane damage effect there. Thunderous Retort as well in Filipe's hand. That's a very interesting inclusion.
But let's remember, Pankaj, we're not done yet. There's more cards coming for Filipe. Can always go ahead and refresh here.
From the Oscilio effect, also Crown of Providence as well. Starfall active, still no
Sigil of Brilliance, though. Way to, again, pick up another card on the next turn if he wants. And you see a little bit of dejection there on the face of Filipe. It could have been easy here. Does have to still answer for this Calyssera headed his way.
So there's no go again on this Calyssera. So the only thing he needs to worry about is Tarantula Toxin. If he can math out a block that keeps him safe from Tarantula Toxin, he can just go back to his turn cycle and think about just still sending more damage, taking more and more cards from Yuki, and just do it again.
Also think about getting that crown involved. There's a lot of options here for Filipe.
Only 1 3-block in that hand, though. Second copy of Gone and Flash found here.
Yeah, he's going to commit so much here.
To find the arcane. Now, of course, letting Yuki draw up again. Now, deck lists aren't open. Something that Arakni Marionette lists sometimes run are copies of Sigils of Solace. So not finding the spell here, not finding the shock here, perhaps gives Yuki more time to find Sigil of Solace if she's running that in the deck.
A lot of defense committed here, but does go ahead and deploy
That's
the
arcane
Sigil.
damage. Sigil of Aether can be buffed off by Volza already. If Yuki Bender doesn't find some life gain, this could be it.
Yep, just stacks things, goes ahead and lets the Volzar do its thing, puts the amp on the damage and gets the fist bump, and Filipe Lima Cardoso might have just punched his ticket to yet another Pro Tour top 8. The pride of Brazil shines once more here in Sin City.
And that's how the matchup goes when Arakni Marionette doesn't find the disruption and the Oscilio does find the Gone and Flash. Very, very close matchup, as we spoke about at the beginning. And can we just point out our 2 remaining X1s here at Pro Tour Las Vegas, both Oscilio, both very different versions of that hero.
Yeah, the hero showing the versatility it's capable of, showing its power, showing how much you can do with deck building in the hands of Majin Bey and that tall arcane approach. And still, the deck that Majin Bey really put on the radar, the Gone in the Flash version, doing its thing and maybe putting in Filipe Lima Cardoso into this Pro Tour top 8.
It is so fitting that both these players on Oscilio were originally known in the game because of their Kano play. They're both here on the new wizard of the format, all the way from the beginning days when they were on Kano. Filipe made top 8 at Pro Tour in Kano.
About
What's about
wizard players? They
well,
just
they learned
can't
how
get
to
away from
draft.
it.
They learned how to draft,
that-
and now you see them in top 8s of tier 4s.
Absolutely did happen. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at standings, and we'll see how this Pro Tour is shaping up as we get ready to play some of our final CC rounds. I mentioned those 2 Oscilios are absolutely pacing the field. Then things get a little bit worse for the Oscilio gang. There's no more in this top 20. So if you're hoping to see Oscilio in the top 8, you're really going to want these 2 guys to go ahead and stay the course. Meanwhile, after that, things get a little weird. How about 2 Betsy's in the top 10 of Pro Tour Las Vegas? Did you have that one on your bingo card,
I
Pankaj?
did not have that on my bingo card. I did think Betsy was one of the Guardians that's fine to play in this weekend, but my eyes were definitely towards the Jarls, of which there are 3 within our top 20. But speaking of aggro decks, Brian, they are also missing the 2 Oscilios at the top. The only classic aggro decks alongside the one cheeky Aurora in the 20th spot right now. Andrew Lorenz piloting that Lightning Rune Blade. We saw him do an amazing performance yesterday. Has shown that he has the chops to do it in draft as well.
As much as Oscilio is missing from this top 20, Mario is everywhere. Arakni Marionette, 7 copies amongst the top 20 decks here, was the most popular choice here this weekend, proving to justify that spot, especially in the hands of Yuki Liebender and Jacob Clements, who are both sitting at 10 and 2 right now. And we talked about Jacob Clements really needing to get that monkey off his back of the tier 4 performance, doing everything necessary thus far.
And when I see these many Marionettes and the Betsies as well up here, my eyes go to the one Gravy Bones player that we have in our top 20, Noah Clark, piloting that Pirate Necromancer hero, one of the few heroes on this screen that can say they have a positive matchup into the Chaos Assassin.
Couple of dark horses still in the mix here. Got to call out Brody Spurlock sitting in 15th place, representing Vincent into this top 20, and Andrew Lorenz there as well with that Aurora sitting at 9 and 3. Been very impressive in CC rounds thus far. X and 3 can still make it. You need to put 3 wins together in a row, but you're still in striking distance. Let's see who else can go ahead and maybe throw their hat in the ring here. All the way down to 29th place we feel is live, and that means that there are 2 Huntsmen still in range. And then we get to these aggro options that you mentioned, Pankaj. We see the Syndras start to show up. We see another Oscilio. We finally see our first Dash.io. Dash.io really not having the tournament it was looking for, faced with a lot of Jarls out there. We also have a second copy of Vincent still ready to get in the mix.
Finally seeing some of those aggro decks that people were expecting to show up well in this weekend. Remember, this is the weekend after Victor LL'd. I mean, 2 weekends after with Shinjuku as well. But these heroes were supposed to be unshackled from the LLing of that Guardian hero. Unfortunately, shackled right back down again by the Jarls that have shown up.
Yeah, Jarl definitely proving it deserves its inclusion amongst the top tier. Also potentially proving to earn its place among the top tier. It's Betsy. This is a very, very real hero now. And in fact, our next round is going to bring you some of that Betsy action that all of you out there have been clamoring for. It's all about the log these days, Pankaj. Tell me about your impressions of that weapon.
I think there are some really, really cool things that I've seen Betsy players do that I didn't even think about. I've seen Betsy players, you know, wager very belligerently. The opponent gets a bunch of gold, and then they park a holder line in the arsenal for the end game. The opponent pops out the gold, and they say, yep, here's a holder line preventing 5 on your thing because you've drawn 2 cards. I was floored by that play. I think it was Jonathan Magnuson, actually. I saw him do that in the Swiss, and the opponent was just like, wait, what? So I'm very interested to see the tricks that these Betsy players have up their sleeve.
Yeah, and Jonathan Magnuson is one of those Betsy players who continues to go ahead and try and make this march to the top 8. We've seen 2 strong candidates for inclusion, but of course there are 6 more slots still on offer. The stakes are getting higher, the play is getting tighter. Who will be our next Pro Tour champion?
TCG Player has leveled up its Flesh and Blood game. In an exciting new partnership with Legend Story Studios, TCG Player is making it easier than ever for players to discover decks, find the cards they need, and stay connected to the Flesh and Blood community. With Gem Store badges coming soon to the TCG Player marketplace, expanded coverage of big events, and top deck list, upgrade guide, and finance content, TCG Player is the go-to destination for all things Flesh and Blood. Whether you're tuning up your next competitive list, looking for special cards for your collection, or keeping up with the ever-evolving metagame, start your search at tcgplayer.com.
The action is really heating up here in Las Vegas, and as the city of great games begins to truly turn its eyes towards a potential top 8, it feels to me like it is time to bet big. Sam O'Byrne, Pankaj Bhojwani here to bring you this next round of action live from the Pro Tour in Las Vegas, brought to you by TCG Player. I'm looking forward to this one. People have been asking for Betsy. We got to give the people what they want.
You know, there's few times in this game's history where you will hear diehard fans of a hero say, my hero just needs one more thing. You hear this all the time from Bolton players. They're like, nah, just one more good charge card. We heard Betsy players say that a lot. We just need a log. Turns out that is actually all they needed. This hero is making waves.
Man, I love Log. Log is so fun to watch be utilized. It's so fun to resolve, and especially given just the flavor of Betsy, that hero art, that hero card that we've had since Heavy Hitters. We haven't had the Log. We haven't had what we needed to truly see this deck shine. I remember talking to Bryan Gottlieb a little bit ago about some of the things that might be upcoming. He mentioned Betsy. I was
Got some insider knowledge.
I was like, Betsy? Mm-hmm. You're thinking about Betsy? And he just looked at me and goes, it's real. Like, it's real?
Turns out he was right. Who would have thought of Bryan? I wouldn't have predicted it. But this Betsy deck, I want to talk about the flavor as well. It really feels like she's just holding a log over you. Like, I'm going to wager everything. Hit you, get a gold. It's really cool.
And the pilot, someone we have just witnessed kind of reassert themselves onto the Flesh and Blood competitive scene back at U.S. Nationals just this last year. Jonathan Magnuson, of course, brought the Zyggy Starlight deck to the forefront of many people's consciousnesses when he went on that incredible run to the top 8. So he's here, not on that deck, but on a different dark horse in Betsy skin in the game. His opponent, however, no slouch. Lucas Oswald, multiple-time top 8er, U.S. Nationals top 8er, calling champion. This is a dude who knows ball. This is a dude who knows how to win games of fab. These players are fighting for this tournament live. Still X2 on either side of the table, so both even, win or loss here. Hearing actually Lucas is X3, so it's a very interesting set of circumstances here for both these players. Lucas needs a win to maintain his position as a potential player in the top 8. J-Mag either way, but with a win for Betsy, we're all of a sudden looking at a potential of a Betsy winning in pretty soon in this tournament, which I don't think many people had on their Betsy cards.
Certainly not. Jonathan Magnuson, not one to chase the meta, it seems. Will show up on Zyggy, now showing up on Betsy. Also two very different, flavor profiles, if you will, of a deck. They both play very, very differently. On the other side, Lucas Oswald, he's come so close so many times to these Tier 4 events. Look, back against wall right now for him. X3 didn't start off day one very strong either, so tiebreakers also not so much in his favor, it seems like. Needs to win out, needs to get a little bit lucky on that front as well.
Well, let's see who is the true champion of the arena here as the Pro Tour in Las Vegas continues towards the rubber match. Round 13 here from the Pro Tour in Las Vegas, brought to you by TCG Player. It's going to be an exciting one here. We got Lucas on the left side of your screen, Arakni, Marionette, the deck to beat in many people's eyes. On the right side of your screen, Jonathan Magnuson, member of the Wolfpack, member of that old guard of fab here, taking Betsy to what he hopes will be the promised land.
Taking a look at these players' runs through their Pro Tour so far. Lucas Oswald, as we said, took two very early losses in his day one, but bounced back, won out all the way until just the previous round against Noah Clark in what is very admittedly a tough matchup for Arakni Marionette.
Yeah, not one you want to see if you're on Lucas's side of the table, but I love this run so far. This is not every Pro Tour top 8 is that Cinderella story. You go XO and you finish the job in those those last rounds. Players like Lucas often make these top 8s. You're just fighting. You're scratching and clawing. You take some early losses. You go on a great win streak. Then you take another loss in round 12. And here for Lucas now, every game is the difference between a top 8 and looking out from the outside.
Has taken down a few Pro Tour champions in his draft run here. Matthew Folks, Michael Fung, both falling to Lucas Oswald.
Let's take a look now at the other side of the table and Jonathan Magnuson, the opponent. A nearly unblemished record in CC, 4 wins, 1 loss, only losing to that Decimator Fang, and then took down the mirror match in round 12. You're kidding me, there were 2 Betsy's live, and they had to fight it out?
I actually watched the game against the Fang in the Swiss rounds, and it was a hilarious finish. The Fang had 8 gold tokens thanks to the Betsy wages, and because it's a Decimator Fang deck, they have last-ditch effort in the deck. So the last turn cycle was him popping all the gold to 0 cards in deck and then sending 2 last-ditch efforts at the opponent. It was incredible.
I want to direct everyone's attention to the bottom right part of your screen as we see on the World Tour stage, Betsy is certainly awaiting her first champion. So the question is, my friends, will it be Jonathan Magnuson to stamp his mark upon the World Tour stage? Day 2 live from the Pro Tour in Las Vegas continues. We're rolling the dice. We're betting big. Let's get in on the action.
And Jonathan Magnuson did win the die roll and chose to go first. He wants to immediately enact his fatigue game plan, which it feels like that's what Betsy has to do these days. And this time, coming in for 7. And every time you buff the log in this matchup, you are vulnerable to inertia trap. And Jonathan Magnuson also already calling that out, saying, do you have the inertia trap? And not only that, overpower, not the most meaningful keyword in this matchup, because of course, Lucas Oswald's deck has a lot of attack reactions that you can just go ahead and block alongside some action cards to bypass this overpower keyword. Looks like it doesn't have too many of those in this current hand here, so going to be leaking a little bit of damage. One more coming off this I forget the name of this card, the one that gives +1 suspense aura.
Oh, the suspense is killing me.
The suspense is killing me, exactly.
It's
that
killing
one.
me to hear you
it's
remember the
name.
name.
So 3 damage leaking through for Jonathan Magnuson and a gold token generated as well. Strong start for him. 2 cards out of Lucas Oswald's deck as well. I'd be very surprised if this actually comes down to a low deck size. That's definitely what Jonathan Magnuson wants to try and do. But on the other side, Lucas Oswald wants to try and mount the pressure as soon and as fast as possible.
Just put it on the text box. Okay. It's gotta be fancy. Of course.
Here players discuss where the dice should be going. We're seeing a to be continued now come out to take care of the flick of the Hunter's Clave. These suspense auras from Jonathan Magnuson immediately proving their worth in the list.
But based on the pitch of Lucas Oswald, it was pretty clear that he was not needing the mark on this turn cycle, because if he desperately needed it in the face of the opponent's boots of Omnis Ward, could have fully expected him to hold on to this relentless pursuit, instead of recognizing that it's fine if my opponent doesn't get marked on my flick. It's okay if they pop the boots or if they have some sort of counter. I'm going to create my Kallistra anyway because of this naturally drawn Orb Weaver Spinneret and send 8 damage at my opponent on this Graphene Kallistra. No go again, of course, no threat of any card draw, but this is a very scary card for the opponent to deal with, because if you block this, you are opening up yourself to Tarantula Toxin, and that is going to be Lucas Oswald's power plays in this game.
Here comes the Tarantula Toxin, throwing it down. That sense weakness going to be subtracted. The defense value by 3. Kallistra coming over the top. Down to 29 goes Betsy and Jonathan Magnuson. But those 2 suspense auras going to stick around for quite a bit longer.
And that is a little bit of the problem when you play a deck that wants to block into Arakni Marionette. So many of your hands just play into Tarantula Toxin and just let your opponent get all the value, the full 6 value on that card. Lucas Oswald going to be looking to get as many 6s from this Tarantula Toxin as possible to be able to close out this game.
Wager.
Bam! You see Jonathan kind of giving it a think. Yeah, wager. Which means we get the +1. We get the gold on hit.
He's gambling. He is wagering here not only on the pile driver on hit, but wagering that Lucas Oswald does not have an inertia trap. Because he does have a card in Arsenal as well. So wagering quite a little bit on the line is Jonathan Magnuson here. Very fitting for Pro Tour Las Vegas, if I may say.
33.
Only 1 block with the Stains of the Red back. Down to 33 goes Lucas Oswald. Into Betsy's pocket goes the first gold of the game. Good time, Chapeau. Now a little bit more viable in this one as the Kiss of Death hits the combat chain. 3 damage with a loss of life on hit or on flick if Go Again can be brought forward. The Stains of the Red back, of course, an interesting block for Jonathan. He sees that card on defense duty. He sees a Kiss of Death on the combat chain on the first link. Maybe not Go Again, maybe just a pump, and we're seeing it respected with 2 cards right away.
And once again, a very scary card to block, because once again, Torrential Toxin, something you're vulnerable to if you just put cards in front of Kiss of Death. And Lucas Oswald just says, fine, give me 2 cards, thanks, pass.
Interesting. So Lucas IP'd, took damage to just send a Kiss of Death and do nothing with the rest of his hand. Was he not able? I saw Rotten Remains, I think, was in the hand there, perhaps? No, it was a Codex of Frailty.
And this is one of the scariest plays available to Betsy here, using Good Time Chapeau to put a wager effect on the Command and Conquer, and then paying 2 to Betsy's hero ability to give this Command and Conquer 7 with Overpower. No defense reactions allowed to be played to this.
Wow. So it's got Overpower, so you can only block with
one
action card.
And attack reactions.
Yeah, so, but the Command and Conquer effect means that the D-React that's currently in Lucas Oswald's hand is stuck there. He's got to take up the mantle. He's got to take 4. He's got to lose the card. What was this last turn cycle for Lucas Oswald? We lose the cut to the chase. We attacked. We took damage on the last turn. What just happened?
Well, the only way he could have given that Go Again is by flicking the clave. Giving Go Again efficiently would be by flicking the clave, and he does not want to go to 0 mark daggers into a fatigue deck like Betsy, especially since the opponent also has Boots of Omnis War to potentially counter the flick as well. So playing patiently, recognizing that this Betsy deck doesn't put on too much pressure on you, playing it safe, conserving resources as you have to do when you're against a fatigue strategy.
I mean, we'll see how fatiguey this game ends up. Jonathan's been content to just put down some real damage.
7.
Here comes the pile driver.
Wager.
It's one of those cases where eventually the evasion of this pile driver does get to you, and you're forced to put more and more cards in front of it, and then you're threatened on both the fatigue axis and the damage axis.
Dog, the Good Time Chapeau hitting means that Jonathan was able to just do a 1-card 7, make another gold on hit that then refunds the ability for the Good Time Chapeau to be utilized on a future turn. Down to 25 goes Lucas Oswald as the Kiss of Death hits the combat chain again. Reactions mean Stains of the Wreck back comes forward 6. Go Again now on the Kiss of Death. 2 floating means we can come in with either dagger.
Pitched for the Stains of the Red back, so the old-fashioned way of giving it Go Again.
And a staunch response in response, utilizing the tunic and a staunch response in the pitch zone as the Hunter's Clave now comes out with the 2 floating resources. The Kiss of Death has to imagine we're going to be seeing that flick across the combat chain.
It did require a tunic from Jonathan Magnuson to deploy the staunch response. The question is, how much does he want to respect a potential follow-up after this Hunter's Clave? Is Hunter's Clave threatening quite a bit for Lucas Oswald? We've yet to see him flip this entire game because Jonathan Magnuson has done a very good job of not letting himself get marked.
Good Time Chapeau now just going to go ahead and get in the way of the Hunter's Clave, and we're going to get a slap happy in response to the flick. Once again, Jonathan Magnuson with the response to the flick dagger.
Codex coming in now. Frailty token, of course, going to be relevant since pretty much all Betsy does is attack with the weapon. So -1 going to be conferred to that if Jonathan Magnuson even keeps his last card in hand here. Although, looking at the pace that he's been doing so far, this is a tough call for him because he has the Vigor token as well.
Have the Vigor, so you can just attack with the pile driver here. What's the most value for Jonathan? Is he willing to go down to 25 after taking 4 from the on-hit? Or does he want the value out of the Vigor token? Or does he want to just block this out? He's just blocking 3 with the Ripple away. Pass it on over. Lucas gets to ponder. Couple really impactful pieces here from Jonathan Magnuson early, powering up the pile driver, stopping the flick effects from this Arakni Marionette. Feels like that's something we are going to continue to see. Decks having more and more access and more comfortable utilizing tools, especially now we have Boots of Omnis Ward that are stopping these flick-style effects from the Marionette deck.
Between To Be Continued and Slap Happy and Shelter from the Storm and Boots of Omnis Ward, it is so difficult for Lucas Oswald to rely on a flick of a clave to guarantee the mark. We're going to have to see him rely on cards like Reaper's Call, cards like Relentless Pursuit to guarantee that a mark goes through.
Pretty interesting here for Lucas Oswald to take a look at the hand.
So 2 defense reactions and a Slap Happy as well.
One of the times cut from the same cloth can be pretty valuable from the information gained.
An Arsenal card for Lucas Oswald is, of course, the random ponder drawn off the Codex of Frailty on the previous turn cycle. And I want to shift back to what Jonathan Magnuson did in the previous turn cycle. From a raw value proposition, it makes more sense to send the pile driver for 5 and take 4. You are up on math that way. But Jonathan Magnuson deciding that the pace of the game he wants to play is more measured. Block out as much damage as he can safely. Kiss of Death, not a card you can typically block safely because of the threat of Tarantula Toxin. Takes the opportunity when he can. And it looks like we finally get a mark through from Lucas Oswald.
Man and Conquer for 6 now. Slap Happy has to come forth.
And the Arsenal,
Lucas knows you got another D-React in that hand.
it's a Sigil of Solace in Arsenal, though, so Jonathan Magnuson does dodge the on-hit here. But is holding on to a Sync Pillow that we know, but also has a Vigor here, so still going to be able to send a Pile Driver and Arsenal that Sync Pillow.
Wow.
2 Vigor. 6.
I mean, yeah, I'm getting it.
This is very efficient
I'm getting
from this Betsy deck.
I watched Jonathan. I'm like, yeah, no, I get it. This does, in fact, look pretty good. The value that we're getting is legit. The play patterns seem fun. The suspense auras that we've seen actually quite relevant. You have to imagine this Betsy deck can play pretty mid-range. It looks like it can be relatively aggressive. It's got good defensive pieces, and it got some real value out of those gold tokens that are just going to be able to continue to power up the Good Time Chapeau.
And with that swing of the Pile Driver, not open to getting Inertia Trap because that was not buffed higher than its base, so Jonathan Magnuson very safely gets the Arsenal in the Sync Pillow. Lucas Oswald, of course, knows about that as well. Going to need to figure out a way to play around that. We saw a copy of Command and Conquer come out already. Could be very, very effective against that defense reaction in the Arsenal from Jonathan Magnuson's side. We need something like a Codex potentially to get the Command and Conquer back into his Arsenal to send.
Jonathan content to put a couple cards here, as he has done multiple times before. Talk a big game, one of those new cards. 2 Scar Tissues hit the combat chain in the reaction step. We know there's a Sync Below in the arsenal for Jonathan. Does he have something else? Does J-Mag have another trick up his sleeve?
I really like just the sheer value coming out from this Betsy deck. We've seen the Vigor tokens allow him to do 1-card Pile Driver plays. Even the Tunic counter will be able to let him do 1-card Pile Driver plays.
You were saying the fatigue game plan, Pankaj. This just looks like a big value deck to me. I'm seeing a pretty normal amount of defensive pieces. I'm seeing some real offense it's able to put out. Lucas is down to 19 as we're seeing the damage here from the attack be marked. Arakni Marionette triggering, and we're getting the funnel web come forth.
It's not a classic fatigue that you expect from it. It's not a deck that just blocks you out. It's very much a fatigue by damage type deck where you keep sending the log. Eventually, there's need to put cards in front of it, and before you know it, you're just too low in deck. But currently, you're right. Arakni Marionette is just forced to take all this damage and is going down life totals very, very quickly.
6. No blocks. 13. So rich.
Wow, and look at this. Lucas down to 13. A 3rd gold made from Pile Driver. Jonathan here able to go ahead and Arsenal. I think it's a Sigil of Solace. I think I might have seen that sneak into the Arsenal, which means that once again, the funnel web ability is going to be much less threatening, like the Command and Conquer from a turn ago.
And note that Lucas Oswald did not use the Mask of Deceit there, despite the opponent being marked. Happy to stay as funnel web. Of course, that was face up from the opponent as well. So they park in a defense reaction in Arsenal or something. Going to be able to fade the effect of the agent. But Lucas Oswald being very disciplined with his Mask of Deceit usage here. Perhaps want to use it for more value later on down the line. Typically, highest value play with that card when opponent's marked is to find something like an Inertia Trap and fully make your opponent effectively discard a card at the end of the turn cycle.
Omnisword boots plus the Gauntlet of Iron Will. A big game, and Warmonger's Diplomacy all committed to the block. There's a trigger here from the Gauntlets of Iron Will.
So blocking 9 here in total is Jonathan Magnuson, and Gauntlets of Iron Will going to reduce any buff in the attack reaction step by 1.
So you're really giving a think on the funnel web activation, because it would only get 2 points of value. Still threatening to get the on-hit across. which would mean a card draw, which would technically mean the card in Arsenal banished, but we do know. I mean, we think it's a Sigil of Solace in the Arsenal. Yeah, it's going to be a discard.
It's up to 10. And Jonathan Magnuson has 2 options here. No, he just has a sink in hand to go ahead and prevent this if he wants to.
Mark of the Black Widow now comes forth.
Resolution start. Boots. Yeah. And then I'm going to attack for 3.
3 as the Boots of Omnisworn are cracked as we move to damage, or they can break, or anything else.
So he has a 2 block in hand, Jonathan Magnuson, but 1 damage prevention floating from the Boots of Omnisword. So has the exact block needed here. Taking a while to think about this, I almost wonder whether he's valuing just letting this hit so that he doesn't stay marked. Was debating for a second there about taking 2 damage to remove this mark token on him. Eventually opts to just stay marked and keep the life total high. But interesting decision point that he was considering on that block.
J-Mag still got what I think is a Sigil in the Arsenal. Blocking 3 on this pain in the backside with a Warmonger's Diplomacy. Turn continues. It's another Mark of the Black Widow.
This time coming for 4.
Yeah, we've got Based Marionette, one of the scariest forms of Arakni, getting that +1 value, but there's another Fate for Scene. We've seen Felters. We've seen Shelters, Fates, and Sinks. Slap Happies, and what happens next?
And that's the second Tarantula Toxin used this game here. That is a very important threat for Lucas Oswald in this matchup. Something that both players are going to be keeping track of.
Apparently 2 is the number.
Second one gone here for Lucas Oswald as he faces down what's likely going to be another log swing of finding a blue of the gold.
Pay into gold. Can we find a blue to utilize with the log? No, it's a Fate for Scene. So there's the Sigil. Up to 24 goes Jonathan Magnuson. And a different defensive piece into the Arsenal as the Fate for Scene hits.
Another defensive piece in Arsenal. Lucas Oswald has a little bit of a read on that, though. Because the log was not swung after the gold activation, instead the card was Arsenal, he can reasonably suspect that the Arsenal is either another Sigil of Solace, of which we've only seen 2 copies so far, or, more likely, a defense reaction.
Here we go. Graphene Calicera. Go again because of the mark. Inertia Trap pitched away. J-Mag cannot have to worry about that from here.
Always a scary start to the turn when Arakni Marionette just sends Graphene Calicera with Go again because you are marked. Funnel Web activation available for Lucas Oswald, as well as what's very likely a whole host of other attack reactions.
Sorry, is that okay? You're okay? All right. We'll just say no bugs.
Look here at the hand. Yeah, red tension in the air. That is not a card you see in certain more defensive Guardian lists. This Betsy deck is clearly comfortable setting up big turns of offensive overlap, utilizing either the overpower evasive damage or the tension in the air and similar style effects. This is a deck that I think is comfortable going long, but has real plans on how to put you in uncomfortable life positions that their defensive pieces and the combination of that plus the overpower on the pile driver can just close games out.
It has tools for if opponents just full pass into you. That's one of the fail-states of Guardian sometimes, not being able to fully convert your hand. So cards like Tension there, you can even see all throughout the blue base of this Betsy deck, blue Edge of the Seeds in Jonathan Magnuson's hand, for example, another way to convert hands if you give it to the Betsy deck.
Sure.
Codex of Inertia now. Basically just going to be a Ponder and an Inertia token. Now the Leave No Witnesses comes forth. J-Mag can just go ahead and play out the reaction from the Arsenal.
We'll look.
Lucas Oswald unconditionally sends over an Inertia token to Jonathan Magnuson's side. So forces out the defense reaction over here because he won't be able to arsenal it on the following turn cycle thanks to the Inertia token. So Lucas Oswald buying himself some space, taking away some defensive options for Jonathan Magnuson on the following turn cycle.
We'll say 6. Thinking on gold.
Thinking on the gold wager here.
And popping Tunic here is very, very telling for Lucas Oswald. inertia token on the field, so he can reasonably expect that the card in hand is one of those blue instant suspense auras. Question is it to be continued?
No blocks. 7.
Yeah, because otherwise you would just utilize the card in the pitch zone for the Betsy ability. Instead, it's going to be the to be continued hitting the arena, so no value from the inertia token. It really feels like J-Mag just has an answer for everything this game.
Setting up some defenses here. Could have converted that card into a Betsy activation for more damage, but instead opting for a more defensively slanted line here to go ahead and set up some prevention effects to stop any cheeky flick or just stop an extra 1 damage for the next 2 turn cycles. There's a bunch of defense reactions in Jonathan Magnuson's hand. Perfect cards to have into the attack react heavy deck that is Arakni Marionette.
Betsy's got skin in the game, and Jonathan's got his eyes on a second big top 8 in a row from U.S. Nationals to the Pro Tour Vegas stage. I'm feeling like people are going to be looking at this Betsy list, and they're going to be looking at their web browser and typing in tcgplayer.com and picking up some of these cards because it is looking rather impressive here.
And this to be continued is doing so much work over here. That 1 defense reaction was enough alongside to be continued to prevent the Hunter's Mark from hitting, and therefore Lucas Oswald forced play the to the point inefficiently, just getting +3 because the opponent's not marked, and then Jonathan Magnuson just responds with the other defense reaction. To be continued damage prevention still very much live right now.
No blocks.
I wonder, J-Mag kind of seems like he's really built this deck to prey on some of these Arachnis.
19.
And you have to imagine of these 2 players, one player very much likely to have more experience in this matchup than the other.
One of the benefits of bringing a less represented, less expected deck to the Pro Tour, and it is a blue off the top, which means we just get to come in with the pile driver here. He's going to think on the wager.
And he saw that off the top thanks to the Fate Foreseen.
Yep.
So he immediately just puts it into the pitch zone. And at this point, we are almost sending lethal towards the Arakni Marionette deck. The bane of this weekend, it felt like, for many, many players. Touting it as the best deck in the room. Seems to be getting trounced by this Betsy deck. And Jonathan Magnuson, very disciplined here, could have potentially activated Betsy if he wants to crack a little bit more gold, but doesn't want to open himself up to a inertia trap. Again, just setting up a defensive piece in Arsenal, just saying, cool, I just play patient. You need to try and kill me, or you're going to get logged down.
Block for 6, a kiss of death hits the combat chain on defense. It's not how these Arakni Marionettes want to see that card deployed, as Saber Bloodshed is going to power up the Graphene Calicera. But no mark yet means Lucas Oswald might be relying on the Hunter's Clave flick.
Well, you can't. There's a to be continued on the field
Oh my
still.
God.
So there's still no flick to threaten the mark.
You so right, big dog. You so right. To be continued. What happens next? The suspense is killing me. These are cards we've seen deployed in decks like Pleiades. We've seen utilized in some ways in Lyeth, but not as much. But these are cards that we're seeing from Super Slam really, I think, probably shine the brightest they've ever shined in competitive Flesh and Blood right here before our eyes. 2 more cards. Suspensoris from Super Slam hit the combat chain on defense. What does Lucas Oswald have?
He does have a T-Tox in Arsenal. Didn't quite catch what the last card in his hand is. T-Tox here when an opponent has given you cards on blocks.
Yeah, I get it.
But I think he reasonably has a read that the opponent still has a defense reaction, so T-Tox still not going to be doing very much for our Pro Tour competitor here. Tanking a little bit, goes ahead and deploys it, pumps us up to 8. Jonathan Magnuson's defense goes down to just 3, only 5
So 8
being leaked over.
I mean, yeah.
-1 from to be continued as well, so just taking 4. Jonathan Magnuson still at a very healthy 15.
And no draw off the Saber Bloodshed.
And that's the 3rd Tarantula Toxin. Now Jonathan Magnuson gets to block stealth attacks, stealth dagger attacks with a lot more freedom than previously.
And now we get to see the potential evasive damage of the pile driver start to stack up. 2 blues mean an attack for 7 with overpower here. Thanks to the ability of Betsy skin in the game, an ability we haven't seen resolved on coverage too much before these last couple of events.
So Lucas has found an under the trapdoor here, but I don't... Has he put an inertia trap in the graveyard at this point?
He pitched one.
He pitched one.
That's the only one I remember.
Looks like he did. He's going for it right now. There's
Yep,
an initial
I see
trap
it,
there.
yeah.
Still overblocking this by quite a bit here is Lucas Oswald. I mean, putting 9 in front of the 7 overpower. You do get your opponent's arsenal unless that's a Sigil of Solace.
18.
But it's the Sigil once again. J-Mag with just the perfect answer time and time again. Lucas may have the 1 gold, but it's truly Betsy that has been turning heads and acquiring her winnings. This may be 1 wager lost, but the true wager master is yet to be decided. I know where my money is, Pankaj.
This is so tough for Lucas Oswald right now. Inertia token should not be on the field at this point. He does not have that, but that was a devastating sequence of events for Lucas Oswald. Well, not just that, to be honest. The whole early part of the game, too,
that
feels
first
so
turn,
devastating.
Those first couple turns were so tough. And again, you pointed it out nicely. You know J-Mag got way more reps into Marionette than Lucas Oswald has into Betsy. I mean, listen, Lucas Oswald's a fantastic player, right? Known for putting in the time, putting in the reps, calling champion, multiple-time top 8er. Perhaps has lots of reps into Betsy. I can't say for certain, but you just have to imagine J-Mag's got more the other way.
Just a small turn cycle from Lucas Oswald there. 1 into 2, doing a little bit of an Ira impression. Okay, no, follows it up with the Codex here. Finds the Leave No Witnesses. I believe the overcrowded in Jonathan Magnuson's deck, he pitched it earlier to a gold for a pile driver. So no overcrowded available for him in the yard to just cleanly block the Leave No Witnesses, but still has a couple of armor pieces up. Deck is full of 3 blocks. Should be able to fade this on hit very, very well.
Yeah, looks like we're reaching for the Gauntlets of Iron Will.
Coming in for 4. Yeah.
And are we going to see another overpowered Command and Conquer to potentially close out this game?
Well, I love it. Jonathan Magnuson's like, yeah, it's a classic play. You Codex me, I'll grab my CNC. Enjoy your Ponder. I'm going to threaten it immediately. And with the good time Chapeau and the 1 gold token, Betsy's skin in the game can make this Command and Conquer have much more than just its regular text box. How about some evasive damage on a CNC for you?
Frailty token will reduce that a little bit mercifully for Lucas Oswald. Needs all the help he can get at this spot as he puts his head in his hands, contemplates the current board state, knows about the CNC in Arsenal, sees the CNC being blocked with as well, sees the gold token, the Betsy hero ability, and the looming log over the fate of his Pro Tour run.
We're flicking the clave. 1 damage over the top, getting the mark for Lucas Oswald.
Which does open up his Mask of Deceit line over here. But if a CNC is coming your way, you can't Mask of Deceit into under the trapdoor anyway to try and boost your defenses. So opting instead for potentially an aggressive line with that flick. That's down to 0 Hunter's Claves as well for him, while the opponent's still at 14.
And it's the Black Widow that joins the fray from the Brood here after the mark, as we are going to be activating Betsy with that good time Chapeau. We're now threatening a Might, a Vigor, and of course the on-hit of the Command and Conquer. Do we have the requisite blocks necessary? I don't think we, well,
Stains of the red
2
back.
Stains of the Red back. No, wait, 1 Stains of the Red back. So
that blocks 3, but none of the other cards block 3.
They all block 2. You can see the consternation on Lucas's face as a little bit of a grimace. He's taking stock of the situation, but 3 2 blocks in the hand at the wrong time. Even 1 3 block plus the stains would have been so impactful here, and you can see the continual frustration from Lucas as this on-hit is going to potentially not only destroy that arsenal, but knock Lucas Oswald out of Pro Tour top 8 contention here in Las Vegas.
So let's take a second to think about what Lucas can block with. Block with the 3-block attack reaction, 1 of the 2-block attacks, give up 1 of these equipment pieces. He did go ahead and flick the Hunter's Clave on the previous turn cycle, seemingly to potentially set up a Mask of Deceit block. Question is that something better than Arakni Black Widow at this point? Maybe Orb Weaver just to swing the Calistro for free, but opponent's still at 14. You'd only be down to 3 cards on offense. How much can that actually buy you?
Oh, and you can really see how much this draw is hurting Lucas Oswald. Listen, if it was all predetermined, there would be no point in playing the games, baby. Nothing like TCGs. You got to play them as they come. What's beautiful about Flesh and Blood is the way you can navigate the game plan, but it's going to be the suspense is killing me as the 2 block here means we're getting a trigger. We're losing the take up the mantle. We're getting the vigor and might if we're Betsy.
And I believe the take up the mantle was pitched very early on in the game, and it might even just be a one-off. Looks like Lucas Oswald was, I think, trying to set that up for a devastating turn cycle here at the end game, but answered perfectly by the Command and Conquer.
Here's a pain in the backside. Have to imagine J-Mag's just going to go ahead and put a card in front of this right quick. Pretty quick. There's the edge of their seats, hitting the blocks. And that's just going to mean Lucas Oswald has to pass as Black Widow heads back to the Brood. And we're seeing for the second time this game, Good Time Chapeau powering up. Command and Conquer looks devastating in this nascent format as we're exploring it together here live from the Pro Tour Las Vegas, brought to you by TCG Player. It's 14 life for J-Mag. He's pitching into a sense weakness. He's pitching into a pile driver. He's coming in. He's wagering the gold. What does sense weakness do?
It gives it dominate is what it does. And it's very heads up by Jonathan Magnuson because he's still marked. Opponent has Mask of Deceit up. So he's saying, oh, if I just send this and hold a card back, you're going to Mask of Deceit me into Inertia Trap that I saw you pitch earlier.
Yeah, true.
Let me just cash this in for dominate. This is very heads up by Jonathan Magnuson. Add more evasion to this. Insulate yourself from Inertia Trap as well.
Gets the might as well to go ahead and make this even easier. This is all only possible thanks to the vigor that was made on the last turn. Need 1 extra resource for the math to all work. Need a blue for sense weakness and 4 resources for the log. 9 dominate on hit. Nothing except the wager of the gold. Well, this has just been an electric game, Pankaj. I'm loving what I'm watching.
Has been a fantastic performance by John Magnuson here. Log is love, log is life.
Log is life. I'll give credit to Ethan for this one as he just said it in my ear. I'm logging it. I am logging it indeed. There was a Florin Christian logman in the chat earlier, right? We may be seeing Jonathan Magnalog. Oh no, Lognesson's way better. Wait, Lognesson's actually good. Jonathan Lognesson's way better.
This Oswald
Logathan Magnuson. You can also do Logathan Magnuson.
Yeah, put that down for the logbooks.
Nice, dog. Let's go. Come on, folks. That's why Pankaj gets paid the big bucks.
Mask of Deceit
Let's go, Pankaj. You're unstoppable. Nothing can touch you.
So Mask of Deceit here, he can go ahead and find the Inertia Trap. Block for 5 off of the headpiece, basically. Go to 1 if he doesn't want to give any more cards. Looking like he wants to stay relatively healthy, still lining up the Leave No Witnesses block. Defense reaction count at this point. I believe at this point we've seen all 3 Sigils of Solace as well.
Wow, we're getting the +1 from the suspense is killing me too. It's all really coming together beautifully. Even when Jonathan had the multiple defense reactions in the hand, the vigors, the tunics, the pressure was able to be maintained. Yeah, we're blocking with the mask. We're going back into Black Widow. We're taking the damage. We're losing the Leave No Witnesses. We're going down to 1. This game's not over yet. Lucas has got fight in him. Lucas knows what it takes to reach the top 8 of a major event. Jonathan Magnuson has tasted that glory, but a month ago. We must see which of these players moves on to the next round with the win. Up sticks and run. Going to go ahead and be pitched into. Grabbing back a dagger. Grabbing back what must be that Hunter's Clave. Savor Bloodshed as well. Pitching 1. We've got a Graphene Calicera.
So note, Lucas Oswald transformed into Arakni Black Widow here, but has played out his hand. So not going that agent effect, not going to be available here on this chain link, but should he draw off of a Savor Bloodshed, we could potentially see that agent be activated sometime later on this turn. I was doing a check of prevention effects. Could still just flick the clave to guarantee the on-hit draw and then activate Black Widow in reactions. So Lucas Oswald has a very cool play here. You can flick clave, draw a card off Saver, and then discard that to the Black Widow.
Fiddler's Green we saw in the hand. That's not an easy card to block with on an attack like this with the cards in J-Mag's hand. 3/6/7, 3/6/9, and then you're just left with a Fiddlers. Trying to sniff out the rest of this turn. What's the one floating going to be used for? We saw Death Touch be utilized on blocks. How many Death Touches do these Arakni Marionette stock run? Like one?
Just one.
Yeah, just the one.
Block 10.
Goes ahead and blocks with the Fiddler's Green over
Just
here.
putting the whole hand in front of this thing.
Blocking 10, it looks like.
Oh, there is another Death Touch. Wow.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it
No,
was
no,
no,
and
no,
it
no.
was the
He
same
blocked.
Death
Yeah,
Touch,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
He blocked with the pain in the
yep,
backside.
Yep, he blocked with the pain in the backside. So this is a perfect utilization of the Death Touch. I love Death Touch. One of my favorite cards in Flesh and Blood. So happy to see it returning to prominence in a way. And this is interesting.
You can flick
Lucas.
Clave to draw a card of saving,
Attack me for
or
six.
even the Calistera,
Attack me for
but then
six.
you go down to either no Claves or no Calistera. It's a tall ask.
You can flick the Clave and then what? Try to get just more true damage in on this Death Touch.
Yeah, because you could still
You can still-
discard.
yeah, you can still Black Widow. But interestingly, J-Mac, he blocked out the first attack, but that Fiddler's Green means there's 3 more value on this turn for J-Mac. It's just waiting in the wings to come forward.
Death Touch representing at least 8 more damage here. 6 plus the 2 from the Blood Rod. But to your point, Fiddler's Green going to heal Jonathan Magnuson back up 3 life. So he's sitting at 17 effectively.
Flick Knives.
Flip Clave. You take
Clave.
1. Go to 13.
Down to
stay
13
marked,
goes
draw.
J-Mag.
Draws a
Draw.
card. It's a Codex.
It is a Codex.
And you can't discard this to the Death Touch. This card is way too important
The reactions, you take 6.
to help Lucas close out the
7.
game.
Yep.
And down to 0 Claves, opting to keep the Graphene
I'm going
Calistera.
to give you a Blood Rot, sorry, and then you'll go to 10, right? Yep.
On hit of the Death Touch, it's a Blood Rot Pox being the call for Lucas Oswald. He needs true damage, and he needs it now. Blood Rot Pox, nothing J-Mag's going to be able to do about that.
And look at the deck size from Lucas Oswald here. He was doing a rough deck count earlier as well. The deck looking mighty thin.
I wonder, we saw that Relentless Pursuit pitched early. I wonder if it's a new one or the first one from the very first turn of this game. Turn 14, we're close to pitch stack.
We saw the Take Up the Mantle come back around as well. So I want to say we're probably at pitch stack, unless there's multiple copies of that card.
Now there's Fiddler's Green in the hand for Jonathan Magnuson, pitching multiple cards into the gold token, I think. Yep, we're going to draw off of the gold, draw a new card. Taking a look at the hand here, Reaper's Call, Persuasive Prognosis, and a Scar Tissue.
Just call another way to just mark the opponent unconditionally, which is sometimes something you have to do when you've gone down to 0 Claves, and we see exactly that happening right now. Defensive options for Jonathan Magnuson right now has drawn into the overcrowded here. So if you commit this on blocks earlier on and the opponent breaks the chain to play their Codex, that overcrowded is now in the graveyard
Oh,
for you to
wow.
go ahead and buy back with the Codex and block very efficiently.
Okay, we got...
Jonathan going ahead and really giving this graveyard a healthy look through. 8 life can be a scary one against Arakni Marionette. Lucas, I think, has actually played this endgame beautifully to give him a fighting chance, and that's why you're seeing J-Mag really respect this attack. He does not know what is coming from here. He does not know what his future holds. He doesn't want to die with the Fiddler's Green on the combat chain, right?
Doing a quick attack react count in Lucas Oswald's deck. We've seen all 3 Tarantula Toxins. Not sure how many to the points we've seen. He's doing the math on how high this dagger can go. He's also very reasonably expecting a Codex of Frailty to come out. We haven't seen all 3 copies of that card.
It's true.
And so Overcrowded being lined up here to be blocked with, so that if the opponent breaks the chain, that card is available for him to block with.
He knows all 3 T-Toxes are gone. I wonder if Lucas is going to give any reaction to the overcrowded combat chain. Lucas also thumbing through his deck. J-Mag not using this Fiddler's Green on defense here. Keeping it in the hand.
Which, if he has the Codex read here,
Yes,
that's a card
dude.
you can discard to the Fiddler's Green, basically turning the card into a build your own Sigil of Solace.
I mean, if he sniffed out the Codex, it would just be a masterful play here.
I gotta look at it one more time. It's okay.
J-Mag saying, sorry, man. I got to look through this one more time. 16 minutes on the clock. They got plenty of time to make this decision.
It's his top 8 potential
Oh, yeah.
on the
I
line
mean,
here.
for Lucas, He needs this win to stay alive. For J-Mag, a win here gives him 2 win-ins in a row. X3 makes top 8 of this Pro Tour.
And currently, the only attack reaction available to Lucas Oswald is that Scar Tissue. So this block for 5 fully covers that up. Looks like Jonathan Magnuson maybe wants to think about a to the point as well. Not sure how many copies of that card we have seen with this 6 block that he's lined up.
Block 6.
Block 6 is the call. Any reactions from Lucas Oswald? He's got to give this one a think. J-Mag keeping that Fiddler's Green back.
Scar Tissue won't do anything over here. So now Lucas Oswald needs to think. Does he perhaps want to hold on to it and have an extra card to potentially discard to his own Codex of Frailty? Could discard the Persuasive Prognosis, hold on to the Scar Tissue.
Put it on something like a Kiss of Death.
Potential line. But this overblock from Jonathan Magnuson, very, very heads up here.
It's just Persuasive Prognosis here. I wonder if the Stalker steps are going to have to come into play.
And he knows there's no T-Toxes. So nothing can buff this up except to take up the Mantle, of which we've already seen 1 off. These lists typically don't run more than 1 off that card.
Block 3.
Close.
Last card in hand is Fiddler's Green. Closed chain. Codex of Frailty hits the chain. Any response? No response.
I'm discarding
Jonathan Magnuson.
I think he's perfectly called out this Codex.
Especially with the overcrowded block as well. The overcrowded block and holding on to his Fiddler's Green for the potential Codex of Frailty. Jonathan Magnuson has sniffed this out so effectively.
I knew at least one could.
Converted all the cards in his hand on defense, despite facing down the Codex of Frailty.
And Lucas's point of view, I mean, the overcrowded would, of course, get in the way of anything that comes forth from Lucas, but he has to imagine that even an overcrowded on the Death Touch still gets some damage across. But I don't know if he's going to be ready for this Fiddler's Green. Jonathan Magnuson, it must have been so tempting to put that Fiddler's Green on that first attack, but maybe then Lucas would have saved the Codex? I don't know. Look, there's not many cards left. Fatigue by attrition, as Pankaj pointed out early.
It's the inevitable endgame when you're facing down this log with Overpower alongside all the prevention effects and defensive pieces in this Betsy deck. Not a fatigue deck in the classic sense of things, but will just hit you so hard you're forced to start blocking. Fatigue by damage, a term that we use.
That touches the call. Grab the overcrowded.
Snap grabs the overcrowded.
Ponder Frailty, lose the Fiddler's Green.
And the heavy sigh from Lucas Oswald as he sees the discard of the Fiddler's Green and the opponent's life total going in the opposite direction that he wants to send it.
That's an 11, not a 9. 6. Block 4.
Overcrowded.
2.
Block 4, take 2.
I give you a blood rot.
Back
Blood
to
rot.
7 after the Blood Rot.
Pass.
But the game continues from here.
And how many threats does Lucas Oswald even have left in his deck? The cards that we're seeing being pitched to the bottom right now. Relentless
don't do
Pursuit,
much.
Den of the Spider, not going to do much. Declines the Arsenal because it was a Reaper's Call and draws into 3 blues.
Oswald
That
discarding the Reaper's Call,
He's
putting
holding
across
on.
the mark again.
1 or 2 Persuasive Prognoses.
Graphene Calycera. Stalker Steps utilized last turn on the Persuasive Prognosis. That's a button we only get to press once.
And it feels almost like the dying breaths of this Arakni Marionette in the
Distant
face
Incision and Blue Shred.
of the inevitability of this Guardian
Better
with her
potentials.
log.
You can hear Jonathan. He says, I think you've just got like an Incision and Blue Shred. I mean, he's seen all the cards Lucas has been pitching as well. J-Max still got 7 life. Lucas has done a good job of working down that life total. There's been so many sigils, Fiddler's Greens. The Arakni Marionette deck has gotten the damage across. But
it's-
can it truly be enough? I don't think so.
I think we've seen 15 life gains so far. 9 from Sigils of Solace, 6 from Fiddler's Green.
Raise a Prognosis, block from the Ripple Away.
Pass, roll for Arakni. Yep.
Pass, roll for Arakni. Another one,
Black Widow.
but this one feels perhaps too little, too late.
Now he's certainly forced to give cards on defense as that deck shrinks down to
I
just
think there's
one card remaining.
left. Tunic powers up the pile driver. 2 cards minimum must be given to this attack.
We know he has a trap in Arsenal. So card from Arsenal, card from hand covers this up. But what is the offensive output left?
And that's just gonna get the handshake
draws
as
were-
Pro Tour Las Vegas continues. And Jonathan Magnuson continues a run towards a top 8 that would put him in some pretty interesting territory after taking Ziggy Starlight to the promised land in U.S. Nationals over in Minneapolis. He is fixing to do it again here in Las Vegas.
I think this tournament and the previous one has bought Jonathan Magnuson a lot of fans. Pioneering Ziggy Starlight, showing up to Pro Tour on Betsy X2 after a second round of Classic Constructed here at Pro Tour Las Vegas. This is just an incredible performance from this player.
I am very much looking forward to following that story. I think we will be keeping an eye on JMag moving forward because a Betsy top 8 at the Pro Tour Las Vegas, it could be more than perhaps we could have asked for. What an interesting and fascinating story that has taken place off the back of a BNR and off the back of some living legends, right? Victor, gone. Prism, gone. Remembrance, gone. Log, here. What will that mean for this top 8 and for the game moving forward? Only time will tell. Let's see our standings and see how the rest of the tournament continues to shape up. And at the top of your screen, Majin Bay, your host of World Tour Weekly, and mine after taking down Filipe, Lima Cardoso, and the caster battle at the top tables. 12-1, locked. Top 8 of Pro Tour Las Vegas.
Our first top 8 competitor at Pro Tour Las Vegas, World Tour competitor on his Wizard deck again. Huge shout out to Majin Bay for making it there. Once again, we've seen him at the top 8 of Tier 4s time and time again. He makes it there again. What a fantastic run.
Yuki Lee Bender taking a couple losses. She now needs to be perfect moving forward. Cannot afford to drop a game. Michael Hamilton as well. Can't drop a game. Another Betsy. Also still alive. Matt Dilks 0-3'd draft and has not lost a game of CC all weekend. If he can win 2 more games with his Kassai deck, he could put Kassai potentially in the Promised Lands alongside Tetsuya Okanishi, calling winner from Kobe, looking strong on that Kassai list as well. Andrew Lorenz. We've got an Aurora live at 10-3. All of these players at X&3, 1 through 17. Any one of these players potentially could still make it. Hey, Alex Vore, still live and kicking. Also has not dropped a game of CC either. Only was able to go 3-3 in draft. But if he can continue to win out, we might see Alex Vore knocking on the top 8 of another North American Pro Tour.
Very, very wide spread of heroes here as our top 8 slowly starts to coalesce. As a Gravy Bones in the mix as well, piloted by Noah Clark on that X2. Jacob Clements, our runner of the World Tour Player of the Year race, still X&2, wants to take down this Pro Tour. A couple of Jarls in the mix as well, a couple of Kassais as well. Anything can still show up in the top 8.
Jacob Clements. Brian asked the question during the pre-tour. His number one storyline. Will Jacob Clements break through? That is a question we might just have to answer, folks. Players in that X2 bracket on a win and in this very next round. So if Jacob Clements can win that game, he will be moving on into our Pro Tour Las Vegas top 8. It's been an unbelievable beginning of the end as CC rockets back into our feature match area. And off the back of some important heavy hits, Jonathan Magnuson is poised for a tournament run for the ages. Who will be in our top 8? The answers crystallize next.
TCG Player makes it easy for Flesh and Blood players to track what's moving, what's trending, and which cards players actually want right now. From competitive cards to high-end marvels and cold foils, TCG Player helps you shop with confidence. Get all the cards, decks, and packs you need at TCG Player, the trusted marketplace for Flesh and Blood.
There are 3 brand new electrifying letters in the entire TCG industry. L-O-G. Jonathan Magnuson, the log father, if you will, has a chance to make history here at the Tier 4 event of Pro Tour Las Vegas, playing a win-in alongside Betsy skin in the game. There is just one small hurdle in the way of that. Possibly the best player in the world right now.
Yeah, the player with all the formators back. It is Jacob Clements that's going to be down in our feature match area up against the log father, as you are calling him now, J-Mags. And I couldn't think of a better match of players at this point in time. Both players on really strong runs this year. Magnuson, of course, coming off that top 8 at US Nationals. I mean, Jacob Clements, we need no introduction to his resume so far this year. It has been winning most of the events that he's been playing. Yeah,
we did some napkin math a little while ago about Jacob. Over the last 2 years, his average finish is 24th.
Wow, yeah.
Not easy to achieve that over the course of 2 years of events, and that should definitely tell you how we feel about Jacob and his level of success. So big hurdle for J-Mags to get through. It's a matchup we've just seen, so I do wonder if we're going to see a similar story play out, or whether Jacob has different ideas about how to attack Betsy's skin in the game.
Yeah, I mean, Lucas Oswald, a very strong player as well, you know, so we'll see what Jacob Clements can run back in this matchup, but will he have a different approach, potentially?
That's kind of what I'm wondering. I wonder how quickly information gets around about this kind of thing. Let's check in with the standings and see how our players are doing. Let's see who is still in contention for top 8 this weekend. Majin Bay, Filipe Lima Cardoso showing you all of the magic at the top of the standings there with Oscilio, 12-1 and 11-2 respectively. Noah Clark, Jacob Clements, Jonathan Magnuson, those are the big names to watch at this point. If they can just about hold it together, they'll be joining us in the top 8.
Yeah, by my math, we're looking at 17th place and above for our players still live here at Pro Tour Las Vegas. Those players down there, the likes of Bernardo Cardoso, Andrew Lorenz on that Aurora, Nova Chan in there. They are going to need to string together back-to-back wins if they want to get their spot locked in for Sunday.
Our final undefeated player at the event, Yuki Bender, still in there at 10-3. Wheels coming off just a little bit. Gotta be careful as we make our way to the end, but a great showing for her. Jarl, Arakni Marionette, and multiple Betsy.
Multi-Betsies.
Multi-Betsy. Not my bet ahead of this weekend, I don't think.
No, it wouldn't have been, but I think it just shows, as we spoke about kind of at the top of the day yesterday, how diverse this meta is, and also a little bit unknown post the Living Legend of Victor, post Shinjuku, and post the wrap-up of a national season.
So we have seen that Jonathan Magnuson can do it, understands the Arakni Marionette matchup. Will the story be the same when he is staring down the barrel of the best player in the world right now? Let's find out. Let's make our way down into the feature match area for Jonathan Magnuson against Jacob Clements, Arakni Marionette versus Betsy. Choosing to go first here for J-Mags. Feels like it might be a big deal if you're trying to dodge that first Hunter's Clave flick.
Yeah, try and keep that off the table for as long as possible. And important to remember, this is a winning in to the Pro Tour top 8 for both our players.
Let's take a look at how Jacob got here. Took an untimely loss to Arakni Huntsman early in the Swiss. Difficult matchup for Arakni Marionette. Other loss there to Christian Hauck in that limited format. We saw it was I believe second draft, first round of that draft was the untimely loss there.
Yeah, and it played against a couple of Guardians already this weekend, including Jordan in the last round and Philip Parker early on day 1, winning both of those. So we'll have to see if he can make it 3 for 3 against the Guardians.
On the other side of the coin, J-Mag, everyone's fan favorite right now, managed to take no losses for the first 4 rounds, finally fell to that Decimator Fang list in round number 5 before eating dirt to Majin Bay in Limited in round 7.
Yeah, since round 8, put together 6 wins on the trot to be here with this one in now.
Do want to note that Jonathan here was the defeat of Bryce, the Betsy mirror in round 12 there as both players were still alive. Definitely one to write home about, I think.
Yeah, certainly. And you can also see there round 4, round 13 against 2 Marionettes. So far, J-Mags is 2-0 in this matchup.
Only one of these players can secure their place in the top 8 right now. It is win and end, lose and pray for Jonathan Magnuson and Jacob Clements. Let's make our way down into the game.
Of course, our 2 heroes, Arakni, Marionette, Betsy, you can see them one more time. Betsy still to achieve that first champion. However, with the momentum that Betsy's got behind her, could it be this weekend for our players?
7 points is definitely a far cry from 779 there. Still awaiting for that first hero. We've seen this effect just do some serious damage over the course of the weekend, though. Attack wagering not a once per turn, much like that Good Time Chapeau. Plenty of flexibility to convert those hands where possible. Arakni Marionette going to try and punish those spots where defense reactions aren't available, when cards need to be kept to send Pile Driver, with just this crippling, unrelenting damage. Enough talk. It's time for action. Get your logs in the chat. It's time. See this one play out.
And taking a look here at the equipment setup, basically as we would expect here on both sides of the table, as you see Good Time Chapeau there.
I do see Good Time Chapeau, but I can't look away from Jacob's unsleeved equipment. It gets me every time.
It's a little bit unsettling, isn't it?
Psychic damage is the term I prefer to use. Cut from the same cloth kicks things off here. We see a hand that contains Overcrowded. Great one to find early in this matchup. Slap Happy to be continued. Also one that is potentially very strong against Arakni Marionette, blunting those dagger swings and dagger flicks as best possible.
Yep.
Wait for scene there to wrap out the hand.
So knows about that defense reaction in hand now. I wonder if that'll change Jacob's line of thought or attack here.
So Jonathan here happy to deploy that to be continued. 2 counters on it for now. Fate for Scene will attempt to cover up the rest. So 4 block and that 1 point of prevention, shutting down the 5 attack value from that cut from the same cloth. Jacob more than content with this. Parks the arsenal, draws up a fresh hand. We'll make our way back over to Magnuson, who will no doubt click the button and fire the Pile Driver. 6 points of damage, threading that gold generation.
A pretty unexciting turn there for Jacob. Able to take a couple of cards, but really what he would have liked to have started on this turn, and the 2 auras on the side of Jonathan Magnuson with the edge of their seats coming off next turn, and of course that to be continued that we just saw.
Taking a look at the hand here for Jacob, does contain Relentless Pursuit. Seems like it might have some potential in this matchup as a way to guarantee a mark when you don't want to expend those Hunter's Claves quite as aggressively. Mark of the Black Widow in there, up sticks and run, and a pain in the backside to wrap out the hand.
See how we want to lead this one off. If Jacob potentially wants to start here with this pain in the backside, see if we can draw out some defense early, and that's where we're going to go.
Indeed, 3 go again will be met pretty quickly by this Roiling Fisher here. Makes sense to cover this up and deny the damage where possible. Flick will happen, to be continued, will be expended to prevent that damage. It's around for now. Up sticks and run makes a whole lot of sense when a dagger is flicked that aggressively. Back comes that Hunter's Clave, courtesy of the retrieve ability.
Yeah, that to be continued just so strong in this matchup for stopping those flicks. Jonathan has a number of good ways to do this, of course, with the Boots of Omnis Ward on the side as a sort of last resort if you can't find one of these other damage prevention effects.
5 go again from the Hunter's Clave. Magnuson looking at a hand that contains Fearless Confrontation. The suspense is killing me in this hand, and a copy of Sigil of Solace.
Oh, that's the card. Sorry, Scott. I see. Bit of life gain in the hand there for J-Mags. That sigil can be a little bit awkward, though, especially on a turn where you're trying to prevent yourself from becoming marked. Makes it a little bit more difficult when it's the life gain rather than a card that blocks or prevents damage, and doesn't look like an access to a defense reaction on this hand.
No blocks declared for Jonathan Magnuson. No reactions from either party means 5 damage will come through. Brings Betsy down to 35. Mark will connect.
Yeah, importantly now, Jacob has his opponent marked, and this Black Widow is going to be the follow-up and very threatening.
4 damage here, courtesy of the Arakni Marionette hero ability. Can get go again if this manages to find the mark, but sink below will meet it on the combat chain here. Thinking on the sink-in, says J-Max.
So he did actually have the defense reaction for that last chain link, but didn't want to commit 2 cards to try and stop this Hunter's Glaive. Instead wanted to save it, and yeah, does wonders here, doesn't it? Stopping that perfect break point.
I mean, you can roll. You can roll.
Players confirming who's rolling for the transformation, but it is a 3 either way. And so we'll see Arakni Marionette taking a short vacation in form, changed in form to Arakni Orb Weaver.
Yeah, perfect here for Jacob. He can try and develop that Graphene Calycera next turn now that he has managed to naturally find that Orb Weaver off of his Agent of Chaos roll.
Edge of their seats ticks on down, and we will see Sense Weakness pitched away to facilitate this pile driver swing.
Yeah, no surprise here that it's going to be the pile driver coming in and wagering that gold here on the side of Jonathan Magnuson. Bit of rinse and repeat so far, at least to start the game early on.
Tunic being taken there to enable this, to keep 2 cards in hand, does send some alarm bells if you're Jacob. We know it's Sigil of Solace, and the suspense is killing me, which will help push this through any particularly ambitious blocks. On Jacob's side, looking at Command and Conquer, Fate Foreseen, Up Sticks and Run, and a copy of Kiss of Death.
Yeah, the hand's a little awkward, so no resources. You've got the CNC in the hand as well, and then you've also got the Fate Foreseen as a defensive card. I didn't pick up the card in Arsenal, though, for Jacob. That was the last card he had in hand. Actually, sorry, it's the card from Arsenal from the very first turn that he's kept in there so far. So could be a T-Tox potentially waiting for something like a Kiss of Death that he's drawn.
Difficult to navigate this hand when you kind of want to make the most of the Orb Weaver while she's around, but multiple generic cards in the hand does make that slightly awkward too.
Yeah, I wonder if Jacob is thinking about the block here, because this Command and Conquer is kind of up to nothing in the hand. So I wonder if he's thinking about the double block. And if you're blocking out for 7, is there a world where you get the mask involved? It just feels so early, and you're already Orb Weaver. Like, I think you need to develop that Graphene Calycera on this next turn, ideally. But you also have this Up 6 and Run, which is, they've come quite clumped together. You want to see that a bit later against the Guardian, so you can keep recurring those daggers. So the hand is, it's a bit of a puzzle here for Jacob. I think he's got to work out how he wants to draw this one up.
No surprises to see the current leader of our Player of the Year race in the tank in this scenario. We'll see the Fate Foreseen deployed, takes an opt at the top card of the deck.
I'll keep that on top.
Happy to keep it where it is. So 4 blocks declared. We'll see 5 bleeding through. Sigil of Solace will be deployed here for Magnuson. Brings him back up to 38. And we'll see that copy of the Suspense is Killing Me parked in the arsenal. Dangerous card in this matchup, especially if Magnuson finds, say, a CNC or something more pressing pair alongside it. Savor Bloodshed is the card in the arsenal, allows for a gigantic Kiss of Death here for Clements. It's coming in for 11 as things stand. Magnuson is marked, and so this dagger connecting would draw an additional card.
Yeah, so now you see why he was at pains to work out how to keep this hand together, because he has, as that last card, of course, the C and C, but Jonathan doesn't know that. He can think it's something a bit more threatening than that, potentially.
The card was drawn. It's very possible we see that CNC thrown, thanks to that Findle Spring Tunic at the least. We'll see Fiddler's Green deployed on defense here. Not too unhappy if this one gets Tarantula Toxin, so it does feel a bit safer. We'll see the flick from the Flick Knives. Hunter's Clave going away. Point will connect, and we'll see that Savor Bloodshed drawing a card. Finds Scar Tissue here. Perfect acumen to this Kiss of Death.
Yeah, and of course Jacob knew about that from the op, so he knew he'd be able to draw this line up. Really well played here from Jacob to push this damage in over the top.
So we will see the rest of this damage smashing on through. Jonathan Magnuson going to gain 3 life as this Fiddler's Green makes its way to the graveyard once the combat chain's closed. But a Command and Conquer happily parked in the arsenal here for Jacob as well. Pretty impressive sequencing. Now 29 plays 26 in favor of the Marionette.
Yeah, so Jacob prioritizing keeping Jonathan marked with that Scar Tissue rather than discarding it to the Orb Weaver and getting that Graphene. Would have had to, of course, use the boots to get go again, though. So gets a card in the end, has a card in the arsenal in the form of CNC, but maybe not quite as smooth as Jacob would have liked that turn to have gone.
And we will see Betsy returning fire. 7 overpower on the pile driver this time, wagering a gold. Spends the additional resources to add evasion on top.
Yeah, and if we just have a look at Jacob's hand here, a couple of codexes in the hand, an inertia and a frailty.
Tarantula Toxin, Stains of the Red back to round out those 4 cards.
Yeah, they don't pair particularly well with a CNC in the arsenal, though, which is always the danger when you draw these codex hands and you find yourself with something like a CNC there. Of course, we can play out that CNC pitching one of these codexes, but again, Jacob's got to navigate how to use the cards defensively here. It doesn't look like he can use that full 5-card hand super efficiently.
At the very least, hand is full of reactions, does allow blocks on Overpower if Jacob wants to take the defensive stance and simply send back that Command and Conquer. We know the arsenal is Suspense is killing me for Jonathan Magnuson, which can successfully dodge that, can also turn this pile driver into an 8 if Jacob's blocks aren't quite succinct enough.
So you're going to see that Mask of Deceit used to go back to the Orb Weaver. It just didn't quite work on that last turn for Jacob, so needs to have another crack at being Orb Weaver in order to develop that Graphene Calycera.
Last card, Sigil of Solace again for J-Mags. Happy to go back to 29. Gold made from the pile driver, and we'll draw up back to Clements.
I really like holding the Suspense is Killing Me in the arsenal. It just means that he's not susceptible to a Codex of Frailty on a really big turn, right? And he doesn't need to deploy it until he can either put something else into the arsenal or whether he may be able to push an on-hit effect on that pile driver like you spoke about.
Going to discard this Codex of Inertia to the Orb Weaver. Generate that all-important Graphene Calycera. 4 points of go again damage coming across here. We know Tarantula Toxin is waiting in the midst. It will be Stains of the Red back first at all, though. Jonathan Magnus says, yes, yep, show me the bill. Not interested in blocking this one. I'll dodge that Tarantula Toxin if I can. And we'll see a Command and Conquer coming out of the arsenal, saving that Tarantula Toxin for a later date.
Yeah, Jonathan Magnuson actually held back the defense reaction to play around the T-Tox, but the CNC in this instance is a little bit of a punish. Of course, Jonathan Magnuson can play out or just let go of the Suspense is Killing Me. That's kind of fine. But I think Jonathan wasn't necessarily expecting a CNC as the follow-up here.
Usually pretty safe to hold on to those defense reactions for the non-Calycera-shaped attacks from the Marionette players, but in this case, forced to use equipment to keep that safe. Will block with Good Time Chapeau, Gauntlets of Iron Will, and a copy of Terra Sunder.
Yeah, so interesting there, because in theory, Jonathan is going to play out the Suspense is Killing Me on the next turn.
Jonathan is confirming, I blocked with this. Somehow it ended up in my pitch zone. Just want to make sure that I have it in the right place. Easy mistake to make when the games have gone as long and as arduous as they have for our Betsy fan.
Yeah, so he decided to block with the equipment there and protect that Suspense is Killing Me, even though he's probably going to arsenal this defense reaction on the next turn. So, but it's because he has a CNC of his own in the hand here for Jonathan Magnuson.
Chapeau activation, eating one of those gold here. Going to grant some additional goodies here to Command and Conquer. Coming in for 7 with Overpower. Now, this is really kind of cute. J-Max over-pitching here, and I like this. We chose to play defense and defend this arsenal, convincing Jacob it's a threat. It's something we want to protect. It wasn't something we could play out in response, which means you can incentivize a block for 7 here, especially if there's a defense reaction on the other side, and very quickly blow Jacob Clements out.
Yeah, exactly. It's really well disguised by pitching this defense reaction. I thought Jonathan had a pretty clean play here of just play this not chapeauing, but this disguises it a bit better, and you still get quite a lot of value with the chapeau. Now, the question for Jacob Clements is, can he read this, and can he actually overblock here? An overblock for 8 would make this a loss of value on Jonathan's side of things. However, the equipment on the side of Jacob doesn't necessarily lend itself to that nicely, because he'd have to give up 3 cards in order to do that.
4 resources, definitely a bit of a magic number for Betsy, courtesy of that hero ability, so able to make it all come together. Jacob now in the blender. We know it's Tarantula Toxin parked in the arsenal. Does want to get aggressive with that one when possible, but for now, staring down a way to remove it. 7 Overpower.
Yeah, not a card you want to be losing to a CNC here. This puts Jacob in a really awkward position.
17.
Again, Reaper's Call in the hand says, okay, I can't contest you. And J-Max, again, just patient as anything, holding on to that arsenal, does not need to disclose that information. Tarantula Toxin bites the dust.
Yeah, really big hit here for Jonathan Magnuson, and that was a nice turn sequence across that turn cycle for Jonathan.
Hunter's Clave to start for Clements, immediately met by attention in the air. Incision will jump it up and over. And we'll see Jonathan to be continued to keep that break point in check. Do not pass go. Do not mark my hero.
Yep, now we have got that out of the way, so we can potentially mark heroes on hit if needed.
We'll see the flick. Gonna attempt to force that mark through, and those boots of Omni's ward lurking there since the beginning of the game. Gonna foot the bill on this one and keep that dangerous little mark away.
Yeah, so that is now out of the way for Jacob Clements, but I don't know who's happier with that. Jonathan actually managing to stop that, or Jacob getting rid of the boots on that one. But it does mean that we're now without a clave on the side of Jacob Clements, and we've already seen two up 6 and run, being played as well.
The Vigor token from last turn's wager coming in clutch here. Going to see this coming in for 7. Gold token being wagered by the pile driver.
Jacob looks like he's lining up a block here. He's a couple of pain in the backsides, I think, in the hand, alongside a T-Toxin, and I wonder if we can get a glimpse. Well, he's going to block with it anyway. It'll leave no witnesses. So, yeah, the hand was a little awkward. Oh, but now that Jonathan was so patient with this. The suspense is killing me, and now it is going to pay dividends.
Huge reward for the patience displayed by Jonathan Magnuson. Jacob Clements decides, I have to make a stand. I'll block with multiple copies of Pain in the Backside, a card that is infamously poor on defense. Finds a way to sneak the gold through anyway. Pick up the point will be the follow-up for Jacob here. We'll at least recover one of those Hunter's Claves, so we have a way to keep those marks spinning once again.
Okay, so we did find a way to be able to get one back. So this worked out quite nicely there for Jacob.
Looking at nasty surprise in the hand here for Jonathan Magnuson. Love to scot in that one to Codex of Frailty. Going to see tension in the air, sense weakness, and command and conquer as the follow-up.
We're going to see another command and conquer being deployed here.
Pick up the point. 3 go again for now. That to be continued. Prevention effect still available. Hasn't blunted anything just yet. Jonathan taking a moment to fan on through the yard. Double check some card contents and remaining availability. Will decide to block this pick up the point with at least one of these cards. Looks like it's the sense weakness being thumbed forward.
Magnus was just thinking about a Codex of Frailty there and what he would do if one was played, but I think very happy to see that that is not the follow-up here from Jacob Clements.
Ticking down these auras as Jacob takes the setup turn. The suspense is killing me. Still around. So we will see how Jonathan wants to do this. A Tunic Resource does make this hand function. We can CNC, we can threaten a pummel, but we can also just extend with this tension in the air after Jacob declares blocks, as that Tunic Resource will give us the flexibility to do just that.
Yeah, there it is. How impressive has this prevention effect been, though, for Jonathan?
To be continued, yeah, absolutely stellar. I think it's a matchup-shaping kind of card, denying flicks. Wow! Command and Conquer finds the mark. It's another Tarantula Toxin that is forced into the bin for Jacob Clements. Needs to keep the hand to meaningfully present offense, and we do see a staunch response and a sink below in the hand for Jonathan Magnuson.
Yeah, both of these CNCs finding Tarantula Toxins has been really devastating for Jacob, especially when he was on a Savor Bloodshed turn as well. Imagine if that wasn't a Command and Conquer.
It was not just Savor Bloodshed, it was Kiss of Death as well. All the pieces were there for the massive momentum swings for Jacob Clements, and the meaningful disruption of Betsy's skin in the game is slowing this game down in her favor. It is 11 physical from Kiss of Death. Jonathan Magnuson with many questions to consider. Now, this is a real tough spot here. You know 2 of those Tarantula Toxins are gone, but Jacob took the damage, didn't pick a fight. That last card in hand, I mean, the third one's got to be somewhere.
Could it be the third one in hand, as you say? You've got to work out all possible permutations. I mean, when you're behind 2 defense reactions as a bit of buffer, though, I think Jonathan's going to be able to navigate this one fairly nicely.
Taking a moment of pause to consider what that last card in hand will be, how this staunch response and sink below are best utilized in this situation. Fairly certain that tension in the air is a blue one in the hand, so should be able to pay the costs as required. We will see a Flick Knives activation, flicking the Hunter's Clave away, looking to land a mark before this Kiss of Death finds its mark. Want to draw a card from that Savor Bloodshed.
Oh, Jonathan's going to go digging for a card that defends, or another blue, because if he can find the blue, he can pay over on the staunch response, but he doesn't find it.
Yeah, you got me. So 21.
You got me is the claim.
And this is now 12.
And so we have a mark here.
thinking.
Yeah.
So I'll play to the point to make this 16.
Jacob interested in making it bigger. It's to the point. Now that mark has been connected, staunch response with the second blue will now be able to jump in front and soak up another 10
Yeah, but the
points
16
of damage.
The 16 over the top is going to be enough, right? So Jacob actually just had it. He had it perfectly anyway to make sure that he could connect here, and he is going to get go again, of course.
Unstoppable force meets immovable object. It's under the trap.
Oh my goodness, that is the worst possible draw there for Jacob. Finding even an Arsenal target would be great there, but finding that blue off the top. Imagine if he found a Codex. That could have been game-changing there.
Really hoping for that prevention off the top. Would have been so
Really hoping for a prevention effect off the top, says J-Mags.
That's maybe a little... I think Jacob may have some wants he would have liked on that turn as well.
just a few, potentially.
Oh, wow. Jacob feeling the brunt of a couple of unfortunate sequences of events here, and he's going to try and piece this one together.
Reactions.
We have found the third Tarantula Toxin. Unfortunately, it will only be able to shrink a Fiddler's Green. Not able to get full value out of this one. Stalker's Steps will allow the turn to continue, though.
Yeah, and Jacob has to Stalker's Steps because he doesn't have access to a Clave any longer.
Leave No Witnesses is the follow-up. 9 plays 17 currently, correcting those life totals down to 13 even, in fact, before the Fiddler's Green will resolve when the chain closes. For now, we have Leave No Witnesses.
Super interested what that last card in Jacob's hand is here to go ahead and deploy that Tarantula Toxin. It must be the fact that he just couldn't utilize this hand efficiently, and so he actually has to just play that Tarantula Toxin out as a 3 attacking an incision effectively on this turn, which is never where you want to be when you've finally found a Tarantula Toxin that you can actually play, that your opponent's letting you play.
Another staunch response in the hand here for Magnuson alongside Talk a Big Game and Warmonger's Diplomacy.
Reactions to you? No reactions.
No blocks, no reactions. Roiling Fisher is the find on top of the deck, so no silver here. Brings us 9 plays 12 when the smoke finally settles. Jacob parking that remaining card in the arsenal for now. Tension in the air, coming off of Suspend.
It's an inertia trap. This inertia trap's actually going to be huge here because we have kept a staunch response back for Jonathan Magnuson's side.
And so the gold will be wagered by the pile driver. Tension in the air makes this 11 overpower for Magnuson. Jacob looking at a hand that contains Incision, Leave No Witnesses. Under the trapdoor that will be playing defense and joined by the inertia trap to rip that staunch response away.
That's huge for Jacob. But Jacob's been playing so well in this game, despite luck being against him a little bit in this one. Jonathan Magnuson commentating the game. We'll just let him do the job.
Yeah, you know what? Let's just turn up the volume. Leave No Witnesses is the one card play here for Clements.
Yeah, I just want to go back. Jacob is playing really well considering what has befallen him in this game so far, keeping this tight and making sure that he can stay in touch with this game and try and find a route to victory.
Bittersweet comment there from Jacob. Taking your Arsenal away felt kind of redundant when I intended on throwing this Leave No Witnesses anyway. Just 3 block as a result. Ripple Away will be disappearing this time. 7 plays 12 as we make our way back to Betsy. Skin in the game. It's going to be gold broken to go fishing for something fresh. The suspense is killing me. Comes off the top of the deck. Chapeau activation eats a gold. And we will see Command and Conquer cruising through with that Chapeau, making it 7 overpower here. And we know that last card in hand is another copy of the Suspense is Killing Me. If Jacob attempts to blunt this Command and Conquer, it might go very south. We will find that extra point of damage this time around from the Suspense is Killing Me. Codex
my goodness.
Frailty.
These
All
Command
the
and
power
Conquers,
cards.
these Command and Conquers have just been absolutely backbreaking this game. Jacob had finally found a 4 or 5 card hand that could really put it to Jonathan. And if it was just a pile driver, I think Jacob was in such a good spot there.
Orb Weaver, Spinneret, Codex of Inertia discards Fiddler's Green, gains life off the discard effect, finds Persuasive Prognosis as the follow-up here.
Yeah, I clicked it.
We'll get a little bit of extra juice courtesy of that Orb Weaver, Spinneret. Ponder and Inertia made from the Codex.
Yeah, but this is not going to have go again, right? And so we're not, even though we're a Tunic turn up here and we have Orb Weaver Spinneret. So this is going to be for 4. So this is pumping up the Persuasive Prognosis.
J-Mag's looking at overcrowded, a third staunch response in the hand here as well. Looks like Slap Happy in the hand as well. Another card that's been consistently overperforming for these Betsy decks.
Yeah, very impressive this weekend. Does have to think about this inertia token now, though, right? Is not going to be able to keep a card back for arsenaling purposes next turn. So what are we looking to try and do? Of course, we have this Might token, this Vigor token, probably a Pile Driver. I can't see an attack action in the hand, right? It's so almost certainly going to be a Pile Driver turn. We have Tunic up as well, but it looks like we're going to use that here.
Yeah, we're reaching for the Tunic here. Going to see the the Chalissera even being flicked away for a point of damage. And we'll see the Tunic being taken to allow this red to convert into a staunch response. Have to imagine that means Jonathan has a play he's happy with from the Arsenal to make the most of this overcrowded. He chose to keep.
Is it a full CNC? The way this game's going.
No, just
it's the Vigor
log
token,
swing.
of course, for log. Yeah,
it's a Sigil of Solace again, I swear to God, Jonathan.
Yeah, of course, didn't need the Tunic counter on this turn or the resource from the Tunic because he had that Vigor on this turn. After overpowering that from a wager last turn.
Just prefer to keep that Arsenal in the deck, it would seem. Utilize those reds in hand as best possible. We're going to see a quick block of 7 here from Fate Foreseen and Stains of the red bag. 1 damage coming on through from the Pile Driver. Inertia token will push the Arsenal away.
Yeah, and Jacob's found his 3rd Codex of Frailty. Is this finally time where Jacob's going to catch a bit of a break and be able to make something happen on this turn?
1 damage from this Graphene Chalissera to the point. Scar Tissue jumping out of the hand here on this one. Makes it a 7. Shelter from the Storm times 2 says, I will not be taking any damage. The suspense is killing me. Disappearing from play. The Tunic continues to tick up as the Pile Driver, the log, makes it even more inevitable. It will be a quick block of Fate Foreseen once more here. Gold found for Jacob instead, but fighting for his life.
Yeah, has found this Codex of Frailty, so that feels like a really nice way to make something happen. Is going to have go again. He's finally got back a Hunter's Clave as well, which is really important.
Fearless Confrontation jumping in front of that, pick up the point, will be Codex of Frailty here. No doubt it's going to be an attack coming back for Magnuson. Wouldn't surprise me if it was another Command and Conquer. Jacob going to need some power as well. I believe there is an overcrowded in the graveyard, so some options for sure on Magnuson's side. Will be Leave No Witnesses for our Assassin. Command and Conquer rebought for our Guardian.
Yeah, Jonathan can get that because he just has this Fate Foreseen in hand to clean this up so easily and then can actually play the CNC as a threat on the next turn.
Fate Foreseen takes an op, takes a peek at the top of the deck. Magnuson happy with what he finds. Ponder token will resolve for Clements.
It looked like maybe it was an Orb Weaver Spinneret off the top there.
Parked in Arsenal. Either way, 4 cards drawn. Gold will be broken as Magnuson goes spinning, finds the suspense, is killing me
and he knew about it. He knew about it.
He knew from the opt. The Fate Foreseen found the +1. If Clements blocks 5, chooses to give up equipment to try and cover this base, it is very possible that Command and Conquer will rob a 3rd Arsenal this game.
So Jonathan Magnuson did opt that, and so Jacob Clements also has the same information. That why would you crack the gold here in this situation when you already had the blue? And this was a card you really wanted to Arsenal. So I think he would just double block this and kind of push that play line out the window, so to speak.
Suspense is killing me. Parked in the Arsenal, correctly called a Orb Weaver Spinneret from Hayden. Kiss of Death, the follow-up here.
Didn't catch the last card in Jacob's hand. It's not a Tarantula Toxin, though. That much we know. And I think Jonathan Magnuson double confirming that there is no more T-Toxins left. And as we recall, 2 of those were taken out by a CNC, and unfortunately one of them was just played as a lowly +3 on a Graphene Chalissera early.
Magnuson thumbing through the graveyard, trying to find the missing pieces. Remember what cards are still awaiting in the wings for Jacob Clements. We'll reach for those Gauntlets of Iron Will.
Going to line up this block, probably thinking about playing around, I guess, an Incision over the top. The thing is there's no... So even if this gets go again by marking, there's no resource to swing the dagger afterwards. So you can probably just cleanly block 7 here if you want and know that there can't really be a follow-up.
Pause from Magnuson as he deliberates how to navigate this Kiss of Death. Will be a 3-block in the form of Roiling Fissure. No reactions declared by Clements. Will be a sink below from Betsy. No need to filter. We'll see the Flick Knives activation, flicking the Clave away. Looking to deal a point of damage, bring Magnuson down to 12, and send Arakni transforming.
Jacob needs some luck here, surely.
Tarantula is the find as the transformation here. Daggers will deal a little bit of extra damage next turn.
That's not trapdoor. Or... It's okay. It's okay. It is something that forces potentially more reactions to be needed by Jonathan Magnuson. But first of all, we've got to deal with this log.
7 overpower. 6 resources spent to send the pile driver crunching on through again. Clements looking at a hand of double shred, or Weaver Spinneret, and a Saver Bloodshed. It will be the blue shreds that jump in front. The suspense is killing me at this point. Just going to force Clements down to 1. And that next swing of overpower might finally be enough to close the door.
Jacob is going to be up to 3 on this Tunic, so let's see if he can make something happen here. Of course, Jonathan Magnuson is marked. We're going to be able to play that Saver Bloodshed out and then send this Graphene for 8.
8 physical damage. Does have go again, courtesy of that mark. Will draw a card if it connects. Will deal an additional damage from Tarantula if it connects. Flick Knives capable of dealing some extra damage by flicking that other Chalicera away as well.
Which we can do, right? So lots of lines here for Jacob. So Jacob, as much as he's fallen down to 1, he's put up such a great fight, and he's definitely not out of this yet. So Jonathan lining up the block here.
Warmonger's diplomacy, fearless confrontation, and that good time Chapeau reach for some reconsideration here. Remember, this is a win and in game. Whichever of these players successfully takes this game home will find themselves in the top 8 of Pro Tour Las Vegas. Stains of the Redback will jump this Calicera up to 10. Flick Knives activation will send the other Calicera hurling into the face of Magnuson. Mark will be removed. This was a block for 3, 4, 5 currently on the Stains. Let's see what was drawn.
Well, still reactions.
Still in reactions here.
That's what I meant. 7.
See what card was drawn. Might find a Tarantula activation. Might have a follow-up, as we do have go again. Magnuson looking at hold the line in hand, I believe. May have additional blocks himself.
Yeah, Fate Foreseen as well in the hand for Jonathan Magnuson here. Yeah. Just seems to have a defense reaction in every hand so far.
I would be taking...
So I believe Jonathan is debating what he wants to do here, because we're at 10, of course, because of that Gauntlets of Iron Will, making that Stains of Redback 1 less. So we go from 8 to 10, facing down 5 over the top right now.
Magnuson says it himself. At this moment, I would be taking 5. Could be 8 from the Tarantula.
Could technically stop it all if he wanted to. There's a fearless confrontation there as well. I don't see why you need to do that. Could just prevent the damage, though, because he would fall down to 5.
Taking a moment of pause, as you should, in these spots. Jacob going to take the time to count those cards left in deck.
There's not many, is there?
There's not many. Sub 20 easily, maybe even a little less.
That's a really tough thing when you lose 2 important power cards, like those Tarantula Toxins as well.
It's time for the own graveyard here. What tools are available left for Magnuson? Plenty of cards expended so far this game. Those Command and Conquers among them doing some serious heavy lifting. It is now turn 13. We are back to stack. Jonathan knows exactly what remains and what tools will be required to get the job done. A begrudging Sure takes 5 damage, down to 4 when all is said and done.
Yeah, I believe he should have been on 9, right, because of the flick. So then
Correct.
takes 5 at the top, down to 4 players, just tidying up the life totals there.
Relentless Pursuit is the draw for Clements. Will rebuy a mark, but not the type of card we were looking for.
Yeah, of course, Relentless Pursuit is a generic. It is not an assassin card,
right.
so he couldn't Tarantula Toxin it. I'd rather Tarantula it over the top to put Jonathan down to 1 and then potentially have a win condition through flicking a dagger on the following turn.
The generic, you're so right.
A real punish there, and then Jacob has to block this out.
Still alive. 8 overpower, not enough, is met by Relentless Pursuit, Scar Tissue, and a timely under the trapdoor for that inertia trap will make the inertia and push the Arsenal away. Clements with 1 card. Is it a Codex of Frailty?
Well, we should be back to it, right? I think because he pitched it for that CNC earlier, I think we should be back to it here.
1 card in hand. Let's see what is found. No.
Must be next turn.
Transformation, 2 gold available. Is a 3 found for Clements this time?
Yeah, so again, we're back to the Orb Weaver. Not really what Jacob would have liked to have seen here.
Suspense is killing me. Finally expended. Cards in hand for Magnuson. Sense weakness for Dominate.
Wow.
We're going to see Pile Driver screaming on through 7 Dominate. Under the trapdoor, still a tool that could bail us out here. Playing a trap from the Banished Zone. We're going to see Clements digging through the graveyard. Is there any way to stifle 7 points of evasive damage?
Yeah, and then still be able to find enough damage to win this game with just 2 cards left in the deck here for Jacob.
A moment of pause. The inertia trap. There is. It's in the hand.
There is
under the trap door.
Inertia trap.
Inertia
and in the
trap
arsenal
in
as well.
hand. So the Codex is there. This isn't over. Clements is alive to 7 Dominate, but only 2 cards in deck. Needs to find a way to keep enough damage together to threaten the last 4 health of Magnuson.
That's the real challenge. Yeah, you're right. He can survive this, but the real challenge is actually how does Jacob now win this game?
Careful consideration. Round 14, turn 14. Life totals kind of look like 14. If you squint, there's so much going on here for these players. I blame no one for taking the time to fan on through the yard. Double check those resources. Make sure you remember the pitch tags as best you possibly can.
Yeah, what a tense win-in game we have here for both of these players, and both of them have played so well in this game in our feature match area. Jonathan trying to call what Jacob is considering here.
Jacob just confirming it is trapdoor that was being asked about. I'm mindful of the gold here for Clements as well. With only 2 cards left in deck, theoretically, they are both accessible thanks to those gold tokens. If Jacob knows what remains, might be able to put a final barrage together that requires each and every card in the deck.
Well, one of them is a Relentless Pursuit. We know that, unfortunately.
Yeah, you can't get it around.
No, not enough. Jacob says, I can't do it. There is no way for me to get you through this log. That is a top 8 berth confirmed for the Logfather. Jonathan Magnuson is joining us on the Sunday stage with Betsy skin in the game.
Wow, Scott Mines, what a winning game that was. And I really got to give a shout out there to Jacob Clements on that winning, and he did everything humanly possible to try and stay in that game. And that Relentless Pursuit, if it was anything else, that trapdoor off the top from the draw of Saber Bloodshed as well, it just, those CNCs, honestly, it was, if you're a Jacob Clements fan out there, that was a hard game to watch, but I think rest assured, because Jacob played so well.
That's the important thing. There's one more round.
Jacob's not
still
out.
with us.
100%.
Jacob still has a chance to break that tier 4 curse that's been plaguing him for so long. I can't help but feel like that's a game we'll be watching pretty closely as we head towards the win and in. My brain is fried. I'm completely fried. There were so many moments of permutation. I was so confused with the Relentless Pursuit. I didn't understand why we were holding onto a card. It just, Jacob. Yep. What a marvelous win and in game.
Yeah, well played by both sides. And Jonathan Magnuson, congratulations on a top 8. And
yeah, I mean, why not? Should we chat with Jonathan? Feels only fair to have a word with the Logfather after all the hard work is finally done.
It's been a great weekend so far, but I think we can officially rename this city to Log Vegas. Jonathan Magnuson, J-Mag. Oh my goodness. I feel like we just did this. I feel like we just had a little top 8 interview back in Nationals. We're doing it again. How do you feel?
Amazing. I feel like Nationals is a little bit more low-key, not as much on the line, but to make it at a Pro Tour is It's huge.
Whole nother thing. Well, talk to me about how huge it is. You know, you've been playing this game for so long. You know, OG member of the Fab community, Wolfpack, right? Like, come through all these years, all these different iterations of Flesh and Blood. Like, tell me about your journey to get here, and how does it feel to be sitting here looking around like, wow, Pro Tour top 8, I did it.
Yeah. I mean, it just feels amazing. When I first started playing the game, I had a lot of good results. Didn't really top 8 a bunch. I made a couple top 16s. When you have kids, life gets crazy. And now life's getting a little bit back to normal, and it just feels good to, I don't know, compete at the highest level.
Yeah.
I love the challenge. I love the people.
Yeah.
So yeah, it just feels amazing.
Dude, incredible. You have kids now. You think, are your kids old enough to watch the stream? Do they know Daddy's
they'll
winning
see me,
games?
but they wouldn't quite understand the concept.
Got
Well, every
you.
once in a while, Ember will see me playing with cards and be like, "Are you playing your game?" And it's like, "Yep."
That's great. That's great. Well, tell me about the tournament. Tell me about the run. I mean, I guess first before we get into the tournament, you are now officially like a dark horse deck, you know, doctor, right? You have now 2 different tournaments brought a deck no one was really considering into the forefront of the consciousness of the conversation. First with Ziggy, Starlight, and Nationals, that deck, your deck was the one that everyone was basing their new lists off of. Now this Betsy deck, how does it feel, and why do you think that is? Have you always been a brewer? Have you always been a gamer in that way?
Yeah, I've always been a brewer. I get latched onto an idea and I just carry it on to whenever I get done with it. Before this, it was, you know, Ziggy. Before that, it was Kassai. Before that, it was many, many other decks. Sometimes to my detriment, you know, sometimes it's better just play the best deck. But I just love, I don't know, creative problem solving.
Yep.
I love grinding 100 games on Talishar just to refine a list and see if there's something there. And yeah, just Log is a hell of a card. So
I love Log. Man, I love Log. What was the moment? What was the moment that you switched from Ziggy to Betsy? What made you go, oh, there's something here? I've got to jam 1,000 games until I feel like I'm ready to top 8 a Pro Tour.
Well, when it looked like Victor would LL, started playing Betsy because early on it's like, oh, Betsy looks cool, but Victor.
Yeah.
Start to play Betsy, and then you play these games with Double Down, and you haven't really gotten to see it on stream or anything yet, but when you're playing into aggro where they don't have as many D reacts or attack reactions, that type of thing, and you can reliably overpower into them, they don't have as much armor, that type of thing, you can do these ridiculous plays where you sack 3 gold to Chapeau, play the Double Down, attack for Log for like 9 overpower. If they can't block it, maybe they block 9 and then you dink them with a +1.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then you hit, you make 6 might and 6 vigor and 2 gold.
Bro.
And then the next turn you go block my whole hand, and then you crack Chapeau twice again and you send 13 overpower for free. And you make 2 might and 2 vigor, and the next turn you like use your tunic and 1 card to 9 overpower.
So this is great because we were talking about, you know, kind of fatigue by attrition that you were presenting, you know, to Lucas Oswald, but I was seeing red tension in the air in the list that you blocked with it, but I was like, this dude's ready to put down the hurt, to put down the aggression. You're telling me in these aggro decks, you're just smashing big and smashing hard. Yeah,
for the most part, like, you know, if they bring in D-reacts and they tell us we're playing a slower game, then we could just basically play 1 card hammer, where you're using golds and ops and decent arsenal of blues to just always 1 card 6, and then you can kind of outvalue aggro decks that are like blocking 2 cards into you. And if they're not presenting D-reacts, then you can go for the double down play. You can also do the hat loop where you make a might and a vigor each turn, and then you crack Chapeau the next turn, you know, and you try to sit on 3 gold for finding the double down.
Wow.
But yeah, it's just, that was like really what made me want to play Betsy, was those crazy games where you're just like, I just made a million might and a million vigor.
That's awesome. I love that that's what actually drew you to the deck, because like you said, that's not exactly what we've been seeing on stream, but that tells you the dimensionality to Betsy. There's so much more going on, perhaps, than what meets the eye. Well, I know you actually got one more round to play, even though you are locked for the top 8. I want to let you celebrate with your friends. Any shout-outs you want to give? How you feeling about tomorrow? Final thoughts?
I feel great, especially if I can get any slow games. That was one of the things later on in the testing, you realize just like, you have the bigger log. 7 is bigger than any other weapon. The slow games are just so chill. You're just like hammer, 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 or log, I guess. And you just kind of win. So those would be great. Just give me a chill game. But really anything will be fun.
Nice.
I mean, I made it to top 8, so I can't complain. And
it's all
shout outs to Andrew, to Dan, to Nathan, to Dagan. There were lots of people messing around with Betsy.
Yeah.
Shout out to Florin. He was the one who put Slap Happy in the list.
Nice.
So yeah, shout out to the team in general.
The Betsy Brigade, dude. The Betsy Brigade, the Wolfpack and the Betsy Brigade really doing numbers here at the Pro Tour in Las Vegas. Well, J-Mag, happy for you, dude. Congratulations. Hopefully we get to keep having these conversations because you'll just keep winning. I think we're going to be starting to see more and more of J-Mag on the Tier 4 stage. Let's send it on back.
You heard it here first. You just win. Nothing more to it.
You just win. I love Jonathan Magnuson's passion. He's a mad scientist a little bit, right? Like, he just loves brewing. He loves doing fun, unexpected things. First it's Zyggy, now it's Betsy. And he spoke about it, right? Like, 7's just a bigger number, right?
My hammer is bigger than yours, as they say. Folks, that was an incredible game, but you are not ready for this winning round. Let me walk you through the standings and talk about exactly how this thing is going to shake out, because we have some unbelievable winning in games to work through. Majin Bay, locked. Makes sense. Filipe Lima Cardoso, locked on Oscilio. Jonathan Magnuson, locked on Betsy.
Wow.
Noah Clark, probably locked. Looks like the tiebreakers are going to break his way regardless of the result of this last round. Should be expecting a Gravy Bones in there. Our feature match for you is going to be Jacob Clements versus Yuki Lee Bender in the Arakni Marionette mirror for all of the marbles.
Yeah, winning in for those two players, two massive names in Flesh and Blood, two very unique stories that are kind of clashing together. There have been narratives over this weekend. Of course, Yuki second at the last Pro Tour, looking to go one better. Jacob looking to break that duck and finally get his Tier 4 breakthrough top 8. Only one, in theory, can get through at this point in time, so we will find that out. But as you look down there, there's a number of other players, including Michael Hamilton, who will also be playing win-and-ins next round. Bryce on that second copy of Betsy, Nova Chan, and then Alex Vore, we believe, is our last player who can mathematically still make it as top 8 as we approach this final round, round 15 here at Pro Tour Vegas.
It is win and ins for all these players. You might be looking at a Pro Tour top 8 with 2 copies of Betsy, the Jarl mirror between Michael Hamilton and Nova Chan. So we will have a copy of Jarl in the top 8 one way or the other. Incredible stuff, incredible storylines, and even better players. I cannot wait to get stuck into this final round of Swiss.
Yeah, it's, oh my goodness, like, I just wouldn't have called that we'd be looking at a meta quite like this in the lead into our top 8 for Pro Tour Vegas. 2 Betsy's fighting for it, one already locked up, another trying to lock it up. We knew Marionette was definitely sort of the deck with its targets on its back, as we saw with all the sort of cards that Jonathan Magnuson prepared for that matchup. But, you know, the Jarls out there, the 2 Oscilios who have now locked it up, and just the names, honestly. Again, got to throw it back to that conversation we had yesterday, which was this event is about the players. It is also about the heroes to an extent, but the narratives are what we were so interested in, because again, this meta was kind of undefined.
It was, absolutely. If you've been tickled by the events of the weekend and you just have that need, that itch to play some Flesh and Blood, I have the perfect place for you to come and join us. Check this one out.
Welcome to the show. Don't be shy, dear. I know we're to die for.
Dead to me, R.I.P. buried. Moody duty moolah inside your head, I'm moody. Dead to me, R.I.P. buried. Moody coca sugar bouncing hair, beauty.
My art is to die for.
World Premiere Soul might just be the most anticipated event of the year. Usurp the Shadow's Throne, the live debut of To Die For, our lovely K-pop rendition of our brand new Shadow Necromancer and all of her much beloved corpse friends.
Malice, I can't wait to get my hands on these, honestly. I'm going to be there in Korea alongside you, Scott Mines, and yeah, I'll be looking to complete my collection if I can manage it.
Yeah, these marvels are very appealing to me. I am going to commit theft on the first one that I find, almost certainly. But if someone wants to sell one to me, that works too.
Be careful
we can
of my
make that
cards,
work. Yeah, you probably should. The Marvel version of Malice here, absolutely gorgeous. But I'm a really big fan of the bandmates, these corrupted corpses that you will be generating in your banish zone over the course of the game, playing with Malice. 3 different variants. You'll have one of them available in the World Premiere pack. But if you want to collect them all, it's going to be a little bit more of a task at hand.
Go ahead and get that World Premiere package. Early bird as well this weekend if you want to get involved. And we know these World Premieres can sell out, and they are massive, massive events. And as you said, most anticipated event of the year, I don't think that's even a question, especially as we heard the roar around the hall as we found out all that information about the set during that keynote.
Yeah, players trying to buy tickets earlier in the weekend literally broke the website. That was a thing that happened. Look at this playmat. In the immortal words of me yesterday, he's so dead. He is so unbelievably dead. I cannot wait to get my hands on that one, but it won't be the only goodies you can find on the weekend. As we say, early bird tickets are available now. They're on sale this weekend. Do not miss out. If you know you are going, lgdevents.com is the place to go. Go pick up those tickets and make sure you come and join us, because you want to make sure you have a chance to get your hands on things like this.
And with that beautiful foiling as well, that exclusive playmat available only at that world premiere in Seoul.
A couple more on this one. Calling 100 and the World Championship in
Paris.
Paris.
Of course, sorry.
We'll also have a
100.
limited print run on this playmat.
Well, I can get it somewhere else then.
Yeah, you can, but you can't get this one
that's
somewhere else. Malice signs the odd playmat, if you ask particularly nicely. Foil playmat 4 to die for. This one is going to be really limited, and it will only be at the World Premiere in Seoul. So if you want to get your hands on a little bit of Malice, make sure you come and join us. Speaking of Malice, she's got some things on the horizon. I expect her to turn up in Seoul. I kind of expect her to turn up in Paris. If you want to be doing either of those, make sure to sign up for the cosplay contest. Maybe you could turn up in your best necromancer garb and find yourself taking away. I think still a Frankie, is my understanding at the moment, for the cosplay promos. Would be somewhat apt if you're necromancer adjacent, I think.
Yeah, or one of her bandmates, potentially.
Makes a lot of sense to me. Let's take a closer look at Malice. I am a huge fan of this hero. Had the pleasure of teasing her existence just a little bit over on TCG Player ahead of time. In stores from September 18th, 2026, the brand new Shadow Necromancer offers a slightly new playstyle to the class as far as we're aware.
Yeah, and Vox and Necropolis, we finally found out as well what Malice's weapon is during that keynote speech, and how some clues as to how she's going to play. A little bit different to Gravy Bones, certainly. And I've heard one Pankaj Bhojwani is very excited about Malice as well.
Yeah, I have definitely got my brain ticking on this one. I love the concept of the zombie horde. I think the allies are really cool and does something very thematic for Gravy Bones, but I like the idea of just stockpiling all these skeletons in my banished zone and sending wave after wave of my own men at you until you keel over and die. That is very appealing to me as a playstyle, and Malice and Vox Necropolis should help enable exactly that. We saw some more sweet cards revealed from this armory deck. Restless Commander kind of gives you that anthem effect you're looking for to turbocharge all of those zombies. Corrupted Crown, a sweet piece of equipment that is just Shadow. Might find itself in a few other decks in Silver Age, especially thanks to that rare symbol. But Dig for Souls seems incredibly powerful.
Yeah, I really like the decay mechanic. I think it's so flavorful and it's really interesting, and I think it's going to add a different dimension and dynamic about how you think about breakpoints and how you actually attack into some of these allies.
Very true. Beginning of end phase triggers do make... Yeah, I hadn't really processed the breakpoint implications of that. That's very, very cool. Armory Deck Malice turning up in September alongside Usurp the Shadow Throne. Make sure you don't miss out on that one. Hayden, we have arguably some of the most just titanic games of Flesh and Blood ever happening in the same round in just a moment. Give me a prediction. Yuki or Jacob?
Oh, it's so tough. It is these two narratives coming together, like we said, clashing head to head. Only one can stand in this top 8 at the end of the day. And I think the way that Jacob played that last round, if he plays that same way against Yuki, unless things go tragically wrong for him, I just think he's playing so well right now. And you know, there's other things out there, other narratives rather. Michael Hamilton, will we see Michael Hamilton stitch up another tier 4 top 8? Round 15 at a Pro Tour is just... There's just so much going on, so many things to keep your eye on, and that's what we're going to be doing.
There is no other way to put it. It is all on the line. Jonathan Magnuson makes history, joining our top 8 as a Betsy player, sinking Jacob Clements in the process. But can he recover? Can he break the curse here at Tier 4s? Who will join us in the top 8? Stay tuned. Find out now. milestone 100th calling is heading to Atlanta from October 2nd to 4th, marking a major moment in Flesh and Blood history. This capstone event will be celebrated with this spectacular Sink Below Cold Foil Marvel card, as well as an exciting Living Legend Championship event. Join us in Atlanta and help celebrate 100 callings and the incredible Flesh and Blood community that made this milestone possible. Guys, gals, non-binary pals, we are about to make history. It is time for the final round of Classic Constructed and the last round of Swiss here at the Pro Tour in Las Vegas. Scott Mines, Hayden Dale, Arakni Marionette mirror match between Yuki Bender and Jacob Clements to decide which one gets to play on the Sunday stage.
Yeah, huge match against two juggernauts of our game currently. And I gotta make it clear, when you are sat in this position, it is tense.
Yeah.
You feel the weight of it. And this is not something that every player gets to do, or even gets to do more than once sometimes. It is an achievement just to be here, playing for a win in a Pro Tour, and there is no bigger stage than round 15 in a Pro Tour.
You've made it clear how difficult it is to do this even once. Michael Hamilton has already done this 4 times. This round, Michael Hamilton is attempting to do it for a 5th time. The only player in history to ever have done so. Will be a Jarl mirror against Nova Chan for that one. With a little bit of luck, we might be able to watch that too. Would be very, very sweet if we managed to do it. Want to remind you folks at home what all these players are playing for as we head into the dying embers of the Swiss rounds. $200,000 of prize money to play for, and so much more in legendaries, PTIs, and World Tour points.
Yeah, I mean, if you're someone like Jacob Clements, right? Regardless of a win or a loss in this matchup, those World Tour points are going to go a healthy way towards the total of accruing towards Player of the Year, where Jacob Clements is currently our leader.
Certainly is. Chase still to give. Prize cards still available for these players. Pro Tour Champion stamps would be the ultimate trophy to take home. A quick reminder for you too as well, folks. End of the day today, gonna have that giveaway being pulled for that Cold Foil Drinking Buddy promo card. So make sure you get active in the chat. Enjoy the round. Just spam the word log if you're so in the mood. I'm not fussed. Just make sure you're around for a chance to win that one. Let's check in on the standings one final time and remind you just how stacked the top of this card seems to be.
Yeah, 11 players here still in contention. A number of those fighting for their lives in this last round. It is do or die. It is win and in. If you want to be there on Sunday, all the cameras on you, then you need to win this round. That's a number of players in that position, basically from Jonathan, Magnuson down, Noah Clark, the only one at 11-3 who may be in regardless, win or lose. Everyone else below that, Jacob Clements down, it is win or hang out with your friends on Sunday.
Go cry in the hotel room for a bit tends to be how it actually goes in my experience. Jacob, Yuki, Jordan Vondervelde on Jarl there as well. Michael Hamilton, the second Betsy in the hands of Bryce, still alive and playing for all the glory. We think Alexander Vall, the last player on this card, who has the ability to sneak in if the results will break his way. Incredible stuff. What a variety of heroes. Oscilio putting on a bit of a mixed showing this weekend. We've had Majin and Filipe locked for a while. Alexander Vall kind of playing chase, but a bit of an underwhelming weekend otherwise. Not sure how to read into that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a hero. The question for me has been about like which aggro deck has been the best positioned. And to be honest, Oscilio has shown up a lot better than Dash.io or Syndra this weekend.
Totally.
So next weekend maybe, but it could end up having 3 Oscilios in our top 8 here when all things are said and done. And Scott, Betsy's as well, like you said, potentially 2 Betsy's. I actually had to ask the question earlier, do we have the Betsy prize card here? Just making sure that we've bought all those heroes and we've thought about this potential of this happening at this Pro Tour.
I can imagine the heated phone call from James White last night, just calling the printing facility like, guys, we messed up.
Get the chopper. Get the chopper.
Get the chopper, please. Please help. That's a wonderful mental image. All right. Let's check in with one of our locked-up players before we make our way down into the feature area. Filipe Lima Cardoso, phenomenal caster, clearly a phenomenal player and a friend of the broadcast. So let's see how he's feeling with most of the hard work done for today.
Thank you so much, Scott. I am here with our next locked player from the Pro Tour in Las Vegas, proving that Flesh and Blood casters are just different, baby, just different. Filipe Lima Cardoso, congratulations. Oh my gosh, the second Pro Tour top 8 for you. How does this feel?
Oh, that feels great. Thank you so much, Sam. It feels amazing. Second time after a while, right? Because my first PT top 8 was back in LA 2 years ago. So it's good to be back. Like the first one maybe like was lucky, but now like repeating it makes you feel even better. Second time feels better than the first.
Sure. I mean, I'm glad it feels even better, but I think what you've just done is proved that it actually wasn't luck by this. You know, I think that's maybe what's happening. We actually were at dinner together last night. We had a bunch of the casters together, a little bit of a celebration. We were sitting next to each other and we were talking about the tournament, and you looked at me and you went, you know, it's crazy, man. 7-1. That was really hard, and I have to do it again tomorrow. And you're on the precipice of that exact same record, just taking one loss on the day. We'll see how, your next round goes. But regardless, the top 8 has happened. You did it. Yes. You actually did that challenging thing again. Like, what do you think in these last couple months? Because you were knocking on the doorstep in Yokohama as well. Yes. What changed? How did you put yourself in this position? How did you get the top 8?
Honestly, I think after Yokohama, I even felt like more like I need to do it because I felt like, oh my God, I got so close to making it to the top 8 again. Yeah. But it kind of gave me a little bit more taste of it. And then I even pushed myself even harder to try and secure it. And back at Yokohama, I had 2 win and ins, like the 2 last rounds. If I won, I would have made it. And then coming here, last round, I played against Majin, and whoever won would make it. He won. Yep. So I was freaking out a little bit because I'm like, okay, it's 3 PT win and ins that I lose in a row. Like, surely I can do 2 more, right? Yeah. So it felt really good to win this one and locking the top 8. So it feels really good.
Well, it's great. We're all so blessed. We get to have you on our screens walking us through the coverage out in Sao Paulo. Coming up in Mexico City, you and Bryce will be running that back as well. So, how has that been for you, getting to jump into the casting booth, watching the games, playing the games, and proving that you belong at the absolute highest level, but still bringing us some great games of coverage all throughout the last couple of years?
Oh, yeah, because the first time you guys invited me last year for Sao Paulo, I felt like it would be like a different experience. I'm used to playing the game, and of course I love playing the game, and being able to showcase our community, the Brazilian community, and help show to the rest of the world how passionate we are. I was really excited about it, and I kind of liked it. So it was really interesting to interact with the game in a different way, because of course I know I love playing the game, but being able to cast and participate, let's say, but from a different angle, feels like a nice change. And being able to do both is very good. Awesome. So I'm eager and looking forward to the next event in Mexico City. I will be there, Mexico. So will be an honor to cast once again.
Hell yeah. Well, I know you got celebrating to do and another round still to play, but talk to me just briefly. Talk to me about the Brazilian community. Talk to me about the passion. What does it mean to be representing them on the highest stage, the greatest honor, and having, even Toronto, right, doing quite well out there in the tournament as well. Like, how has it been watching the Brazilian community just truly take ownership of the Flesh and Blood world in their own ways?
Oh, it's great. Our community, as everybody has seen through the calling streams, we're very passionate, so we very cheer each other up. Whoever comes here, so it's really, I feel really honored to be able to showcase it and to be able to represent us, and I'm sure everybody will be cheering for me back there in Brazil. So I'm really happy that I'm representing them well. Awesome. And it's really cool, and I feel really blessed to be able to do it.
Beautiful. Anyone at home you want to thank? Any shout outs before I let you go?
Oh, of course. I would like to thank first my family, my mom and my sister, my dad, who really helped me out, especially, and my wife, who without I would not be here. She really encourages me to play the game and see the world, and and she's for sure watching now. And
hell yeah,
I love you. And also I would like to thank my team Sigil. We test together. We're not only a testing team, we're a group of friends. So it's really incredible to be able to play the game at this stage with these guys and have not only play but have fun, because we're here all playing the game, having fun, and doing what we love, which is playing Flesh and Blood.
Ain't no better story, and I couldn't have said it better myself. Filipe Lima Cardoso, huge congratulations to you. I'm so proud of you, so happy for you. We'll see how the run continues. Let's send it on back to the booth.
What an illegal amount of charisma.
What a nice guy, honestly. And someone who just loves the game, the passion that he has for not only our lovely game of Flesh and Blood, but also for the community, and especially his community back in Brazil.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a warm spot in my heart, that kind of stuff. Like, I'm a big fan of the Brazilian community. I'm really hoping to make it out to a calling there eventually, because every single time I see the community displayed on camera, for me, it's everything card games are supposed to be. The camaraderie is just everything.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Scott.
Well, it's not everything. We do have the small matter of the final round of Swiss of a Pro Tour to take care of. Yuki Bender, our last undefeated player on the day, has stabilized slightly, having taken 3 losses along the way. Now stares down Jacob Clements, who has one more chance to break that Tier 4 curse on what is otherwise an unprecedented streak of results. I just don't think we could ask for a better finale.
Nope. It's the business end of Pro Tour Las Vegas as we're going to decide our top 8 here, and we have an absolute banger of a match to do it with.
It will be Clave versus Clave for all the marbles. Let's get ourselves ready for one more dance. It is Yuki Lee Bender versus Jacob Clements. Only one of these players joining us in the top 8.
Jacob Clements winning the die roll and electing to go second as well. And this matchup, this mirror match, is all about trying to establish that mark early and start to try and get a bit of a lead. If you can kind of get the tempo, snowball a bit, you can almost put your opponent on the back foot, and they're sort of then trying to find a way back into it with some defense reactions, some big turns, but tempo is very important in this mirror match.
Check out the stories that got us here. Jacob, we've seen already, took the loss to Arakni Huntsman early and to Christian Hauck in Limited. We did just see that third loss coming at the hands of Jonathan Magnuson just one round ago.
Couple of mirror wins, though, for Jacob this weekend already.
For Yuki Lee Bender on the other side of the table, it was a stellar record all the way through to round 10, where that first loss finally came at the hands of Majin Bay. Filipe Lima Cardoso and Noah Clark, both of whom are looking to be in our top 8. The other 2 losses in Classic Constructed. Well worth knowing here, Tetsuya Okanishi did take a loss to Yuki in that final round just now. Was, I believe, our last Kassai in contention alongside Matthew Dilks, and has therefore fallen just a little short as we make our way to the top 8. Mirror match this time around, not much more in the way of fireworks. Going to be looking for those early marks, as you insinuate. How much do agent transformations matter in this mirror match?
Yeah, they do, but also so does the base hero, honestly, because that's actually how you're getting the natural go again and going wide. So it really comes down to arsenal management and threat management with your reactions. And then also the other third piece is that defense reaction suite as well. You're going to be bringing this for the matchup, so you've also got to work out how is your opponent trying to set up their turns, what are you playing around on any given turn cycle.
Buckle up, Buttercup. It's time for the last round of Swiss. Marionette versus Marionette here at Pro Tour Las Vegas with 2 of the biggest names in the game. Yep. Equipment suites flipped over, no surprises here. Rocking the same stuff on both sides as players get ready to dance.
Yeah, no surprise on the equipment suite, as you said here, and Yuki's going to kick it off, taking up that tunic.
Take a look at the hand if we can. Looks like Unmake the Underlings, Up Sticks and Run, Savor Bloodshed, and Shelter from the Storm.
Shelter's a really important card in this matchup for stopping those early marks with the flick.
On Jacob's side of the equation, looks like we're looking at Orb Weaver Spinneret, Fate Foreseen, Tarantula Toxin, and an Unknown Blue in the back of the hand. Looks like a Shred, if I had to take a guess.
Yeah, no great way to stop the mark, though. So if Yuki wants to flick a dagger on this chain link and mark Jacob Clements, she's going to be able to do so. And is kind of going to have quite a nice setup for the following turn, whether that be an up 6 and run if she needs it, if she doesn't, for instance, transform into an Orb Weaver, but as well going to have that defense reaction and can actually keep that shelter in hand potentially to try and stop a mark on Jacob's side of things.
No blocks declared. We'll see the Flick Knives activation here. We'll throw that first clave across, marking Jacob, bringing him down to 39. And we'll see if that Fate Foreseen wants to jump out to stop just 1 damage for now. On the side of Yuki.
Yeah, for Jacob, just gonna deploy it. As you said, sometimes you do have to think about, wow, what if they follow up with an attack? But Jacob's hand is actually not that exciting. So he actually wants to get rid of that Fate Foreseen, take the opportunity to cash a card and so that he can try and draw up something different. And he liked what he saw on top with that opt.
Copy of Leave No Witnesses on top of the deck for Clements. More than happy to have that one joining the fold on his first turn of the game.
Yeah, there's quite a nice way to return serve, especially when Yuki's kind of had the ideal start. She's ended up marking Jacob here. And actually, she's thinking about what the arsenal is here, I think, because I think you potentially keep the shelter in the hand.
Does give you that flexibility to deny a flick. And you have to wonder if the momentary pause here, we're discarding Shelter from the Storm. Yuki says, I have you marked. this isn't what the game is about. You can mark me back.
Oh.
I'm just going to lock and load a Black Widow and send you back where you came from.
Yeah, so you're right. So Yuki's saying, you know what, I don't think the shelter's going to be good enough to even stop being marked on my turn anyway. So instead, I'm just going to go ahead and try and go full gas on the following turn since I've already got you marked. Black Widow, the perfect way to do that. However, Jacob does have that Leave No Witnesses, which is a great answer to that. However, Yuki has drawn up a defense reaction, which will be able to answer the Leave No Witnesses potentially.
Shred being pitched for Clements sends Hunter's Clave into the red zone. 1 point of damage. Go again attached for now. We know there is a Tarantula Toxin and an Orb-Weaver Spinneret in the hand alongside a copy of Leave No Witnesses.
Yeah, so Yuki now with a decision with this shelter, does she want to discard it now and try and stop this mark? It felt to me like she was already pretty committed to not stopping the mark. Is she going to go ahead and draw into Orb-Weaver here though by blocking with this Mask of Deceit?
Priorities for Yuki quickly becoming clear. Mask of Deceit blocks on the helm of a Hunter's Clave. 2 now playing 2 will tag out the Black Widow for the Orb Weaver. We'll see the Flick Knives activation from Clements. Wants to make sure that mark is secure.
Yeah, really like this play here from Yuki as well. Not getting baited into that shelter from the Storm discard. Knows that the important thing is making sure she can stop something like a Leave No Witnesses if it comes through.
Orb Weaver Spinneret will allow for that Graphene Calicera to be generated on both sides of the table.
Of course, Jacob chose to go second as well, trying to find as many ways as possible to potentially develop a Graphene Calicera early on and has found it before Yuki does.
5 go again, no reactions from Yuki. Down to 34 as the sword meets its mark, and we will see that Leave No Witnesses as the follow-up. Seems like a pretty premium target for that shelter from the Storm.
Yeah, Yuki identifying what the biggest concern would be on this turn, something like a Leave No Witnesses, especially when she's committed to trying to keep this hand, develop her own Graphene, and try and push some damage.
No reactions declared. Shelter will jump on through. Arsenal will be parked for Clements as we make our way back to the Canadian, who will have an Orb Weaver hero ability to work with. We know it's Savor Bloodshed, double up Sticks and Run, and a Leave No Witnesses of her own.
Yeah, so I think the decision to go for that Orb Weaver over the Black Widow was because of drawing up that Savor Bloodshed. That is really what has made that decision for Yuki. She's identified an opportunity to really go for a massive turn here.
A moment of pause and consideration as we are in round 15, the most important round of the weekend in the eyes of many.
And what's really important about the Orb Weaver on this turn as well is the following turn, Yuki is going to have access to that Tunic. So she's going to be able to present back-to-back strong turns. And yes, Jacob chose to go second, but when you go first and you get to tick up your Tunic first, this is how you can take advantage of going first in this matchup.
Orb Weaver activation discards Leave No Witnesses to generate that Graphene Calicera. Will be up Sticks and Run from the... Okay, we're just firing the full barrel. Plus 12, plus 15. Calicera for 16, please.
Catch this, says Yuki Lee Bender. A dagger for 16. Going to be hard for Jacob to be able to stop the on-hit of drawing a card on this one. And of course, thanks to that go again, if Yuki draws up something relevant, but a gas, she's going to keep this turn going. And this could be huge. And reminder, this is a 3-card hand here as well as that arsenal for Yuki.
Clements looking at Command and Conquer, stains of the red back blue. Looks like the whole hand going in front of this one. Meat Madness mark of the Black Widow, soaking up 12 points of damage, handling full tempo over to Yuki Lee Bender. The mark will disappear, and Savor Bloodshed will trigger. Card will be drawn. Will the turn continue, or will we simply be parking that arsenal?
I believe it was an Orb Weaver, so not able to follow that up. But then Jacob deciding to block, trying to value saving the life up as much as possible, and then potentially just going to send it back to Yuki and say, okay, since defense reactions being played in this matchup, right? What can you do with a 5-card hand? Can you actually convert it with all these defense reactions in your deck?
You can see the reward for that at the moment. Hand contains both Inertia Trap and Shelter from the Storm for Yuki Lee Bender.
And that's such a big decision. Like, you saw Jacob's hand. It wasn't a bad hand. And he decided to, pretty quickly, he was like, yeah, I throw this here. I know this play pattern. I'm going to say, yep, so what have you got on the way back? And Yuki, a couple of defense reactions of blue and a Scar Tissue. Not particularly exciting. So Jacob has navigated that really, really well.
Under the trapdoor in the hand here is the resource card to enable this Hunter's Clave.
I also want to point out as well, life 35-34. Yes, Yuki has a bit of the tempo. We know that's going to struggle to be converted this turn. But Jacob has that Mask of Deceit still up.
Very true. One go again from the Hunter's Clave here. Jacob looking at a hand that contains an Inertia Trap and an under the trapdoor of his own. Will use the latter to soak up this dagger hit for now. Going to see the flick knives taking this Kalista and throwing it directly into Jacob's eye socket.
I really like that block from Jacob because you've just seen 2 up 6 and run. So if you can force Yuki to have to use this final clave to mark you, you already know there's not that many ways to get it back. We've already seen 2 up 6 and run, so retrieving it is going to be difficult.
Gets spinning with this or with a spinneret. 4 points of damage from the Graphene Kalista. We know Scar Tissue will be jumping on top, turning this into a 7. On-hit mark does kind of help to circumvent the need for that clave. It will be inertia trap as a punish here. Neither of these defense reactions will make it to the arsenal of Yuki Bender.
Oh my, this is massive here from Jacob Clements. You just see the power of inertia trap in this meta right now, and Yuki's staring down her own one thinking, well, next turn I would have loved to have deployed this on the side of things, but it feels like Jacob is just a step ahead of everything a little bit right now.
4 damage coming through brings us 30 to 34 in favor of the Canadian. She's remembered that mark token, thankfully. Will allow for a transformation at the end of the turn, courtesy of Scar Tissue.
But is effectively IP2'd on this turn.
2 is the role here, will be funnel web that emerges from the web.
Yeah, usually the most disappointing one to turn into. the one you can play around the most, typically.
We'll refresh that hand to 4 cards. We go back to Clements, who is looking at a hand that contains pain in the backside. Will be the turn starter here. 3 go again. Threatens a little bit of extra stab if you choose to ignore it.
I didn't catch the card in Arsenal for Jacob. Was it another defense reaction that he's just chosen to hold on to?
Didn't quite manage to catch it myself. Unfortunately, we'll soon find out, no doubt. Yuki looking at a hand that contains Kiss of Death, one of those premium cards in the deck. Codex of Frailty, overcrowded and cut from the same cloth.
Yeah, decent hand here for Yuki. But again, with the funnel web, what is the best way to draw this up?
Persuasive Prognosis is the follow-up for Jacob here. Just 1. Threatens to be a little larger. If taking a card from the hand would be beneficial.
Got to think about stains of the red back. Potentially that tunic counter is up, even though Yuki is not currently marked. So Jacob could either throw the dagger and mark, or could just use that tunic to pump this up.
Bit of an interesting spot here for Yuki. Worth knowing that hand is rainbow. Yellow, blue, and red card inside. Does mean this Persuasive Prognosis can and will find a target if it manages to connect. Got to be somewhat mindful of a card like Tarantula Toxin really putting the screws to you. If you respect this Prognosis, the overcrowded will block. The Arsenal is reached for. It is Tarantula Toxin. Overcrowded, shrunk on down. And now the question will be, what color is that top card? If it's red or yellow, this could be a disaster.
And likely to be in a deck like this. There's not that many blues. And it is, and it's a T-Tox as well, of all things. So that strips the hand back. Luckily, Yuki is going to be able to keep that Codex as the final card. And Jacob doesn't currently have a card in Arsenal. So kind of the best of a bad situation there for Yuki.
Getting a smidgen of life there from the Prognosis as well, which is certainly not a bad thing. No. Back to Yuki we go. It's Leave No Witnesses, somewhat unsurprisingly, from this Codex of Frailty. Jacob with a decision to make. No overcrowded on that side of the table yet.
Yeah, interesting hand as well. He's got Art of Desire Mind in his hand. Not a card that I knew Jacob was playing this weekend.
Sweet 1 into the various aggressive decks of the format. Does have implications in the mirror match as well.
Very, very good in the mirror.
Jacob with the pause.
Yeah. I think he's thinking about what to get back here because he does have a blue in hand. I wonder if he's thinking about grabbing the CNC because CNC still buys 2 cards, even with the Frailty, because of the equipment suite that these decks do play and the fact that Mask of Deceit is already gone. So I wonder if Jacob is just considering that here. Does mean he would have to commit his boots plus a block on the Leave No Witnesses, but then you just have a 2-card CNC. So I think that's what Jacob is trying to work out is what does my next turn look like, all things considered. That would take 2 cards, so it may just be the nicest kind of bridge turn for Jacob.
Seems like a very difficult decision. Will be pain in the backside that is selected here. Just interested in the extender, potentially the free mark that comes with it in the process. Discarding Persuasive Prognosis. Leave No Witnesses will be volleyed over, and we'll see Black Tech Whisperers and that Art of Desire used to cover that one up. Ponder token resolved for Yuki, parked in the arsenal pretty quickly. We'll make our way back to Clements.
Yeah, Clements keeping Savor, Bloodshed, and that cut from the same cloth. And Tunic is up on this turn, so decides to just keep the damage in hand and is going to send a fairly big turn here. Not too sure what that... Yeah, so Pain in the Backside is going to lead things off. This, of course, will be for 2 because of that frailty.
2 and 3. Very similar numbers in this spot. Does very rarely incentivize a block with one of those reactions, and so...
Yeah, but that will mark Yuki, right? And because of that cut from the same cloth, it doesn't necessarily guarantee. I mean, it's very likely, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee the mark. So I actually think this is a really nice play here from Jacob to say, okay, well, I'll get this back. I'm going to try and mark you multiple ways, and now you have to make decisions, including do you want to block on this, which would take a card away from the fact that he's going to follow this up with Save a Bloodshed as well.
Lair of the Spider in the arsenal will find itself deployed to cover up that pain in the backside. Cut from the same cloth shows us all the hand. It is Stains of the Red back, pain in the backside, double Art of Desire for Yuki Bender. Will find a reaction and therefore will mark the opponent. Savor Bloodshed, very happy to see that mark as Graphene Calycera comes screaming in.
Yeah, I'm very happy to see there's no longer a defense reaction in the arsenal. So trying to stop 9 here, no easy feat for Yuki. I believe she does have 3 blocks in the hand though, right?
Certainly does. Double Art of Desire and Stains of the Red Bank would do it if required, but Flick Knives, of course, can theoretically draw that card. If Jacob was willing to give up the second Clave, would be quite the risk in a matchup where they're quite important.
Interesting to see Yuki with those Art of Desires as well. I wonder if Jacob and Yuki had any communication around Arakni before this event, because for both players and both teams potentially to decide to land on that, I don't know if that was like a poorly kept secret or something and multiple teams knew about it, but it's not a card that I've seen in Marionette for quite some time, to be honest. It was kind of more of a fringe card. People would typically play things like Meat Madness more.
So now the consideration on the other side of the table. Yuki staring down a 9-power Graphene Calycera with Go again.
Yeah, and if you're Yuki here and you throw the 3 cards, the problem is the follow-up. I mean, it's a pain in the backside. It's not the worst, but you give all the tempo to Jacob here. And if he wants to, he could still flick that dagger if he really wanted to draw a card here and keep the chain going.
See the reason for the pause. 31-33 our current life totals in this Arakni Marionette mirror. Says no blocks. 9 damage connects with Yuki Bender. Brings her down to 24. Card will be drawn for Clements. Is a Stains of the Red back. Not a bad one, but not going to extend this turn any further. Parked in the arsenal for now.
Back to Yuki with this 4-card hand and see what she wants to do. She has a Stains of her own. Of course, Jacob knows the texture of this hand thanks to that cut from the same cloth, so knows the way that he should approach playing around this turn or just letting it happen.
Kiss of Death, Codex of Frailty, up sticks and run. And Reaper's Call. 4 cards found for Clements this turn.
It's a pretty strong hand. It's a pretty strong, aggressive hand here as well. So I'm going to struggle to see Jacob wanting to defend on this turn. And here you're going to see the power of Art of Desire Body, Art of Desire Body, because he's not going to want to block this out.
4 points of damage here, thanks to that hero ability. Will gain Go again if Art of Desire manages to find its mark. Jacob debating if his hand is aggressive enough, well-positioned enough to ignore this Art of Desire.
I just don't think he has a choice, yeah, because he knows about the Stains of the Red back. He knows it's getting through unless he wants to triple block it, but I just don't see that being worth it.
7 go again. Now the name of the game after Stains of the Red back comes on down, brings Clements down to 24. Life totals equal as card will be banished. It's Codex of Frailty from the top of the deck.
Oh, wow.
Power card gone, but not a red. Pain in the backside, the follow-up here. Both players aware of this. 3 go again, threatens to mark if it is ignored.
Yeah, Jacob, of course, knows the last card is going to be that Art of Desire, the second copy. So if he is going to block on this turn, I would assume it'll probably be on that last attack, unless he really prioritizes keeping the mark away from him.
Tough decision here. 2 block 3s in hand for Clements. Does have the ability to shut these down if that's the line he wishes to take. Both players quickly reviewing those graveyards, analyzing the expended resources.
Yeah, and for Jacob, does he want to defend with 2 cards and try and keep both of these out? I mean, his hand is really strong.
Lots of potential on offense here for Clements, and therefore a tough decision to make. Pain in the backside, the mark that comes with it, the potential life and card draw of Art of Desire make the math more than muddy.
I wonder if there's a consideration of... I mean, he has stains of the red back, though. I was going to say, is there a consideration if he doesn't block, goes big on this turn, and Yuki throws the whole hand? But he's got the stains to play around it so efficiently. So I don't really see a world where he would want to block there.
Pain in the backside does connect, and therefore the mark will be there. And I think once you admit that's happening, Art of Desire body is finding its mark as well. 4 will banish a red inertia trap this time, and so let's see what the draw is. This is go again from an Arakni Marionette, so we could see the turn continuing.
Yeah, Yuki hiding that one a little bit from us.
I worry that was a Reaper's call. It
You're
was.
Right. Wow.
Hunter's Clave, the only follow-up here, as a slightly anemic blue is the find from Art of Desire.
Yeah, and you see the challenge with these blues in these decks, right, is that when you draw them off Inertia, Codex of Inertias, or you draw them off these on-hit effects of draw cards as well, Ponders and things like that, there are actual whiffs in this deck now. Interesting to see Yuki deciding to attack here rather than discard this, saying, well, if you can give me a Tunic, I'll be happy with that. Of course, Piercing doesn't work. You know, Piercing rather works, that doesn't work. You'd have to give up the mask, so Yuki more than happy if that's the case.
Mark reconnected, does choose to send the Kalissera afterwards, prioritizing damage in this spot over the mark here, leveraging that life lead. Yuki Lee Bender puts Jacob Clements to 13 versus 25 and says, I will outrace you. Do your worst.
5-card hand. Jacob Clements is certainly going to try and do the worst here. Jacob pointing out massive chain, the massive amount of chain links on that combat chain.
So back to Clements we go. Taking a moment to talk with the table spotter, make sure everything is where it should be.
Checking life totals are correct there. 25 to 13. All things look squared up.
25-13, you've got 5 cards. I've got 5 cards, Tunic's going to 1.
I love the little extra annotation there. 25 to 13, and you've got 5 cards. Definitely tells you exactly how important that would appear to be. Up sticks and run lines up very nicely with this copy of Kiss of Death. Will be coming in for 7 for now.
Yeah, but we know about that. Stains of the red back, of course. Yuki's hand looks like all gas, no defense on this one. Meet Madness or Weaver Spinneret, Kiss of Death, and a blue to pair with it.
Will indeed. Stains of the red back to juice this up a little further. Looking at 10 damage coming across now. Loss of life attached, of course. We'll no doubt see those flick knives deployed if Jacob would like to swing a Clave here as the next chain link. Alternatively, I believe it's Codex of Frailty in hand, so we might be looking at a Command and Conquer as the follow-up.
Yeah, actually. Okay, but we're going to go Clave. Yeah, interesting. I wonder if Jacob would have considered the Codex CNC on that turn. I guess Leave No Witnesses is... Well, it's not as effective because Black Deck Whisperers is still up there, so...
I think I like this. I think Yuki has made the statement that this is a game about damage, and if Jacob believes he's the one who is favored in that regard, then taking the line that lets you flick the Kiss of Death to secure an extra point of damage definitely has some additional value.
Yep. It's just damage, you're right, and also potentially marking up Yuki. Imagine if then Jacob can turn into something like a trapdoor, of course, can deploy that mask to then go and become anything he wants and potentially push the advantage even further. And you see the power of still having mask up. Jacob naturally was able to find his Graphene Kalissera. Yuki, on the other hand, had to use that Mask of Deceit in order to become the Orb-Weaver Spinneret, and you see the difference now at this point in the game.
Reaches for Reaper's Call to play defense and keep the dagger out. Will flick the Kiss of Death for 2 more points of damage. 13 plays 12 as the life totals continue to just dance their way down. Codex of Frailty played by Jacob. Will grab Leave No Witnesses back here. Yuki now with a dilemma. Will have to discard one of these cards, but in exchange receives back this overcrowded or potentially an aggressive option of her own.
Does have overcrowded, so yeah. I feel like the CNC was an interesting line there, but I guess to your point, Scott, about just pushing the damage and potentially a mark or taking a card from Yuki as Jacob was able to do on that previous turn. Just thinking about the true value of taking a card on a Clave there.
Mark definitely played a very relevant role for both of our players in their decision-making there. Now a tough one falls on Yuki Lee Bender. She will have to give up one of these remaining cards in hand to this Codex of Frailty and potentially give up additional resources if she intends on defending a threat. Does select the Overcrowded as the card of choice. Kiss of Death, Meet Madness, Orb, Weaver, Spinneret, the options to discard.
The challenge is Yuki's hand at low cards doesn't... It's not particularly exciting, so I think just trying to weigh up what the play is afterwards. It may just be something like a Meet Madness afterwards and then Arsenal this Kiss of Death and try and find a big T-Toxin turn. Is that Yuki's way to victory? Because she's fallen a little bit behind here now.
I do wonder if this is Kiss of Death and hope that Jacob doesn't want to block, let Black Tech Whisperers do the rest of the work, get that flick in as well. But no, Yuki more than content to hold on to that Kiss of Death, try and find a better window to make that happen. Says, I need to take cards from you. This is a damage race. I need to at least threaten you with the possibility of stripping that Arsenal or a card from your hand.
Yeah, and it's because Yuki's behind at this point. I think she's got to play to find a line in the next 2 turns to win. And she's seen, I think... Have we even seen a T-Toxin so far from Yuki? No, one banished off the top. We've seen one banished off the top. So I think Yuki is looking to try and set up a big T-Toxin push here if she can to try and find victory. Correctly identifying she's a little bit behind in this game right now.
Does have the Shelter from the Storm off the Ponder
What a Ponder
token
draw.
to cover this one up. We'll see Flick Knives reach for here. Hovers over the Hunter's Clave. Will fire it away. Interested in the mark here. Thinks a transformation, perhaps alongside that Kiss of Death, is the best route to get back into this game.
Yeah, really important. I think almost anything here that isn't... Okay, it's Black Widow. That's great from Yuki, because she does need to try and survive this next sort of barrage from Jacob and then try and drive a big push of her own.
Black Widow, Kiss of Death, an infamous combo at the beginning of Arakni Marionette saga. Let's see if it can stay together as Jacob wants information. Cut through the same cloth will reveal all the secrets. It's Relentless Pursuit, Reaper's Call, Stain to the Redback, leave no witnesses.
This cut from the same cloth is actually so important right here. It gives all this context to Jacob about what this next turn cycle looks like. That information is worth so much in this context of the game.
Jacob's hand, though, not the most offensive. We see Fate Foreseen, Relentless Pursuit in the hand. That last card, Up Sticks and Run, being held onto for now. Might be the beneficiary of this Hunter's Clave on the second swing.
Yeah, could flick here, but doesn't have the tunic up to then be able to attack with the Clave afterwards and also retrieve it off the Up Sticks and Run. So it's probably just going to be an attack here and then an Up Sticks and Run and attack with this Clave. I would have thought Arsenal the defense reaction, and Jacob finds himself in a pretty good spot through that turn. It's still threatening 6 off this attack, of course, and then 5 with an on-hit mark on the second attack.
With 2 cards in hand and Tarantula Toxins looming, Yuki Lee Bender has to consider every permutation. Fans through that graveyard once more. Blocking Graphene Chelicera, often one of the most painful decision points you can make in a game of Flesh and Blood.
Yuki may, at this point in time, not really be able to play around too much, though. So the context of the hand is Leave No Witnesses, a Stain to the Redback, a blue. One of those you can throw into, not the Relentless Pursuit, of course. You can throw into the Black Widow. So I wonder if there's... Is Yuki going to block on this turn?
Definitely appears to be the intention right now. Thumbs a face down card from the hand in front of the Chelicera. Reaches sheepishly for those Black Tech Whisperers. Might be looking to get value from those with Black Widow plus Kiss of Death, and makes some sense to get that value in somewhere. But if the follow-up is, say, a Leave No Witnesses, it'd be a little painful to give up that cover for the breakpoint.
Got to block the Black Tech Whisperers here, though, because there is a chance that the second attack is a Clave. So if you are blocking on this turn and you want to commit the Black Tech Whisperers, I think that's the minimum one card you block with here is Black Tech. If you're trying to play around double react from Jacob's side of things, you can't really play around T-Tox, though. That's the thing, is you just, at this point, you can't play around T-Tox. So you kind of, I think, just have to put that to the side and ignore that. I think you throw the Black Tech and then you decide. So the only reason you don't throw the Black Tech is if you're worried about a Leave No Witnesses being the follow-up on this turn.
Seems like Yuki has put the Black Techs back for now. still considering how to navigate this. Relentless Pursuit is the card being considered on defense. Makes a lot of sense in this spot. 3 block declared. No reactions from Clements. Takes 3, falls down to 9 for Yuki. Chain will close, and we will see that up sticks and run deployed to throw the extra damage onto Hunter's Clave instead. It is 5 on this one, looking to mark and transform and park Fate for Scene in the arsenal.
Yeah, I mean, Yuki also has Tunic up on this turn. I think you've just got to take it. Like, what's your route to victory here if you're Yuki? I think it is you need this 4-card hand in order to do it.
You can see the pain.
Yeah, this is the thing. This is what I was saying about the blocking with the black tech on the first chain link, because you never actually got the value out of it, and now piercing is coming through, unfortunately.
Slight frustration. A black tech Whisperer's turned sideways at the thought of what could have been.
That's literally what Yuki was running through in her mind, was thinking, oh, I need to get value from this. Oh, I can't on this chain link. Of course, there could be a follow-up here, right? Yuki's also got to consider things like Codex off the back of this.
Could still be. I'll leave no witnesses. Could be another meaningful point of interaction. Does not know. It is a Fate for Scene making its way into the arsenal right now.
I think no matter what it is afterwards, I'm not sure there's a world where Yuki commits a card to this chain link, because if you're facing down lethal on the next chain link, you'd rather be defending that one in case it is a leave no witnesses, in case it is a Codex into leave no witnesses. This is what Yuki must decide, though.
No blocks declared. 5 damage comes through, brings Yuki Lee Bender to 4. Does keep 4 cards. Is currently Arakni Black Widow. Has access to Kiss of Death. Might be able to steal the tempo back, but it's Tarantula for Jacob Clements and a defense reaction in the arsenal to try and keep that Black Tech Whisperers at bay.
Tarantula's great here as well, because Jacob's going to be on Tunic counter up next turn as well.
Kiss of Death to start for Yuki Lee Bender. Just 3, I promise.
Yeah, this turn is scary, though. We've got the Stains of the Redback. We've got that Black Widow effect that we can throw away the Mark to.
I believe
Reaper's Call, rather.
This was the only unknown piece of information for Jacob, right? This Kiss of Death.
Yeah.
That was in the arsenal. So now Jacob has perfect information, knows what he must do, or at least will soon enough, if he intends to deny this Kiss of Death alongside Stains of the Redback and a Black Widow activation.
And that's what we were saying, right? That cut from the same cloth is so important. Understanding the context of Yuki's hand gives Jacob all the power on this turn to work out what he needs to do. And you see him actually visualizing it there on Jacob's side, visualizing a top 8 potentially as well if he can get through this next turn and be able to push back a swath of damage. But this game is by no means over here. However, Jacob definitely has the advantage.
Reaching for that Mask of Deceit, perhaps debating transforming into Arakni Trapdoor to try and soak up this heat a little bit better. If you're unfamiliar, Kiss of Death does carry the ability of Arakni Black Widow, does threaten to take more cards if it's ever flicked away. That's why that Black Tech Whisperers feels so important. It will be the Trapdoor that is the transformation chosen from Mask of Deceit. Fetching a card from the deck, banishing it face down. No doubt some type of trap to keep things in check here.
Probably a Frailty, because this is from the arsenal, right? So Frailty is worth, it's a 0-4, you've got another 0-4 in your arsenal. That means that Jacob can be defending with those 2 defense reactions, a grand total of 9, or effectively 10, but 9 with a -1 on the Kiss of Death.
Of course, Jacob knows that it Stains of the Redback in hand, can wait for the Kiss to get go again before firing off that Frailty trap, get the full value out of it.
Jacob just playing with perfect information here. And when you have a player of Jacob's caliber with perfect information, it is certainly a recipe, that's for sure.
And now Yuki must reconsider, is there a world Black Tech Whisperers tries to force the trap to allow Stains of the Redback to do the rest? But Yuki knows just as well as Jacob that both players have perfect information about her hand. Jacob unlikely to bite unless he thinks it is the right thing to do in the face of Stains of the Redback. We'll see that Black Widow activation discarding the Reaper's Call here. Juices this Kiss of Death up to 6. Stains of the Redback will make it 9, courtesy of its effect.
But Jacob's got the answer, right?
We'll see that trap deployed from the trap door. Frailty Trap will give a Frailty. Shrinks this down, a point down to 8. Currently blocking 5. Has another 3 block available in hand. The Fate Foreseen is kept. Lair of the Spider marking as well. If it wasn't already there, would be incredibly important for Jacob's side of the equation.
Oh, that's fantastic. Wow, really nice value there for Jacob. And then has the defense reaction for this Leave No Witnesses on the end of things as well. And will still keep 3 cards in the hand to swing back with. Yuki just at 4 life.
That Fate Foreseen in the arsenal. No blocks, any reactions. Flick the Kiss will bring Jacob Clements down to 10. The Black Widow trigger will happen. A card needs to be banished to it. Will be marking the Black Widow going away. Fate Foreseen covers the Leave No Witnesses. Takes a peek at the top card of the deck.
Yeah, of course, going to go down to 2 cards for this turn. But I think all things considered, Jacob pretty happy with how he got through that turn. And actually drawing up that Lair of the Spider was really nice there, especially the mark that is left behind.
For a 2-card hand, cut from the same cloth for perfect information.
Again.
And a Tarantula Toxin.
Oh my goodness.
Tunic on 3
This could be
means
it, Scott.
Graphene Calicera will threaten it all. Yuki Lee Bender not in a spot where she cannot block the dagger. It will be Scar Tissue, Pain in the backside, Art of Desire, and under the trapdoor. Jacob has the information, and the Calicera will come through. The Toxin is lurking in the wings. Is there any way for Yuki Lee Bender to keep the dream alive?
Yeah, I think this is end up going to be... So she blocks this with a 3 block, so the Art of Desire, and then has Trapdoor up. Jacob can reduce... So she can go and get Frailty. This does have Go Again because of the mark. Well, it's also a weapon, right? So 10 effectively against Yuki's 6. That's lethal still.
Black Tech Whisperers, Flick Knives, Tunic still available if additional block value wants to be found. There are ways to stay alive, but this Tarantula Toxin is going to be painful. And if Yuki decides she can't afford to respect it, this may still well be the end of this game.
I think at this point, can she actually afford to respect it? She, of course, has the trapdoor, right? So she has lines here. But is that a winning play? Is respecting the T-Toxin on this turn actually a winning play?
Seems like a difficult one to navigate.
Super tough. Super tough here for Yuki. Of course, is on a Tunic turn next turn, which is helpful. Maybe we can make something happen there, but we've got to be able to get through this turn first. And Jacob kind of just has all the cards that he needs here.
It's just been cut through the same cloth. This card has looked absurd in this matchup. Jacob just consistently operating on near perfect information. Yuki left guessing in the dark, and when the assassins are around, being in the dark is not where you want to be. Scar Tissue being thumbed forward, now face up as a considered block on this Calicera.
Oh, Yuki really in the tank here. There's just so many things to consider, whether you play around the T-Toxin, can you afford to play around it? Can you afford to play around one reaction, something like an incision potentially? Is that what you can afford to play around at this point in time? What might the follow-up be because of the Go Again?
Just tell me when you're locking in.
We know there are 2 cards available. Gotta check, maybe it's a Codex of Frailty. This Calicera has Go Again. You have to remember, any number of attacks or follow-ups would still make a ton of sense from Jacob's side of the room.
And he knows how difficult this is. You hear him just say to Yuki, just let me know when you're ready to lock it in, ready to lock these defenses in. This is incredibly difficult position to be in. You know you're fighting for your tournament life to be in that top 8 on Sunday. Something that Yuki wants to chase, that back-to-back top 8s, would dearly love to go one better this time around and clinch that trophy, that champion's card. Jacob, on the other hand, as we said, searching for that first tier 4 top 8 after an amazing year so far for Jacob.
Black Tech Whisperers, a moment of consideration here. Just 4 life more to work with.
Yuki is going to have to make a play here, though, and I think she's decided that's the block.
Scar Tissue is the only block. We see the clay flicked away, brings Yuki Bender down to 3 for now. And so this is lethal by itself. Will force the issue on the under the trapdoor, which means a 3-block trap will be there when it is time for Tarantula Toxin to do its work. It will rip away defense value and it will steal the dreams of Yuki Bender. Jacob Clements has broken the curse. It was winning UK Nationals into winning Calling Shinjuku, into locking up a spot in the top 8 at Pro Tour Las Vegas. What an incredible run.
Wow, Jacob Clements, and a great run for Yuki there. Got a shout out to Yuki as well. What a year Yuki is having, and it came down to 2 absolute titans for that top 8 berth, and Jacob manages to clinch it up. And me and Pankaj Bhojwani were chatting to Jacob Clements the day of the keynote, and he just said to us, my plan's just to win the Pro Tour. Great plan, and he's right on track to be able to do that so far.
Can't really argue with that, can you? Seems like a pretty successful strategy, if you ask me. If you want to hear it from JC himself, we've got him down in the interview area to let you know about it.
Well, folks, if you joined me in the pre-tour before this mess all started a few days ago, I had some very pointed things to say. I called the gentleman sitting across from me the best player in the world right now, but I said there was a task he had to complete to really reach that upper echelon. He needed to go ahead and make his mark on the tier 4 scene. Here he is, mark made literally with Arakni Marionette, a hero you've had in your back pocket for so long. Tell me about this accomplishment and what it means to you.
I mean, I don't think it's settled in yet, but for the longest time, it's like tier 4s have been the mark that had eluded me. Like for the longest time, it had been nationals and tier 4s that had eluded me, and I won my Nats this month. And so coming to Vegas, I knew I had to make my mark.
When was the last time you didn't win a tournament, or at least come close to winning a tournament? Like, I look at your record over the past, I don't know, year and a half, and it is literally just top 8, top 8, top 8, top 8 over and over. What has allowed you to find not only the success, but the consistency to do that week in and week out?
I mean, anyone who's ever listened to anything me or Brody have said will have already heard the term supercomputer, but Jason said something to me which I thought was really insightful. Where he was like, all you're talking about the supercomputer is not actually the important part. It's the fact that it gives you this mindset of like total accountability, I think was the term he used, where it's like every game when you lose, thinking like, what could I have done better? Like, how did I punt this? And like never giving yourself the like permission or the like thought process of like, just got unlucky, like just nothing I could have done. And it's like, it's all right to acknowledge that you got unlucky, but it's never just unlucky. And so I think that has like led to a cycle of continual improvement for me, because there's a term from fighting game communities I've heard where it's like, it's really hard to be better than the next best person in your locals. And I think because and the idea of that, I assume, is that if you're winning your locals, you're like not got the drive to improve.
Sure. And
so if every loss, like no matter why it happened, you have the thought process of what did I do wrong? Like, how could I have won this game? I don't know. This has got to be the right starting point to get better at.
Look, it's working. Here's the proof. Also working for you, Arakni Marionette. This has been a hero you've been on for quite some time now. Certainly dalliances in other places, but it seems like this is a hero that really speaks to you. What is it about Marionette that keeps bringing you back to this hero?
One thing that I really like about Marionette is that in Flesh and Blood, and I mean, this would be reductive to say about any hero, but there's sometimes a sentiment that you can use maths to determine the turn cycle value of your line, like the block plus damage presented, and then do whichever line is the highest. And as I say, this would be, of course, be reductive on any hero, but the fact that Mario constantly has to balance that against marking the opponent, against the daggers that you have in play, against disruption, like he's like such a clear case of it being so much more complicated than just the numbers you're presenting. Like when it's worth taking like a step back or like not pushing the maximum damage this turn to get your opponent marked, and these cycles of transforming and having to interact with the like fact that you don't know which agent you're going to transform into, and like planning your turns like to take advantage of whichever agent you get. It's like so deep and like elusive to master.
Yeah, that never-ending quest to improve fits very well with a hero that difficult to master. So we're here, we're in the top 8 of a tier 4. You said it hasn't really sunk in yet, but is it like a moment of mission accomplished, or is it a moment of more work to be done. We're just getting started.
I think it's a moment of jobs not done. Matt said something to me 2 weeks ago at our nationals that really stuck with me, where he said, because sometimes there's a sentiment, right? People start to relax, so they feel they have accomplished it when they top 8s. And he said, you've got to think like everything you've done up till now, like the whole Swiss, this was the qualification, and the top 8 is your tournament starting.
Yeah, I think it's a beautiful way to think of it. And Jacob, as good as your play is, I think your mindset is even more dangerous to your opponents. It is such a focused, measured approach. I've been so thrilled to see your success over the last year, and I agree. I think we're just getting started, and Jacob Clements about to start his run through the top 8.
Yeah.
Jobs not done. And we're not done either, because I want to see more Flesh and Blood. How about you, Hayden?
I want to see another win-in, and we have so many amazing win-ins this round, so very much looking forward to that. And Michael Hamilton, of course.
Yeah, Michael Hamilton has the chance to do a Booker T, become the five-time at the top there of making these tier 4 top 8s would be very impressive stuff. But on the other side of the equation, it's Nova-chan, who found success even back in Yokohama with a calling win over there on Jarl Vetreiði this time.
Yeah.
So going to see the mirror match from these players as they ice and earth their way to a top 8 here in Vegas. Before we do want to take a moment to talk about some of the more exciting reveals on the weekend from Usurp the Shadow Throne. We learned all kinds of goodies across the weekend from the keynote, a couple of things that were revealed in the middle there as well. And I'm pretty excited about a number of these cards. How about you?
Yeah, it was absolute peak hype at the keynote on Thursday evening. And as James delivered those words around Viserai, around Chain, and, personally, I can't wait to be playing Viserai again. I'm envisioning myself at a tier 3, tier 4 down the line, piloting Viserai again. Maybe it's at one of our 3 Pro Tours next year, of course. We've got an additional Pro Tour next year, but yes, I am very much looking forward to Korea.
Yeah, I know we had the numbers go up on the ProQuest Season 4 London earlier on. It's like the start of October, if I recall correctly. So I can see myself jamming some of the heroes from this set one way or the other as well. World Premiere in Seoul will be in the middle of September there. Pre-release on September 18th and in stores from September 25th. You alluded to Viserai already. I think the favorite for a lot of people, this Marvel... I almost said a word I shouldn't say on live on air. The aesthetic is very, very appealing to me. Viserai the Forsaken, kind of the new Shadow Lord after slaying and shackling Chain, I guess.
Yeah. I'm excited to Traverse as well, something that we're going to learn more about as we keep going through the season.
Something I do want to talk about real quick on Viserai, I seem to have seen a lot of people miss, and I think it's kind of cool. Viserai the Forsaken, if you make 3 rune chants, you're traversing. You don't get the choice. Viserai Usurper, you don't have to traverse back. That is May. If you want to build up a stockpile of stuff in your banished zone to fire off with Blood Debt, you can just stay in Usurper mode until you've run out of gas. And then when it's time to get some gas back, flip on right back over.
Do it all again.
Let's move on quickly to the return of Levia. Brand new, beautiful artwork here. A hero I am reliably informed from sources who would know is about to get a whole lot better.
Is one of them Ethan, though? He wouldn't
Perhaps.
know. No.
Perhaps.
I'm excited for Levia as well. I think it's her time, surely.
You would think so. There's a lot of reasons to be a fan, but a big one for me is this Marvel. This exclusive, the souvenir package at the World Championship in Paris is just absolutely stunning. Winsu Tan knocking it out of the park again.
And there you see Malice, of course, Dominion of the Dead, and I know you're hyped up for this one. I saw you Thursday after the keynote. I could see the smile on your face.
It was hard not to be. Like I'd been holding on to this one in my back pocket for a little while longer, and I just think the hero is really cool. I think the intended gameplay loop is really sweet. I think a lot of the designs we've seen are very cool. I think Dead Threads is a piece of equipment that is not only objectively very powerful, but very interesting to utilize on both your turn and your opponents, and so I'm excited to hopefully find a way to utilize that card a little bit further in the near future. If I'm looking for a shiny Marvel version of Malice, though, I'll have to make sure I'm attending a couple more armories in the near future, as she will be the headliner for Gem Pack number 6.
Yep.
Talking of goodies, a couple more sweet ones coming out of the set. Walk me through Sin Speaker Gloomblade and I guess the rune chants by extension.
Well, we saw those rune chants and omens, right? And it was kind of foretold of what we were going to be encountering when we got to Usurp the Shadow Throne, and now we're starting to piece together exactly what those mean. And we know we're going to find out more as we go through these next few weeks of reveals. There's more trailers to come, I'm sure. And we're going to learn more about the set as we head towards that world premiere.
Take a peek at the Corrupted Corpse mechanic. If you haven't seen this so far, this is what Malice is going to be generating in the Banished Zone as you play the game out. Incarnate means it cannot start in your deck, but you can stockpile them in the Banished Zone, ready to unleash your zombie horde. The only concern with that, well, they do have blood debt, so you might want to be careful about exactly how many zombies you leave trapped in the Banished Zone. Restless Magister, a way to really punish opponents. On hit, banish a card from your hand on an ally is terrifying.
Very much so. I'm already scared, to be honest. Beckoning Hunger as well, another card we've seen for the Shadow Brutes, a bit of an upgrade potentially. And again, you see that readability, the white as well on these cards makes it nice and easy to see. And Blasphemous, the Insatiable Hunger there, that Shadow token. Demon Ally.
All one for accessibility myself. Few things stand out to me here on this one. Now, not just a game of racing your blood debt, more of a balancing act to try and get value out of it. Maybe keep your demon ally around. Also, Beckoning Hunger is a common.
Oh, I didn't actually clock that, to be honest.
Which is terrifying. We have a way to make a Blasphemous, the Insatiable Hunger token in Silver Age, in Limited. Surely this is a bread and butter piece of making the deck come together. Should indeed reinvigorate Leviathan as a hero. Possibly my favorite part of this set. IAR 666. The beautiful Marvel treatment of the gem to end all gems. The soul of existence. I already have dreams and ambitions of pitching this to player Deep Recesses of Existence and activating Deep Recesses because I lost a life to the card I pitched.
Yeah, as you said, the gem to end all gems as well. And when James stood up there on Thursday night and told everyone that we're moving on from gems, but here has one last twist in the tail. Here it is.
I'm going to be so poor acquiring one of these. If you need to read it in normal bog-standing English, there you go. 4 pitch value on the first purple card in Flesh and Blood Existence. It is legendary, but every time you pitch it, you will lose a life. Will enable those deathly wails, will enable all your cheeky shadow shenanigans, but also might kill you if you're not careful on the way through the game. The big one that was really revealed in the room, I'm sure it's been put out there since the time, reprint of Arcanite Shard, just in time for the return of Viscerai.
Just in time indeed.
Always down for making Ridge Hand tokens. Turns out this is a bit better when it banishes a card from the top of your deck and potentially draws you a threat when you pitch it away. So I can see Arcanite Shard doing some real heavy lifting. Some sweet reveals from Usurp the Shadow Throne. Very excited to get stuck into those in the near future. For now, I want to get stuck into Ice, Earth, and Michael Hamilton's attempt to become just another top 8 competitor on a tier 4 event.
Yeah, but there is one player standing in his way, and that is Nova Chan of Blue Pitch. The resurgence of Blue Pitch after their acquiring of some of their players previously by LSS to go and become developers. Nova Chan is not letting that stand in his way, though, and playing for a win-in Pro Tour Sunday.
Only one of these players will be joining us tomorrow, so let's get frosty. Let's get down there and see how the Jarl mirror shakes out. It is Nova Chan, Michael Hamilton, round 15. Choosing to go first here is Michael. How do you feel about that?
So it really depends on how these players set up in terms of what equipment and weapons they bring to the fold. Guardian mirrors can kind of go one of two ways. Sometimes they can be about swinging hammers back and forth, especially when you've got things like Sledge of Anvilheim or any number of the hammers that we have access to in this format now. However, if you don't have access to that and instead you're playing a lot more of the temper version like we've seen from these Jarls recently, that can focus in a lot more on just big haymakers back and forth and trying to actually clock down the opponent as quickly as possible.
You will see both these players hesitant to use their equipment in a defensive fashion, as we will see Frostbites generated pretty quickly, messing up the cost curve on things here. Channel Lake Frigid surprisingly impactful in this matchup sometimes. For me, the big one is seeing what situation we find ourselves in with shields and weapons. Is it going to be Shield Beater plus Rampart? Are we stuck with Titan's Fist? Or are we ready to sledge our way to Sunday? There is only one way to find out. Let's kick it on down to the feature match area, and all goody, it's a sledge off.
It's going to be a sledge fest, 100%. And this tells me as well with the tunics that we're just going to see both sides going back and forth with big attacks. We know Sprout Strength is a card that has come into things recently. Defense reactions will be important, but as you said, you can't really commit your equipment. You've got to be really careful with those early on because of the Frostbite. So we'll see how each of the players approach this. It looks like Michael just going to get a defense reaction into Arsenal early.
Gain 2 life for Fruits of the Forest leaves double Fiddler's Green stuck in the hand for Nova-chan.
Yeah,
Gonna see 2 pitched away for the Sledge, keeping hold of those Fiddler's Greens. I like this a lot, actually. Get them out of the deck.
Exactly, literally about to say, get them out of the deck. And those Fiddler's Greens tell me that Nova's maybe on a slightly more defensive version. Doesn't necessarily mean that ultra kind of fatigue version, but we just know how important Fiddler's Greens are in this format right now, especially with Marionette's position.
Found myself testing this matchup a bit myself, and more than once used Coronet Peak to make myself discard a Fiddler's Green. Not quite so lucky on Nova-chan's side, relying on Crown of Providence this time around. We'll just draw up and skip Arsenal, which has to have some alarm bells going off for Michael.
Yeah, probably you can guess what may be in the hand for Nova there. So Michael's actually drawn up a Scar for a Scar here, but because of that Fruits from the Forest on turn 0, won't actually be able to get go again. So may just be the Sledge as well for Michael. You're going to see some IPings of hands here to start the game.
Call me an MC, because that is a hammer. Quickly met by double Fiddler's Green here, and a quick giggle. Shelter from the Storm will join the rest here. So blocking 6, gaining 6. We'll put Nova-chan up to 46 and make that Scar for a Scar rather impressive looking next turn.
Yeah, but importantly as well, Nova-chan just going to have the 1 card in hand, and as a pummel is just going to have to Arsenal up and pass, which is going to give Michael the opportunity to potentially swing back a 5-card hand if he can make the most of it.
A slightly awkward quad red hand does mean no Sledge this time. Scar for a Scar coming out of Hamilton. Great extender in this matchup. Will often be forced to use your cards when Guardian takes the off turn. And Scar for a Scar, certainly a way of doing that. Boulder Drop playing defense here. Blocking 3. We'll see Gauntlets of the Boreal Domain activated in both modes as the Mangle comes ripping on through for 10 points of Dominate damage. No counters on equipment just yet, so we won't be seeing that Crush Trigger getting to work, but forcing through the damage. Huge this early in the game.
Yeah, and you see Nova maybe a little bit punished for keeping both those Fiddlers in the hand on the previous turn, ended up with a quad red hand, and that meant got life gain. It meant that then Michael was able to use that Scar for a Scar super efficiently, so a bit of a rough start for Nova, and Michael's definitely made the most of it here.
Down to 38, hand looks to be Boulder Drop and a Crumble to Eternity. Now, I wanted to talk about this exactly. I was very curious if Nova wanted to expend cards to send this Boulder Drop, or whether keeping that card density high was the priority. I agree with the latter, pitching away both cards just to send in that Sledge of Anvilheim, regardless of the tunic counter.
Yeah, this is not a matchup that actually typically goes to Fatigue. However, if you don't play efficiently with your Sledge, then that is why it can go to Fatigue, right? If you just throw your attacks willy-nilly, so to speak, what you've really got to do is set up, like Nova has, this pummel, but you need to find the right turn to utilize it, and you can't telegraph it too much, otherwise it is easy for the opponent to play around, and especially an opponent of the caliber of Michael Hamilton, he's going to sniff that out immediately, so Nova playing really, really cautiously with that.
Blocking 6, including Autumn's Touch here. Earth count now 2 for Michael. Will be Crumble to Eternity, going after the Tunic. Now, this is pretty much the common play pattern in this matchup. If you can remove Findlespring Tunic with a Frozen to Death or similar effect, you make the opponent's Sledge significantly less efficient than yours. Score 1 for Michael Hamilton.
Yeah, definitely, exactly. Then you can't just 1 card every few turns on that Sledge. And here you see Nova. This is where it won't be telegraphed, though, necessarily, because Michael just passed it back. So Nova's got a full grip here, does have access to that pummel, of course, as well. We'll see what Michael decides to do in terms of playing around that or not.
Block 6, pummel comes through, and a knowing acceptance from Hamilton. We'll take 4 and discard a card for the trouble. Perhaps more importantly, it's a Felling of the Crown going into the arsenal for Nova. And we see double Shelter from the Storm in the hand for Michael. That CNC really did hit at a premium time. We'll see that Tunic paying for a Sledge swing here. 6 Dominate, courtesy of Crumble to Eternity.
Yeah, you want to say score 1 for Michael Hamilton on the Tunic. We'll score 1 for Nova-chan on that one, getting rid of 2 defense reactions. A lot of value accrued on that turn, and now the Sledge coming in for 6. Luckily for Michael, it was a Tunic turn, of course, so it was able to still get some nice value on his turn and force some cards out of Nova's hand. See what Nova wants to try and put together.
That side of the table, we are looking at Plow under Glacial Footsteps. Going to see Pulse of Eisenloft on defense here. Happy to turn those 2 cards, or 1 card, really, and keep 2 cards around for the Sledge. Nova looking to hang on to that Felling of the Crown, I imagine, until hopefully a root-bound Carapace or something similar turns up to make sure it's coming in at full power.
So really awkward there for Nova. I don't think he wanted to block with a Pulse there, but didn't have any other Earth cards to try and fill the graveyard up with. So has the Felling in the arsenal, and so actually decided, I need to block with this Pulse here, or I won't be able to cast my Felling next turn, and of course, decompose.
Fiddler's Green and Sink Below blocking here. So taking one, gaining some life on the way back. Now 38 plays 38 as we go back to Hamilton, and the sledge count increases once more.
Oh, and has found a root-bound Carapace, to your point as well. So can potentially be a bit more patient on this Felling. Does still have that Tunic up.
Do want to be mindful in this matchup, as you mentioned. Doesn't tend to go to fatigue, tends to be a little more aggressive than that. But watching these pitch zones as we go, keeping a track of just the number of density of elemental cards in particular. If we end up in endgame states that revolve around Oaken Old, it's Channel Lake Frigid and Everbloom Life pitched away for Hamilton this turn.
Yeah, and we saw Hamilton lose 2 defense reactions as well, right? So that will play a big part in the in-game if we get to that point as well. And I think it can get to that point with the way that these players have lined up, especially when you see like Fiddler's Greens as choices as well.
This is what you asked for. Felling of the Crown. 8 physical damage. Coming on through after that root-bound Carapace has made sure that we are nice and decomposed.
That Pulse was really nice. Like I said, I'm not sure that's what Nova would have liked to have done and defended with that Pulse, but it's enabled this play now for Nova.
Quick fan through the yard for Hamilton as he decides how to bottom cards and or block the omnipresent tree. Fiddler's Green is the answer to that question.
34.
I love this. Just take 4. That's not quite how that works, but sure.
Mostly.
And it will be sledge count increased once more. 6 more damage coming in. 2 more blues making their way to the bottom of the deck here for Michael.
Oh, there's another Felling of the Crown drawn up for Nova, but as you see there, he checks the bin. Okay, I've got 1 other Earth card. Is there another Earth card in Nova's hand to defend with so we can get this other Felling online? It doesn't look like it. Looks like a Sink Below. Oh, no, there is. There's an Everbloom Life.
So Everbloom Life is a bit of a painful one, though. You really don't want to decompose these if you can help it, because they do, if you end up in that endgame, play a very important part in recycling cards, especially since Remembrance has been banned. Sometimes Sigil of Solace plus Everbloom is the only way you're going to fire those Oaken Olds back again. Instead, we're going to see that Felling of the Crown used on defense here. Everbloom Life pitched back into the deck alongside the Tunic, and the defense reaction parked in the arsenal for Nova-chan.
Yeah, because of, as you say, how important that Everbloom Life is. Nova saying, actually, the Felling is not worth more than this if we get to this endgame. And the way this game is, it's really kind of stalled out a little bit as players are just trading back and forth on these sledges.
Hammer, hammer, hammer. Sledge of Anvilheim. 4 resources paid once more to come clubbing on in for 6. As Nova looks at a fresh hand, contains a plow under this time, does have adequate fuel thanks to that Felling of the Crown. If stripping the arsenal away is something of interest to us, we'd need to make use of our own before we do that, ideally.
Yeah, and Nova-chan, I guess, wanting to really sit on this Sink Below now to try and play around a potential mangle that could come out from Michael Hamilton.
So a brief pause as we debate which card is going on defense. We know it's a Sink Below in the arsenal. Will remain a locked-off zone if Nova wants to hang on to that for future.
It feels like a matter of time, though, before Michael is going to find a Frozen to death. So once that happens, how does Nova ensure that he can sort of keep up pace in this game? That's the question he'll be facing. Maybe finding a Crumble to Eternity of his own, potentially. Try and return serve a little bit.
Definitely a point of consideration if he thinks the Tunic fight is where the game is going. Will be plow under on defense here. So taking 3, now 35 plays 34. And back to Nova-chan will go. Will return fire on the sledge, hold on to that defense reaction for future, get Terra Sunder and Fruits of the Forest back into the deck for now.
Yeah, I feel like I'm back playing Guardian Mirrors again, whether that's Oldhim Mirrors or whether that's been Victor Mirrors with Sledges. And Sledge has been such a mainstay of Flesh and Blood for so long, and particularly in these Guardian Mirrors.
Intriguing hand for Hamilton. It's Rootbound Carapace in the arsenal. It's Sprout Strength and Felling of the Crown in hand. Will be able to utilize that powerful tempo tool to keep things spinning.
What a combo those 2 cards have been this weekend for Jarl.
32 to 38.
32 plays 38 after Sigil of Solace jumps up Nova Chan's life total just a little bit more, and will pass back to Hamilton, who will eagerly deploy that Sprout Strength and use it on C and C. 9 damage on this one. No defense reactions, which is a pretty big deal if you think it's a sink below in the arsenal of your opponent.
Yeah, and Nova looks like no defense reactions in hand, which is good, so should still be able to block this out. No tunic counter up either, so Nova doesn't have to worry about pummel necessarily.
So part of the problem here is that one of the cards Nova Chan has drawn is Fiddler's Green, and if you'd like to keep a card to or more to send Sledge back, that doesn't really track. It's not a clean block, almost obliged to overblock here. The other problem, there's some really good reds in this hand. It's Mangle and that first copy of Oakenold.
Yeah, wow, and losing those reds, as you said, can be battle of attrition in this game, and one of the things you're trying to force your opponent to is stumble on being able to attack with that sledge on one of their turns, right? And then you almost get like a turn cycle of advantage. And if that is also paired with taking out a number of strong reds, that's a nice added bonus. And it's so significant that we may even see Nova cash in this crown here just to be able to keep moving on with that sledge on his turn.
Will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, thanks to the Fiddler's Green there, and 2, 3 blocks. Saving the Oakenold, I believe, at least for now. Might still be in hand.
I think it was what was tucked away so that we can pair a blue with whatever Nova draws to be able to send the sledge back. Doesn't want to skip a beat on attacking with these sledges, especially when Michael is down to 32.
Does seem indeed. So no, we went the other way. We chose to sync our copy of Sink Below with the Crown of Providence, went looking, and choose to IP2 to hold the Oakenold.
Wow, okay. Oh, you get the Sink Below as an arsenal, right? Not
Correct.
the Oakenold, so my apologies. So Nova really trying to prioritize getting an Oakenold early?
Back to Hamilton. And we've said this before, the question really is just convert your cards. And Scar for a Scar was a great way of doing that, but it's not always that easy. Oh, Hayden, I think we've got a matchup breaker in the hand here for Michael Hamilton. What will you do in the face of Amulet of Echoes?
Pitch it?
Probably a good idea.
What I was going to say about Amulet, you had me thinking there for a second. I was like, what have I missed?
No, nothing at all. No. Very much just a fat deck scenario here, I think, for Michael.
Which
Every
is
card
what I was
going to
say. Is I think, I was saying, how much does fatigue matter in this matchup? Well, Michael thinks it's relevant enough to bring in an Amulet of Echoes as an additional blue just to be pitching to swing that Sledge of Anvilheim. And it does look like we've got an imposing visage. So are we going to go ahead and... No, okay, we're going to... I was wondering, are we going to go ahead and Frozen to Death, for instance? Of course, that's action, or I've already done the Crumble to Eternity, so we're halfway done. No need to think about the imposing visage on this turn.
Felling of the Crown will take a card out of the hand and put it on the bottom. We're putting Sink Below into the stack. Like this a lot. Michael clearly believing this game is going to go long, and those defense reactions will play an important part in making it come together. Nova Chan blocking with Mangle and that Everbloom life here. Tunic will come up and enable a one-card sledge off So Tomorrow. So Tomorrow, not at its best here, but a card I do want to acknowledge as a big deal in this matchup. Without Remembrance, you have very limited ways of recurring those big power cards. So Tomorrow is one of those, and it can sometimes just get you online a little bit faster too.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw Nova, as you said earlier, right, use the Crown to tuck away a Sink Below. So best way to deal with late game Oakenolds, have those defense reactions in your deck towards the late game.
2-card block for Hamilton, 2-card pitch. Oakenold going to the bottom alongside Frozen to Death. And if I'm not mistaken, it was an Earth card last turn, which means that Oakenold has a Sink Below in the middle. Got to be a little careful if I'm not mistaken, but will be locked and loaded when we get there. Especially if you can put an Earth card next to it next turn. Make sure that there is no question of doubt.
I just want to acknowledge the pace that these players are playing at as well. We're already through 10 turns of this game and just 10 minutes through the round. They understand the matchup. They know their roles in it. They seem to be very clear on how it should be played out, and we are moving at a fairly significant pace.
Worth noting there, it's Sink into Ice card into Oakenold. Michael will no doubt be very aware of that. Sledge of Anvilheim is thrown once more. It's Sigil of Solace that is still in the hand this time for Nova. 39 playing 32 here as the Hammer Wars continue.
Yeah, and I wonder if that's going to foil a potential Plow Under from Michael, but it looks like he's just going to line it up to block with. Sledge of Anvilheim for 6 here. So yeah, it looks like 2-card block for Michael. keep back a Blizzard in the hand.
Worth remembering, folks, we will have that giveaway of your lovely cold foil drinking buddy at the end of this post-show. Really cool one being blocked with there by Michael Hamilton. Copy of Call to the Grave. If you're unfamiliar with the thinking on this one, it's a blue sigil of Solace.
Sure, go and get the Fiddlers. Yeah, I haven't seen that before from these Jarl decks, so very cool.
Great way of extending those hands when people want to leave you with cards. It's a very, very quirky piece of tech. But yes, Drinking Buddy available in the post-show. Do make sure you're still up and active in chat and swinging your sledge or log, as you prefer.
It depends which Guardian you want to be playing at the moment. Looks like we're starting to get back pretty close now, turn 12, right? So a couple of more turns off of the second cycle and potentially some Oaken Olds being thrown the way, some big haymakers coming out.
Some time for the stacks to come alive. We do see another Oaken Old in the hand for Michael Hamilton. No dice in putting it together, though. Looks like Scar for a Scar, Ripple Away, and Glacial Footsteps as the remaining cards around it. Enlightened Strike for 5 go again. A card that has been noticeably missing from Michael's deck so far in favor of those Scar for Scars.
Yeah, Michael prefers his to be 1 cards rather than 2 cards. He likes 1 card 4s rather than 2 card 7s, I guess.
That's why they pay you the big bucks, Hayden.
I want to just take stock of this game a little bit because we've had a lot of turns happening. We've spoken about the pitch stack, those Oaken Olds for second cycle, getting the defense reactions to the bottom. But the other aspect as well is we've still got to remember this -1 counter on the Tunic, and I'm still wondering if that's going to come through and be relevant in this late game.
Yeah, certainly a wonder on that one now as we approach turn 12. Have to wonder how much each player deems it important as we go through the later game. It might just be a case of it's an all-out brawl now, and I'm inclined to agree if it's Enlightened Strike into Felling of the Crown. This is an old trick up the sleeve of many a Verdance and Florian player, and I assure you it still hits just as hard.
It feels like it's a kind of a combination of the things we're speaking about as we got into the start of this game, you know, kind of throwing big damage back and forth, a bit of a sledge battle, the things you have to worry about with Crumble of Eternity, Oaken Olds in the in-game. It feels like all of these things are kind of coalescing into a bit of like an avalanche of plot towards this end game where we'll start to resolve some of these threads that have emerged through this Jarl mirror so far.
Michael with a difficult decision here, having bottomed the card, will be the Oaken Olds that's going on the bottom. Leaves himself with Scar for a Scar and Glacial Footsteps. Says, I will take 8. Need to keep these cards so I can Scar for a Scar and send my own sledge back, or I'm going to lose way too much in the way of momentum.
Yeah, it's just all that value, right? So Michael's saying, okay, yep, I'll put the Oaken Old at the bottom. Gonna have to think about what that means for his pitch stack, but then saying the best course is to be able to swing the Scar for a Scar and the sledge on my turn. So that means I just have to take the damage.
CNC jumps in front of the Scar, takes a point of damage for the trouble. Thumbs the Tunic. Might have an Arsenal play that makes more sense here. Felling of the Crown. Okay, so a really difficult choice here for Hamilton. Decides it is time for the tree to do its thing. Tunic can stay where it is for now. Earth cards being decomposed away, and we'll return the favor. I mean, Enlightened Strike, Scar for a Scar, roughly the same thing.
Yeah, and that's so interesting because in this game, sometimes in Guardian Mirrors in the past, you've wanted to just use your Tunic every time it's up and keep cycling through it. But because of the disruptive elements that are actually in these Jarl decks, you have to consider if I take my Tunic down and they find a disruptive piece and I can't swing back my sledge on that turn, I lose a lot of value. So you've got to weigh all those things up.
Sledge returns off the Tunic. For Novachan, Fiddler's Green in the way will gain 2, quote unquote, when all is said and done.
Now getting 1 turn closer to that pitch deck, and because it seems like both players are playing more than 60 cards, we're probably still another 3 turns away, 2 or 3 turns away from that at this point.
Big one being pitched here by Hamilton. Big one in hand 2. Crumble to Eternity going down next to that Oaken Old that we know was just bottomed for Felling of the Crown. An Oaken Old going in the arsenal. Turn 13 might finally be time to really start letting rip with these huge haymaker threats.
Yeah, and we've gotten down to the mid to low 20s for both players here, and we've gotten through a lot of life gain Fiddlers on both sides of things. A Sigil parked in the Arsenal for Novachan as well. A couple of Fruits of the Forest as well. So yeah, there's a little bit more life gain left, but we are really starting to now whittle through some of that sustain that both of these players have. One thing I do want to point out, though, is both players being very careful with the defense reactions.
Worth knowing as well here, small detail, but Crown of Providence obviously had to be expended by Novachan in the early game to make things function. Not only is that an open slot for the Frostbite to slot into if it's a Channel Lake Frigid to deny your upcoming turn actions kind of game, but it's also equipment that isn't there when the Oaken Old starts swinging.
Yeah, that's a great point. if you come up on the turn where you're able to keep one card and maybe Sledge, if your opponent's been able to find you with a Frostbite token as well, it's completely going to throw that game plan out the window. So something that we should keep an eye on the side of Nova Chan. And of course, that -1 counter is still on the Tunic if that does become relevant.
Sledge swing for now. Will be 6 more physical damage presented on that side of the table. 27 plays 22 in our final round. Remember, this is a win and in, lose and enjoy your Sunday.
Yeah, Sunday showdown maybe for the loser of this.
Rebound Carapace will be deployed here by Hamilton. Decompose away some of those Earth cards that have done so much work so far to soak up a little bit more of the damage, taking 2 in the process down to 20.
Wanting to keep back 3 cards, and I have a thought as to maybe why that could be.
Just a feeling. Tear asunder, plow under, and Winter's Bite does equal Yahtzee. It's 9 dominate from Oakenold for the first time this game. If you're unfamiliar with this one, dominate +2, 2 random cards on the bottom of your deck in any order if it connects.
And Nova Chan has been caught with 3 defense reactions in their hand here. Wasn't able to get back to one and pop it into that arsenal to maybe keep out the Oakenold. Instead, now has to presumably block out maybe some of this damage, throw one back, and sigil and pop one in the arsenal. He's not going to be on Tunic this turn, so he can't 1-card Sledge on the way back. And 9 also, the other thing with 9 as a breakpoint in this matchup is defense reaction from hand, defense reaction from arsenal, adds up to 8, right? So these Oakenolds are just so impactful.
Now a moment of consideration required for Nova, who can turn that Shelter from the Storm into a measly 1 defense, if that's the line required. But Carapace, Sink Below, Shelter from the Storm, and I believe Crumble to Eternity, which is an equally important card in this matchup for making those Oakenolds work, will be the Shelter on blocking duty. Life totals falling down to 22 here, and 2 random cards going on the bottom of the deck. Now this is both a pain point and a pro. This is 2 defense reactions going back into the mix for later turns, and we know it's going to be Sigil of Solace and Parker defense reaction. The only worry is if Crumble to Eternity is the last card that gets left in the hand.
It wasn't, luckily, though.
Okay, we were about to see maybe a Tunic getting a counter on it, but it would have been by far the worst case scenario there.
Yeah, I think instead it's going to be that defense reaction going to the arsenal, but all the sort of tempo back the way of Michael now, and what has he set up? We are now approaching these second cycles, and we know both players as diligently as possible have been trying to set up what that second cycle will look like.
Small thing about Hamilton's list as well, we've seen the Winter's Bites in this list, normally pretty bad in these grindy Guardian matchups, but when the Tunic is down and a head slot is exposed, if your opponent isn't willing to swing at you and you need to convert cards, it's a pretty great way of doing so.
Great shout out there. As we look back to Hamilton's hand, he's got a Felling of the Crown. There's an Everbloom Life. Looks like we're finally going to deploy one of these Everbloom Lives on the side of Michael Hamilton.
Will indeed be the first play of the turn. Life will be gained from the aptly named card, and we'll go digging for an appropriate card to put back. Scar for a Scar.
Just value.
Pop it back on the bottom of the deck. It's 1 card 4 somewhere later on. Winter's Bite. Jarl will trigger. We'll get Frosty in the head slot. And Nova will choose to pitch away a blue instead of discarding a card. And that means this final barrage is going to be Plow Under here. Take the Arsenal away from Nova. Deny that defense reaction that was so carefully held onto. And park Felling of the Crown in the arsenal for Hamilton.
And just the 1 blue in Nova's hand as well, and he's chosen to use it on pitch, is going to be able to go ahead and obviously then pop off that Frostbite with the Sink Below. So he just needs to find another blue, though, to be able to swing his Sledge, and I'm not sure he was able to find one.
Yeah, got some bad news. That's a Sigil of Solace. Might just be Enlightened Strike coming into the red zone here without a Sledge swing to follow.
Yeah, I'm not the worst.
7 physical. 23 plays 21 here. While it does seem that Hamilton has the most control over the equipment scenario, often the pitch stack definitely feels a bit cleaner on his side. It is worth noting that he's ever so slightly behind, and we are approaching the life total ranges that start to get a bit dangerous. When you start falling to 15, 14, suddenly these Sledge swings do demand 2 cards. Now you want to make sure you're not falling any lower than that, unless you fall victim to Oakenold.
Michael has found one of these frozen to death, so we're going to find out how he prioritizes that card in this matchup and the removal of that Tunic, potentially. Does look like as well he has an Ice Cut Diffuse.
17.
Feels like we are in Sledgetown, USA at this point going forward. Michael will block with the Channel Lake Frigid, decides it's Tear Asunder.
Yeah, you have our answer.
Sledge swing here. Way more pressing. Robs more cards from Nova Chan. and forces damage through. Definitely the more important factor in the matchup as we've reached this kind of late stage. Stealing a Tunic early, super impactful. Turn 16, a little bit less so.
100%, yeah. And you see Michael saying, nope, I've just got the ability to threaten you. You don't have, I know you don't have a defense reaction in Arsenal this turn. I can see you empty Arsenal over there, so we're going to deploy this Tear Asunder, utilize the Tunic to the maximum, and ask to disrupt Novachan even more. And importantly, these are discards, not to the bottom like Oakenolds. They take more damage, more threat, more card density out of the deck for Novachan. Oh my goodness.
No. Oakenold and Channel Lake Frigid forced to be discarded to Tear Asunder just to keep Everbloom life and the sledge swing coming. We've seen how much Novachan just prioritizes these Everbloom lives that need to be in the deck as those late game turns arrive. But losing an Oakenold to keep one around and swing that sledge, an intriguing choice.
That's really tough. I think Nova just saying, I need to keep the pressure on. If I give Michael yet another turn here, I'm going to be in trouble.
Parking Oakenold in the Arsenal, excuse me, always very tempting, but no need there. So let's do a quick deck count, see if we can hear from the players as to what the numbers are.
32 plus 1.
28.
Okay.
So Nova's actually ahead on cards at the moment, but Michael, of course, has 4 cards in hand. So it's about even, all things said and done, around 32 cards each.
Yeah,
33
32,
cards, actually.
33 is into 32, I think. So almost certainly in the similar ranges. And this is why we've entered the stage of the game where that starts to matter. Because now every time a sledge gets swung, you spend no cards and your opponent gives you either 1 or 2. And as the life totals begin to dwindle, they have to start giving you 2.
Yeah, I feel like my takeaway from this matchup is both players are really prioritizing the sledge first and foremost, but the second priority is that card density. And one of the ways you can attack the card density is by having these threats, right? These on-hit effects and forcing some blocks on some bigger turns. So both players really understanding this matchup quite deeply, and you can see how they've prioritized each of those phases and each of those key cards within the matchup.
Crumble to Eternity and Mangle are pitched away here for Nova to facilitate a sledge swing. On Hamilton's side, we're looking at Boulder Drop, Scar for a Scar, Winter's Bite, and Pulse of Eisenloft.
Probably speaks as well to why Michael was so keen to get that Scar for a Scar back with Everbloom Life, because it is just the value of pushing damage. It's a 1-card 4 that compares so nicely with Sledge to say, okay, give me cards. Are you going to give me 3 cards on this turn? Because if you're not on a Tunic turn, then that is so painful for the opponent. So Michael probably trying to line those Scar for a Scars up when Tunic is down.
Michael has an Oakenold in the arsenal. This hand is absurdly painful. Doesn't seem to be the case, but we will see. Scar for a Scar, enabled by being on 14 to Novachan's 19. Does earn a card in the form of Plow Under, bleeds a card through. We know it's Winter's Bite, Pulse of Eisenloft. It will be the former. Makes a Frostbite in the head zone for Novachan again and forces a pitch. Again, just trying to deny the options. Felling of the Crown, even more painful. You will not be swinging your sledge, and I will be forcing through damage.
That's huge for Michael Hamilton. This feels like a massive tempo swinger at this point in the game.
13.
5 damage taken, now 13 plays 14 in favor of the American.
I think we have an Oakenhold in this turn cycle, right?
Let's check it out as the hand comes up.
Or is this the Pulse plus the...
This is this is Crumble plus Channel Lake Frigid, which does have some power. Now, we were talking about the defensive reactions in this matchup and how important they are in the late game. The foil to that is Channel Lake Frigid. If you can set up a counter stack and play a Channel Lake Frigid, suddenly all your opponent's defense reactions, their insulation against your Oakenolds, they're just a liability instead.
Yeah, and that's what it looks like Michael may deploy here, as you say. Get that Channel Lake Frigid out here.
Jarl Trigger, Frostbite in that head slot once again, continues to tax the hand and the resources of Novachan as Sledge of Anvilheim clatters in again. 6 damage and defensive tools locked off.
That loss of the crown has been so impactful in this game, and I wonder if Novachan looks back and thinks, how could I have maybe done that a little bit differently to keep that crown around, because he's been absolutely punished for it multiple times with the Winter's Bites and now the Channel Lake Frigid.
Tuning up to 3, Frozen to Death does block. Thankfully, 2 blues still facilitate a Sledge of Anvilheim under a Frostbite and a Channel Lake Frigid. Shelter from the Storm going in the arsenal will be pretty great, but will be an additional resource while that Lake Frigid is still there.
Yeah, or have to wait on it potentially.
Looking at the hand for Hamilton, I believe there's another Channel Lake Frigid in the hand. Multiple copies of Everbloom Life on that side of the table as well. Gotta wonder how often they have to target each other versus just buying back those Scar for Scars. It will be 6 defense deployed. Lake Frigid and Imposing Visage blocked with pretty cleanly here. It's double Everbloom Life remaining in hand with numerous ways to use them.
Another defense reaction drawn up here for Nova Chan. So we're going to see if he's going to end up having to potentially pitch to play both defense reactions on this turn. It's really going to depend on what Michael pulls together. Is up on Tunic this turn, so lots of options for Michael here. It could involve Everbloom Life. It could involve just pitching the 2 cards to Sledge here if he doesn't want to use that Tunic.
I think this mirror match has so much depth, kind of baked in to all the things to consider as we go. It's been incredible to watch these 2 masters of their craft who understand the intricacies time and again figure it out. We're going to hold Neverbloom Life, pitch one away to enable Boulder Drop from the arsenal here. 7 with the Crush will make you put a card back on top of the deck, and we know those defensive reactions will be a little more steady while Channel Lake Frigid is sitting around.
This is big brain from Michael Hamilton as well. Because of the Channel Lake Frigid, he knows that this breakpoint is best defended by a defense reaction, so this asks for 2 cards no matter what, and it's just very well played for Michael. This Jarl matchup is super interesting. It's played somewhat similarly to Guardian Mirrors of history and of past, but not exactly the same. And I feel like I've learned so much here from these 2 absolute legends of the game. Very well known, our top players in the game, showing us how to play a Jarl mirror here.
Yeah, it's a bit preachy from me, but I really do enjoy this matchup. Prioritizing equipment, understanding how dangerous it is to block with it. What do you do with Fiddler's Greens? Where do the Winter's Bites go? Do you pitch stack Channel Lake Frigid? How important is Everbloom Life? Where are the Oakenolds? Where are the defense reactions? There was so many moving pieces. How many cards do you have left in the face of Sledge of Anvilheim? So much to think about as each turn progresses in this game.
Yeah, and you think about leaking damage, right? Like the players have leaked damage across the course of this game so far, but we're now running out of those red threats, so the fatigue becomes even more of a threat now at this point.
Does have to pay
3
for that
cards.
sink below. Gets 3 cards on a Boulder Drop. 2 in terms of card equity. One of those going back into the deck at the very least. Means the Channel Lake Frigid will defrost. And thankfully a Tunic can foot the bill on a Sledge Swing in return. It is 10 for Nova Chan. 14 for Hamilton. Turn 20 as these hammers keep clattering in.
And it's an Everbloom Life in the arsenal for Michael Hamilton. Got 1 defense reaction in the hand. That Amulet of Echoes has come back around, and just a couple of blues to pair with it. So, as I was saying, we're really running out of those big red threats. There's 1 Oakenold in the graveyard. Is it just the 1 Oakenold for Michael Hamilton so far in the graveyard? I thought he still had 2 left. So
I think there's 2 left. I believe 1 got sunk by a felling of the crown. The other was sunk by a sink below or similar effect.
Yep.
Frizz the Forest going to gain some life here. Perfect opportunity to convert this one into life. Everbloom Life will then gain the extra benefit of picking a more premium target to put back into the deck. Now, there are a few viable options. Okay. I like Command and Conquer. Does have to be more this time around. So no chance on the Oakenold. Has to be Sigil of Solace for that one. But we're going to be able to grab Command and Conquer. And again, we know there was defense reactions pitched into the endgame board state. That's an incredible threat to regain access to.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, of course, has to be less life with that Everbloom, so gains 3 in total. And then you see Nova Chan counting the cards as well. Fatigue is so important.
See if we can get a count on decks from both players.
21.
21 for Nova Chan. Oakenold for Nova Chan. Finally a chance to return fire here as Blizzard and So Tomorrow enable this gigantic elemental attack. And Hamilton is stuck staring at his own Oakenold. The stacks have come up and Nova Chan got there first.
Yeah, this is absolutely punishing for Michael Hamilton here, and he's probably going to have to get some equipment involved so that he can keep around his Oakenold on his turn and be able to push back a threat. But can he actually... Does he have a dual card here, a dual talent card?
No, it would have to have been done the hard way. It needed the whole hand.
Yeah.
It was frozen to death and the ice card, but we do have the sink below in the arsenal to try and fix it. Does Hamilton know if there's a crumble on top? Oh no, it's the other Oakenold.
Yeah. So, yeah, because we saw the pulse pitched a couple of turns earlier as well.
So I have to feel like one of these Oakenolds is going round and round again, as we might park another in the arsenal. Sledge Swing facilitated by 1 copy in a Blizzard. Michael knows Ice Card will be next to it. Other Oakenold parked. Just 4 cards will come up. Will it be playable in this next hand? 1, 2, 3, 4. Crumble will do it alone. Scar for a Scar will help. So tomorrow puts an Oakenol back, draws a card for Novachan. What is the return fire? Just a sledge. There is an Oakenol in hand. Did not have the resources to use ice and earth to fuse it this time around.
Wow, so Michael now is going to get to return serve in this Oakenol battle to the death in this win and in here, round 15 at Pro Tour Las Vegas, and this is tense, and what a game we've had. This is 22 turns in at this point.
Hamilton concerning cards this time around. We know Scar for a Scar is there. Decides Terra Thunder can be spent on defense. 3 damage taken, now 8 plays 11. Tunic up to 2 as we come on back. Is ahead on life. Will Oakenol from the Arsenal fuse this Crumble and keep the Scar for a Scar? Crumble to Eternity 1, you're pretty happy to IP as well, given all things considered.
Now it's back on Novachan to work out how to navigate this endgame. Does have an Oakenol of his own, of course, in the Arsenal, but losing these 2 cards is going to have to give some blocks. I wonder if there's a consideration of not blocking. You have to get really lucky because you only have the 1 dual class card.
Yeah, Crumble to Eternity in hand to make this work. There is a root-bound Carapace to suck up some defense, but it's a Blizzard in hand here as well. No defense value available. Would require some additional help to make this happen. We are 4, 5, 6, 7, only 8 with the Tunic. The Boots of Omni's ward all of it, and that root-bound Carapace. So as far as I can tell, we can't keep this Oakenol out.
No, we cannot.
Reaching for Gauntlets of the Boreal Domain to try and soak up some of this heat. Does need to give up something at least to not fall victim to Oakenol at this moment. Michael using the time provided to reconsider everything in the yard. The Gauntlets will be reached for. Rootbound Carapace joining it in the process. A block of 6 on 9 as more Earth cards will disappear. 3 damage coming through, but the Oakenol finds its mark.
Can Michael convert when he gets the tempo off the back of this as well? That will be the question.
2 roll will decide a card at random that will be kept by Novachan. That Tunic will be ticking up to 3, means a sledge will be possible if a blue card was kept in hand.
I want to point out as well, Michael choosing to play the Scar for a Scars, if he had the E-Strike on this next turn, he could probably force Nova to give up the whole hand and just take complete tempo of this game, but won't be able to deploy the Scar for a Scar.
And Vilheim, 6 physical damage. Now 5 plays 11 will earn 2 cards from Hamilton, who has to be consciously aware of the life totals, needs the breathing room to take a hit when those Oakenolds finally come up.
But he has the Winter's Bite, so he's going to be able to demand another card from Novachan +1 on defense, which means that Nova, unless he has the dual class card here, is not, a dual talent card rather, is not going to be able to deploy that Oakenold.
Quick card counts on Michael's deck, 1 for Nova's as well. Resources now all the more important as we dwindle down into these final turns. Winter's Bite, Crumble in hand, will pitch both away to enable this Sledge of Anvilheim swing.
Okay.
Wants them in the stack, wants the Tunic available himself for future lines of play.
Yeah, and Nova doesn't actually have an Earth card in the hand here. Does have a Sink Below to potentially go and dig for it. He should know his pitch stack by now, so, I mean, I should know it, but it's so tense, and these players are playing at such a rate. Can Nova remember the pitch stack as well? But could go digging if he wanted to here.
Playing for serious money, serious accolades. It's just a block of 3 from the boulder drop on Sledge. Now 2 plays 11, keeps 3 cards, one of which is that Sigil of Solace. Nova here, reaching for those cards. Tunic ticking back up. Will pitch away the Sink Below, keep the Sigil here to try and push back to 5 while the Sledge continues to do its work. Hamilton looking at Crumble to Eternity and Pulse of Eisenloft next to Mangle and Fruits of the Forest.
Wow. This game's been fascinating.
Crumble on defense will soak up 3 damage, means 3 comes through, 3 will be gained by Nova. I think it's, if I'm not mistaken, it's an Oakenold in the arsenal for Michael Hamilton, which will now come together. We might not need it to, though. 10 dominate on the Mangle. Gauntlets of the Boreal Domain providing the evasion. Novachan needs a way to keep themselves alive here. 1 card from hand. We know there's Everbloom Lives in the hand.
And so can survive this turn, but is taking everything away from Novachan here. This is massive. Massive here from Michael. I believe it's a scar for a scar in Michael Hamilton's arsenal.
Correct,
as you say.
yes.
Novacham with that Oakenol, but just cannot find a way to deploy it here.
Needs to expend Everbloom life. Will kill the Tunic with the Mangle Crush trigger, which will make these final turns so much harder. But it's double crumble in hand. It's Oakenol from the Arsenal for Novachan. Finds a way to send Knight and Dominate. Will not be enough to clean the clock of Hamilton. The equipment suite is still there, but does offer the ability to take the tempo away. We're looking at Autumn's Touch, Command and Conquer, Everbloom Life, and that Amulet of Echoes that has rolled around yet again.
Yeah, and I really want to get a check on the count. Yeah, I was going to say, Hamilton has like no cards left in the deck here. Nova is way ahead on card count here. So if Nova is able to connect with this Oakenol, even despite losing his Tunic, he may be able to stop. He may be able to 2-card block the Sledge every single turn, send his own with 2 cards, and actually be able to maybe get there on fatigue here, which is crazy, unless Hamilton has another way to push some damage.
But the wild part of this is that Hamilton can close that fatigue gap really quickly. With only 1 life available, Novachan has to give 2 cards to every Sledge swing. Michael might not be in the same position. We have the equipment available still to cover some of these bases. Michael, if he cares about the card fight, he can claw it back.
Yeah, but both sides would be giving 2 cards. I don't know if Michael has any ways to actually push more than 6 damage right now, and that's what you need. He's got the Scar for a Scar in his arsenal. It's now dead
kind
in
of
this
locked,
game.
yeah.
He's looking at it like, yeah, this is not a great card for the Arsenal right now.
You know it's on the mind of Nova too, who will have the ability to draw Everbloom Life, will draw cards like Fruits of the Forest, could go above one, and will need to not do that if Hamilton takes the heat here to turn that Scar for a Scar on.
Oh my, yeah. We are just going back and forth in this game, and it has, we kind of spoke about it, like Sledge first, card density second, big heavy haymakers and disruption, and this is what we're seeing here.
Take 6, go to 2, put 2 cards on the bottom of my deck.
Are they all blues, though? Because if Michael misses on a blue here, he won't be able to Sledge.
Everbloom Life and Amulet go on the bottom.
Oh, and Nova has
take the Autumn's Touch.
Okay, so he can swing.
He can't do it all.
Yeah.
Sledge can swing.
He did have the blue. He did have the blue.
Will have to earn 2 cards, including that Glacial Footsteps. Means it will be 2 cards to Sledge back, and this is where the card counts in deck get really tight. And the fact that Michael Hamilton has so much equipment remaining might be all it takes to buy him an additional card.
And Oakenol.
Oakenol available in hand. We know they are still there, and we are finally reaching for the fridge to try and find a way to keep the hand together and put the nail in the coffin of Novachan.
Does he have this? But he's got a no block in the form of... But that's okay, you can block with the Glacial Footsteps, throw your equipment here. What's the other card in hand? I can't quite catch Michael's...
Well, you can't, it's a Plow Under. You can't Oakenol and block with a card.
Exactly.
He's obliged to give it up and find some other line.
Crown. Does he know the card on top, though?
Put the Scar for a Scar away. What do we find off the Crown of Providence card coming up? Crumble to Eternity. Hamilton knows where it is. He has the stack perfect. He finds a way to put it together, and we're going to be pitching away Blizzard, sending the Dominate Oakenol, and closing the goddamn door. Michael Hamilton is a 5-time Tier 4 top 8 competitor in one of the most mind-blowing Guardian Fests I have ever seen. Remarkable gameplay.
Wow. I can't believe he got that done. It was back and forth, and wow. I'm kind of lost for words, honestly, after that game.
I love Flesh and Blood. That is it. Send us home. Job done. I can't follow that.
Yep.
It's just unbelievable stuff from both players. I mean, commiserations to Novachan, who put on a barn burner of a game there. But Michael Hamilton is joining us on the Sunday stage, and we get more of that.
And he's left me speechless, honestly.
Oh my God. Top 8 bracket. Let's see who's joining Michael Hamilton in the fight on the Sunday stage. Oh my days. Hayden, I need a drink. Take care of me, please.
I will. 2 Betsy's have made our top 8 in the hands of J-Mag, who we saw lock it up. Bryce as well there in 7th. And you see 3 Oscilios. We already knew about Majin and Filipe Lima Cardoso, but Alex Vore, top 8 from Pro Tour New Jersey, is back in the spotlight here at a Tier 4. Noah Clark, we know Jacob Clements locked it up in that amazing match against Yuki Lee Bender. Wow.
I want to be clear on this one. all three of these Oscilio decks are completely different decks.
Of course they are, because Alex 4 will be playing an Alex 4 deck. We know Martin Bay's on Oscilio, and we know that we've got as well Filipe on that more traditional attack version.
It's 3 different versions of Oscilio, which means if you look really carefully, Betsy is the most represented deck in this top 8.
Hey, and I wanna call it out. You know, we did get one Jarl in the hands of Michael Hamilton, making it to the top 8. I've been a little bit harsh on Jarl this weekend, I'll admit. And I'm sticking to my words because it's Michael Hamilton and there's 2 Betsies in there. But yeah, I'm very impressed with what Guardians have pulled together this weekend. Just one Arakni Marionette ends up making it through in the hands of Jacob Clements. And then Noah Clark with Gravy, which I do think was a really nice pickup for this weekend. He's navigated it really well. And up against a Marionette in the quarterfinals, which is going to be a matchup he would be pretty happy to see, I would think.
I am awestruck. Talk about the top 8. The story of Jacob Clements breaking the curse. Margin Bay with the opportunity to have the run of a lifetime. 2 copies of Betsy. Barn-breaking stuff from Jarl Vetreiði. So many narratives to follow on the Sunday stage, and I really hope you'll be joining us there.
Yeah. I wanted to look at this as well because number of names, as you said, in this top 8, including Alex 4, Margin Bay in the quarterfinals. It's going to be an Oscilio quarterfinal in our first bracket. We look down there to our second bracket. It is going to be a Gravy Bones against a Marionette, and then we've got Betsy versus Jarl, a Guardian Mirror. I'm fascinated to see that one. I know players will be testing tonight, trying to learn these matchups, and it's one that I think typically Betsy is favored into, but if anyone can break that, it's definitely Michael Hamilton on this Jarl deck of his, and you look to the bottom of that bracket, Filipe Lima Cardoso on that Oscilio is going to be up against Bryce Stroyek on that Betsy.
I mean, you heard it from Jonathan Magnuson in the winner's interview for the top 8. He wants the Guardian Mirror. 7 is bigger than 6. The log is undeniable. The log father got to be happy with the slow matchup in the form of Michael Hamilton. But so many stories to be told there. Oscilio Betsy, not a matchup we have seen at all. I have no idea how that one is going to be playing out.
Yep, we're going to learn along with all of you at home how that plays out. And again, I just want to highlight the names that we have in this top 8. But we did say we're discovering some new names this weekend.
We are.
Bryce Stroyek, for instance.
Of course. I got so excited I punched myself in the face. That's where we are at this end of the game. I'm going to take a moment to recover from what I just did to myself, and I'm going to let Michael Hamilton take care of you again.
It feels like only the last Pro Tour when we were selling you the narrative of somebody would be the first 4-time Tier 4 top 8 competitor. And now it's the next Pro Tour, and somehow we have the first 5-time Tier 4 top 8 competitor. No surprise, it's Michael Hamilton once again. Michael, does it ever get old? Does it get commonplace? Like, seriously, like at this point, it has to be wildly disappointing to not find yourself in this position.
Oh my gosh.
Does it ever become normalized to you?
No, I think every event still feels like really incredible when even just like making a deep run, it's like there's still all the nerves, there's still all the emotions. I still care about it a lot, and I don't think it'd ever get old.
Well, that's wonderful to hear because it'll never get old watching you play. You show mastery of every hero you pick up, and this go around, it was Jarl that caught your attention. When did you come to this conclusion, and why did you come to this conclusion?
So it's actually a long story.
That's fine. I got time.
I wanted to play a Guardian. I'm like, Guardian's good. I hated Victor. Victor's gone. I can play whatever Guardian I want now. Betsy has her log, and Talk a Big Game was sick for her. And some of the Wolfpack guys were working on Betsy, and I tested with them for Nats, and I'm mostly a Stroopwafel now, but it's like I'm still friends with all of them and stuff. And they were all working on Betsy. I'm like, Betsy seems cool. I'll try Betsy. And then I played some games with Betsy. I lost the game to Syndra. I lost the game to Pankaj playing Fang. And I'm like, I don't think Betsy's for me. And I'm like, you know what I miss? I miss just blocking with Stalagmite and giving people frostbites. And you can do that. It's really good.
It is allowed.
So I started playing Jarl. I lost a lot when I first started playing him. It's been a while since I played a Guardian, admittedly. And eventually I realized that I just really enjoy playing Jarl. I really like Ice. It speaks to me a lot. I like disrupting my opponents. I like Stalagmite a lot. It just anytime they can be doing something and you give them a frostbite and it messes up their turn, they pitch a whole extra card to it. It's just such a good feeling. There's like that's a whole plus a card. And I just decided to lock it in.
Yeah, and paying huge dividends. It felt like home to see you back on an Ice Guardian once again. This version of Jarl, surprisingly aggressive, like especially the mirror, how quickly you and Nova played that mirror, how quickly it progressed, and it really feels a lot more about aggression than it has in the past. Have you found that in your testing that is kind of the key to unlocking Jarl's potential in this metagame?
So I did put 3 Scar for a Scar in my deck.
Yeah, I noticed.
I think that Jarl is not, like, everyone's ready to fight fatigue, right? And if you're just going to sit there and block, at least everyone in day 2 at the Pro Tour, they're going to know what to do if you sit there and block. And you don't really get to express yourself as well. You don't make as many interesting decisions. And I've never really liked playing just a hard fatigue deck where I block and I hope they don't have a plan that beats it, because if they spend the time, they'll have a plan that beats it. So I was like, how do we play Jarl in a way that we can attack people and be more aggressive? And I don't even know if it's better than the hard fatigue Jarl, but it's definitely what I prefer doing. So yeah. I got some Scar for Scars, a trusty favorite of mine. And yeah. Yeah,
it has worked out for you today. Also, a lot of success in Omens Limited. How have you found that format? And did it click for you? Do you think that was a huge part of your success here today?
So, it's funny. I think that Omens Limited might be my favorite draft format.
Replacing Bright Lights?
No.
Oh, okay.
What was my favorite before?
After 15 rounds, we have
High Seas, Part the Mistveil. Those are the usual contenders.
I think it's either High Seas or Rosetta before, and now it's definitely this.
Okay.
I really like the games. It feels like you make a million decisions in every turn cycle, which is awesome. I think the drafting process is really cool. And I have actually drafted more of this format than any other format, probably, to prepare for a Pro Tour. I just wanted to play. Brody hosted a testing house for a draft camp at his house, and I went to his house and spent a week there drafting, and then came back, and unfortunately I only went 4-2 in limited, but my first deck going 2-1 with it was kind of a miracle.
Yeah, very heavily contested in that draft pod. We watched that unfold. Yep.
And then the second draft, I had a really close game in the finals against Majin Bay, and yeah, I just went 4-2. But I really like the format. I think that, I don't know, I'm talking a lot.
I am happy to hear you talk about Flesh and Blood forever, Michael. We could sit here all day long. I know the fans at home are happy to hear you talk about it. The only thing we like more is watching you play Flesh and Blood. I'm very excited to see you participate in the top 8 tomorrow. I'm wishing you the best of luck, and I know everyone at home is too.
Thanks, Bryan.
I'm just talking a lot. Michael, you're so much better than me at Flesh and Blood. Please leave me with something.
Teach me something. I mean, I learned so much in that Jarl mirror. Massive congratulations again to Michael Hamilton for getting it done. 5th time, my goodness.
Just remarkable stuff. Folks, we're not quite done here for the day. We do have a lovely post show with some of the other members of the team who are going to take care of you. We're going to be reviewing some deck lists. So if you want to take a look at the top 8, you should stick around, because we're going to take a look at those ahead of time. We've got some brackets to go through. There's the giveaway to complete if you want that cold foil copy of Drinking Buddy. So stay with us and enjoy that post show. We'll be right back with that.
That was round 15, Scott, of course, and the first of our 2 mirrors for win-and-ins into the Pro Tour Sunday saw Jacob Clements, Yuki Lee Bender laying all the cards down on the table. Ultimately, Jacob Clements finally clinching up that top 8 in a Tier 4 event, breaking his duck, ready to go into battle this Sunday. One better. He's been winning everything this year. Will it be the Pro Tour as well?
On the other side of the equation, we saw a Jarl mirror for the ages. Nova-chan, Michael Hamilton putting on a clinic. It was hammers, it was deck stacking, and in the end, it was Oak and Olds that decided how this story played out. Michael Hamilton will be a 5-time top 8 competitor, but will he be a Pro Tour champion at the end of the weekend? There's only one way to find out.
TCG Player has leveled up its Flesh and Blood game. In an exciting new partnership with Legend Story Studios, TCG Player is making it easier than ever for players to discover decks, find the cards they need, and stay connected to the Flesh and Blood community. With Gem Store badges coming soon to the TCG Player marketplace, expanded coverage of big events, and top deck list, upgrade guide, and finance content, TCG Player is the go-to destination for all things Flesh and Blood. Whether you're tuning up your next competitive list, looking for special cards for your collection, or keeping up with the ever-evolving metagame, start your search at tcgplayer.com.
Flesh and Blood is heading to the historic City of Light from November 5th through 8th. The World Championship weekend has something for everyone, from seasoned veterans chasing glory to new players joining the action. Early bird tickets go live from August 21st to 23rd. So mark your calendar, pick up a souvenir package to score the sensational Marvel Avaya and more, and please, won't you join us in Paris this November? We've said it before, we'll probably say it again, but here at this Pro Tour in Las Vegas, brought to you by TCG Player, legends have truly been forged. This is shaping up to be a top 8 for the ages, folks. Sam O'Byrne, Pankaj Bhojwani, going to walk you through the deck lists, give away a drinking buddy, and set the stage for our top 8 championship Sunday tomorrow. Pankaj, let's go, bro. It's a good one.
It's a good one. And if you told me coming into the weekend that 2 Betsy's would make top 8, not one, I was like, okay,
yeah,
I could believe 2 Betsy's in top 8. Do they test together or something? I don't even think they know.
No.
They just landed on this deck, a few different versions of it, but still just landed on this hero and made it to the top 8 of Pro Tour Las Vegas.
Yeah, we will hear from Bryce tomorrow. We'll get an interview with him. I had a chance to chat with him, though, when we were grabbing some pictures, giving them the plan and everything. And Bryce, man, he's happy. He said close, winning ins a couple times at Pro Tours. He's a name. You've just seen Bryce Stoic on standings, like, for as long as we've been involved in Flesh and Blood, right? Just like kicking it around, top tables, battle hardened, right? You know, that type of circuit of a player. And to make a breakthrough like this on a deck like Betsy, it's a great story to watch.
And he's got some titans to face off in the rest of this top 8. The other 7 players in this top 8, no stranger to the feature match era, no stranger to top 8s as well. The rest of this top 8 bracket, including Bryce as well, stacked to all hell.
Yeah, no, it's a good story, folks. Let's take a look, of course, at exactly what is going to be going down tomorrow. It's going to be an incredible day. We've made it through our CC and draft from days 1 and 2, which means it's time for Championship Sunday, the single elimination top 8. We're bringing you every single game of Classic Constructed that we possibly can, as well as the Drinking Buddy. It's going to be a good one, folks, tomorrow. I cannot wait to bring it all to you, and I also can't wait to give away this beautiful cold foil, hot stamped giveaway exclusive Drinking Buddy just in a little bit after we look at the bracket and take a look at the deck lists for our players tomorrow. Pankaj, we haven't had a chance to talk through our top 8. I want to hear your high-level thoughts.
Well, firstly, 3 Oscilios, almost like a Yokohama flashback, except instead of 3 similarly flavored Oscilios, all 3 versions of this Oscilio deck are different. Alexander Vore on a more counterburn version of the list. Majin Bay just on a tall arcane damage version of the list. And Filipe on the Gone in a Flash, almost pure physical damage version of the list. 3 of this Elemental Wizard, all very different builds. And then 2 Betsy's, similarly built, but a few key differences that we'll get into in a little bit, and then a few one-offs to round out our top 8. Arakni Marionette, piloted by Jacob Clements. We expected him here. And then Noah Clark with that Gravy Bones, a hero that, you know, maybe some people sleeping on a little bit post-Victor LL, saying, oh, it's lost, very easy matchup for the deck. Aggro's going to come back, prey on the Necromancer. Noah Clark saying he's still got the chops to bring it here. And, of course, Michael Hamilton on that Ice Earth Guardian. It is so great to see him back on Ice Earth Guardian.
There's something special about seeing Michael Hamilton in a top 8 on a Guardian like Jarl, like you mentioned. This dude, for those of you who were not around back in the day, You didn't want to be against Michael Hamilton when he was on that Oldhim deck that he took to prominence out at U.S. Nationals and that calling for a little bit before. Of course, Icelander stole his heart and stole the wins away from many a player. But, I mean, there are just too many storylines here, right? We got Jacob Clements. Brian asked the question, can Jacob Clements break through? The answer was a resounding yes.
Could break through to the top 8. Question is, can he break through Noah Clark's Gravy Bones? It's going to be a tough one. That is a matchup that Noah Clark is happy to face against. Honestly, probably a reason that he brought this Gravy Bones deck to this tournament in the first place.
Yeah, I really want to highlight what you mentioned. 3 Oscilios, 3 entirely different builds. I was watching Majin and Alex talk just after they found out they're in top 8. Majin and Alex are having a chat. And Majin's not thrilled with the matchup. Alex's deck, we're going to look at it in just a little bit. Alex's deck is weird. I was talking to Justin, who is the head of the AGE Pro team. Alex has been a part of. They've been working together for a long time. They were working at the testing house, right? Alex brings the deck. They're all like, this deck is trash, dog. This deck is cheeks. I don't understand what's going on. But I guess if you're Alex 4, it's really good. And then he was just piecing them just all week in the testing house. Like, Alex was just rocking fools. And they were like, okay, well, I guess if you're Alex, it's really good. Turns out, Alex 4, he's always cooking on something. He was talking to Majin. He was like, so, because, Alex, as we'll see, he's on, like, Plutonic Star Plate. He's on a trippy little, Sphinx of the Sphinx hat, right? He's working on that. And he's like, so what chess piece are you on, bro? What chess piece are you on? Majin's like, well, Tunic. And Alex just goes, boring, bro. Boring. I'm on some cool stuff, bro. And so I'm looking forward to seeing how that one plays out.
That's based.
It's based, dude.
That's based.
Pretty based.
And Alex Vor, just something he always says. What would you say, like a standard quip from Alex Vor? Calls everything based.
Everything based. And we're back on North American soil with a Pro Tour and with a wizard in the format. I mean, he was my pick to win the tournament. And he lived in at 8th. He was my pick to win on this deck. I knew if a wizard was good, we're in North America, the Alex 4 buff might be real. But let's see his opponent, let's see his deck list, and let's look through all of these incredible players as we set the stage for tomorrow.
So let's take a look at this in the context of Majin Bey's first matchup of the day tomorrow, which is Alexander Vor in the Oscilio mirror as well. So first thing we want to look at, how much AB can Majin present? And looks like the answer is 3. Between Metacarpus Node and Storm Striders, he has just 3 AB for the tall arcane damage that Alexander Vor is going to send his way. And aside from that, not too much prevention effects here either, aside from the mental blocks. So Majin Bey in a little bit of a tough spot in this matchup. Let's be honest over here. It's a little bit tough compared to Alexander Vor's list, which has a lot more prevention, and AB4 as well, thanks to that Plutonic Star Plate.
Well, let's also talk about his run through the tournament. For those of you who are looking at this list saying, this looks cool, my armory might be fun with this one. You had a very intimate, experience with Majin throughout the testing process, seeing him come to this deck. What is it that players maybe looking at this deck might not realize, might not understand at first glance? What makes this thing tick? We have a first seed here, and it's not for no reason.
It is very strong numbers. 9 defense reactions. These just have very strong numbers on them. And then arcane evasive damage. That's very difficult for many decks in the format to deal with. A lot of these decks, like say Arakni Marionette, for example, just presenting AB1, maybe AB2, but when you send turn to Mindfires for 6 and create a Ponder, you are just out efficiencying them, if you will. And then into fatigue as well. I mean, a player like Majin Bey can navigate a matchup very well. With all the extra damage they can do on the opponent's turn, you do play on both sides of the turn cycle to overcome a deck that wants to block you out. For example, on your turn, you go Aether Sink into something else. On their turn, you play your Echo Flash. That turns on your Strike twice, turns on your Snapback, and suddenly they're taking up to 10 damage on their own turn as well.
I feel like I might like this.
It's really cool.
I feel like I might like this deck.
Cool.
You and I are always talking about, like, oh, we want to play wizards that feel like wizards. I mean, it's going to look like it feels like a wizard. I want to highlight Kindle if we can. Kindle, a card that we didn't see a lot, at least early in National season, clearly has gotten much more love from these Oscilio players. We saw it all throughout the weekend, all throughout many different games, many different builds.
You can do so many cool things with Kindle in this deck of that hero ability as well. Discard a card before the Oscilio resolves, play your Kindle, let the Kindle resolve, and then let the Oscilio resolve, you get your amp. We saw Majin Bey do some cool Kindle plays in the Swiss rounds as well. Highly recommend to go back and watch those to see how he uses this card.
Yeah, Kindle, not as scary to utilize when you're not just randomly banishing off the top of from Kano's hero ability. Anything else you want to highlight before we move on to Alexander Vor?
Red chromatic refinement. A very innovative tech piece over here. We see it do a lot in Omens of the Third Age Limited, and something that Majin Bey has recited to me in the past before. He says that when you play with a card in Limited and you realize that it is very strong, it is worth exploring the card in CC as well. And here we see it's really good with Meteoric Impact, really good at Aether Flare as well, which he does have in the list. This pops as start of your turn, activate Voltar, play your Aether Flare for free, comes in for 5, buffing up your next arcane spell as well.
What the hell?
It's
That
really
does seem
cool.
pretty good. That does seem pretty good. Well, let's take a look at the 8th seed. Here's our first seeds deck. Let's take a look at our 8th seeds deck, Mr. Alexander Vor. Again, for those of you who don't know, before anyone was thinking of Kano, that Pro Tour New Jersey had 2 Kanos in the top 8, and Alexander Vor was one of them, bringing that Kano list. And it wasn't even the Aether Wildfire. He, again, was just cooking on something crazy. What is it that you're seeing when you look at this list, Pankaj?
I think immediately what sticks out to me, he has very few equipment pieces over here. He knows exactly what he's going to be running. He doesn't change his equipment loadout for anything. He just has 5 pieces. These never change. It's not something you see very commonly in Flesh and Blood decks. And looking at this loadout, especially in the context of the first matchup being a spelled version of Oscilio, AB4 with Spell Void 1 on the hat as well. And looking at Plutonic Starplate in particular, this deck wants to play lightning cards on the opponent's turn, which will give him an extra resource to go ahead and AB with on Majin Bey's turn as well. This deck, alongside all the prevention effects as well, if we can go ahead and take a look at those Voltic Veils, Cloud Covers, Cosmic Sutures, he has so much prevention effects to deal with Majin Bey's tall arcane damage.
Taking a look at these reds on the field here. Voltic Veil, a card that I saw do some major work in the win and in against Kassai. Voltic Veil and Cosmic Suture worked well together. One thing Justin Luwag, again, owner of Arcane Games Defense, told me about Alex Vor throughout the tournament run. He was checking in with Alex throughout the weekend, and Alex's quote was apparently, "Man, I'm just fighting for my life out here for one value, and it is terrible." But it's still working for him. What do you think the key is to the success? Let's be very clear, folks. As you're looking at this deck, Alex Vor is our 8th seed, but it's not because his CC record was anything to scoff at. He went 3-3 in draft and did not drop a game of Constructed. He did not lose a single game of CC at the Pro Tour with this thing. What makes it so good?
You brought it up earlier, Sam. The key is that you gotta be Alexander Vor, I suppose. But talking about his draft record, so funny. It reminds me of, you know what people used to say about Kano players and how they can't draft.
No, but he's so good at draft, bro. I'm telling you, he's so good.
So I want to point out something about this list. We spoke about how Majin Bey overcomes fatigue by just sending a whole bunch of damage on the opponent's turn. What Alexander Vor has is the Voltaris loop with Arc Ramp, with Tap Lessons Past, and Save the Thought, and the Voltaris the gem. You have this loop at the end game where you can use Arc Ramp, pop the Lightning Flow, send your Tap Lessons Past, that puts a Save the Thought to your bottom, Save the Thought, puts these cards right back in, and you have this infinite loop as long as the opponent cannot prevent 7 arcane damage, which is very difficult for many, many decks to deal with. So not very afraid of getting fatigued out is this arcane damage deck.
Yeah, it's a fascinating list. I'm really looking forward to seeing it in action because, again, we've got a real chef here in our top 8, and I'm looking forward to seeing what Alexander Vor has cooked up. Anything else before we move on to Noah Clark and this Gravy Bones list?
Yeah, just a comment that Alex Vor made, because I saw this list, I went up to him and I said, I think I might be inspired to play this list as well. And he said, yeah, if you want to do 5-card threes, you got to play this list. And I said, it's just such a wizard take.
Yeah.
No, I do want to make a correction. It is AB3 actually, and Spell Void 1. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that must be because Majin was also under the impression it was AB3. So maybe it's AB3 Spell Void 1 is the difference, but I'm not sure. That matchup might have just gotten a little closer for Mr. Majin.
I think so. I think they maybe assumed that there was Metacarpus node involved. But looking at the list, yeah, it's just AB3 Spell Void 1. Well, a little bit easier for Majin.
Yeah. Let's take a look at Noah Clark and this Gravy Bones list. The quote from Noah Clark when asked by one of the members on our team, Liv. Liv was asking for a quote. How's it feel to make your first top 8? Noah Clark said, "Oh my God, so much trash talk is about to be vindicated." So I guess he's feeling pretty good on this one. Talk me through anything you're seeing in the Gravy Bones list.
My first question is with Gravy Bones is, how are you recovering from the loss of remembrance? What is your fatigue strategy? We've seen some Gravies go for an increased Whaler Humperdinck count. Looks like Noah Clark not actually going for that, still with a 1 Whaler Humperdinck, instead opting for more physical damage in the form of 2 red saltwater sloops.
Yeah.
These were common maybe in the early days of Gravy Bones, kind of you know, we didn't see that very much after a while, but he's brought it back in, presumably after a loss of remembrance.
Yeah, Noah apparently in one of those win and lives against Yuki Lee Bender. It actually ended up being his win and in. I guess that one of Oasis Respite was a blind Gravy Bones to get into the hand, and he found it, ripped it, and it was no longer lethal on the stack after already getting the blood in the water discard off the top as well. So Noah Clark needed a little bit of luck to sneak past Yuki Lee Bender and needed a whole lot of unbelievable gameplay throughout this weekend to make this first top 8 for him.
Speaking of other anti-fatigue tools over here, 2 copies of Last Ditch Effort as well in Noah Clark's deck. And when you are playing a deck that creates as many gold tokens as Gravy Bones does, you get to do cool things where even before your deck is empty, you just pitch to a bunch of gold, draw the rest of your deck, and then play a card like Last Ditch Effort, which is 8 go again, sort of like a blue conqueror, if you will. It doesn't disrupt your opponent, but has the damage that you need to potentially close out a game.
Love Last Ditch Effort, a very cool, flavorful card from all the way back in Welcome to Wraith, still finding its appearance here in this Gravy Bones list. What else we got?
Last thing I want to point out is 2 copies of Loot the Arsenal. We were expecting aggro to make a comeback after Victor LL'd, and this is Noah Clark's answer to the aggressive strategies. Pack more disruption.
And, you know, even Diamond Amulet, right? Like, that's not a card we've seen over and over again in Gravy Bones lists recently in competitive coverage, right? But Diamond Amulet, a way to be able to get an action point with the Watery Grave. Again, another early piece of tech before the Gravy Bones list continue to be refined. And let's be clear, the Gravy Bones list has gone through so many iterations. We used to have Chart the High Seas. We used to have Red and Yellow Tipples, right? Like, this deck looks very different than it did 6 months ago. But we're seeing cards from that era come on back.
Yeah, and 1 copy of Fearless Confrontation. So when you're playing against Noah Clark, you kind of do need to be a little bit worried until you have seen that card. If you send exact damage on an ally, you can get blown out by that card.
Let's move on to the player that Bryan Gottlieb called out during that pre-tour, Jacob Clements. The question was, can the current best Flesh and Blood player alive break through his first Pro Tour, Tier 4, Top 8? The answer was yes. But as we heard Jacob say, again, when we were getting those quotes, how did it feel to make your first top 8? Jacob's answer was, I feel like it's all just beginning.
And he's got a little bit of a tough first matchup tomorrow, folks. He will be playing Noah Clark's Gravy Bones, and Arakni Marionette historically not very good into the matchup, particularly since Jacob Clements has made the call to only bring 1 Unmake the Underlings. So without any pull for the Tombs and only 1 copy of this card, it's going to be a little bit difficult for him to threaten fatigue, threaten a fatigue angle. So he's going to need to try and just kill Noah Clark's Gravy Bones, and that can be sometimes tough in the face of Chums and Sawbones.
Interesting, only 1 of those cards, but again, people expected Gravy Bones to take a bit of a dive, and it did. But 1 rose from the Watery Grave, and Jacob Clements only has that 1 tool to take care of it.
Something else worth pointing out is the 1 Frailty Trap. This is a card that we've been seeing Arakni Marionettes bring back into the list, particularly because the mirror is so incredibly prominent these days. Frailty Trap can do a lot of work in the mirror in particular, and also there's lots of warriors running around. Just show up the Kassai matchup even more. Why not?
Yeah. Anything else you want to talk through? Of course, hearing from our producer Ethan, there was 1 Gravy Bones in Jacob's way on the path through Swiss, a player of pretty impressive renown, a Pro Tour finalist in Max Diekman. Jacob was able to take it down, so does have experience in the matchup. I guess 1 Unmake is all you need.
Certainly, and I want to point out just the defense reaction that he has chosen to bring in, something that's really, really cool. There's no Sync Belows in this list, but 3 copies of Fate First Scene. Jacob Clements has opted instead to, well, prioritize the opting from Fate First Scene instead of the syncing of the Sync Below to set up Ponders from Codexes, of which he is running 5, or maybe even draws off of Save a Bloodshed.
Anything else here before we move on to Jonathan Magnuson and one of our 2 Betsy's in the top 8?
The final thing is the tech that he has brought into Boots of Ominous Ward, the redundant marks in the blue base. 2 copies of Relentless Pursuit, 2 copies of Reaper's Call.
Yep, that is an important distinction in the new list. A lot of 2-ofs, a lot of 1-ofs in the list. A lot of skin in the game for Betsy and Jonathan Magnuson. This is a hero no one expected to be in the top 8. Certainly not 2 copies. And I gotta say, I friggin' love this list, dog. I love the way it's been put together. I love the duality in game plan. I love the way Jonathan talked about it, right? He was really high on double down, and that's what got him to want to play the deck. We're double down lines. We're playing into aggro decks, making a million vigors, a million mics, and then on the next turn, just attacking for free and doing it all over again. But what is it that you want to highlight? Because he will be taking on Michael Hamilton in Jarl Vetreiði.
It's a very clean list. Looking at this list, it makes me think of Pablo Pintor's list from back in the day as well, where he just likes all 3-ofs. A couple of 2-ofs over here, but most of this is just a whole bunch of 3-ofs.
Just like the Zyggy list.
Betsy deck.
Yeah.
Exactly. What I want to point out is in the blue base, there is a lot of setup pieces. So if the opponent tries and gives you full tempo and asks you to convert your hand, he has options. Blue edge of the seeds, blue act of glories, even those instant suspense auras as well. Blue tension in the air as well. Terror Sun has even sense weakness just for dominate, which we saw him do against in one of his games in Swiss as well. Just very strong pieces in the blue base that allow him to convert, but also almost all block 3.
The suspense auras, that's when my brain started tickling. That's when I started getting excited. The way the suspense auras worked together and the way they were really effective. Talk a big game. Sense weakness for the Gravy Bones matchup. Those cards all looked so impressive. There's a one of nasty surprise, dog. Like you just know at some point in this process when Jonathan Magnuson was testing this deck, Nasty Surprise got someone to just concede on the spot.
He has a lot of Codex of Frailty hit, it seems like. He has 2 copies of Overcrowded, he has Nasty Surprise, and he also has those Fiddler's Greens, which we saw him use to great effectiveness against Codex of Frailty.
Yeah, pretty impressive stuff. Let's take a look at the full list again, see just how it's all come together. I think the most important card, before we move on to anything else, the one that needs to get its moment in the sun. Show me that log, baby. Show me log. Get me log.
The people want the log.
People want the log.
Put it on the screen. Pile driver.
Log, baby. It's Log Vegas. Pile driver. It cannot be overstated what this has done for the Betsy deck.
So incredible. It's on the surface just Sledge, but that wager mechanic lets him do so much. Not only activate Betsy to it, but just threatening gold again and again in these aggressive matchups, and then converting that gold into value via Good Time Chapeau has brought this deck all the way to top 8, it feels like.
Let's take a look at that Good Time Chapeau because we got to see it a little bit in action, but man, oh man, is this card an impressive one. When you destroy that gold with the action, your next attack gets, when this deck's a hero, wager a might and wager a vigor token. That doesn't say once per turn action. You can do it multiple times. So you get in these loops, as Jonathan was talking about, where you destroy a bunch of gold, you wager, try to make more gold with something like a double down, right? Try to make more mights and vigors, and you can just pump multiple gold into this thing and make attacks go absolutely crazy.
And you know what is the real kicker here? Each of those wagers is one more instance of wagering, which means you can pay 2 an additional time for Betsy's ability for each extra wager. So the vigors just keep rolling and chaining into each other, and you get a snowball effect in this Guardian.
I love it. I love it. I'm excited to see more of it.
The last thing I want to point out is the 2 copies of Hold the Line. Really funny story about this in the Swiss. He was talking about how when you end up giving your opponent a bunch of gold and they start popping it to find more threats in the end, use Parker Hold the Line in the arsenal and block 5 in the endgame.
Yeah, that's pretty fun. That's pretty fun for Jonathan Magnuson. You might enjoy your gold, but I will get some true riches off of what you buy. However, for Jonathan Magnuson and this exciting breakout Betsy list, there's maybe the greatest player in Flesh and Blood history on your screen in Michael Hamilton in this Jarl Vetreiði list, rocking and wielding the 2 talents for which he is most known on the class that used to dominate Flesh and Blood for years. Michael Hamilton is, shall we be very clear, the star of the show. The 5th time he's in a tier 4 top 8. Can anybody stop him?
Oh, his run is just absolutely incredible, not only at this tournament, but just throughout his Flesh and Blood career. First thing I want to point out, the Michael Hamilton special, it feels like scar for a scar. This guy will put that card in any deck that you allow him to put it, which seems to be every one of them because it's generic.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting stuff here. Let's just go through some important pieces. There's only 1 Blizzard. That's a card you and I were talking about quite a bit at the beginning. 1 Amulet, 1 copy of Sprout Strength, and a card that I find pretty interesting, 3 copies of Scar for a Scar.
Michael Hamilton loves his one-offs. He talks about how the first copy actually gives you a lot more equity than the second and third piece. I've heard him talk about this, and we see that in his list as well. 1 Blizzard, 1 Ripple Away, 1 Call to the Grave as well, sort of as like a pseudo Sigil of Solace to
yeah, there is a Call to the Grave.
To discard your Fiddler's Green. 1 Macho Grande as well. Decides he just needs 1 of those in a pitch stack somewhere to close out a game.
Pretty interesting stuff. you know, it's not. In Swiss, you don't get the open deck list, right? So the first Blizzard, you have to think about the second and third. One of's probably a little less strong in this top 8 where everyone has the open deck list and you get to truly, you know, they have the deck list now. I mean, they're up on your screen, right? So if we have them, they have them. And they have all night to get with their friends, get with their teams, and prepare. What else do you want to talk about on this list? What got Michael ahead of all the other Jarls? This was a very popular deck this weekend. It makes sense that the only man to get there, to get to the promised land, is the man for whom Ice and Earth truly bow down.
I think the distinctive part of this Jarl list is that the non-blues are all incredibly effective threats. That slot in the deck is very contentious and very, very prime. And Michael Hamilton has prioritized basically only disruptive pieces in the non-blues. Boulder drops, CNCs, fellings, plows, and mangles, kind of pseudo-disruption in certain matchups, especially into Gravy, for example. Everything is a premium threat. That's why he's cut down on Sprout strength as well, saying every action I take that's not swinging my weapon needs to be something my opponent cares about.
I love the inclusion of Mangle in the list. It's great to see that card come back. I'd like to take a look at the Gauntlets of Boreal Domain, given that we saw it utilized to great effect in that last win and in game against Nova Chan. I think it's the first time, at least I've seen Gauntlets be activated in our feature match area. It seemed to do some major work. Mangle is back.
I think Jarl mirrors are really, really fascinating, which is a contrast compared to Guardian mirrors that we have seen in the past, and it's in a large part because of Gauntlets of Boreal Domain. Having Dominate on a stick, just for a few cards in your deck, but just having access to that alongside Oakenolds and Terra Sunders actually make the Jarl mirror a mirror where the Guardians actually kill each other and not just fatigue each other out.
Yep, pretty good stuff. Anything else as we take a look at the full list here that you want to highlight from Michael Hamilton in the actual card selection, or is the main reason we have him in the top 8 just because he's so damn good?
It's definitely the latter, for sure. And in the main deck, Stalagmite, Channel Lake Frigid, Blizzard, incredible cards in this format.
Anything you think for the Betsy matchup that you want to talk about? I mean, that's interesting.
Sledge of Anvilheim does look a little weak compared to the log that Betsy has.
Yeah.
Can't really sugarcoat this. I do think he is the underdog in that matchup. The opponent's Guardian has a much better weapon than you have, but what you do have is better tempo pieces. Felling of the Crown, Plow Under. I expect these cards to come in very, very handy if you want to overcome that matchup.
We got 2 more deck lists to look through. Again, we've seen 2 Oscilio decks, but this next one helmed and piloted by Filipe Lima Cardoso, friend of the show, one of the 2 Flesh and Blood broadcasters in our top 8. Love to see it. It makes me very happy. But for Filipe, this is the deck popularized by Majin Bay. People call it Basilio, right? And yet, Bay not running it himself. It's going to be Filipe on the version of this list. But talk me through what we've seen and how it's probably adapted since we last saw it first debuted at US Nationals.
So similarly to Jacob Clements over here, Filipe also opting to not have any sync belows in his defense reaction suite, opting instead for the Fate first scene, which is incredible in this deck. You know what the top card is. You can Oscilio into it. You can Astral Bridge into it. You can E-Strike Draw into it. Even if it's just Rabble, making sure that it's a red on top or Bracelet of Belief as well. That defense reaction has turned out to be a very, very strong piece. In terms of innovations, since Majin Bay made this popular at US Nationals, I want to talk about the taller Arcane and even some of the Arcane pieces that you can send on the opponent's turn. 2 copies of Red Flashbolt and 2 copies of Strike Twice, making Felipe's list.
Yeah, I love seeing these cards come in. It's Pankaj. It feels good having Arcane damage be back. It feels good having Arcane damage that actually is relevant on your opponent's turn. A little more part of the meta. It's quite fun. It's something I think my friends, your 2 casters currently in the booth, we love it.
It's awesome.
We just love it.
Brian and I were trying to figure out why Red Thunderous Retort. This card confused the heck out of both of us, and there aren't too many blues in this deck, so the Arcane Barrier part of it not super relevant, and we realized, I guess, it's just for the go again. It's an instant that gives you next attack go again and goes through your 2 turn on Starfall, so why not Sigil of Lightning? And you know what we figured the answer might be? Red for Ravenous Rabble.
Oh my God, you're so right. You're so right. Dude, you're so right.
You have Sigil of Lightning that can fill up that spot, but Filipe says, I just want to go again, but I don't want to affect my red density for Ravenous Rabble. That's our best guess for why Red Thunderous Retort.
That's gotta be what it is.
And if that's true, that is so cool.
That's gotta be what it is. Damn, some really slick deck building from Filipe Lima Cardoso here. Again, innovating on the Basilio list that Majin Bay took to that top 8 at US Nats. Majin, man, just been on a crazy run, and Filipe trying to do some magic here. Second Pro Tour top 8 for him. It's always so impressive when a player reaches the top of the mountain for a second time.
There is some tech for Jarl in this list as well. Tunic and Energy Potion both to combat the ice that a Jarl might send at you. You put an E-Pod in the field, insulates you from a Stalagmite block, but you get to keep your cards and do the full combo. Gloves of Astral Sanctuary as well to counter the other very prominent matchup in this metagame in the form of Arakni Marionette.
Yeah, taking a look here at the pieces of equipment. It's great to see these gloves of Astral Sanctuary. The Astral Sanctuary pieces actually proving pretty relevant. Of course, Shock Charmers, Bracers of Belief, the other choices in the arm slot. As we take a look at the full list here one more time for Filipe, I will pass the mic back on over, Pankaj. Anything more you want to highlight here, especially given that we've got another Betsy across the table from Filipe?
The one of Cheeky Snatch caught my eye over here. That was not a card that Majin Bay ran in his version of Oscilio. Typically, you know, if you have a Gun and Flash in Arsenal, you don't need a card draw either way. This deck makes a lot of ponders as well. But Filipe says, let's have one for good luck. Why not?
Yeah, I love Snatch. It's such a fun card to play. I've been playing with decks that like that one since my first time playing Flesh and Blood. Let's go ahead and look at our second Betsy in the top 8. Yeah, I didn't expect it either, y'all, but here we are. What are you noticing first? I'm seeing a big green gem in the bottom middle of the screen. That's interesting to me. What else are you seeing?
I'm seeing a lot of one-offs in the blue slot, and I have to imagine that is because of Huntsman. You want them to see a random blue off the top from Hunter the Hunter and only have one other target in the rest of your deck to make sure you never get fatigued out by that deck. Another thing I want to point out, a copy of Titan's Fist as well. I'm not sure whether we saw that in Jonathan Magnuson's list because it seems like, you know, you got your log finally. Why are you running even another weapon ever? And I think it might be because he wants Rampart of the Ram's Head into particularly the Gravy matchup, potentially trying to threaten fatigue in that matchup. I also believe he has a few copies of Enlightened Strike, which Jonathan Magnuson did not have as well, shoring up the Gravy matchup even further.
Wow, that's fascinating stuff here from Bryce. Again, these players didn't work together. These are two individual teams and players just cooking on Betsy. I can't believe I'm sitting here talking to you about Betsy skin in the game, our second Betsy skin in the game in a Pro Tour. What is going on?
I'm floored. And just looking at his blue base over here, he's opted to not have a lot of the extra setup pieces that Jonathan Magnuson has, instead opting for these one-offs in the blues to be insulated from Huntsman. Also a few other tech pieces, Roiling Fissure for the Zyggy matchup, I have to imagine, and still has a Dominace in the form of Terra Sunder. Last-ditch effort as well, but no copies of Sense Weakness.
Yeah, taking a look here, I love all the one-ofs that you just called out. That has to be what it is. Such a fascinating use of deck building here. A couple last-ditch efforts for Bryce Stroyek as well. 2 copies of Truce. You know, we saw Jonathan Magnuson on stream. We didn't get a chance to see Bryce Stroyek yet, but this is definitely, I mean, we got E-Strike, we got Drink 'em Under the Table. We do still have, of course, the double down lines available to us, but it does feel like Bryce is ready to be more defensive, perhaps even than Jonathan was.
I expect him to maybe get the edge in the Guardian Mirror, especially because of the extra copy of Staunch Response as well. And even into Gravy, it does feel like Jonathan Magnuson's list, perhaps, I'm not entirely sure what the game plan to Gravy is, but for Bryce, it seems to be clear. Present Rampart the Ram's Head, you have 2 Midas Touches, you have E-Strikes, use these pieces to maybe fatigue out the Gravy, who has notably lost Remembrance.
There is a world where we have a Betsy mirror match in the top 4 of a Pro Tour. That is just remarkable.
It is the best timeline.
It is the best timeline. And if we have a if we have a Betsy mirror match, definitely have a Betsy in the finals. So we'll have to see how it all shakes down tomorrow. But regardless, the stories ready to be told are sure to be memorable. This Pro Tour has been one to remember, and the games tomorrow on Championship Sunday, I don't think they're going to disappoint.
I mean, it's quite fitting that in the top 8 of Pro Tour Las Vegas, we have heroes that really love to wager.
Yeah, it's pretty good. We're gonna be betting big alongside Betsy and all of you. I want to take a moment and look back through our tournament at some of our players and teams we have been following and see how their stories ended. Taking a look, our last world champion, Michael Yasker, 9-6. Not the best story for him, but one of our game's brightest stars, and love to see him out here and competing. It's always great to have the world champ in the freaking building. But look at a lot of these players. Yuki, of course, at 11-4. Heartbreaking loss to Jacob Clements, but it paved the way for the first Tier 4 top 8 for Mr. Clements. What else do you want to highlight here?
Shoma Yamamura and Brody Spurlock both very close to getting the top 8, the Tier 4 event. Of course, Shoma Yamamura has been there before, has taken down a full Pro Tour on his side of things, and then we shift over to our X3s who are all in top 8. Filipe, Jacob Clements, Michael Hamilton. No real surprises there. All these players are extremely renowned here, very deserving of this top 8.
Yeah, I also want to give a huge shout out to Matt Folks, right? Pro Tour champion Matthew Folks. Took some time away from Flesh and Blood and came back with a vengeance. Saw him doing some battle in Silver Age out at that world premiere event in London. And here, a really respectable 10-5 record. Better than most players will ever do at a Pro Tour for Matt Folks. Happy to see him back competing. And looking forward to getting him on feature sometime soon.
Love it. Just lots of natural talent, it feels like, in that player.
Yeah, Paul von Heysel as well. Again, didn't have the cleanest start to the tournament, but look how well he battled back. 10-5 record, don't know where he ended up, but I think he's going to feel good about that finish. Of course, 3 of our players to watch, making it to the top 8. As we take a look at our teams, unfortunately for the Snapdragons, they all did drop by the end of the tournament, so we can't quite see on this record where they all ended up, but we'll see them in the standings as we move on to our next team. I think a fair amount of them were kicking around through the rest of the tournament. Same for the Table 1 team. Didn't quite get there. We're not going to see, basically we're just trying to see which of these teams had a player make it through. So not quite happening for Table 1 this time around. Invasion, there we go. Majin Bay made it into the top 8.
And with Yuki Lee Bender almost there, we saw her lose her win and into Jacob Clements, which was definitely quite heartbreaking. But Invasion does manage to put one player into the top 8, first seed, no less.
Yeah, taking a look here, of course, PCG had some players pretty close. Matthew Dilks almost able to make it in, was just that one win away, but wasn't able to get there. But when we look at the Arcane Games and Events Pro team, Alexander Vore snuck his way in with that 8th seed.
And this was your pick to take down the entire event. He's here in 8th seed, snuck it in, has a strong matchup for him in the quarters at least.
Yeah, at least in the quarters. Happy for Alexander. Let's see, as we look ahead to Team Sigil, Filipe, Lima, Cardoso. Pretty cool to see, and unfortunately, we're not able to see their final records. You know, I'm sure we'll be able to get that in the future, but for Filipe here, it is cool to see which of these teams actually had someone convert. For many of them, they got somebody in.
And it's a different version of Oscilio. Again, once again, we've seen 3 Oscilios so far across our teams to watch. And again, Filipe instead on the Gone in a Flash version.
Taking a look, see Value Vampires with Noah Clark and that first top 8 finish for him. So very exciting to see these players making their way into the top 8. And it's also really cool to see of our teams we featured, most of them had a player make it into the top 8.
It's really something for all these teams to celebrate. I feel like Flesh and Blood these days, with how you test with the rest of the team, has become a little bit more of a team game. So you can expect all these teams have a lot to celebrate tonight and also help the players they put into top 8 prepare.
Let's take a look at our final standings. See, all these players, they didn't actually drop. Let's see where they actually ended up. As we see our top 8, it's a clean, beautiful cut. X and 3 and better. And all of our players are X and 3 in the top 8, save for Mr. Majin Bay. 14-1 loss. The only loss for that poor guy was the most disgusting high roll I've ever seen on camera. But at least for him, that was the only time he had to have that feeling all weekend long.
I mean, once again, a fantastic limited showing for our World Tour weekly host.
Yeah, man.
6-0 at Pro Tour Las Vegas.
Badass. Absolutely badass. Yuki Lee Bender, our 9th seed, right there at the edge of the bracket. Jordan Vonderwell at 10th. Nova Chan 11th. Tetsuya Okanishi, big shout out to him at 12. Bernardo Cardoso, that's a name I don't recognize, but what an incredible finish. Top 16 at a Pro Tour. Rounding out our top 16, we got Matt W., Lucas Oswald, and Brody Spurlock. Main stage of our competitive scene as we continue down the list to see all of these great players at X and 4. What a huge run. Shout out to Barrett Goss at 11-4 on that Ira deck. Good for him.
Lucas Oswald and Brody Spurlock, of course, 2 of our younger players in the game. And
right
have to
there,
talk
back
about
to back.
The World Tour points leaderboard over here. Brody Spurlock trying to catch up to Jacob Clements. Looks like Jacob Clements getting the better of him yet again.
Taking a look at our next page of standings as we move to our X4s and X5s. Top 64 makes the cash, folks. Andrew Lorenz, 10-5, just barely out of that top 16, but a top 32 Aurora is pretty cool to see. And then we start to get to the, oh my god, the assassin page. Take a look at this. 25, 26, 27, 29, 30, 31, 32, 34, 35, 39, 30. Can I get a 40? Can I get a 40? No, we got so many assassins on this page, but one of them is a Slippy Aaron Boyan, ex-UK national champion, 10-5 on that Slippy deck.
Incredible. I would not have expected Slippy to perform this well at Pro Tour Las Vegas. Danton Lima as well on the Arakni Huntsman deck at 10-5 from Brazil. They're moving over to our 31st to 40th players. We see Christian Hauck at Kassai just barely missing the top 32 for him.
Shout out Anthony Pham, of course, also on Team AGE, making it there. Top 64 finish for him. Matt Folks, 37. And we got Eliath. What the hell?
Talk a big game coming out, it
Where'd
seems
that
like.
Eliath come from? And, of course, Max Diebman, Pro Tour finalist, still doing nicely. Oh, maybe you said it. I was just looking at the other page of standing, but Austin Reddington, 11-4 on Zyggy. Pretty great finish for him on Team Sigil as well. Hey, there's a Teklo. Teklo Voss and Matthew Bauer. We saw him, I believe, top 8 out in America at a Memphis calling recently. Gets some more Valda, Naib Mobasir, Kieran Lee on that Kassai deck. Justin Koo, 10-5. Griffin Myers. There's a Hala at 50th as we continue to look. All these players still in the money. Jude Cornett, Rob Cat, and Michael Yasker. All these players. Evan Bridges. Shout out to my boy. Tommaso Vecito, of course, known for LLing new. And the last 4 players in the money. Jimmy, Gabriel, Aaron, and Anton. Aw, my friend Randy at 65th. Sorry, you just missed out, bud. You got to see there. Ooh, David Lewis, Puffin from Mexico. We saw Puffin taking down the Mexican National Championship. So cool to see that representation here as our players continue to look forward to the next games ahead for them on the Pro Tour stage. And for us here, we've got so much more to look forward to. Championship Sunday is sure to be an absolute barn burner of a day. But for y'all, we got a giveaway. We got, Betsy drinking
under the table.
Something drinking buddy, something she's betting, she's drinking. Let's get a giveaway. And it is
Drumroll.
What's up, Rebel John 747? Get yourself a drinking buddy. The details are in the chat. Say something RN. They're here. Okay, so we know.
Awesome.
Thank you for being here, Rebel John 747. Are you a plane? Is it 747? 647? 747? Yeah, you a plane? You a big plane? Like a Boeing?
A bird.
What a Pro Tour we've had. What a couple days of competition. What an unbelievable Pro Tour top 8. 2 Betsy's, Majin Bay, Michael Hamilton, Alex Vore is cooking. We've got Jacob Clements finally making his way into the Pro Tour top 8. There is nothing more exciting than Championship Sunday, and this one looks to be perhaps my favorite one ever.
3 Oscilios, 2 Betsy's, a Gravy, a Mario. This is going to be one to look forward to 100%.
Thank you all for joining us the last 2 days, and I hope you're as excited as we are for Championship Sunday tomorrow. Set those alarms, hit the notification bell. Subscribe while you're at it. What the hell? And thank you for joining us for these first 2 days of the Pro Tour Las Vegas, brought to you by TCG Player. We'll see you tomorrow.
Come on.